if you do right, will you not be accepted? So his knowledge is complete of the possibilities of the options that we are given, but the options and how we choose to engage with them are all down to us. So number one, that's the one thing that you fail to understand, and hopefully this is clarified. The other one is, I think this is going to be way more simple, because this seems to be the one that you just repeat again, which is the all-powerful. Your understanding of all-powerful doesn't even pertain to what power means. Like if I had,
yeah, you
like,
guys
the
are missing his point completely.
No, I'm not missing. I'm not missing anything.
A little
I haven't
bit.
finished. So if you talk about all-powerful the way you're talking about it, you're bringing it into a different context that has no application to the world we live in, right? The reason he's all-powerful is because he's the originator of everything. So any sense of power comes from him. So he's the originator of it all within the framework of what Scripture says. That's why he's all-powerful.
Hey, yo, but
that doesn't imply any of the.
You said it 5 times, brother.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So
Elijah,
you just
like
have a bit of respect.
Right, but real quick, it's like you're missing.
You gotta wait until you finish, dude. You gotta wait until you finish, Isa.
Yeah, we've been in this room for a while. I don't know where you've been, Isa, but I'm not misunderstanding anything. He keeps saying that he has an argument, but he doesn't present one. He simply presents credulity of the situation. And I'm helping him to understand the fundamentals that he thinks he's pulling from, and I'm clarifying them for him. And if he wanted to, he could learn from it.
I don't know. Pretentiousness is a very hard teacher. Yeah.
Okay. Well, go on.
Let me offer something else. The idea is like. I mean, it's a great question. I think the attempt to answer it, though, as though one could answer it. I mean, because if I'm not mistaken, the question is like, if God could make, is all powerful, why does he feel the need to test souls and go through this whole rigmarole of a play in order to, like, if there's no one righteous on the earth, why didn't God just make righteous people to put them on the earth? Is what the gentleman is offering, if I'm not mistaken. And what I would think the only sane answer would be, we don't fucking know, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. We don't we don't know, dude. That's the only.
If that's your answer,
that's
completely fair enough.
That's a true answer, and it's actually you won't get any better than that. Your whole life, you won't. You know that.
If that's the answer, then that's completely fair enough. But you should.
Riggs told you this 20 times, so you should ask the creator. Stop asking us about this.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you told me to ask the creator.
You're a bad person.
Because that means what does that mean? We don't know, right? But I mean, the only logical sense is what Elijah said was that there was the agent part of it, right? So he's the free will of a person to actually do what's right or wrong.
Exactly. Free will. It all comes down to free will. Either you're a program or you're a divine soul with consciousness able to conclude free will. You choose between good and evil. Like, that's what it comes down to. Do you want to be a program or do you want to be a free soul?
You are acting like this is the only possible option. Riggs, you have said that.
Wait, is there any other option?
Yes, sir.
Other than
He's addressing me. If you guys are talking to him, he's addressing me.
Sorry, no. I was talking about Elijah. Elijah, you said
Go ahead.
that you actually can't have a world where you have free will and there isn't sin. And if you are saying that,
you can't have what isn't, can you?
Well, then that is going against the idea that God is all-powerful.
No, it's going against your understanding of what that means.
Okay. What does all-powerful
No, hold on. Don't just say okay. Do you actually understand what I said? Can you actually? No, I'm not looking for concession because this isn't a debate. But can you actually accept what I said? That
you are saying that my understanding
it's not your
conclusion. Is not correct.
It's not your conclusion of what you said, but rather your understanding of what you said that is.
Okay, then please explain what my misunderstanding is.
I did earlier, and this is the thing. I don't know if you're even capable of understanding because you do have the capability.
Elijah,
of language.
just answer, please.
Because I made it before, even with all of Isa's interruptions. I made it clear.
I don't care. Please just answer.
Answer what? Ask.
What is my misunderstanding of all-powerful?
Yeah, your misunderstanding is you take the word all-powerful and then conclude that means that he can, and he's not limited in his capabilities that you're imposing on what that word means, to do any number of possibilities outside of the reality that we have. Meanwhile, what all powerful actually means, in actuality, not in some possibility that we can't even consider, but in actuality, it's that he is the originator of power. He's the reason why everything exists. So if he's the one who, if everything exists because of him and by him, then that means he is all powerful, because without that, there is nothing else. So that doesn't need, you don't need to take that and what that means and what that implies and then add into it all your other preconceptions and all your other conclusions. You should just be able to go, okay, whether you believe it or not is a different discussion, but you should go, okay, this is what it means, and I'm going to be disciplined and not add to it anything else. Because it's like if you take a recipe, it goes 3 eggs, 5 grams of sugar, and then you start talking about adding flour and adding yogurt. It's like, that's not on the recipe. So hopefully you understand that. Whether you're going to acknowledge it, I do not know.
Okay, this guy's had the floor for like 2 hours. I want the floor for 2 hours. I got a question. If God is all powerful, how come he can't get rid of all the gingers and have gingers at the same time?
I want to.
This is the point I was
Power
trying
is
to
separate
say.
from logic.
This isn't my argument. You guys
Isn't
have
this coming
explained
from
how.
a ginger?
I know it's my argument. That's why it came out of my mouth.
All right.
Do they have a ginger
Are
island?
you a ginger?
Yeah, but
I am a ginger.
as you all have already kind of expressed, I've asked him many times to he keeps saying God could do these things, could do these things. I'm asking him to actually demonstrate in what fashion God could do these things. Otherwise, I would just say that it doesn't exist. Right? You can't have both answers at the same time. When you're going on a fork in a road, you can't take both forks at the same time. So I need him to describe what he's saying about all-knowing, all-powerful. He could have all the good and none of the bad. It's not an option. I want you to tell me how it's an option, and you haven't done it once this whole 2 hours.
And starting an argument by saying you're not going to argue with the fact that he's all-knowing and all-powerful, and then question him about what he does.
Exactly.
I mean, he's all-knowing. You're not the all-knowing one, right? I mean, it's flawed all the way.
This is a conversation about whether God or not exists. Of course, I'm questioning it. What do you mean?
I would say probably you've just never been humbled properly. That's what I would say is true. Is the
Why
pick
don't
and
you
username
make
has
that
never.
the discussion then? You're not
You don't
you're
think
not
I
even
could-
talking.
You don't think I could say some fucking thing for a moment? No?
Hey guys,
Yeah,
hey guys,
Yeah, please.
talking. Go ahead, Snacks.
I thought I
Okay,
was.
I'm
still
just saying.
speaking.
By the way, guys,
Okay.
you are.
Oh, yeah. Taking a side. We'll take a fucking aside before I get to talk. That's fine. I'll wait another. I'll come back in 2
please,
hours.
man.
We'll see if we
I'm
can
done.
get top.
Hold on, Snacks.
I've been waiting for about 3, so
North,
and I'll be-
you did speak.
yeah, I was trying to continue, but I got jumped on. 3 or 4 other people started talking as I was addressing the root of the problem, which is his entire argument from what he said earlier when he said these things. We're going in circles, and he did say he's not arguing with he's all powerful or all knowing, but yet at the same time he's arguing about that, and I think it's just to waste time. I think it's just a tactic, man. I think it's to get people to just become weary of even speaking about the topic whatsoever. I think that's what it's really boiling down to.
I
I
believe
don't
him.
think anyone's weary of the topic. Maybe weary of the individual who just keeps saying the same thing.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? I mean, what if he did?
Someone
consider
let
it?
Snacks speak.
Holy Snacks! Snacks is not here. Isa, please stop.
He left.
Jeez. What if he did consider it? What if he said, well, "Yeah, that's not the route. Like that's not gonna happen." I mean, he doesn't know. You don't know.
Here's
You know
something
what?
that
How about
has
this?
hit me. Here's something
Username.
that.
How about
wait,
this?
I want to respond because you actually said something to me that's interesting. You said something that's interesting that God, my understanding of all powerful is wrong. So you're saying that you're more describing the most powerful, which is where anything from the start of our universe, from then on, he can do. but he abides by our universe's rules.
Nope. Again, it's your desire to always tweak it to the way you want it to sound like, as opposed to
Please
just
stop
letting it
arguing
speak.
against me as a character. Just argue against my points.
No, it's not like if you take me distilling your words as a personal attack, maybe you shouldn't speak. So
I'm
no,
taking
what you do
saying
no,
you-
what you did is you took what I said and you edited it slightly, and you drew a conclusion from it. But I didn't say that. And also, if you're going to say original or most is the same as all, because there's nothing that has more power than the one who made power in the first place.
I would
So
say
you're
most and all aren't the same. So if my understanding of all powerful is incorrect, sure. What have I gotten wrong? So
oh man,
God made. Wait.
I don't think you want to accept the possibility that you could be wrong.
I'm
what
actually
I suggest to you, and
accepting
what I
your
wanted to
thing.
say
What do you
before you
mean?
asked me the question, because honestly, because I could go down this again and again. Reed could do it. OK could do it. North could do it. They could all do the point that I'm making, right? If they've been listening to what I've said. But I just want to suggest to you, and I want to dare you actually, or for want of a better expression, to just lay down what you came in with and consider that everything you're starting with is wrong, and that you need to go back to the drawing board and do it in silence, away from the voice chat. I dare you to do that,
Brother, I'm doing that. That's why I'm going about your point of my misunderstanding of all
You're not
powerful.
doing it because
Yes, I am. I'm trying to.
I ended it with silence,
my
right,
goodness.
away from the VC. So you're not
You
doing
should
that.
take
But
your
go
own
ahead.
advice.
You're under no obligation, but I still dare you. I double, triple dare you.
Elijah, you said that I have a misunderstanding of what all powerful means. That is a completely fair enough statement. I told you back what I think I understood from that. If I got that wrong, correct me. But you didn't correct me. You just said you're misunderstanding, so you're wrong. Please correct me.
No, that's not. See that even that's not what I said, because I never said those words. And this is
I know
why
you didn't
you're
say
taking
those words.
this is why you're taking it personally, because you say stuff that other people aren't saying, and it leads the other listener to conclude that you're not paying attention. So if that's the impression that they get, not because of the feelings they get about you, but because of the content of your voice, of the lyrics that come out of your mouth, right? This little song that you're playing, then there's a problem there, and it's not because we're attacking you, but it's because of what you're saying. So
Elijah, you didn't
reiterate.
answer my question.
No,
Yeah,
because I
dude,
could
you're not
reiterate
like
it.
you got
I could
real quick. Can I just hop in there?
Isa, no,
Dude, you're not even
No.
answering the dude's question.
no, because I've already answered it, and I'm answering it now in completion. But I want it to be understood that it's evident to me that he's not listening or incapable of distilling what I'm saying and remaining like stuck to the topic enough to be able to go, okay, I see what you're saying.
You're gonna say
But let me
that and say
let me
you're not
summarize
attacking my
it for you, right? All powerful is all powerful. All powerful does not imply what you're implying, that means he can go and do something other than what he's already done. Because if you're going to accept all powerful and accept that you live in reality, there is no other option. It is simply the option that you exist in. Everything else is bunk. The moment you invoke something that is not into a conversation about what is, you are in error. Do you understand?
But dude,
You
he
just
asked you to
defined-
define all
Yeah.
powerful like 5 or 10 minutes ago, and you've just been like, I've been listening, and even I'm confused. Like you're just going in circles and kind of diatribing.
Yeah, I was gonna
Like,
say
he
I've just
wanted
joined
you
here, and
to
what the fuck's
define
going on?
that.
Hey, can I
5
take
to
this in
10
another
minutes
direction?
ago.
Commentary
Okay.
aside, do you understand what I'm saying?
No, because you're going.
I'm
in
not talking to
circles and
you. I'm
not
talking
being
to
clear,
Username.
man.
I distilled it and I summarized it, and I was waiting for him to respond. Let him
You
respond.
interrupted.
You just defined all powerful through a negative and not a positive to me. You said all powerful is all powerful. He couldn't have done anything outside of this because it isn't the way that. Please, my concept of all powerful is, can anything that they want to do, anything that they will to do, can be done. If
Hey,
I
yo,
am wrong
how
about
about this?
that, tell me.
Can I answer your
Again.
initial premise? Try to answer your initial premise.
Yeah, you can do it after I respond to him.
Sure, go right ahead, man. Please, just go on.
Right. So all powerful is about the power that he has, and that he has it in totality, right? Do you agree?
Please, what is all powerful if not the will to be?
Because I want
the
you to,
ability
I want
be
to
able
make sure
do
that
your
you're.
will.
Can you at least agree that it means he has the power, which is any sense of power, he has it completely, and in the most abundant.
Sure.
Right. Okay. Do you understand that when you then attach will to it, you're now bringing in another variable to the conversation? Do you agree?
I don't really know what this has to do with defining what all powerful means.
Do you agree
that bringing in will to this adds another variable? No, I don't.
Why do you not agree?
Because to be all powerful, you must make a choice to do a thing. You can't be powerful and do nothing. If you've done nothing for your entire life, you're not all powerful.
No, hold on. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
If I had all the money in the world, I could choose to not spend it, right?
This isn't about money. This is about power.
It's analogous, though, isn't it?
No, it's not. Don't use
money
analogies.
is a form of power.
Why is it? Hold on. Why is it not analogous? Why is it not analogous that if I had all the resource?
Let's just not do analogies.
Okay, then if I have all the power, right? Isn't it not my choice whether I use the power or don't use the power?
Yeah, but that's not a definition.
I'm not talking to you, Jace. I'm trying to get a coherent back and forth so I know he's paying attention, so that this confusion that he's expressed doesn't happen again.
Well, it's not working because he just.
But I'm not talking to you. You know why it's not working? Because you don't know how to control yourself, and your name isn't username. So why don't you shush? So
yeah, bro, you sound like a dick, though. Seriously.
No, the only reason I sound like that is because I'm not having a conversation with you. The guy wants to dialogue with me, and then other people have no self-respect.
Elijah, you don't have to. You don't have to. You just continue on. If they keep interrupting, I'm just going to start meeting.
Okay. So, username. Do you follow me so far? Do you want me to restate something?
Okay, sure. All powerful doesn't include within it. What does it include?
It includes power, right? It includes the ability to create everything completely and sustain everything completely, like I stated before. But this is more succinct, I think. Right? Agree, disagree?
So, all powerful is the ability to create the universe how it is right now and sustain it.
Yes, because there isn't anything else, right? We're in the realm of reality. So that one's agreed. The next one is that will it's included in it, obviously, because if you have will, you can either enact the power or not enact the power, right? But this is the issue where I tried to iterate maybe like half an hour ago before I left, before like whenever, it doesn't matter, that you were cherry picking because of your lack of understanding of the attributes of the Creator within Scripture. So when you then bring up will, you have to understand that his will is very specific. So it's not a potential will. It's not all wills that I could ever envision being me pick a username, right? I'm speaking on your behalf here. It's his will as described by him in the scriptures. So when you then make any argument, it has to be within the realm of all powerful, as you just agreed, and his will and how he has defined himself. And one of the defining attributes is both his characteristics in behavior, right? So the law and the testament, just to simplify it, because I'm not going to read all scripture, and then the fact that he doesn't change. So
okay, I don't care about will. I don't care about will. Just tell me what all powerful is.
I know you don't care, but this is relevant because that's the defining feature of him as the character that we're talking about. And then you're talking about the all power, and then you can't bring up. If you bring it up, then it's just, it's done, finished forever, right? But you can't bring up anything outside of reality. So within the reality that we have, within the power that he has, that is all the power in totality and to sustain the creation that we're living in, and then his will and the way he describes it with his character and that he doesn't change, those things together, there is no need to ask your question. And that's the issue. So that's the definition. Hopefully you understand that, and hopefully you can then go make the next step to realize that your question is flawed when you suggest anything outside of those parameters.
Okay. As I'm understanding, you're right. My argument, as you've described all powerful, does not stand. But so your argument is what your definition of all powerful is that he can't have created anything differently from the way it was. So he couldn't have created it so that humans were green. Things only would have happened exactly how they would have happened.
I would edit the word choice. It's not that he can't, it's that he didn't. And that anything anything suggesting another possibility, it's like, let's say you have a bouncer at the door. I know you don't like analogies, but the bouncer will not let anything else in unless it already is. So the moment you're trying to invoke another possibility, the bouncer's like, no, I don't recognize you. Next user.
This isn't about power. This is about will now. You're describing decisions rather than power. Does he have the power to have created things differently from how they were?
But you're asking about decisions. This is
no,
fundamental
I'm asking
to
about physically if he was possible.
What's your understanding of? No, hold on. I don't need to ask that because I've already explained your misunderstanding. You said that if that's the case, then yes, you're wrong and I'm correct. So
yes, but your definition of power really, really limits God, and I don't think that's what people believe.
Hold on. Is it my definition that I'm imposing on the Creator, or is it what he says about himself within Scripture that resides within the reality that he created?
Wait,
yes
so
or no?
Again, my question was, could God have made a different universe to the way it was today? Like, not if he should or shouldn't or would or wouldn't have, it's could he have?
It's by definition a non sequitur. Every time you ask, could, because could implies something that isn't. And we don't live in the isn't, we live in the is. Do you understand?
You haven't answered my question, bro.
I have answered your question.
He's not going to understand. He's just playing the contrarian thing. I'm so tired. If I'm an almighty baker and I have unlimited baking supplies, can I have my cake and eat it too? If I'm all powerful, can I then eat my cake and it's still on the plate? No, it's either a turd or it's a cake. Yeah, I know. It's what I'm asking.
That's not what I'm asking.
It's what I'm asking. Like, if no, you've had 2 hours of the floor. I want to talk about this for 2 hours. Can I eat my cake and still have it on my plate? If it's a turd, can it also be a cake? I'm an all-powerful baker. Can we please argue about this for 2 hours?
And this is why the world needs rules. Is because it gives the world definition is to have opposites and in-betweens. And without that, you don't have any definition.
Literally, my only question was, could God have made different rules?
Could it? Well, apparently not.
Okay, cool.
Then he's not all powerful. Okay, we agree. He's not all powerful. How would you?
But this is your ignorance saying that he's not all powerful because these are the rules. This is your blatant ignorance. You're agnostic, right?
It really doesn't matter what I am.
I mean, has to.
But you claim to
it's
know.
Not about has to, as if someone else is telling him what to do. It's just that's how he has done it.
That's why I'm asking, is it a choice? I understand that it might be a choice that he's made the rules the way they are, but I'm asking if he physically could have made them any different.
It's a non sequitur. You can't ask about something that isn't in the world of is.
Why are you both repeating yourselves continuously?
Can I get in?
Because one is a logical repetition, right?
All right.
Like if you repeat that the water is wet 100,000 times,
I'm done for today.
Like,
however fruitless it may be,
bro. You
go
guys
ahead.
have been going in circles. Now, I just want to answer him real quick because all powerful scripturally, what does that mean? Almighty, right? When you look it up in the Strongs, you have the Greek and the Hebrew, right? The Greek implies that he's the ruler of all. Does that imply that then he can do whatever he wants? No. Why? Because even though he's all powerful and almighty, he's bound by his own law and by his own word, right? And the word, the law predates, right, the foundations of the earth and all creation, right? So if you read Genesis, Bereshit, the first thing he created was actually order, right? That order, that et, the aleph and the tav, is literally his law, right? His word, and he's bound by his own word. So even though theoretically, yes, theoretically he can do anything he wants, but he's not going to do anything he wants because he's righteous and true, and Yah is not a liar, right? So therefore, he's actually it's counterintuitive, but he's bound by his own word. And you also have a presupposition that the creator is fallible and that he's flawed because creation is flawed. And if he created creation why did he create creation flawed? That means he's flawed. But that's a presupposition on your part, because the way things are right now, like Elijah's saying, is the best it could be. This is how he intended it to be. And he knows all things. So in his divine wisdom, he created the things perfect, including the potentiality in the beginning that I mentioned earlier, the inertial potential for rebellion that he created into the code of the universe. He did that in his divine wisdom. You get it?
You know what? Yeah,
You
know
used a
what,
word
Ryan?
there that I fucking hate. The word perfect. Perfect is an opinion of what is something. What you see as perfect, someone might see as an absolute nightmare.
All right, it's all good. That's all.
Yeah, we
Well, I
talked
mean,
about subjectivity. It's so subjective what he's talking about. Like, could Gladria take the ring from Frodo and be as treacherous as the Dawn and still be good little Gladria, the elf friend? No, like she couldn't do both, right? She can't take the ring and be good at the same time. But if she's all powerful, she would be able to take the ring and be good. No, it's binary. His question is binary. How come you
what this
can't mix
comes
a
down
0
to?
and a 1? How come it can't be a 1 and a 0 at the same time? Because it's fucking binary.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's
I
this,
would
like
to address the. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Okay.
Thanks.
Do it,
Just real
Bambi.
quick about the suffering thing too, like what you guys have been saying. Because he's talking about the creator, that we were created to have joy, and then you're talking about in our brains, he created us just as we are. Like we just have to accept it, and so how do we joy? Then joy is. Oh, I am. Robot.
We kind of lost.
No, you just cut out. You
Yeah.
just cut out.
We got
You
the
didn't robot.
gist,
You
though.
just cut out.
Yeah, I think we did get the gist of it though.
What I was gonna say was, well, after the binary thing that Larry was talking about, I think there's two things. So one is that the idea that things aren't black and white is one of the biggest like psyops out there. This spectrum understanding of morality and of the world that we see that is so prevalent in our modern day. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's difficult for people to accept. And then the lack of understanding of the definitions like Riggs was talking about, is like, because without them we don't have anything. If it's not defined, then like you build a building, but it's like, what is this? Where's the front door? Where's the windows? Is it upside down? Is it not? So that's one that's one thing. But the other thing is integrity, right? So the question, if you talk to a person who has integrity, the question that they do anything outside of their integrity, it doesn't make any sense. It's literally a non sequitur within that framework. So to say, could you do something against your integrity, it doesn't. It just bounces off them because they have integrity. And I think that's another thing that's been so prevalently messed with in modern society, that people don't even have integrity, to the point where this to them seems like a logical question to ask, that the 0 could be a 1 effectively.
Yeah, I've said this before, but Norm MacDonald gave a great answer. He'd pick a username if he's still there to this question, and he said, "I know he's a comedian, whatever, but so people won't take it seriously, but it's actually really good." He said, like, an all good being it can't create good, because it wouldn't be creation. It wouldn't be creation. It'd just be expansion. So all he could create is bad. All he could create is bad, and then out of the bad, in a cool like twist, in a godlike way, we could make something good out of the bad. I really like that answer. That's really good. Do you think? Rest in peace, Norm.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, that's good.
Not too bad.
Never really thought about it like that. That's a good way of thinking about it.
Well, you know, I'm sure Andy, you know, right? There's a scripture that kind of touches on that. There is no one good, no, not one. And that's the whole thing of like Lion was talking about. That was kind of touched on earlier. That the whole point is that this life is a test. So it's not as if you can be perfection, but rather that you can practice to imitate perfection. And then when you do that, or good, for one of a better word choice, when you do that, then within what Scripture says, then you're accepted into that, removing of the not good, like you're talking about, and to be able to live perfectly.
I think Elisha, just to expand on what the globe guy was asking you, I assume he's a glober because he just talks like a glober. In order to answer that question, I guess you could answer it deterministically, because at the end of the day, if you've got an all-powerful being and they're able to make something perfectly, well, that's the only thing they would do, surely. Like, why would they make something imperfect or to less than their ability?
Right. I don't know how long you were here, but that's why I was saying this whole thing isn't an argument, but rather a subjective imposition on reality.
I think it's
I didn't
ridiculous.
say it like that, but that would be how I would distill everything I said.
I think it's ridiculous because anybody who's... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, because from my experience, right, I've been doing this for 40 years. And anybody who's experienced, the sugar walls, anybody who knows what I'm talking about, and the watermelon, the sunny day, the beach, like, this is a pretty cool place. Like, I don't think it could have been any sweeter, especially the sugar walls.
Can you state that again?
This place is pretty fucking cool, right? Because females are awesome, watermelons are awesome, and the beach is awesome. And anybody who's experienced all three at the same time, I mean, how could it be any better? How?
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, like, because this was like way back at the beginning of the stream of discussion, but it as if the evil or the negatives somehow made the one who made everything like negative. It's like, but the only reason you have the negatives in the first case that was mentioned was death, is because you first have life, and life is good. But we all understand that. Like whether aspects within life are good or bad is a different discussion. We know life is good. So if somebody complains about the ending of the good, as if that in and of itself makes the one who initiated it all not good, makes no sense, because he initiated the thing that was good in the first place. You're just unhappy that it didn't last or go as the way you maybe wanted it. Or not maybe you, but whoever might be thinking like that.
And even though I had to suffer and toil to afford the wife, the vacation, and the watermelon, I think it was all worth it. Couldn't be any better. Like, how could it get any better?
And the question I have for you, Larry, is, could a watermelon be a carrot?
No.
So why bother entertaining any other similarly framed question about reality? It doesn't logically follow, therefore it shouldn't logically come out of anyone's mouth.
But if God was almighty, he could have made all fruit beef.
Well, we get these kind of
Yeah,
questions.
but you know what Father was able to do? Oh, my roboting?
No,
you're good. Keep going.
I'll go after. Go on.
We can make a cake that looks like a carrot but tastes like a watermelon. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, but that's neither a carrot nor a watermelon. I was just going to say, like, you get these like cringy questions from Globe as well. Like, oh, well, biblical cosmology, but if all powerful, therefore he could have made it a globe, and he could have made all these like impossible gas, basically air planets in the middle of literal nothing.
But did he? And how would he?
But he didn't. Well, it's irrelevant, isn't it? He didn't. So it's like saying, well, LeBron James could score 200 points in a game of basketball. I mean, could he? I mean, did it ever happen? Does it matter? Like, it's just what about it? I mean, it's just a waste of everyone's time.
Right. And that's why sometimes it's better to say less.
Can anybody, argue against what I said about the woman, the watermelon, and the beach? Like, does it get any better than that? I mean, honestly.
Subjectively,
Yes.
perhaps, but it's all much of a muchness, right? A nice weather setting with food, pleasure, good setting, good company. Like the fundamentals are all the same. It's just the nuance of however someone might express them will be slightly different.
We can't even
Unless
imagine
they're a
what he
complete
has
and utter
reserved.
special case who has like mental problems.
We
Sorry,
can't
I
even
interrupted
imagine
somebody.
what he has
Go ahead.
reserved for those that love him.
I do have a question for the room, though. Would an all-powerful, benevolent creator bother making Scotland?
That's Rich coming for Assassinach.
I don't know. Is Scotland real? Do we have any proof?
I mean, their official.
I saw a picture of it once. I've seen a couple pictures.
I love Scotland, but I'm pretty sure that Finland does not exist.
An all-powerful God wouldn't have made Antarctica. It's too cold there for us. He probably would have connected all the continents together so we could party.
Party God?
Elisha, the official national animal of Scotland is the unicorn, which also doesn't exist.
Well, but you have to specify. You're talking about the mythical unicorn or the actual?
Yeah, the
unicorn?
factual one.
Oh no, I'm out. You guys go ahead.
No, but
The unicorn exists.
This is a
this
funny
is true.
topic. I know that the
God, here we
crest
go.
that you're talking about is the mythical, right? The horse with the thing sticking out of his head. But the actual original word before it got grabbled was just a rhino of a specific type that only had one horn.
Yeah, you can look it up right now and look at the scientific name for that rhino.
Unicornus.
Because think about it, right? The word itself is pretty simple. It's just singular horn. That's it. Now I might be playing with the words a little bit, but that's effectively what it means. So that can be applied to any animal that fits that description. So yeah, but we don't need to get too anal retentive about.
I was going to say, is it not like a singular piece of corn?
You've never seen anybody,
right.
and you've never seen
He's just
anybody with a
adding in letters
rhinoceros
there.
on a leash.
I mean,
say again, sir.
Have you guys ever seen a tunicorn before?
I don't think she was letting me talk. I said, and you've never seen a rhinoceros on a leash of any kind.
Look, man, real unicorns have curves.
Oh no. Because why wouldn't you just call it a demented horse instead of a unicorn?
So I don't know if Scotland is real, but a website told me that I'm related to some of her kings. I've been direct to
Ken, wait,
Wait,
I'm
are
sick of Americans. All of them
Are you
relating
a
to
tr- are you a
Scotland.
Trump? Are you one of those Trumpites? Larry, that
No,
was
I'm not
directed at you.
pro-Trump.
No, I didn't say that you were in favor of him, but that you were of his kin.
No, I don't think so.
I don't
We
think
unfortunately are. His parents are Scottish.
Yeah.
I don't think Larry's Jewish.
Well,
No, I'm
probably-
not Jewish.
But yeah, the reason I said that, unless it was lost, in case it was lost on you, Larry, is because he's a Scotsman by his mother's
We
side.
don't claim him.
Yeah, I mean, this one doesn't claim him, but
Yeah, you guys
Oh,
can
you-
keep him.
You wouldn't
paperwork
claim
says
me
other-
either, but I'm pretty sure I'm a direct descendant of your kings.
How so?
That means you're probably from the line of Judah then.
How do
Yeah,
you know?
I got some Galbraiths in my family,
Uh-huh.
so I traced it back.
And what?
Anyway, yeah, apparently I traced it all the way back to Adam and Eve. But yeah, that doesn't matter.
No shit, Sherlock.
No,
Do you know
they
how many
did.
times on a daily basis I hear this stuff? Like, I've traced it back, and I'm 3/4 Scottish. Or my auntie's grand's dead dog was actually born in Scotland. Therefore, I'm
Well,
Scottish.
you and Ireland, you do export Scots and Irish quite a bit, right? It's your biggest export.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yo, guys, my name's Patrick, and I'm an Irish American.
Oh, what's that thing that's coming out now? The RTCA or something, like racially, it's trans to something. It's like people that are becoming Irish. It's you're turning yourself into it. You're identifying as it. It's I need to figure out what it is. It's like
by
RTC
eating all the
something.
4-leaf clovers you can find.
In America, everybody identifies as Irish on St. Patrick's Day. Just to let you know.
Dude, I identify as all kinds of stuff, just depending on what's happening around me. I could start speaking Chinese, start speaking Australian. Depends.
I identify as unidentifiable.
I'm a trans leprechaun.
You guys are fun.
Okay, yeah, so it's RTCA, and it's when you change your race. You just straight up change your race.
What, by ticking a different box on the form?
Apparently, you just tick a little box. But like, there was one guy who was like in the news recently, and he got all this surgery because he was Korean. Like he was actually American, but he was RTCA to Korean, and he got all this surgery to make his face look Korean.
Well, that shit.
That's not race. That's nationality, isn't it?
I'm still waiting on
Yeah,
a
that's true.
transplant for that same surgery, but I haven't found anybody that's willing to give me their entire face yet.
Yeah, that stuff all started with a couple of deluded idiots about 10 years ago. There was a woman called Rachel Dolezal, and there was a guy called Sean King, and he got nicknamed Talcum X because he was white, but he identified as black. And it's like, these guys are just delusional idiots.
Hey, I don't want to throw too much shade at you, Crypto, but you know when you said that you were was it a trans leprechaun? You failed to say that you identify as such, so I think you're actually telling the truth, which explains a lot.
God damn. Explains why I'm 5'2".
So
I
Elizabeth
can't admit
Warren.
is 5'2". Can confirm.
So Elizabeth Warren was okay saying she was Cherokee.
Yeah, I think that was fine. I think we need more of that, honestly.
Dude, Crypto's always driving around to the end of the rainbow. Got to fill that pot.
Look, man, I'm the only dude who likes gold. What can I say?
All I
Do you,
know is
by any
when you
chance,
tally
happen
up all
to-
my percentages, it equals 4,000%. Who did I rumpus, by the way? Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I identify as American. I think when people say that they're like Irish American or African American, I think that's fucking weird.
I mean, unless they're just straddling the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, but
I'm
do you know the bit that
Texan.
really annoys me is it's like Americans are like known to be patriotic and stuff like that, but it's only the Americans that you see trying to be anything but American as well. Like you don't see a Scottish person going, "Oh yeah, and I am also part English." We wouldn't be caught dead being that, but you don't see any other place in the world trying to be something else and trying to say that they're multiple things other than quite a lot of Americans that I've met.
Wait a minute, didn't the Irish and the Scottish get, fucked by the fornication under consent of the king? I mean, so you guys are absolutely English. You have English DNA implanted into your wives, by force.
Yeah, but that's not the point that I was saying. I was saying we don't go around being like, "Oh yeah, I'm also English" as soon as we meet an English person.
Well, it's our superpower as Americans. We can identify as all these places that we came from, but we get our guns and our free speech, and we can exercise,
Yeah.
all these
Like I've
amazing
never
rights.
so patriotic, but then also trying not to be American.
Oh no. patriotism. There's nothing wrong with loving your country and also appreciating the culture that you come from. They're not mutually exclusive.
But the reason this is such a prevalent thing, Bambi, is that they're such a young nation that still echoes in their head like on a daily basis, because it's not that many generations removed before they can literally go, hey, over here in Lithuania or in Poland, this is where my granddad lived.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's so fresh in their mind as a nation, whereas we come from the position of there isn't anything else. We've been here, we're British, we've always been British, and nothing else is going to change, or at least for those that applies to, at least.
Yeah, and if we're Caucasian, then all our ancestors came from somewhere else, not here on this land. But I just claim to be Texan.
I'm sorry for your loss.
There's nothing wrong with being
That was
Texan.
harsh.
Wait, what did you lose? How did you lose?
British royalty. We lost our kings and queens. We're not sad about it.
Dude, I don't know. I don't even know if I believe that America and Britain had a revolutionary war. I think actually we were on the same team. I think they just did that so that we would hate each other.
I could speak on that topic. Are you
I mean,
aware
if you-
that?
I can
Are
see
you
that
aware
happening.
that the? Sorry, who did I speak over twice? Wasn't there somebody trying to speak, or was that background?
I think
I'm
she
sorry,
just
Elijah.
agreed.
I think you just rumpused yourself.
Oh, I had a lady speak in the background.
I said, I'm sorry, Elijah. I just said I could see where he was coming from with what he said. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to stomp on you.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure people get a chance. Right. So was it Flat that was asking, or commenting?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'll tell you a little story. Mindshock actually did a cool video on this. Don't ask me to find it. Apparently, it's really hard to find his videos. He's done too many. But what he was talking on in like long story short is the actual documentation that your nation is supposedly founded on, or your collection of nations, was written by who were the two characters, the main two characters? I can't remember. Is it Roosevelt? No. Don't catch me on history. I'll get it wrong. But those two characters were actually in the position of Esquire. So when they signed that document, that the independence document or whatever it's called, the signature was signed from the point of view of Esquire, and an Esquire is a something above a gentleman and below a knight in the English system. So that whole document is subject to the king because it was written by subjects of the king. That's like the long story short, but there was all sorts of things associated with that, and that the actual reasoning for the war or the encounter had to do with money, and there was an agreement that was come to, which was kind of like a concession, but more just give us what we need, and we'll give you the appearance of, independence. But I would encourage you to try and find that video, and it might lend credence to what I'm saying.
You're right. We very well could be colonists still and not know it. And it's very possible that the UK just exported all their lower class to Australia and America, not in that order, to make room, so that the poor man would quit breathing up all the rich man's air, and that they would actually provide the military needed for the continuance of the British Empire. That's a very good theory.
So, you know what? Depending on how long I stay online, I'll try and find that video. But last time I did it, it took me forever. But it really, when it comes to these kind of things, like founding documentation, like another discussion comes into play is like the Magna Carta in the UK, right? That whole thing was like a massive psyop, but like the old school original psyops, because it was done without the internet. But yeah, if you're gonna start invoking that, because when anybody in the States says, "Oh, we're independent, we're all this," what do they hinge their whole position on? Is the documentation, right? Obviously, there's more associated with that, the actions, the warfare supposedly that go along with that. But it literally is, we hold this constitution up. So if you're going to use that, then you have to go and then investigate all the implications and all the definitions of what's there. So when you then realize that this was written from the point of view of subjects to another nation, then there's no other way to understand it than, oh, it's not really independent. It's just presented as if it is.
Right, your colonists will behave a lot better if they don't know that they're colonists, right?
Yeah, I suppose. But I don't know how well you lot are behaving. But no, I get your point. Anyway, to me, when that because I'd investigated this subject from like the long form, like all this, the secret societies, all this stuff, and you can kind of come to a similar conclusion the long way around. But what I liked about that video was it really distilled it into the fundamentals, and I think that's the way you can grasp a lot of these topics: is remove all the fraff, all the chaff, all the nonsense. Go, what's the first principles? Okay, I might not like it, but this is the reality, and then move on.
I find it odd that they have the same colors. The United States flag and the British flag. If you're really trying to be free of another country, why would you want to have the same colors on your flag anyway?
They're the same three colours of Israel, and you see them in like about 80 nations' flags.
Yeah, if we were really an all-powerful nation, we would have all the colors.
We would,
or no colors at all,
or no colors. You know.
Yeah, but isn't the color white all of the colors?
I mean, I don't know how it could, be all colors, but it could.
Well,
I know for sure.
I know
it
how. Just don't have a flag.
No flag. I was just gonna say.
Hawaii has the British flag right in the middle of it. So if Hawaii was, a free nation, I don't think they would choose that flag.
Because I think that's also another thing worth understanding is what does the flag actually mean and what does it imply? Because originally, it would have been the standard. So if you were like back before any of this stuff that we have these days, it would have been that they would have carried their standard for what their tribe represented, and that would have been to do with whoever started that tribe. So we can go use scriptural stuff about the different houses and what animals and what pictures they use to represent themselves. But the notion of a flag has all sorts of other connotations under it. Like go and look at the naval laws and all of that. So you're literally and look what happens in the States, right? They pledge allegiance to the flag. That means they're subjecting themselves to that flag. And then you have to go and investigate what that flag is subject to. That was long, pardon me.
And a pledge. Go ahead.
I do quite funny that the English flag is quite literally a red flag.
Yeah, that's sus.
Okay, that was a good one. I like that.
And why don't we pledge our allegiance to the Constitution? That's weird, because allegiance is a serious thing. Like, you're basically pledging your children, your property, your money, your livestock. Like, a pledge is serious.
And if you look into the history of the English flag, it's not actually, it was chosen because it was a flag of safety at Genoa and places, but there were 4 or 5 different ones at the time. There was a green flag with a brown horse's head. The Saxons used to have the red flag with the white dragon. The Welsh nicked that off of us. So yeah, there's interest in earlier flags that you obviously don't hear about anymore and don't get taught about. But
yeah, have you also noticed how many similar flags there are in the different aristocratic houses in Europe?
Oh yeah,
like that red cross on the white background. You have like at least 5 that I can think of, and then I suppose the Swiss one is like an inversion of that. So this symbology is effectively what it is just disguised idol worship. That's my opinion, at least.
Well, you got tons of crosses, haven't you? You got the Swedish flag, the Danish flag, the Swiss flag, the English flag, the Scottish flag. Is Luxembourg as well a cross? I can't remember, but there's a couple of others in Europe, and then go to Africa and it tends to be more. African flags are a bit more interesting, but I mean the Argentinian flags. There's lots of stripes as well. There's lots of 3 stripes: the Belgian flag, the German flag. All these. It's either like stripes or crosses. So they're obviously pledging allegiance to something along those lines.
Indeed. Yeah, there's because it's not just the nations that we know of now. It's also the the royal houses or the aristocratic houses that now would technically sit under the nation's flags, but to be honest, it's all much of a muchness because it's a bunch of elite families that rule anyway. Go ahead, Larry.
What if the British Empire never died? What if it's taken over the whole world, and after World War III, it's literally going to be everybody under the East India, trading company? Because if you think about it, the Highway Patrol are basically the East India trading company, right? They're watching out for pirates, and they're the pirates themselves. Yeah.
This is the thing that I don't know how many people here are aware of this, but pirates aren't this romantical idea that is presented in the TV. They're all subjects, though it was hidden. They were subjects to the king, effectively. It was an operation.
But yeah, somebody show me the difference between the Highway Patrol and the East India Trading Company. Like, go ahead, I'll wait.
There isn't, because they were given a license to have a private army, which is what the and they were given like the rule of the seas or certain aspects of the seas or the trade routes, which is what the highways are defined as, right? Because the reason they get people, the reason they get people is because they're not commuting or traveling or whatever the right term is. They're defining them as commercial actors on the commerce road. I know I kind of butchered the language, but you get the point.
Larry, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you, because I assume that you're proposing this as a what if, not as a general statement of facts or whatever. But you said, what if the British monarchy never died and it's just taken over the world and all the rest? If that was the case, I struggle to see why they would allow the demographic decline of their own kind of country. I don't see how those two things.
Yeah, that's easy, brother. Because they're not nationalists; they're globalists, right? They don't care that you maintain your monolithic culture, right? In fact, that's bad for them, right? Because if you have your own culture, you're kind of like the "fuck you, I'm French," "fuck you, I'm Irish," "fuck you, I'm Scottish," right? But if you're all like bred out and you're all like of one, color without a creed, then you're much more controllable. Like if you have no culture, if they can strip the culture from you, you make a much better slave. But if you maintain that culture, go ahead, Bree.
I agree with that point. I think that's absolutely spot on, and that's why you often hear that. For me, is why you often hear this kind of quote unquote anti-racist rhetoric. They don't actually care about the victims of racism. What they're trying to do is just blend everyone together so it's easy to control everyone. That's obvious. But what I'm saying is, if they were actually British, right? Why would they do that? Like, if they would have to be globalists first, right? In what you're saying, they're globalists first, and they don't really consider being British as being an important part of their identity at all. Is that
right? Exactly. Yeah. So they want an emperor. They've always wanted an emperor. From Nebuchadnezzar to the emperors of Rome, they wanted to consolidate all power that way that they can have all control, right?
I think there's another aspect to it. I think that both kind of agrees, but maybe slightly contradicts something. Is that from their perspective, whether they're British or not doesn't really. I don't think it matters too much, but rather from their house, because their house sits on the throne, and it just so happens to be seated in England, right, or in Britain. But they keep their demographic completely pure. but they separate
Oh
they
yeah.
separate their house from everything else, and you have that in the most stark and like visually obvious way with both the city of London proper and then the Vatican, right? That you have this thing within the thing that is the true power, the true, quote unquote authority, and that thing is pure and unsullied, at least from their perspective. But everything else doesn't matter to them because it's just a means to an end, because they don't see you as equal to them. They see, when I say you, I'm talking about the general people. They see them as something else, like cattle, and they don't even like. And back to the other thing that Larry said, yeah, they're also globalists or whatever you want to call it, Babylonians, one world orderisms, because the idea of borders doesn't register in their mind at all.
Yeah, we barely have any borders here. The only borders that we can enforce without the consent of the federal government.
Well, they clearly do have the idea of borders because they have the City of London and they have the Vatican, right? So
Yeah, that's their borders. That's borders for
Thank you.
them, right? So it's
Yeah, I need to
Israel,
clarify.
Vatican,
In terms of how they
City of
view the
London.
world, they don't see themselves limited by borders, but they see those who are in the world as limited by the borders that they impose on them.
So it's like they're running a farm, I guess. The sheep go here and the cows go here.
Right.
But I can
Rules
go
for
into the sheep pen or into the cow pen or into the chicken pen anytime I like.
right. You know the expression "rules for thee and not for me," that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Interrupting each other.
We're having a perfectly cordial conversation, bro.
Well, Hank always gets the ass end of it.
That's okay. I'm in the
Right.
elevator.
Bro, me and Hank have both cut each other off and apologised and stopped talking and all sorts. It's been totally chill. I don't know what you're trying to make out of this.
That's all Coach Roseman's fault. Don't worry.
But yeah, that Animal Farm reference was spot on.
Yeah, the America thing's a bit. It's interesting to me because obviously you guys are kind of founded on. You had people who, I mean, you can describe them as pioneers or invaders or however, whatever your political persuasion is, you can describe them in a number of different ways. You had the people that were already there and all the rest. But in Europe, it's very different because we've kind of always been here, right? But we seem to get the same rhetoric that you guys get. So it's, and especially like, for instance, the Irish are a good example because the Irish, like, they've only ever been like the victims of globalization, really. They've never, like, as a people, according to the mainstream narrative, anyway, the Irish have never gone around like, fucking people up. Pardon my French, but they're being told that they are horrible, oppressive white people, and they need to just be, bred out of existence and take unlimited foreign people, against your will and all the rest. Which is kind of the same rhetoric. It's the same rhetoric we get in England, but at least with England, it's like, I mean, I still think that the logic is very flawed. But at least they've got like a bad argument. With the Irish, they have no argument. And also, if you were to apply that to the British, why wouldn't you apply it to the Turks? Say, well, you're Turkish, you had the Ottoman Empire, that was really bad. Why don't you take unlimited numbers of Somalis and whoever against the wishes of the people? It's very odd that this is being imposed on nations against their will.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's the art of war, right? If you don't have to battle your enemy, then you're not going to. And fundamentally, it's deception. So in order to cripple your enemy, you apply deception correctly, and you never have to raise a finger, you never have to lift a sword, and you've achieved the destruction that you so desire. But with respect to Ireland specifically, I think I agree with what you're saying. but depending on how far you go back into history, the argument's kind of like the impact of the argument's going to change, right?
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
such
for
a
sure.
we have such a varied history. If I don't know how familiar you are with the different migrations that came through through Britain, like wave upon wave over the past, but it's not. It's just not. It's not as static as people might want to perceive it as being.
I
You
know, of
get me?
course not. But really, fundamentally, what matters is what the people at the time want to happen, right? So you
Right.
can look in history and go, oh well, you've had, say England as an example. We've had French Huguenots turn up. We've had all sorts of Jamaicans turn up. We've had all sorts of people turn up for different reasons. But if the people weren't asked and it was imposed on them, that's not really acceptable. Regardless of what you think about, those people are just filthy racists and they deserve to have diversity rubbed in their faces. Like, do they though? Like, if that's where they are and that's who they are, why do they deserve to have anything imposed on? Like, why does anyone have this weird mentality of punishing people for wanting something? I don't understand. It's just strange control, like almost a narcissistic control mechanism that some people
Yeah,
think force conditions of life on other people. It's weird.
I've asked a lot of, quote unquote anti-racist, woke leftist mind virus sufferers, like, is it bad that a culture gets erased from the map? Like, is it, let's say for Japan, let's say Japan had some really bad policies, and let's say they just kept taking Africans and Europeans and Chinamen and everybody they would take in, to the point to where the Japanese people were like, God, I can't afford to have any taxes because, I can't afford to have any children because taxes are so high. And let's say, after 100 years of these policies, the Japanese culture was completely erased. They would go, oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, I'm totally against, genocide. And they won't say genocide, but that's what they mean, right? They're against genocide. Well, what about Ireland? Oh, it's okay for Ireland. It's okay for England. It's okay for France. But why is it, that racist policy is bad for Japan because they want to maintain their culture as much as it's been ripped away from them since World War II? Why is it bad for them, but it's good for Ireland or good for France?
Well, you know what?
Well, it's obviously not. But the reason that they can open their mouth so much is because what I'd suggest is one, because let's put it this way: when you're a good-hearted individual, when you do things right and you're not out to treat other people badly, that's good. And even if you go so far as to defend your position well, that's still good. But that doesn't stop the fact that your generosity is not a fundamental weakness, but it opens you up potentially to the non-integral individual coming in and going, I'm going to take advantage of his generosity and be an absolute degenerate. So that was kind of long-winded, but this is one of the fundamentals of, let's say, the West or the Anglos or whatever you want to call, right? And I would suggest that that's because of what they inherited through other migrations through history, but that's a longer discussion. We don't need to go that far back into history. It just is an obvious feature of them that they will go out of their way at the risk of their own life to do good, to not necessarily impose good, but uphold the good, at to the detriment of their own life. And by doing that, one of the things that has consequentially come from that, and I think this is an error because it hasn't been properly maintained, is tolerance has creeped in. And I think the reason it's become tolerance is because, if people don't maintain something that's good, it's gonna degrade, right? But what I think it ought to have been originally, or probably what it was originally, sorry, wasn't tolerance, but rather, I don't know what the word would be, but the non-imposition of one's will on anyone else. Like, what's the singular word for that, Crypto? I can't think right now.
So say again.
Like the non-imposition of your will on anyone else. So basically, allowing freedoms, assuming it doesn't encroach on the good.
I mean, in a worldview sense, that'd be libertarianism, right?
Right, I suppose, but whatever the singular word in terms of maybe a moral definition of that, but that's what it was originally. Because unless somebody's going out of their way to do degeneracy, you don't have any reason to go and impose on them, and especially as you can't.
Exactly. I mean, the whole concept of like libertarianism has to exist within a framework of the population being a generally moral, individually and collectively, right?
Right. So I just wish I had a.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because I want to, because otherwise it'll take me forever. Like, I want to wrap the point up. I just thought if I could find a more singular word, it'll be easier. So that's what it was originally, because you would have people who would uphold within their thing, like they would maybe, if you want to stay in this community, certain things, you're not going to be allowed to do, but we're not going to impose it on you if you want to just leave and kind of be on the periphery. And that over time, through degradation of all things, because all things kind of, the entropy, I suppose, it's turned into what we now have as tolerance. But because the morality hasn't been maintained rigidly enough, that thing has turned into tolerance. And now you have a thing where what originally, if it had ever reared its head, would have been like knocked off with an axe immediately, has now been allowed to fester in the community. And that's why you have this position of, because we started off with the good intention, but we weren't maybe diligent enough to maintain that. And because when you have something good, you are responsible for keeping it. If you have a child, you're responsible for protecting it, for teaching it. If you make an error in any of those aspects, consequences, that child could either be damaged or could have their morals like twisted. And I know this is kind of long, but this is like the long story short or long story long of what we have in the West. And the difference is, maybe they might have lacked some of that morality in Japan, for instance, but because they were diligent in just being like, we're going to maintain our way, and we're not going to let tolerance fester, they've maintained their nationality or their tribe, whereas we, or the West, has kind of in the pursuit of the good has suffered wickedness. I'm sure I could have said that shorter, but it does take a lot of history and stuff into account, and hopefully that made sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all I would add to that is that it's the empathy of the population that's being weaponized against us, right? So that's like fundamentally what's going on. Is if we weren't moral people, like generally speaking, collectively, then this empathy that we have as a collective couldn't be used against us. So it's an unfortunate paradox that because we're moral people, the accusation of immorality can control our actions.
Yeah, because one of the biggest features, and I wish I'd said this earlier, but one of the biggest features of the moral man, as it were, is trust, even where the trust may not be earned. So you don't go out of your way distrusting everyone, because if you're a moral person, you couldn't really operate like that, because you would just become a hermit. So that I think is like I suppose that's the consequence, and the difference is, I suppose, with the effective moral man and the slightly ineffective moral man, is how well they apply discernment and diligence. Because I would suggest, and I think part of this is because they trusted so much, because it really is a part of, I don't know, let me just speak from a believer's point of view. Trust is kind of part of the game. You trust the word that you're reading. You trust your brothers are going to be faithful, and until you find out otherwise, you never assume anything other than the best, because otherwise it destroys the way you view the world. But I think if the more effective moral man had kind of learned from experience, learned from wisdom, and there'd been enough of them in the West, the diligence would have been kept up so well that there might have been a few cracks here and there, but it would have constantly been battered down, because we will not allow this in our community, and this being degeneracy, this being dilution of what's pure or whatever it is, right? The fundamental values, the family. It doesn't ultimately, it doesn't matter too much the details. And I suppose it's just a consequence of having such a big mission, having such a good heart. It's hard to maintain. And when you have a very effective enemy employing deception at a really high level, right? Then this shit happens effectively. And I maybe I shouldn't have sworn, but that's the difference. Because it's not as if the morality is a negative, but you have to be able to apply that morality effectively and with wisdom. And I know this might not pertain specifically to what we're talking about, but the way I'd view it is from the point of view of scripture. Of we're warned as believers that there are going to be people out there trying to mess you up, trying to destroy that which is good. And you're warned to be gentle, but you're also warned to be shrewd. And if you don't put the two together, then there's going to be a crack and a consequence down the line. So it's Crypto's turn for a monologue. I'll sit wait.
Yeah,
No, it's all good.
Sorry,
It's all good.
Crypto.
No, I'm all good. I don't need to monologue. I mean, I've already said what I said. I think. Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I was just thinking, I remember the line something like, I just came back in, so I hope I'm not interrupting something. What was it? Be gentle as like doves and wise like serpents, something like that. I remember hearing
Yeah,
something.
that's what I was referencing.
Yeah.
And I think we can use the UK as a really good example of this, because whether people like it or not, Britain, specifically with the Christian morality, has had the most, is it not intrinsic? I can't remember what the word is now, but one of the most influential participants of that whole thing in the world history. And what happened with World War One and World War Two was a deliberate attack on the strong character of that morality. Because morality has both, right? Morality has strong defense of the innocent, but also that that generous, that kind, that all those aspects that from one perspective can be deemed weak if you're just a wicked degenerate, right? But you have the two together, then it's cool. But they specifically targeted that. They specifically targeted that aspect of what was good in Britain, and they got rid of so many, like millions and hundreds of thousands of good men, to the point where when the situation kind of calmed down and continued, you no longer have that strong backbone defending. And that's how all these other people who initiated it were able to come in and slowly wear down the I guess the strength of character of the nation at large, or the population at large. Because it's not just England, but England was one of the big characters in the story.
Well, what if eugenics is still strong in the sense that they tell everybody that the Germans were bad for practicing the eugenics the way that they were allegedly practicing it? But it's perfectly fine to send your bravest and best genetics to go fight and die and get completely physically and mentally mangled in war, while importing, all kinds of other genetics that don't have your values, culture, and, stuff like that, and practicing, that kind of eugenics. Because I think the only way to defeat the West is to do it this way. Keep sending the bravest and best genetics, and then all the betas keep producing.
Right.
And meanwhile, there's this, thing called toxic masculinity. Like, if you were a chomo and, you wanted to completely, like, take over a country Epstein style, right? Wouldn't, like, masculine men be the number one enemy. And if you could teach the children that, masculine traits is toxic, wouldn't that benefit you while you're practicing your Epstein style takeover of a government?
Hmm. And I suppose if we're gonna like lump them all in as one character, right? Just use this archetypal character of Britain or the West. The one thing you could fault them for is perhaps naivety and a lack of foresight, because the enemy clearly hasn't operated like that. The enemy isn't naive. The enemy has a very clear purpose that they're willing to enact over centuries. And the fact that that discussion is had postscript, or at least from my perspective, because I can't speak from the past, right? It's a postscript discussion. But if it was had by that, that single archetypal character as in situation, then if they weren't naive and they'd acknowledge that, okay, the enemy is trying to operate like this, then they could have put up a better defense against this slow degradation of them as a character. So instead of because think about it. I know I'm being extra long, but like if you want to just say for an arbitrary delineation point, World War One, right? The question would have been, do I actually need to send all my men to do this? Like, is this actually a good thing to do? But because of the naivety, that question wasn't even asked. It was simply, and this is an example of blind faith. I'm a blindly go into the stupidest war you could possibly imagine from a tactical position and just die. Meanwhile, all the men who went and died, except for maybe, let's say there's 1,000 men, there's maybe one man who knows what's going on. All the others of that 1,000, they had no clue what was happening. But that's very different from all other wars in past. In the past, if you were going to go on war against a nation who's trying to like steal your gold, steal your land, whatever it was, you knew what was going on. It was very clear to you as the nation what you were fighting for, who you were fighting for, and what the consequences were if you lost. Whereas the men who were taken into that thing from World War I and then World War II, they did not know at all. And we know this now in hindsight. But if they had been shrewd, if they had been a bit more savvy about it, then they probably wouldn't have even agreed to take those risks in the first place, because they would have been like, hey, if somebody invades my island, then I'll pick up my gun. But if you want me to go and do this thing for what? For some family feud? That just doesn't seem quite right to me. What do you think, Larry?
Well, I think a lot of us project our own goodness onto other people. And because we don't think like the Machiavellians, or we don't read Robert Greene's book and go, wait a minute, I shouldn't use this to like take advantage of other people and manipulate other people. I should realize that this is how other people are trying to take advantage and manipulate me. And I think, just like when I was young, my grandmother was so sweet that when I saw other old people, I projected her goodness onto other old people. And the first time I saw like an old lady flip me off and tell me to get out of her yard and she's going to call the cops, I couldn't believe it. Yep, technical difficulties.
Actually, I think that's true in dating as well, because I think a lot of guys, when they start to like meet, go out and try and meet girls and stuff, you kind of assume that all women are like your mother, right? And you say, oh, my mother loves me, and she cares about me, and she's really sweet, and she was, whatever. Like when you're 16, maybe she's still doing your laundry and all this other stuff. Then you go out and you try and talk to a girl, and she just tells you to like. She screams in your face to fuck off or whatever, right? I mean, I've been a DJ for 20 years. I've
Well,
seen
how you
it all.
doing? Good, how are you?
I don't know if Larry's still there or not, but it's kind of like what Larry was saying. Like sometimes you're projecting like what your mother is like onto all the women around you, and it's just they're just not the same.
Yeah, it's a very constant repetitive idea throughout history of some of the greatest tacticians, strategists, even like the wisest geezers out there. The reason that they end up messing up
Thank you
or
very
getting
much. Have a good one.
killed or getting ambushed is because they either intentionally or unintentionally let down their guard in front of somebody who did not have the same integrity level as them or something like that. And you often read the stories, you're like, how the hell did this guy end up dying? Like, he was so good, he was so wise, he was like so capable. But it's usually always because somebody somewhere deceived them. And you can't always take account, you can't always be ready for that, because that's the inherent issue with deception, is you don't see it coming, right?
So in the past, I've tried to have friends, right? And it really is like the 48 laws of power says, right? It's better to like not have friends. It's better to utilize enemies, right? Because I don't think there's any loyalty amongst men anymore, unless you
Unless it's been
videotape them in
proven.
the middle of a honey trap. And when you videotape their honey trap and you got dirt on them and then they do the same to you, kind of like what I'm assuming the whole Epstein, government takeover was all about. That's the only way you can have loyalty. Because if you
But
break the
that's not loyalty,
loyalty,
though, is it, Larry? That's
right? No,
slavery.
it's not. Right. Yeah, because if you break that bond that you have, the men will tear you apart in the streets before you ever see trial. And that's, the only form of loyalty we got. But I don't really think there is any loyalty among men. Because I've tried to be true friends to people, and I've noticed their parasitic nature isn't worth my time.
Well, I would agree with you, because I know what you're describing is not just a sweeping statement, but to add clarity and nuance to it, from 10,000, maybe you would find one man that's loyal. But the thing is, for all intents and purposes, if you're not capable, if you don't know how, or you weren't even taught how, from your own experience, it's like, yeah, there is no loyalty. But the thing is, and I think this is like super, super important for your life, is you need to be aware of that, and you need to know how to go and both cultivate yourself as an individual who can both smell disloyalty, assess what is loyalty, and then learn about the rest of the world to the point where you don't take something like a friend for granted or lightly, and that if you're going to go and call another man your friend, you know that you can put your life in his hands and your child's life in that. And that has to be, that has to be the most important thing a man could, especially a young man, could ever even begin to get their head around. Because too much have we seen that people just speak about friendship as if it's like not even a commodity. I want to think of another word. As if it's like ubiquitous in like our existence. But friendship has definitions, and if somebody who you call your friend doesn't actually come under those definitions, then you're being a fool if you call them your friend, or if you treat them like that. And it's not even necessarily like you're treating people badly. It's simply that it's such an important thing, because like you're saying, where can I find loyalty? It doesn't exist. It's so important to your life that you owe it not just for yourself, but you owe it to them, that you don't just give them trust anyhow, that you make sure that they've earned it. Because if they just receive trust from people and anyhow, then they're gonna, and you could be a good person and they could be a good person. But if you taught them that by your actions, that you brought them into your inner circle and all of that without ever really vetting them, then they could go and do the same error, but then they could run across someone who isn't good like that, like you and they are. So it has a cascade effect. And I know, long story short, or long story long, but Sirach, when I read Sirach, it really put that into light, because I'd learned through life, both through instinctively, because I think just certain aspects of my life are funny, but also the hard way, that friendships is not all it's cracked up to be. And then when I read Sirach in my later years, because I was already like an adult by that point, so I'd already ate a lot of shit in that regard. I realized, if somebody had told me this when I was 5, I would have had this lens in the way I looked at every aspect of my life. And though it might have made me a little bit jaded about certain social experiences, it definitely would have saved me a lot of heartache, as it were. Are you following me, or have I monologued you to the ground, Larry?
No, I'm with you. It's not that I'm not offering friendship to everyone that I meet. It's just what I'm receiving back isn't equal every time I've ever tried. And it's to the point now where I'm just, I got the misanthropy, I'm like Noah in the movie. It's like, oh God, men. Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh, everything was going great. I could deal with the lions and the bears and the tigers and the jaguars, but men, oh fuck. I know what to expect with the lion and the tigers, right? But it seems like, men are the most dangerous animal in the forest.
Right.
Have you noticed how in some social environments, it's actually everyone tries to be as, or at least appear to be as uninterested as possible in everyone else, and it's like almost this competition of who can appear the most uninterested in order to get other people to try and chase them or something. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why people do it.
Could you elaborate on that?
Well, for instance, right, let's just say that you meet someone at a party, let's just say another guy, whatever, and you're kind of chatting and they, like, if you try and say, oh yeah, you know what, it's been a cool conversation, we should be out for a drink sometime, loads of people would be like, oh, he's a bit keen, I don't like that, I'm gonna now show how disinterested I am. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but that seems such a foreign idea when it's men.
Well, even when it's
Like-
women or women talking to each other and stuff, trust me, because in other cultures, in other societies, like, you talk to someone for 15 minutes, whatever, down the shops, and then you find yourself around their house for a cup of tea.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
a coffee or
I
whatever.
think
But in other social environments, it's just not the case. It's like, oh, that person's a bit keen. I don't want to talk to them anymore.
I think that's another psyop that's been done, because I mean, not to drag up all the stuff I said earlier, but I think that's connected with that whole agenda that they kind of kicked off with World War One. Because you see that in the UK, you have this weird like social dynamic, things that are unsaid and all of that stuff. And I don't think it was like that. Community was different. Like everyone would pitch in together. I heard somebody, you know what? I heard I was listening to Tucker Carlson interview with Russell Brand. It's kind of an interesting dynamic, those two. But what he was talking about, because he was in England, was like the difference in the architecture and how much of an impact it has on the communities. Because the brutalist architecture is just disgusting, right? And we have many other examples, and like London's rife with this stuff, right? Tower blocks and all that shit. But what he was talking about, so he gave an example because he was in the Cotswold, I think he says, and he was saying, look at this town center, like that people built. They built it for the town, and it expresses like this element of love and all of that, and that is something that's been like chipped away at in society and in the UK, to the point where even in some of the most friendly environments in the UK, because you've got different stereotypes of how people will greet you. In London, they won't even look at you, but like in the north, they'll call everyone love and pet and stuff, right? But even in that environment, you have this kind of reserved, like we're not really part of a community type thing. And the only way that happens when people are living in such close proximity is because their minds have been messed with. So, I mean, I could have probably said that shorter, but I would say that what you're talking about it's not natural. It's something that's been like, it's like something's in the water that's messed with them, effectively. What do you think, Crypto? Do you think that's fair description? Oh, I think he dropped out.
I was going to shout, brothers, never forget what they did to Dresden.
There's also no real community anymore. It's like we rely on electricity. I strongly believe that electricity divides community because it causes us not to rely on each other. It's just the way we live, not natural.
Yeah, I think about that with Bill of Rights. I've talked about that a little bit before. Larry, I think I need to talk to you about it or something, because I do wonder about that, because it's like, I don't know, there's a part of me that thinks it's the best thing in the world. Like, they took all the power and put it in the lap of into the individual. That's such a great thing. But then another part of me is like, well, wait a minute, hang on. What are we talking about here? We're talking about there's no groups. That's what they want to get rid of. The groups, the tribes, the teams. You see my point?
Well, the thing is that you got to have a good individual to have a good group, right? So individualism is where it's at, but that should only be part of the dynamic, right? In order to build a good group, you have to have good individuals to build from. It's like, do you got bricks without straw? Do you got concrete without reinforcement? What do you got? Right? And you have to have all the parts in good working order in order for it to work like a flawless machine with flawless execution with monotonous regularity. Without those good parts, you're not going to have a good whole. And I think that's the problem, right? It's yes, we're supposed to be individuals, and yes, we are supposed to be groups, but it's like everybody is either playing identity politics, or anyone who's not part of identity politics is like just the lone wolf out there. And the thing is about the wolf pack is that you have to operate like a pack in order to survive. But if you got some sheep in wolf's clothing, I know that's a funny way to say it, then how are you going to expect that sheep to get your back if you get attacked?
Hey Larry, this thing about friendship that you're talking about, I wanted to comment on that, if you don't mind. So, I think I expressed myself kind of pretty coherently about my views on friendship, etc. But there is another aspect to this, and you kind of touched on it just now. And I think it's the individual is going to kind of affect their own life. So effectively what I'm saying is, however brutal the environment might be, because it really is terrible in certain circumstances. Though I think in the States you have a better time of it because you're not so isolated as perhaps in the UK or certain environments that some people might find themselves in. But anyway, sorry. Long story short, it is, I think accountability for one's own life has a really grave impact. So the reason I say that is, and I think if it hits a little hard, I think take it like that and see what you can do with it is. So and then I'll add one other thing at the end. So in your own life, for instance, if you're finding that people are that whatever, it might be, and I know what it's like. It really is that bad. Like men are just terrible examples of what they could be these days. But it doesn't stop you from becoming the epitome of what it means to be a man, and obviously that is following after Yeshua. And I would suggest to you that if you want a change with respect to the kind of loyalty that you see in and around your life, is if you started analyzing like let me not look for it in other people, but let me see what I can do to breed that kind of thing in my life, then I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see changes. And the thing I'd add on to that as a final note, which I think is really important, is the quantity of friendships is not important. It's the quality. So if you go your whole life and only ever find one geezer that's that kind of closer than a brother that you read about in scripture and Sirach talks about as well, then that to me is a fulfilled life, because you know more than I do because you have more experience, being that I'm a child with respect to you. You know how rare it is. So if you find that one, that's kind of enough. I think it's similar to like if you find a good woman, it's like You don't need more than one good woman to have a fulfilled life. And equally,
Absolutely.
though it would be nice to have many high quality friend that you could go to war with and all of the rest of that, if all you get is one, that's one that you're going to treasure. So the reason I say that is sometimes the perspective can kind of influence how we see it. Because yeah, there might be a lot of snakes out there, a lot of lackluster men. But hey, if I've got 2 or 3 guys that I know are top notch, and I'm as top notch as I can be, then that's I would count that as like yes. Because if you have so many, if you have too many, then you'd be like, can I really have this many friends that are of that high quality? And I just don't think that's ever going to be. So, yeah.
Well, I got a good woman. Leap year next year will be 20 years. So I'm exceedingly happy with her at home doing the housewife thing. I'm so blessed to have her. She's running the house while I provide protection, hopefully, and provisions. So she's very feminine in that way. Now that I've allowed her to be feminine, she's great. And I have a little brother, and he's down for whatever too. The other one is chasing money out in the oil field, but I have one good brother. He's down for whatever, like totally a good egg. But every time I've tried to like exceed the limit of friends that I have, because it's a limit. Like I can't get any more true friends, and I think I'm pretty quality, loyal to a fault when it comes to me trying to have friends. It's like all I see out there is what I call Satanists, people that are just self-serving. They're only interested in serving themselves and what can they get out of it and what can I get off of Larry and what can he provide for me. And it's like, wow, you guys are just sponges. Like you'll take all my energy if I give it all to you. So I've kind of got to the point to where it's like, I'm not going to do that. I'll help you if you want to help yourself. But if you're just trying to help yourself to everything that you can, I'm not interested in that.
Right. And I also think it's individual specific, because some people I just don't think it makes sense to every individual to have the amount of acquaintances that they have in their life and deem those acquaintances as anything more than, decent people or people that are just in their life. Because you're always going to have neighbors. And just because they're your neighbor doesn't mean that there's someone that you can put, I don't know, that you can leave in your house in perpetuity and know that that's a safe situation or whatever. So yeah, like we all have our different makeups. If the only reason I said the thing about accountability is it might be a fact of like the way you're approaching it, but if you don't need it, then I think sometimes it's like, this is the reality. Let's accept it. If you really want to change, I propose to you that you could probably find it. But if you're not that bothered, then you don't really need to do much else. Because if you're doing what the creator requires of you, and there's not too many people around you that you could say are doing the same, then I think you're at least 95% of the way there. I would just suggest to you that there's always more that can be extracted from life than you think is possible. Because if that let's leave it like this, because it's so long-winded the way I talk in these subjects. If your body can achieve more than you think it can just by applying discipline for a series of months, how much more so the other aspects of your life? So that's that. But yeah, Sirac puts a number on it. Have one counselor in 1,000. It's like, even how many contacts do you have in your phone? Like, do you need more than that one guy that you can go and reliably have that conversation with? Probably not.
Yeah, one is definitely better than none. And, the fact that I have a female companion and a male companion, my brother. And my grandmother was also awesome, by the way. She passed though. But yeah, 2 is plenty, right? And that's why I've kind of given up. Like in the past, I thought I made a good selection. Like, okay, yeah, this guy seems like he's all right. But it's like when you start seeing that pattern, like, hey, can I borrow money? Like, sure. Here's the money. And it's like when it comes time to pay you back, like, oh, I just never got around to it. Hey, can I borrow money? Like, again? Like, you think I'm going to let you borrow money again? Like, I don't know, man. What about me and mine? I got to take care of my family.
No, I get that. Never neglect your responsibilities. But what I would suggest to you with respect to money is if somebody wants to borrow from you and they insist that they're going to pay you back, then hold them accountable. But if someone's just asking, I think if you have the means, the scripture's pretty clear about giving within your means. The thing that will help with this subject is the mentality should be whatever I give, I do not ever expect to get it back. And if you operate like that, then I think it makes your perception of it better. Now, does that mean you're going to go and enable behavior that's not good? No, I wouldn't make that suggestion by any means.
Yeah, but think about it like this: if I loan somebody $80,
yeah,
and they don't pay me back, then I spent $80 to find out if they were true or not.
Right, that's cheap.
Yeah, that's real cheap.
The other thing, I think there's a difference between. I think forgiveness has to really come into play with this, because sometimes there's brothers that just, man, they're gonna make the same mistake a lot of times, because some people just have certain aspects about their life, right? And it's not like we can pretend as if we don't have our own issues. They were like, man, why am I still doing the same thing? And I'm 50, and I'm 60, and I'm 70 years old. What's wrong with me? So we can't view everyone else without acknowledging our own thoughts, right? But scripture's pretty clear about this. Like, if they're repentant of it. Now, if they're irreverent, then put them where they are, because that's a whole different ball game. But if they're repentant of it, it tells you forgive them 70 times 7, and that's one day. So you could just be the example in that person's life to I don't know, sustain them through that trial and error phase of their life.
Well, they're forgiven, absolutely. They don't owe me anything, right? What I'm saying is that they entered into a contract with me. They failed to perform on their end of the bargain, and it only cost me $80 for them to avoid me like the plague. And looking at it from their point of view, they threw me away for $80. So do I really want to waste my time?
Oh no, I don't think you need to at all. Like, because I guess maybe some of the way I'm talking is as if hopefully I didn't conflate anything, but I know what you're doing is you're making a comment on what you've observed. So I'm not suggesting that you're unforgiving or anything. Just I do think it's worth mentioning. That's all.
But think about that. Like, if I'm the type of guy to go pick you up in the middle of the night because you had too much to drink, or go help you figure out what's wrong with your car, right? And you're just going to throw me away because you can't be bothered to figure out how to get that $80, even if it takes you a year, even if it takes you 2 years, even if it takes you 5 years, right? And for you to just avoid me like the plague, I think it's a good thing. And they're totally forgiven.
Yeah, no,
they don't owe me anything.
I'd agree.
They don't owe me anything because I paid $80 to see what they're made of. Are they man or are they mouse, right? And it's not just men, like gender. It's mankind in general, right? Male or female.
The question I have for you is the people that you've had these experiences with, would you class them as family with respect to belief, or are they just people?
Well, I think I'm supposed to forgive my brother, Christian, 70 times 70.
Mm-hmm.
But people that aren't believers, you know, they're not really my brother, are they? I
Exactly.
mean, they're my
But
neighbor, and I should
my
love them
question,
and treat them kindly. But no, they're
yeah,
not family. Yeah.
right, right. But what I'm asking is, in terms of, let's say, percentages, is this kind of thing that you observe more in the realms of? So is it higher percentage for the non-family members than the family members, or is it equally distributed, or what are you finding?
Well, my blood family is pretty darn loyal, right? They don't screw me
I'm
over.
talking about believer family.
Yeah.
So because I
Yeah,
know I know
just
what Texas is like a little bit like, and I get the culture, and you're kind of like stereotypically Texan in that like with what you're talking about. But what I'm asking you is, these different stories about the people that you're talking about, is this something that's prevalent in the believers, or is this just the people that you know in your life, believers or not believers? What would you say about that?
I'd say I can't tell the difference between a believer and a non-believer at this point. They don't act any different.
That's
So
sad.
when someone says, you know, hey, I'm a good man, I kind of think to myself, like, are you? Okay. Because I don't really see that. I don't see good men, even in myself, right? And I trust men to do one thing, to be greedy. And I think that that's the one thing that you can trust that people are going to do.
I do wonder though, with the way you're talking, whether you're a little bit jaded. What do you think?
I mean, think about it, right? Like, how often do you see people that are just like into the service of others? Like, in my opinion, it's few and far in between. Because for the most part, people are just serving themselves. I mean, just
No,
are you guys experiencing anything different? Like, are you finding like there's good people out there like everywhere you look? Because that's not what I see.
no, and I mean it's rare. I think it's rare for a reason. But I suppose, given that I'm living my life as a believer, and like that's how I've kind of structured who I interact with and stuff. All the rest of humanity or mankind that unfortunately behaves like this, and even a lot of so-called believers, right, in Christianity or whatever you want to call it. I don't really pay that behavior too much mind, because it doesn't really get anywhere. Whereas the people that I've like been blessed to have been break bread with and all of that, I would say that they don't fall into the same statistics that you're giving out, because they might have all their unique little quirks, right? We all have our quirks and stuff, right? But I really do think that because of what I believe and how I'm living and who I'm fellowshipping with, I would say that they kind of blow your statistics out of the water, because they really do serve, to the point where, I don't know, maybe a comment on myself as an individual, I don't always feel comfortable with it, not because of what they're doing, but because I've had similar experiences to what you're doing, you're talking about, and it's sometimes hard to just accept, hey, there's some good people out there, if you get what I mean.
Is there though? I mean, because I know that I try, but I know that I'm not good. So I don't see anybody as being good.
Okay, yeah. If you want to be pedantic, I'm not suggesting that anyone is good, because no one is good except the Father. But there are God-fearing people out there who aren't entirely self-serving, like so much of humanity is. And when you serve the Creator and when you live this way of like putting His word as paramount in your life and all of that, and you find other people who believe what you believe and who are striving for what you're striving for, it is as if it's like, well, how do I put it? But in any other way other than they stand out. They stand out to the point where when they're like your actual life, when those are the people that you're fellowshipping with, those are the people that you're breaking bread with. And then you ask this question again. It's like, oh, do you experience people who aren't just fully greedy? It's like, yeah, I experience a lot of people, like a giant proportion of my life, and I thank the Father for this, is people who are the way you're describing that you're striving to be, which is serving others, serving the Creator, and all of that. And I understand when you involve the rest of the world, it's like, yo, they barely exist. Like, is this even real? But when you put your whole life into that, then all the rest of the world kind of doesn't matter. And I think some of this that you're describing, without trying to attack the individual, consider what I said when I say perhaps there's a bit of jaded perspective on it, because we live in the world, but we're not part of the world. And when you live apart from the world, you're living with people who aren't like that. They're not selfish, because they're putting themselves under the way the Creator wants us to be, and that is like however mature they are on that journey, that is by definition a loving, non-self-serving like life, because you cannot serve the Creator and be self-serving. The two don't line up, because
That's why I say most people are Satanists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I'd use that phrasing, but I
Well,
put
think
it like
about it. If
put it
you're
the way
serving, sorry, go ahead.
I know what you mean. I just, certain things. I just wouldn't want to paint the world like that, because even the Creator doesn't paint the world like that. Though it does say
Well,
many are
doesn't he
called,
say
few are
the pathway
few
is narrow and few are those who find it?
Yeah, there's few, but there's another aspect to this, and I'll touch on it in a second. But I want to just where I'm in agreement with you is the way Messiah talks about it is, so when I return, will I find faith? So he's really asking that question. Is like, this is, and the suggestion he's given is that this is going to be so beyond rare that he's asking it as if like is this even possible? So not like it is a stark unpleasant reality, but if we focus on that, that's gonna destroy our quality of life. And Ezra had a similar discussion with the Creator. It's like all of this wickedness, all of these lost, and the Creator's like, yo, fix up. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, fix up your attitude or your perspective, because it's not about the dirt or the silver. It's about the gold, because the gold is
We gotta
switch
switch this up, guys. We gotta do something else, please.
Go for
it.
For the love of
Man, no one else is speaking. It's not like they couldn't just jump in.
How we doing, guys?
Well, I don't want to like shut you off in the middle of the thing, but it's just been
Yes,
very,
you do.
very extended.
Exactly what you're doing.
Well, we've been talking about the Bible for like 12 hours, so.
Wow.
What did Robin say to Batman when he walked into the church? Holy Bible, Batman.
You happy, Gio?
I mean, let's change
like
that.
a coherent
What are you talking about?
dialogue,
Hey,
and
good
you
evening.
replaced it with that lame joke. Anyway, but you get the
Yeah,
the
that's
gist.
pretty
Larry.
bad, Matthew. It's going in your fucking file. All right, Matthew.
All right.
What do we got, guys?
Hey, we have Matthew. Good evening, guys.
Well, I didn't want.
Good evening.
I mean, I didn't want to shut down your flow necessarily, but it's just like I was even just trying to find a way, even just to get in, and it's like I know you guys were going back and forth, back and forth quite a bit, but sorry, I guess it's just been an extended, a lot of kind of. It's one thing to like discuss biblical things, but it just gets preachy pretty quickly. Like the difference between like pushing an agenda and keeping to bring it back to that repeatedly, as if there's like a larger agenda to push people into that way, versus just sharing your perspective on it.
There's a
But
reason
like,
why 24/7. There's a reason why 24/7 doesn't allow us to talk that talk at all. It's because this happens. You end up talking about it for 12, 20 hours straight every day.
well, because people like to talk about this.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, why don't you go ahead and summarize? I mean, I know you've been talking for a while. Instead of cutting you off in the middle, why don't you go ahead and summarize your main point of what you were saying?
Well, see, it was a dialogue between me and Larry because no one else really was talking. And the thing is, like, regardless of what the topic is, this is just how people are. If you have people on the street having a conversation, if you find a public but private conversation preachy, then it's not really the conversation. It's your perspective on it. No, it doesn't matter. Like I don't particularly mind that it brought you to exhaustion, Gio, but the description of it's strange. Like if you wanted to change it, you could have just done what you did the other time, which is ask a question that you're curious about, and it could be non sequitur or it could be related. But I think it's easier just to be like, yeah, this is boring. Can you move on?
Yeah, let's move on. Does anybody got
Instead of painting it like something else.
Larry, what's your screen name now?
I don't know. I guess Larry or I am Larry. I don't know.
I am? Okay.
Yo, in the globe model, listen to this. This is crazy. This fucking no tank son of a bitch. In the globe model, they don't have straight plumb lines. Somebody's echoing.
No, they're straight. It's just not parallel between two of them.
No, I know. I thought that too. I was actually making that same argument you just said, but they're actually not straight. You know why?
No.
Fuck, crazy shit, bro. You ever heard of the Schehalian experiment?
Say that again.
The Schehalian experiment.
No.
Can you spell that? Write it in the chat, Jeremy.
I definitely can't spell that. SH alien. So yeah, you have different amounts of mass. You have mass pulling on different parts of the plumb lines in various ways. This mass attracting mass thing. So unless it was completely uniform on all sides of the thing, it's not gonna. That's when you can have it straight. But if it's not perfectly uniform on all surrounding points of the plumb line, it's not going to be straight.
So what you're saying is straight lines are curved?
No, I'm saying they literally don't even have. Like I already knew, they didn't have a horizontal. They have a horizontal at a point. They don't have an actual whole line. Horizontal line is just at a point. But I thought I was arguing exactly what Matthew said earlier. I'm like, no, globe still got straight plumb lines. But then I'm like, oh, the Schehalian thing, like you never have a straight plumb line with that. If there's a cloud on one side or a plane on another side or a hill over here or a ditch over there, like it's gonna fuck you all up.
So in other words, it's a relativistic confusion.
If you got the moon and sun on one side, or the moon's over here and the sun's over there, and there's a plane and a cloud, like shit's just they don't have straight lines anywhere. Really.
Yeah, the point of a plumb line is to find a direction, and if you take a point and a direction, then you can get a perfectly straight line. And so if you use a plumb line to find a direction, maybe that's close enough.
But that's wrong, isn't
Plumb
it?
line's not straight though.
Yeah, but the direction it points ultimately is a direction.
The ground.
Well,
It's
I could just
the
point in
ground.
a direction and say that's straight.
Yeah, that's the point. Like,
you
if
just
you
point up
pick
in the sky and be like, that's a straight line.
yeah, if you pick a direction and you extend it infinitely, that can be a straight line.
I'm just saying your plumb lines aren't straight.
Well,
Yeah, I
if, I
hadn't
mean,
thought
if
about
that's
that
the
before.
claim that they're making, Jeremy, that's really how those people are presenting it, then they're not talking about plumb line. They don't have plumb lines fundamentally, if that's how they choose to define their world.
I'm
So,
still curious
like,
about this word. Can anybody spell it? I'm not even joking. What's the Shalian thing? I've never heard it before in my life.
It's the Schehalian experiment. Don't ask me how they actually measured it. It's very convoluted, and I don't think anyone even knows really. But
is
I
this
think we
is
got
this
somebody's
someone?
echoing.
Well, I wanted to
Oh, it's
ask you.
Elijah.
I
Shocker.
wanted I wanted to ask if there was someone who didn't have your accent who could pronounce it. Might be
Yeah,
easier
that's
to learn. It
Matthew.
might be easier
Could
to know
you?
what it is.
I
Matthew,
don't.
could you
I've
say
never
what?
heard of it.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard of it. Napalm posted a few sentences. You could probably Google that.
Yeah, I don't think it's in that thing he's posted. Or so. Yeah.
Okay. No
Thank
wonder.
you.
No wonder he couldn't spell it.
Was I not pronouncing it right?
No. We're just laughing at how like crazy
Oh,
it
it's
would have been to
flipping
try to
German
remember how to
word.
spell
That's
it.
why.
Yeah, it spells
Shehalian?
crazy.
Shehalian? 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 I don't know. But yeah, by the way, I still on my mind. Sorry, Larry and Elisha. That I probably could have handled that better. I could have jumped in and just said, "Hey guys, you know, if you guys want to maybe wrap up those thoughts and then move to another topic."
It's all good. Don't worry, Phil.
No, like we don't take offense, but you might need to do some push-ups or something.
I've got it on good authority. It's pronounced Shehalian.
Yeah, it is kind of a downer. The conversation that we're having is kind of a downer. You know, I don't blame you for redirecting and bringing us back up to a higher energy conversation, because that was pretty low.
And that's what I was trying to help you with, Larry. Like, I think sometimes our experiences can jade us, so we can fix our perspective and it helps. And that relates to everything. It's like, what do we do about all the special needs globers with their retarded arguments? Like, we can get in the doldrums about it, or we can go, hey, the fact that there's people who, even though they're indoctrinated at every angle, are still waking up to this day, that's a positive. So it's like the old school glass half empty, half full, whatever. You can choose to appreciate the beauty in the darkness if you know how.
Yeah, but back to the Schehalian thing. I'm really interested in how the globe makes the plumb bob not a straight line. I understand it not being parallel, but the argument that it's not straight, what is it, like the Twin Tower argument where they're the same
it's
distance
mass.
as the ground? Go ahead.
Sorry, Larry. It's mass attracts mass, right? So if you have a lot of mass on one side of if you have a lot of mass, so say you're next to a mountain, right? There's going to be different amounts of mass pulling on different amounts of the parts of the line.
It's because they choose to define things however they see fit, and that's why their whole model is incoherent. Because if you try to make reality fit with mass attracting mass, then you have to describe an incoherent world in a world that we know is coherent, and like there's always going to be an issue.
Larry,
Oh my
say you
god,
had a
this is amazing. I'm just reading on Chat GPT, and it's talking about how they're trying to see if this mountain in Scotland affects this plumb line. It's gravitational. This is awesome.
It's retarded. That's why they can never
Hold on,
answer like the
hold on,
three-body
man.
problem or any of that stuff. Because the moment they invoke the implications of their claim and test them, you're like, this doesn't make any sense at all. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, so pretend you had a plumb line that was the whole length. Say you're next to Everest, and you happen to have a plumb line on you that's hanging the whole way down Everest. At the top of Everest, to the side of the line, there's only going to be the peak of the mountain. There's just a little bit of mass pulling this line a little bit. And then as you get down towards the middle of the mountain, there's more mass that's pulling the line more towards the side. And then as you get down towards the bottom, there's even more mass pulling more of the line down towards them. And then if you have the sun and the moon on the setting in the globe model, if you have it setting, there's going to be it would be like curving essentially. You got this weird curvy plumb line going on.
So you're saying on a globe, the only way to get a perfectly straight plumb line is if all the mass around you is all even, like in the salt flats or something, in theory? The salt curves?
Not even, bro. If you're in the salt flats, I mean, there'd have to be no clouds anywhere within sight. There'd have to be no clouds. There'd have to be no birds, nothing. The sun and the moon need to be either perfectly above or perfectly below the plumb line, antipodal. Yeah, it's like almost impossible to get a straight plumb line. If you got Mars or fucking Jupiter or some shit, that technically would throw it off in their model. Because this gravity thing goes forever. So like, you never get a straight plumb line. If a hawk swoops in on the side of your plumb line, the shit's now bending.
Yeah, but is that enough for them to claim that it would actually change it?
Well, isn't that the whole
I mean,
point of
not
what
by
it's
a
saying?
measurable. You couldn't measure it, but you would know it's not straight because there's a gravitational effect there.
What I'm curious about, Jeremy, is it just that you like to laugh at it, or is there something else as to a lot of
it's
the things?
mind-boggling. It's
A lot of the
mind-boggling,
things that
bro.
you bring up are the most absurd ramifications of this globe model.
What's up?
Like, I don't know. Like, do you bring it up just to laugh at the absurdity of it? Because a lot of the things you bring up about the model seem to just be the consequences of stupidity, basically, which is that they have straight lines that aren't straight lines, and all of this kind of weirdness.
I don't know. We were talking about plumb lines earlier. I was trying to argue that they were straight on the globe. I'm like, no, plumb lines are straight on the globe. But then I was like, well, except for the Schehalian thing. But then I thought about it more, and I'm like, well, I guess anything would throw the plumb line off, like a bird, a cloud, the sun, the moon. If there's a lot of humidity on one side.
The tides, the supposed rotation of the Earth and the other luminaries. That means they never have anything. That means they can never take a coherent measurement on their Earth. So how would they know anything about it?
Well, this plumb line thing is basically immeasurable. I mean, if you look at how they measured it, which I still don't even know, but if you look at how they measured it with the Schehalian thing, it was some nutcase thing. I've never even clearly found out. Remember that thing with Rumpus, Geo, that one night when we were going over it? He kept telling.
Clearly, mass doesn't attract mass because you look at everything floating around on the ISS. If mass attracts mass, they'd all be congealing together and sticking against the walls.
Well, on the ISS, there should be this centrifugal force, or centripetal. There should be some kind of force on the ISS where everything's going out towards space, away from Earth, right? Is that how it would work?
Nah, nothing works in the globe, man.
So according to this, they did get plumb line deflection, and the Schehalian is the name of the mountain. Just for anybody, just for the cheapseats who might not have picked that up. that's the name of the mountain in Scotland.
Well, then when they do the reciprocal zenith angles, what they claim, are they factoring this in? Are they factoring in the mass around it that would change the tilt of what they're claiming as the plumb line?
I mean, bro, it's almost. I mean, even in their model, it's almost immeasurable. Remember the whole thing I went through with Rumpus that one time on this.
I mean, you'd have to refresh my memory if you're asking me about a thing with Rumpus. Which
He kept telling me. He told me how they measured it. I told you 4 times how they measured it, and then in the end, he didn't even know how they measured it.
Oh yeah, yeah, he was winging it. I remember that.
So I honestly still don't know exactly how they measured it. So. Something with a star. They knew where a star was going to be, or something. I don't know. The reciprocal zenith angles is just shit's dropping. That's not even anything. That's basically like just looking at the horizon and saying, look, there's a dip, Earth's a ball. It's basically the same exact thing. I went through that with blue one night. Remember that? The whole reciprocal zenith angle thing.
Well, it just says here they had a baseline. The scientists marked a baseline on level ground at the bottom of the mountain. This baseline served as a reference for their measurements. And then by the time you get to number 5, it just says calculations. Using the data collected, because apparently they did get some deflection caused by the mass of this, caused by the gravitation of this mountain. Using the data collected from the observations, the scientists performed complex mathematical calculations determining the mass of the, I'll just say mountain. They used the principle of gravitation and Newton's laws to relate the observed deflection of the plumb line to the mass of the mountain.
That's a big concession. That's them conceding. They need a baseline in order to do this. They need a flat plane in order to do so. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I remember the first time I heard FTFE say lean in plumb bobs because of Earth curvature, and I never really listened to that guy because I found it very difficult, but I listened to him for like literally 30 seconds, and he said that, and I was just having a good laugh, and then I just just thought it was hilarious.
They are conceding by explaining how it's done, isn't it? They need a baseline, a zero line, and every elevation is from sea level. That's the baseline that they're talking about. It requires a flat plane in order to do so.
Yeah, they live in a strange world of angles. Angles just don't work with perspective, because like if you're in a hallway and you're looking at the end and the ceiling is 2 meters high, the light bulb, which is 2 meters high, is always going to be 2 meters high above your head, no matter how far it is in the distance. But with perspective, it's at eye level at the end of the hallway.
Perspective also makes things smaller as they get farther away.
Doesn't matter. It still should be 2 meters
Not on
above
your
your
globe,
head.
though. Not on your globe. On your globe, things disappear bottom up due to something else, nothing to do with perspective.
Right.
Unless you're a flat earther now.
No.
When I go
I
to
think
the
that's a
beach, I
straw
don't
man.
see. When I go
I
to the
think
beach, I don't see individual grains of sand. I see beach. The grain of sand disappears into my perspective. Rayleigh criterion. Doesn't need to be far away to disappear. A hair would be lost from view in a couple of meters away. I think we can all agree it's a flat plane.
I think you straw man the globe just now. I think even in the globe model, things do get smaller in the distance. I think you straw man it.
Yeah, it's just the rule of perspective. That's how things work generally.
As far as this mass attracting mass business, I think it's a little, it's way too simplified and convoluted on their side because it's this word gravity because they just want to like sum it all up into this word gravity where they claim mass attracts mass and it can like any matter that has the property of mass, which can be measured. I think what mole is a measurement of mass. Mass is like the property matter has if matter is coalescent, it's got mass. Well, everything has fields. Fields interact. So, in a sense, mass will attract other mass, but it doesn't always. Sometimes it repels. And anytime you have these fields, they interact with one another. It's just like I think it'll lead into a lot of unnecessary circular arguments unless it's when you get down to this level of it into these intricacies of what's going on if you're not specific with that. I believe that you could have some deviations if there is an object that has a field around it that is close enough that can react with it, but I mean it's not gravity as they present it, that just because
Yeah.
you have
What up, Truth? How we doing?
Oops, my helium balloon.
We actually got into the Casimir effect the other day, and they were expecting to only find the only attractive force should have been gravity. However, there was this other attractive force that came from vacuum energy or some shit. So there is something else going on that they don't, there's something they don't know about in this Casimir effect. I honestly think that could be it. Go ahead, Drew.
No, I was just going to say, like, Eric Dollard showed it well with his vacuum lamp. So, or vacuum bulb, there's nothing inside. It's been vacuumed out, but yet you can have plasma manifest inside of it. Like that's a ton of energy, and there was nothing in it. So, it's the etheric realm. There's, but the Casimir effect, that's not the whole. There's other things going on. There's electric pressure. There's van der Waals force, van der Waals torque. There's all kinds of things going on at a molecular level. And there's nothing wrong with saying molecular or atomic or the atom. We understand the atom to be the same thing that they know it to be. They just present it as something physical. We just understand it as fields. It's not physical. It's fields, right? And the proximity within which, at an atomic level, that the field will propagate outward. It's bound, right? It's bound within itself. It just vibrates within itself, and then that will oscillate around something else. But these are fields, so it's not physical as they present it. But you can still talk about an atom. You're just talking about something. You just are aware that it's field. It's a field. It's a contained field. It's not a physical thing. So for the argument to go to that, I think is just disingenuous. That seems to be where they want to take it.
So it should be fields attract fields.
Yeah, field theories.
You want to hear something crazy about an atom? The things that make up an atom, it's a muon and a fuon or some shit. It's like these two things. So there's two things that make up an atom. And they say that these two things have zero volume.
Don't forget about the quarks and the charm, like all these other, they've got, don't they say it's like quarks too? Up quarks, down quarks, charm quarks.
They say there's two base components that make up an atom. And these things have zero volume.
You know what else is funny too? When you look into, yeah, I know that's why no one understands the actual, unless you work with it. Now, electrical engineers, they know this because they work with this stuff. Or if you get into like particle physics, physicists, they may not. They're so used to interpreting it and talking about it with certain terminology, but they know this. And when you look into particle physics, I didn't take it. I didn't even graduate high school, so there you go. Anyway, when you look into particle physics, in the beginning of it, I'll tell you right in the introduction, I'll tell you all the forces, and gravity will be one of them. Then when you get into it, gravity is never mentioned again. Like, for as much as I looked into it and learned about it, gravity was never mentioned. It was all about the field interactions, the charge, the color charge, which is just another type of charge. Actually, color charge is how it interacts, I think. If I remember correctly, it's how one charge will interact with another charge, the potential of reaction or interaction, or whatever. I think that's what they call the color charge. But they never mention gravity after that. They mention strong force, weak force, all this other stuff, but Ray Fleming laid out that can be explained with the Casimir effect and van der Waals force. All electromagnetic. It's either dielectric or magnetic or both.
I mean, there's a citation Whitsitt always pulls out. I think it's from Purdue or Penn State. I can't remember, one of the P ones. But they say all attractive, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature. That's a citation from like Purdue or something. No, they ain't fucking.
Yeah, next time he posts it, he should pin it in this channel. For others to just like toss up and when someone says, but it's not electrostatic.
Yeah, no, he's been using that one for a while. I like that one. Yeah, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature.
Well, the question I had for you, Matthew, which had popped in my head, which I guess I didn't so graciously try to shift, shift into it, because it is kind of a little bit, it's even separate from what they're talking about now. And it's kind of I don't know, it's sort of it's not the deepest question in the world, but it popped in my head that I wanted to ask you. And it's kind of, it's just okay. The question is just basically, how long would it take for you, if there's no civilian space travel, for you to start to question why there's no civilian space travel? That's the question.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, are you 76 years old and there's still no civilians other than, I mean, I understand these like Blue Origin things that claim to go up, but I'm talking like, anyone other than sort of these 500 people in NASA that claim to go to space, if no one else is really going to space, like how long until you actually would start to either question or kind of wonder what's going on? That's the question.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't question it, no matter how long it takes. I would be surprised if we don't have some kind of like civilian space travel in about 40 years. But yeah, I don't know. And in fact, plenty of people believed in the globe before we had any space travel for hundreds of years before me.
That kind of makes sense to me, like from a Glover's perspective, right? Because what is there out there? Like certain death. Like, why would you want
Everything
to go out there?
Everything in the universe. Sorry, Larry. Go ahead. My bad, Larry.
That's all right. Yeah, just Mars isn't habitable. You can't live on Venus. You can't live on the moon. Like, it's like, hey, when are we going to start living at the bottom of the ocean? We're not. It's not habitable. Like the whole, we're going to live on Mars. That's a pure fantasy, even on the Glover's perspective. You can't live on planet Rust. You can't eat rusty potatoes. Go ahead.
That's funny, but
yeah, I just think it's a really long ways away.
So your answer basically is never. Like, even if nothing's different in 40 years, I don't know how old you are, but if you're 70, 89 years old and it's exactly the same, it wouldn't change anything for you, you're saying?
I don't think it would.
And I understand what Larry's saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess from one perspective, it's a hostile environment. It's not easy to live in that environment. So, although of course Elon Musk wants to go to Mars and all this stuff, so I guess they're still pushing that. But you're saying it's just not interesting, or it's like trying to get to the bottom of the ocean. Not too many people are trying to do that.
There's two things, though. Two things. First of all, everything in the whole universe is out there. So literally, like everything except for other than Earth, everything's out there. Second of all, if you do believe in this globe paradigm with the dinosaurs and the asteroid hit them and killed all the dinosaurs, if that were to happen, I mean, that it's in the globe model. That's ticking. That is, and that's like just a matter of time before that happens. Maybe it's 1,000,000 years. Maybe it's 60 million. Whatever. Like that's that's going to happen again in the globe model. So I mean, you would want to like the first thing you would want to do as soon as you figured out space travel would be to start setting up shop on other bodies so that in case something crazy happens on one, humankind can live on. And we can make it happen. I'm not saying we can make it habitable on Mars like Total Recall, but you could set up pods and shit and get a community going and get like you could have it self-sustainable on Mars within a reasonable amount of time, most likely, I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, humans in general, we're explorers. Otherwise, we'd all be stuck on the same continent, and nobody would be other places. But we spread out through the whole Earth because we're explorers by nature. In general, I'm just saying, me personally, I'm not much like that. In fact, I realized a couple years back, oh, I don't think I'm ever going bungee jumping, or oh, I'm never going to go skydiving. Like there's some things that adventuresome people do, and I have nothing against them doing those adventurous things. But at this point in my life, I think there's some things that I probably am not going to do.
Think about it. You make global warming a lot like it's a bad thing.
You're super muffled. Can you say that again, Larry?
Sorry, is this better?
Yes, go ahead.
They make global warming out like it's a bad thing, but if we are indeed global warming,
Sounds like you're too far from your Bluetooth.
Yeah, we couldn't get you.
Just real fast, and I'll shut up. If global warming is all true, right, runaway greenhouse gases, and it's all true, wouldn't we be terraforming Antarctica and making it more habitable, Siberia, northern Canada? Why is that necessarily a bad thing? So it's not okay to terraform Earth to make it more habitable, because we're just going to be moving into clean, untouched land for the most part. But we can terraform Mars and global warm the fuck out of that? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense when people literally think we can terraform Mars, even in the global perspective. Thanks.
Your mic was good there. That was clear. I don't know what you did to change it. That was clear.
I'm just charging my phone, so I was using my Bluetooth instead of my gamer headset, which I normally walk around with.
Did you want to respond to that, Matthew? Or
I mean, I think he's right. Some people think we should terraform Mars, but it's definitely easier to kind of like keep this planet habitable. When people talk about terraforming Mars, they're talking about something like 10,000 years in the future. I don't think anybody's going to start a company right now.
Yeah, but there's things that are out of your control to keep this planet habitable. I mean, like I said, the asteroid could hit or something could happen. You would want people, like the first thing you would want to do as a civilization would be to get out there, get self-sustainable on other planets. That way your civilization can carry on throughout time, regardless of what happens. And if the asteroid comes and kills all the dinosaurs, like it'll still be good because you got dinosaurs on other bodies.
Sure, and I think that's probably a wise thing to think about. Just like when humanity was much smaller, maybe it would be good to move to other continents in case there was a big forest fire that killed off a bunch of people. So I think in general, that's a good idea.
It's a good idea. It's what has to be done on your globe model if we want to carry on. Otherwise, we're just waiting to die. Basically, we're waiting to die off as a civilization. The sun's gonna burn out. You guys think, right? Well, when that happens, what are you gonna do?
Hey, Matthew, what would you? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say this probably gets into eschatology, which is the theology of end times type stuff. So it depends on what you think about the Creator and His plans for the end of the world.
What we're saying about the Creator is about your globe model and shit that's going on in the heliocentric model.
There are plenty of us who believe in God and the globe model, and I'm one of them.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, with or without God, you still have asteroids flying around. You still got this timer going on the sun. all these doomsday scenarios could happen.
Yes, but I trust God to take care of things and to watch out for humanity so that all of humanity doesn't die in an asteroid strike tomorrow.
Let's hope. Let's hope so. Right?
But Gio, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say, what would you think if I said that if the space was real, that even in the 70s, after they, claimed to have gone to the moon, they already would have, like, within that decade, there already would have been tons of equipment on the moon, and civilian space travel would have already been kicked into gear within that decade.
So that would have been nice, but the Apollo missions took up a significant portion of our budget, and we had this huge motivation to do it. We were trying to like show up the Russians and show, hey, we're better than you. But once we achieved that goal, that kind of funding evaporated, and sort of the will to do it evaporated too. And putting a whole bunch of equipment on the moon was like probably orders of magnitude harder than visiting there for a day or two.
Yeah, but it's unreal. That story doesn't even make sense. Like, ooh, we're in this big race to see if we can get to the moon first, and then we get there, and then no one goes back ever. Everyone just gave up. Israel couldn't even land a something on it a few years ago. We go set a camera on it. You got a camera on Mars. Why we should have a camera on the moon? I mean, I don't know.
Well, Israel got the funding to launch something, right? So even though the mission wasn't quote unquote successful, they still got the successful, the money, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna post a TikTok in the chat of the old leader of the old head of NASA getting interviewed by like a congressman or a senator or something. This shit is hilarious.
And what did that guy say about? He was a CIA something. He said not a space agency, right? And then the other head of the CIA, like in 1982 or 1983, the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false.
Here, I'm gonna post it right now. Check this shit out. This is hilarious, dude.
So the CIA has a disinformation campaign to where they want to brainwash the American people to where everything they believe is, unfalsifiable information. Think about that for a second.
Well, they seem to have accomplished at least that to some degree. Maybe not 100%, but got quite a bit of coverage with their agenda. I mean, Matthew, if you at some point come to the conclusion that the space thing isn't real, do you think you would you look back on it all and be like, okay, well, yeah, actually it does make sense that it's just so kind of distant from us, from anything like that we were ever able to verify? Like, would that click in your mind at that point?
Yeah, if I thought that space wasn't real, then it would.
Well, why do you think space is real?
Because you can see it at nighttime.
You can see space? How much of it can you see?
When you go outside at night, there's this big black area above you, and that's what I think is space.
Yeah, but darkness doesn't equate quintillions of empty space with sparse hydrogen and helium atoms in every square foot. I mean,
right?
How do you? Go ahead.
But if you use telescopes, then you can kind of look at the stars and verify other things that they tell you, like, oh, here's what a nebula looks like. Here's what Saturn looks like. This is Jupiter and its moons. And I look with my own eyes through my own telescope. I see what they're saying, so I'm inclined to believe them.
Right, you see lights that they described, and you believe the description. I don't really know. Just because you see the lights in the sky doesn't mean that exactly what they're saying about the light has to be true, right?
That's true. Yeah, it could be lying.
Because, I could look at a nebula cloud and say, oh, wow, what you're seeing here is a bit of dust that is, the makings of a star, right? These are star factories. Or you could look at a nebula and say, oh, that's plasma, right? This is electromagnetic in nature, and there's never going to be a star form out of this, right? Well, which one's the better theory, right? Which one's more scientific? And the honest answer is they're both philosophical, not scientific at all.
What if they include like spectrums from the gas, using solar filters and doing spectral analysis and all that type of stuff?
Okay, so how do you eliminate what's in between you and the so-called object that you're calling a nebula cloud?
You point the telescope at something else and see that it's not there. Then you point at the nebula cloud and then you see that it is there. And so you infer that it's not the space in between, but the thing you're looking at.
Yeah, but that's an inference.
Right, that's all we have.
I can infer that you don't eat meat because you're a thin guy. You don't weigh very much, right? You don't weigh over 200 pounds. So I can infer by your picture that you've never eaten meat a day in your life. Not eggs, not fish, nothing.
I eat a little bit of meat, but you are right that I
Right.
don't eat much.
So you have eaten meat. So my inference was wrong,
Right.
right?
Yeah, just because some inferences are wrong doesn't mean that we should stop inferring things.
How can you verify there are stars beneath your feet?
I don't know if I could verify that.
Can you verify that there's land in the sky?
I wouldn't call it land, but I think the moon is a physical object. It looks physical to me.
You keep using the word object. I don't think it means what you think it means.
A physical thing? I don't know. I was just trying to be generic.
Yeah, but can you, even though it may look the way it looks, do you think are you comfortable in calling it physical just with a look?
Yeah, usually that's how I determine if things are physical. I look at them, and if it looks physical, I think it is.
Well, like, have you seen those?
That just made me. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're first.
Okay, thanks. That just made me think of all the women that put on makeup to make their face look extremely different. It's
Yeah.
it's an illusion, you know?
I know what you're talking about, sister. I've seen
That's
some
a
of
good
those
example.
women. Whew, man, they go from like a 3 to like a 9.5. Like, wow, that is some serious glamour magic.
Yes. And they're not, and their face looks skinny. They've got like a double chin, man. You can't even tell.
Yeah, she goes from granny to mamacita. Oh, like, whew, that was a transformation.
Well, I'm trying to think also of something that I guess like holograms look physical, but aren't necessarily tangibly physical. At least I was trying to think of
That's a good
something
example.
else. Yeah, something else that looks that way that isn't. I mean, maybe another example, like maybe if you're looking at like a big movie screen and there's a huge mountain or something that looks like, wow, that looks like very real, but it's obviously not. It's just a screen. I don't know if that's as good of an example because it's still physical. And then one might say that they could decipher that it is a screen, with the resolution rather than something in physicality. Whereas I will say the moon does look more like a physical-esque thing compared to like a movie screen, which obviously does look like the resolution's not the same as real life.
Yeah,
Well, how
that's a
about
good
you just
example.
you just look in the you just look in the mirror? Are you actually seeing a human in the mirror?
Right.
Or is it your brain projecting the light into the image of a human in your mind?
Oh. So now
Sorry,
with
to
that
me.
said, Michael, You still think things up in the sky can all be physical, just because it appears to be?
Yeah, and unless I mean, especially through a telescope, the moon looks physical. So unless I have good reason to doubt that, I'm going to trust my eyes for now.
I admire your determination.
Thanks, but it's not much determination. It's just like trusting my eyes. It's, no big heroics here. Just looking at something and saying, "Hey,
Yeah, but
it looks physical."
Matthew, right? You see what I did earlier with the inference that you've never eaten meat in your life.
No.
Right? I was making an educated guess, right? Because you do look like a vegan. No offense. Vegans look very healthy and a lot younger than they actually are. And sometimes they look a little sick. Not that I'm saying that you look sick. But,
I got you.
yeah. But from my point of view, like I was trusting my eyes and making an educated guess, right? But that's not true. You've eaten meat in the past, right?
Right.
And maybe you don't eat very much, but you've eaten meat. So, like, when you look out in space and you hear someone describe their worldview, and then you believe what they say to be true, well, that's their worldview. And you've adopted their worldview, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So you don't have your own worldview.
I base it on what other people have said, what seems reasonable to me.
Exactly.
And, yeah, and trust and authority, I guess.
Authority, what's that?
Authority is people who know what they're talking about. I trust and have proven themselves trustworthy. I trust what they say.
So that's a weird thing. I have a problem with authority. That's really weird. I just... What makes them the authority, man?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the context.
Because they get tax dollars? That makes them the authority? Or is it because they have, universities where they dedicate the tax dollars to, select what the narrative is and disseminate that? I don't know. Maybe I'm taking up too much microphone time. Where does this authority derive from? I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
Maybe from God.
Authors? That's a weird word, Who is the author of our world right now? Authority.
Matthew, who is the author of your worldview, man?
I love that.
That's a good question.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Is it Einstein? Is it Copernicus?
Generally, my worldview matches mainstream science, except where religion is involved. So I'd say, generally, I would consider myself a Christian first, but then a scientist also. Scientific worldview.
See, you just qualified something, right? So if you're a scientific Christian, then you just qualified yourself different than a Christian. And I'm not trying to go down the religious road. I'm just pointing out the way that the English language works, right? If you're a scientist Christian, then you're saying that you're not a Christian because you qualified it as being something different.
And that's why I avoided saying I'm a Christian scientist.
Well, if you said it that way, then you're not a scientist either. It's like when someone goes, yeah, but it's like I'm not gay or anything, but on the weekend I go to the gay bars. It's like, wait a minute, both of those can't be true. Like, you can't yeah but me because you're double speaking every time you say yeah but.
Yeah, in this case, though, it is possible to believe in religion and science.
You just did it when he said you were doing. Yeah, but anyway, I've been listening to Matthew Learns for like 2 years.
Hey, how's it going?
He will not change his view.
The man, the mystery.
Who is the author of the world? Like, who told you this?
Generally, I've been educated in mainstream scientific narrative, and so who told me? It was like a whole bunch of different science teachers and books I read.
Well, I want to say something on just the whole thing with authority and believing things or not. Like Matthew, would you consider that it might be a risk? Like if you want to seek truth to the strictest level, if you're going to believe something, now I'm not really necessarily talking about religion or spirituality because that's very personal for each person, and there's I would even argue that is experiential. Even if someone is what they would call believing or having faith, that's still a personal experience that they're having with, their own being and understanding of the larger fields of things and so on. So I'm not really talking about that. I guess I'm talking more about truth when it comes to like tangibility and sort of the nature of reality on those levels. What I was trying to say with that is that if you believe in terms of that part of things, if you put your trust and faith in others when it comes to that, do you consider that it's a risk? Because if they're wrong, or if there's some axioms or some kind of assumptions or some fundamental foundational fault within whatever they're doing, that you now have sort of follow the leader, but you followed something that's wrong. Meaning, like, would you consider that a risk versus just being on the fence about it if you don't know, or just being either in knowing or not knowing, whether if you don't know for sure, like either through direct experience?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, that every time you trust authority, you are exposing yourself to the risk that authority is incorrect. In general, though, I have to live my life, and so I don't know how to change a starter on my car, so I have to trust an authority, the mechanic, to do it for me if I need to. Some things I can do. I can like change a tire and change my battery or whatever. But in life, each person has to decide what risk aversion they're comfortable with. And I think that I'm less risk averse than you are, more comfortable with trusting people who say they're authorities about things in general, I would say.
Well, maybe if you're, go ahead.
I haven't been to school to change my starter. I just, so is there a problem with people taking their authority back,
No.
educating themselves?
No, that's good. I mean, you could learn. You can learn yourself how to change your starter. Of course, even if you're learning off
from the
YouTube,
mechanic, right?
You can train yourself, but notice that even if you're training yourself and watching YouTube videos about how to change your starter, you're sort of implicitly trusting the people who made the YouTube video. So at some point, you're kind of like looking for information, even if you verify it later yourself.
But by doing, the research and educating myself, I'm free from the mechanic and his fees.
That's true. And so that's a good thing, I would say.
As a mechanic, I take offense to that. I would rather you bring it to me.
I will.
bet you do
I don't think Larry will. I
$300
will.
Well, Matthew, what you had said before, that perhaps you're more trusting. I mean, I don't, comparing to me, obviously, we'd have to break down in what category, because I'm pretty trusting. Like when I take my car to a mechanic, because I'm not very skilled, I could do some things with a car, but definitely not, the more advanced stuff. And so when I take my car there, yeah, I would say I'm, as trusting as can be, that they're going to handle it. And even if they mess something up or overcharge me, I'm willing to accept the consequences of that. It's just sort of part of the basic risk, I suppose, of doing business and taking it to someone else. Obviously, if I want to make sure it was absolutely done correctly and without any risk of that, and probably, at a cheaper cost, then I would, be willing to put all the time and energy into learning that. But obviously, there's only so much time in the day, and we all can't do everything. So it would be hard for me to do that, or it would take a lot more, time and effort, etc. So I would agree that
you'd also be taking money out of my pocket.
Yeah. But I was just gonna say though, I suppose Matthew, well, Matthew, where you and I may differ though, however, is when it comes to cosmology and perhaps some of things linked to what are referred to as science and so on, that meaning that, okay, what I'm trying to say is that you and I may have a similar trust when we take our car to a mechanic, but when it comes to cosmology, that's where perhaps you and I would be on a spectrum where I am much more questioning of what they're telling us in terms of cosmology for a whole bunch of reasons, whereas, I mean, would you say you have as much trust in the kind of mainstream cosmological system, as it were, as you do when you take a car to the mechanic, or do you have any difference in those?
It's hard to quantify, but I would say sure. When I'm looking at the mainstream cosmology, I have about the same trust as I would for mechanics. But you're right. I think they do have different. It does depend on context. You and I probably have about the same level of trust in the authority of car mechanics, but not in cosmology.
Yeah. So when NASA takes a quote unquote
Matthews.
picture, picture of the globe, like you're trusting that as much as you would if you took your car to the mechanic, basically.
Right.
Like,
If it fits my paradigm, it makes sense. I don't see any reason to doubt it. So.
Yeah, but Matthew, with the mechanic, your car starts again. There's no way to verify that NASA spent your money genuinely.
And that's
I'd
where the
like to
rubber
comment
meets the road.
actually on this. I really like this analogy with the car. Is someone trying to talk, or is that a hot mic?
No, we're waiting for you to
you've had the
finish.
floor.
You said you liked
Okay.
the analogy with the car.
Jeremy's hot micing though.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, it's fine.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I've been
because
hot
see,
micing the whole time.
like, there's a consensus of how cars are made. It's like, yeah, you take the mechanic can figure out what's wrong with it. There's only like X amount of variables. But with this globe model, a lot of these scientists and physicists, they can't agree on how Earth is made, how Earth looks. Even the pictures, man, even the pictures taken from space, it's like, it's not a perfect sphere, but pictures show us it's a perfect sphere. So I do. Go ahead.
Well, let's let her finish. I think. Do you have a last thought?
Yeah. Finish off. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of done. I mean, you guys get what I'm saying, though, right? It's like a
I was just
car,
gonna add.
obviously. Yeah. Please do.
I was just gonna add to that. As a mechanic, I can put my hands on the car. An astrophysicist or an astronomer cannot put their hands on the stars.
Yeah,
that's right.
That rhymed. Good job.
It's lacking.
Sorry, that wasn't my purpose, but my purpose in saying that is, I can physically touch the car and make it work again.
Right, that's applied science.
Whereas,
we're talking about theoretical astrophysicists. They're not applying anything. They're just giving you a
they
story
can't
about
put
the
their
stars.
hands on nothing.
Right, it's just
Right,
cosmology, philosophy.
Pen to paper is not proving any of that either. Okay, if someone's gonna try to be pedantic about this. And also, I just have to say, kind of proud moment. I thought my cruise control switch was an issue of why my wipers are just staying on, and so I changed it out. I changed it all out. Thank you, YouTube. That's not the problem, but I installed it and then I uninstalled it. And I mean, hey, if I could do that, come on. Anybody can do it.
Yeah,
okay,
good for
thank you.
Well, I mean, when I think about my life when I was younger, I wouldn't say I ever strongly believed the Earth was a globe, but I did accept it. I generally accepted that it was the case, for most of my life, as most of us did. Well, pretty much all of us in the modern kind of in these countries we were brought up in and so on. But when I think about what, like, my mindset back then, and I'm not trying to in any way be disparaging to you, Matthew, or in any that I used to be there, and I'm not trying to in any hierarchy in any negative way, but I'm just saying for myself, when I was, let's say, 16 or 13 or 14, I did generally think that NASA was probably legit, as the same as other things that I try, like the education system or the police system or the whatever it may be. Like, at least in some way, I considered that they probably were on the up and up, or that's what I mostly thought. Okay, Earth's a globe. We discovered, the Copernican revolution. They went to the moon. Like I said, I wouldn't say I strongly was committed or believed strongly in those things, but I did generally accept them. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say it in a disparaging way, but I do think when I was at those ages, I was much more generally thinking that that it was the sort of like anything that's largely accepted, is got to be at least mostly legit, I guess, if that makes sense. If it's something like NASA, a huge government agency, that it wouldn't just be completely corrupt, in that sense. That's what I would have believed, I think, when I was younger. Look, that's what I would have considered, is that NASA was probably, had to have some legitimacy to it.
I probably thought the same way when I was a teenager too. We just accept the reality that we're presented with by authority. But when we actually went and looked into it and started looking at definitions of words and what they actually meant, we started to open our eyes.
Yeah, like when I got into the whole flat earth thing and I saw the launch and they kept saying nominal, everything's nominal. Okay, the gas pressure is nominal, the fuel consumption's nominal, like space flight is nominal. And you look up nominal and the second definition says existing in name only, right? And when you study the occult, like I have, they have this philosophy. It's revelation of the method, right? And basically it works like, if I tell you what I'm doing to you and you don't do anything about it, you don't speak up and defend yourself, then I have no negative karma. So if I say I'm taking your truck, I'm going mudding, and you look me in the eyes and you don't say anything, and I break your axle, that's your fault. You should have said no and claimed your truck as your property, or should have said sure for $1 million. But because you didn't do any of that, that's on you, bro. I don't owe you shit. I told you what I was doing.
That is the way some people think in this world.
It truly is.
Yeah, I think when they say nominal, it's just a way of saying it's normal within the range that they're expecting.
You would, Matthew.
Well, that's what they say. They're meaning.
Almost like you didn't understand the analogy that Larry just made. That's
right.
Larry,
But
right?
I'm going to go with what they say it is.
Right,
Of
because
course.
they're authority. See, I get the mechanic guy in here. He is a true authority for you, Matthew. Right? Because he gives you your car back and it works. He's not an authority for me. And I get the worldview thing. Like, they give you your worldview. That's, you've elected them to be your authority, but they're not my authority.
Yeah, like Matthew, would you say you're letting them kind of tell you what the world is, basically? Other whoever those people?
When SpaceX is using certain words, I'm letting them tell me what they mean by those words, like nominal is the example I was saying.
Well, I think about it this way, like, okay, if I do take my car to a mechanic and it comes back from that place and it's tip top, everything's in great shape, then that will give me more trust and confidence to go back. And there's that component. And I can tangibly notice that the car's running better or it's fixed or whatever it may be. So there is a certain tangibility to that I can validate. Whereas with the Earth, we all experience, virtually a very similar type of experience, meaning we're humans, we're walking around, we're on Earth, we see the horizon, we see the water, we see the sky, in those senses. And of course, we could go into all those components of whether there's curvature and all of those things, but we all experience that there isn't any noticeable movement to the Earth other than earthquakes and weather. But otherwise, like, we all feel like it's just at rest. And then, we walk around and then we do see the sky moving above us and, et cetera, all of those things. So you and I, when it comes to that, unless you've done anything, that I haven't, or if I've done anything you haven't, which could be obviously the case, like I've done laser tests, for example. If you have or haven't, then you would, so there would be similars or differences. But for the most part, we have a pretty similar experiential, of what we can validate in the world, you and I, physically. We both have the internet. We both have that, of course, so we can see what else is out there. So what I'm saying is that if you and I have a similar level of what we can validate, up to there, whatever that level is that we can validate, maybe we differ a little bit, but for the most part, it's probably fairly similar. So if one person chose to just be neutral and just be inconcluded other than what he can experience, meaning I see what seems to be let's say an extended planar surface, no curvature, other components like this. If they were just to say that they're either going to go with what they can observe or reserve judgment, basically reserve conclusion, and just be in that unknowing until they know, versus just kind of giving your, I'm not saying you personally, but someone just giving their worldview or belief upon something that they haven't validated themselves. Like, is there any value in giving that away to someone else? And that kind of links back before, like, isn't that a risk as well by doing that? I think either that you could be deceived, or that there's something that's false in what they're doing. And then, if you're seeking truth really strictly, would it not make, just, to be reserve conclusion, until it's validated by yourself, versus the risk of going with, putting your energy into actually believing or going with this other thing that you can't validate.
Yeah, so I think you're right that you and I have roughly the same amount of personally verifiable data available to us. We experience about the same things as far as physically ourselves. And so I think you're right that the difference between you and me is more how we interpret and value or not value certain other kinds of information, and trusting authority and all the stuff we had been talking about earlier. So I think that's a good analogy. It's more about our different risk tolerances and our different authority belief than our what we can physically verify. And
Matthew,
just being able to physically verify something isn't a good source of truth. But you're right. I think I am slightly more willing to be trusting than to live with ambiguity.
just because you can verify something doesn't mean it's a good source of truth. Did you say that?
I was saying that that only trusting personal verification as the only source of truth doesn't work. There are things that are true that you can't personally verify.
What could possibly be true? Well, you can turn on your radio and verify it. What could possibly be true that you can't verify to be true? And if you can't verify it to be true, how could it then be called true?
Well, how about, isn't North Korea really hard to get into? So what about,
you can come with
what
lots of
if somebody,
examples.
it's like, what if someone said, hey, North Korea exists? Let's say that is true. It is, land on Earth. But if we can't get there because of restrictions of passports, God knows what, to actually get there and go check it all out, then that is true, something we couldn't verify, right? Maybe in that category.
Well, you believe it to be true, but could you call it knowledge?
I'm okay with calling it belief instead.
So that's an interesting question. Yeah, whether or not the word knowledge is more connected to knowing rather than either believing or generally accepting or anything like that. Yeah, that's interesting. If that's what you're.
Because I believe North Korea exists. I believe in the Kim Jong-un or whatever, right? But I have no firsthand primary knowledge.
Yeah, same thing. And so I'm saying that I'm okay with that kind of belief.
Are you okay with, and let's say, because obviously, like, you've been years in these discussions, so I mean, you're not just kind of floating by one day, check it out, and then move on. I mean, it's like focus in some ways, and that's another discussion, as to why you continually are interested in everything that we're discussing, if you're already concluded on it. But that's a whole nother topic. I guess basically what I was going to ask is, are you okay? Like if, I'll just use the word if to be neutral. If the Earth isn't a globe, there's no outer space, we're on a stationary planar surface, etc. As all the ancient cosmologies have depicted and so on, a plane of existence of sorts with the vaulted ceiling, the vaulted heavens above us, the sky, etc. Are you okay with, if that's the case, I'm saying, because you're putting your faith or belief in these others, as it were, if it's all a massive deception, are you okay with being deceived? Like, are you okay with, like, right now, because you're going with it, even though you haven't been able to validate it, are you okay with, or how would you feel about it if the whole thing's a deception? How would you kind of accept that,
Yeah, if I came to believe it was a deception, I'd be pretty angry and I wouldn't like it. And if I thought it were a deception, then I wouldn't believe it, right?
Well, right, but I'm saying, are you okay? We were saying before that there's always a risk that if you believe something or go off of whatever it may be, faith or belief in someone else's ideas or thoughts, or whether you go with an authority, we were saying there's always some risk, meaning that they could be deceiving you or there could be something going on because you haven't validated it yourself. So I guess what I'm saying is that if that risk for you turns out to be that it was a massive deception, NASA's totally fraudulent, all those pictures of the Earth are fake, etc., the globe ones, I'm saying, are you, like, I don't know what the right word, willing to accept it, able to? Is that going to be hard for you, easy
I
for
see what
you?
you're saying. Yeah, I'm willing to accept the risk that they're completely wrong and I've been deceived the whole time. That is a risk I'm willing to take, yes.
What about the risk of our government, our trusted politicians, the lawyers that don't lie, recently said that, aliens are real, right? Like, how many people are, previous to this completely didn't believe in aliens, but now that the government said it, now they believe in aliens?
I
Are
don't
you
think
one of those people?
I don't think you could characterize our government as saying that aliens are real. Some people are sort of hinting that, but I wouldn't say that that's a consensus that our government is trying to tell us.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought recently the government came out and said that aliens are real. Am I wrong
They
about
did
that?
not. No, they had some hearings about UFOs, presented some evidence, and said, "Oh, we don't know how to explain these," but that's all.
I do. I'd call them plasmoids. And maybe military craft.
But I guess the question would also go the other direction. Are you guys willing to say that the Earth is flat and run the risk that maybe the sun doesn't circle the North Pole, and that all of the ideas you have might be wrong? I guess the answer would be yes, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're really seeking the truth. Because I used to argue for the flat Earth, and then I took like a geocentric shape agnostic position for like a year and a half, 2 years. And the flat Earth arguments progressed, and eventually I started to believe it was flat because there just wasn't anything for me to believe it was a globe. Anything. Nothing. No thing. And then I went to the ocean and lost my belief and gained knowledge that, hey, like I see the horizon, it's not where it's supposed to be. Right there on North Beach, Corpus Christi. So I would have to see something, something tangible. And there is no evidence for the globe.
You say
Not without
there is no evidence, or there's evidence that you don't believe?
There is no evidence for the globe without logical fallacy, practical demonstration, repeatable experiment. There is nothing that is without some sort of postulation, ad hoc theory. There's always a catch, right? You guys always use like magical words like imagine if there's dark matter, or pretend if you could, right? You guys always use magical words when talking about this stuff. Like hypothetically, I haven't heard one argument, and I'm being honest here, right? It's not like I'm anti-government and I just want everything that they say to be wrong, right? That's not what I'm doing here. I'm honestly looking for evidence of the globe, and I have been for 8 years, and all I get is cartoons and just so stories.
An eyewitness testimony, but you don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't want Masons to be the author of my worldview, Matthew.
Yeah, there is Russian cosmonauts coming out, and well, at least 2 anyway, that said there's no, there's no moon landings. Nobody's been to the moon. No, there's no outer space. I mean, are you going to take their word for it, or? But funnily enough, I was thinking that with the mechanics analogy. I was like, is a mechanic a mason, or? But yeah, it is weird, isn't it? That is another appeal to, I don't know, authority, or I don't know. It's just, I agree. It's always a catch. The fact that they've been looking for so long is a fucking, I don't know. I'm getting tired. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was going to say that's a red flag in itself. But anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I would say like to what Larry was saying in terms of evidence for the globe. I mean, I think there are things that I would say could be categorized as evidence in terms of like the dictionary definition of evidence. There are things that could be, I think, categorized that way. But like, is there any evidence that is like rock solid in terms of testable, repeatable, tangible? Anything that we can validate that isn't dependent upon some trust in an authority, especially when it comes to the ones involved in that, which a lot of them are government based and highly paid scientists. These are not sort of regular peoples, as it were. These are going to be the governments, the highly paid kind of outlets. I mean, is there any evidence that would fit that category of actual, like, scientifically repeatable in any way, something we can repeat or any of us could do?
I would say there is evidence like that, but we interpret the evidence differently. Something like a sunset, I would say, is repeatable evidence, but you interpret it one way, I interpret it another way.
Yeah. What do you think about the fact with a sunset that the circle of the sun, as it were, doesn't always sort of cut off from the bottom up, as it were, that it doesn't always do that consistently as it should if it was a globe? Meaning sometimes it fades out to a little dot. Other times it melds with the horizon in an extended type of fashion. Like, what do you think about the fact that it doesn't seem to fit like the idea of a geometric horizon that's cutting it off on a globe that would be consistent, that there's variations in it?
Because there's variations in the atmosphere. It's cloudy, hazy. You remember I live by the ocean or near the ocean, so I've seen lots of sunsets over the ocean.
Okay, so we'll go with the sunset for a minute. So what's difference between your experience of a sunset and my experience of a sunset that is different? Or perhaps what's the one that leads you to come to a globe conclusion? I remember one time I was at a beach. It just reminds me real quick before you answer. I was at a beach up in Northern California with a girl that at the time, this was years ago, and I had just gone on a few dates with her, so it was like our 4th or 5th date kind of thing. And we went to this beach, we went walking. That the date part's not really relevant, but that's who it was, a woman I was with. And we were just sitting there looking at the sunset, and we ended up, kind of starting to walk back after the sun had set. And I said to her, because I'd mentioned, just about the earth and things with her. So I just asked her, I said, so does that seem like the sun is like just going away from you? And then, is it going away from you? Or are you is the whole surface you're on essentially tilting backwards while the sun is, 93 million miles away going over, the curve, as it were? So it just reminds me of that. So what's difference in our experiences, our interpretation of it that would bring us to different conclusions? More so, what's the one that you think why it looks like a globe? Like, what's the globe?
In this picture that I posted, the top of the sun is visible, but the bottom of the sun is not. And it can't be due to perspective because the bottom of the sun is closer to us than the top. And so it's not that. And so I think the reason we don't see the bottom of the sun is that it is physically blocked by some matter in between, namely the ocean. So that's how I interpret it. And I think most flat earthers would say, due to perspective, things get cut off from the bottom up.
Right. So what you just described there, I would give you virtually 100% agreement that that's about as valid as it can be, I would say, because that sun is absolutely, you're right. The circle of it is totally snipped in half. So your idea that it would be going behind the curve on a globe, for the moment, I will just, not that there's a need to concede, but I'm just saying, I'll give you like, a high percentage of that explanation, in your mind, having that correlation. But what was the first part you said about what were you saying? The bottom? Why doesn't it work with perspective?
Yeah. So the point. I mean, so first of all, I'll just answer something. The point of this bringing up this specific picture is to show you that here is a specific piece of evidence, and the main difference is the way that we interpret it. As far as the perspective going, the top of the sun is farther away from the bottom of the sun, farther away from the viewer than the bottom of the sun, because the bottom of the sun is closer to the earth. So it's, so it doesn't make sense why the top of the sun would be visible, but the bottom is not, when the bottom is actually closer to us.
Well, that's the part I'm not getting. Why would the bottom be closer?
Because on a flat earth, the top of the sun is away from the earth, and the bottom of the sun is on the bottom of the earth, or towards the earth.
Okay, so you're saying that like the northern half of the sun, the southern, you're trying to say that the southern half is closer to us because we're on the ground, so it's the part that's under us. If it's a ball, basically, you're saying.
Yeah. Just like holding a basketball up over your head, the part that your hand is holding is closer to the floor than the top half of the basketball that's up facing the ceiling. That's all.
Okay, but then what? Like in this one I'm posting here. But what about the fact that when you like due to perspective, if you have that circle, like that black circle, if that's above you over a planar surface, it is going to set and then start to merge with that horizon line.
Right.
Over a plane. So the bottom of it, quote unquote, would be at that angle when it's setting. Like it would be basically straight out in front of you because it's so far away and the angle is so reduced because of its distance. And now we could get to why it's cutting off as well. There's that. I understand there's that question too. I would say ultimately because there's water closer to you is the last limitation of water you can see is much closer than how far the sun is. So you might only be able to see. You might only be able to see 10 miles worth of water on a really good, whereas the sun is way beyond that. So that's why it cuts off ultimately. Like if you're only seeing, like let's say the sun is 5,000 miles away over a planar surface, just throwing that random number out there. Let's say 5,000 miles. Well, the angle would be profoundly reduced because of how far it is from you, but you might only be able to see 10 miles worth of water, meaning the last little wave of that water is 10 miles away. And if you were to go past that, it's too far to see. So since the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky, you're going to have that cutoff point. And if, let's say you can see 10 miles of the water layer, then that's it. That's the 10 miles. Everything beyond that will be your horizon. And then the angles by which the sky and then an item in the sky intersects with that is going to look as though if it's still above the planar surface and at a far enough distance, just like a boat with the mast as well, because it's on a planar surface going away, if the limit of water is closer than the object that's still on the planar surface, then there's going to be that visual obscuration, that cutoff point.
Yeah, but on a flat Earth, the entire sun is still above all of the water. All of the sun is above all of the water, right?
Yeah, dude, it still trips me out to this day. Yeah, absolutely. Like what you posted there. Yes, what I have come to conclude for many different reasons is absolutely, yeah, that is a sun as far as we observe it, above us, and we're over the planar surface. And when that phenomenon happens of a sunset, the angle is so reduced, and then there can of course be refraction, and it's almost like it's being displayed to you is kind of how I see it. Like you have your horizon, you have the larger environment, and that sun being so far away over the planar surface is going to like it almost turns into it's like a scene in a way. it's like a scene, meaning there's all the ratios of the refraction, the ground, the sky, and then this object that we call the sun. And the interrelation between all of those is going to kind of display it to us depending on all of those conditions. And then we're going to see all of the different variations of sunsets that we see, which can have so many different factors to them.
Okay, I mean, yeah, what you described, I suppose, is technically possible. I don't think that's what's happening, but I see what you're saying. But you would also probably say that my description is also consistent with the globe model, right? Like if the Earth really were a globe, we might expect to sometimes see the sun be cut off like this, right?
Yes. Yep. I would say so. I mean, I think there's other issues with it, like the inverse square law, 93 millimile sun, the size of it, the way the heat distributes over the Earth. There's a bunch of, in my viewpoint, impossibilities for the sun to be what they describe it as in their model. But for on a basic level of the idea, yeah, that fact that sun is cut off like that could definitely lean to indicating a possibility that there is some kind of physical land cutting it off. Yeah.
Yeah, and so see,
how about the pictures that I posted?
yeah, in those pictures, it looks like there's some refraction and like turbulence going on. The air is not as clear, so you get all kinds of weird effects. Those are cool sunsets.
Dude, that's awesome. The mushroom cloud one. I've seen that in real life. I've seen the pyramid too. Is incredible. When the sun turns into a pyramid.
Matthew, are you familiar with how hypnosis works?
Yeah, people who are hypnotizable are more susceptible to suggestion and social pressure on the stage, and so that's typically what's going on.
Right. Do you think maybe that you've underestimated the power of the TV and your education and your pretty much experience up until this age that you're at right now, and that maybe it only looks like a globe because that's what's been suggested to you, and you actually don't see any curvature anywhere. You just see the sun disappearing from the bottom up, and you have extreme anchor bias, and sunk cost bias, and confirmation bias. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, all of those things can influence what people think, and including me. But at this point, I've like bought into the idea so much that I see, I believe it at a deeper level, and I see how everything sort of fits together. So I wouldn't say that those other factors are as much of a factor as to why I believe the Earth is a globe.
But the power of suggestion is so extreme that you can have people seeing and doing and hearing things that absolutely have nothing to do with the reality. And
right.
I think that most people are, well, all people are brainwashed to an extent. They believe things that aren't necessarily true. Like, for example, I was born in the belt buckle of the Bible Belt, so I'm a Christian, right? I was raised Christian, so I'm a Christian. So I probably have, some beliefs that were just because I was raised partially, mostly by my grandmother.
Yeah, I think you're right. Many people are susceptible to all kinds of like biases and cognitive dissonance and the whole everything. So that's true.
So when you say that, you look at a sunset and it makes you think that it's a sphere, do you actually see any curvature, or do you just see the sun disappearing from the bottom up? And you've been told for, I'm guessing, 50 plus years that we see things disappear from the bottom up. That's how we know that it's a sphere.
Right. In my normal life, walking around in everyday life, typically the only way that things get obscured, that lights get obscured like that, is by something physical. So I apply that lived experience with what I see the sun doing and assume that it's the same kind of thing. So it's not just because somebody told me that, it's because it matches my lived experience for how objects work.
Yeah, but would it do that for other reasons as well? That's the thing. Like,
it might, but those other reasons seem a little bit complicated to me. I prefer the simplest explanation of what my eyes see there.
Well, because like if you have like that picture I sent before of the perspective matrix thing, if you have that going on in terms of like the way that everything converges, you know, from the top down, like here, this is the one I was looking for. It's the same kind of matrix, but when you have something like this, where it's almost like looking through a pyramid or looking through a cone, when you think about it, I think I've thought about this. Like if you were to imagine that's a pyramid going up and you're at the bottom of it, like a see-through pyramid, you know, going up, like where everything converges there would be the peak of the pyramid. And then the whole square, the large outer square, would be like the base of the pyramid, but it's like faced horizontally. So it's kind of interesting to think about it that way. But when we have this kind of system, this kind of pyramidal cone-shaped kind of thing, in terms of perspective, then the sun, when it sets, is going to be following that red line at the top there, you know, as it goes away over a planar surface. So that red line in the very middle at the top, at the 12 o'clock position, just imagine the sun right there. And even though like over a planar surface, meaning no curvature involved, but just the earth and then the sky above, if that sun, however far it is up there, and let's say it's staying at roughly the same altitude, if we even want to call it physical and say that it even is at any distance, but let's just say for the moment that it is at some distance within visible range, a couple thousand miles or something, just to throw it out there for just to have some number. Now, as that would be going away, it would be sinking on that red line, like at that 12 o'clock position, it would literally be lowering, lowering, lowering. And that's on a trajectory. It's on a downward movement in your perspective.
Right.
Yeah, it's like going down, 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 down. So whatever's going on at the horizon, this meeting place of the ground, the sky, and all these factors, whatever's going on there, since that thing's coming down, wouldn't it make sense? And I don't mean it's physically coming down to hit the water, but due to perspective, wouldn't it make sense that at that interface of the horizon, that the sun would, in fact, cut off from the bottom because it is falling in our perspective, and then it's meeting this midpoint?
To me, what would make more sense would be if the sun follows that red line down and gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears into a small point at that vanishing point. You see the two green lines to the right and left of it? Let's say the sun is touching those green lines. As it gets lower and lower, notice that the green lines get smaller and smaller. So I would expect the sun to disappear into a tiny dot.
Okay. And what do you think about the times that it does do that?
I don't think it ever does.
I have seen a video of it doing that.
That was the glare disappearing into a tiny dot.
It would just faded out. Inverse square law of light is what I would say.
Yeah.
Well, it is a tiny dot, right? When you see the filter, when you see through a solar filter, it's amazing. That I don't know if anybody's got that clip, but there's all kinds of lensing going on, so it is a tiny dot when you see it through the filter.
Well, Matthew, like, what do you think of this? Like, just this little animation. I don't even know where I got this, but it just shows like, it just seems to show some kind of a windmill thing, wind turbine, and it's just going away. But see how it like, so I think this all has to do with proportions. I think when it's very dry and you can see very far is when the sun will set to a little dot. And it happens repeatedly in certain areas on Earth, like in the deserts. The sun will, it can in certain conditions, when it's very dry and you can see very far, it will do exactly what you're saying, meaning it'll fade to a dot, a tiny pinprick, and then it'll never intersect with the horizon. It only fades to a tiny pinprick. And by the time it even hits the horizon, it's often gone already. So that those are observable, but they're not as common because it does take unique conditions, especially very dry air, to have that happen. So it's harder to catch. So, but in other scenarios, what I would say is that there's magnification and refraction going on, which is why the sun sometimes looks big or it has pyramid shape. We have all these wide variety of different types of sunsets, is because as it's moving away through the thicker and thicker layers at the angles that are decreasing, you're getting more and more atmosphere as those angles decrease, and you're getting different lensing and different layering going on, to the point to where it's almost like that's what I was saying before, it's like it displays it for you in a more dramatic way. Like instead of the sun going off to a tiny little dot and then fading away, in some sunsets, it's this big, beautiful red thing right on the water, and it's like dramatic. And I would say that has to do with like the way the horizon, like the distance by which the horizon is for those conditions, in addition to the other conditions that can be going on, like, and functioning as a lens in the environment to create that more dramatic meeting place of the ground and the sky with the sun really cutting off dramatically in some scenarios, whereas other ones it's much more subdued, or it's a totally different effect. There's like there's a wide range from like a huge thing that's cutting off from the bottom to something that's just very dim and fading off in the distance.
I posted a video of the sun with a filter on it.
Yeah, you can see there. You can see the true size of the sun with the filter, and that size never changes. It stays that same size. It doesn't get smaller and smaller.
Why would you say true size?
Because the true size is visible when you have a filter and you can see the edge of the sun. The first frame of that video is basically glare. It's a camera effect.
Two things real quick. One of them is on what you just said. It doesn't stay that size. It actually changes throughout the course of the day.
I've never seen that.
Size
You
of
have?
That's your globe claim. I didn't make that up.
Nobody
Your
on
globe
the
claim
globe
is that it changes daily.
throughout a day. Maybe
One
a tiny
day.
bit.
Yeah, so doesn't stay the same size. It also changes throughout the year. Anyways, another thing I want to say about the inverse. Well, I don't want to change the topic. I'll bring it up
Well,
later.
let me just respond to those two things. It does change size throughout the year, but I think the change in size is something on the order of like less than 2%, and throughout a day it would be less than 0.1% or something, I would guess.
It's a measurable amount.
With the right equipment, you could probably measure it. Sure.
You
But
need
if
a
we're
total
talking
station with a
90,
column native. Go ahead, Larry.
sorry, we're talking 93 million miles, and the Earth only rotates from point A sunrise to point C sunset. How much would you expect it to change? I mean, 93 million
Very
miles away,
small.
I don't think it would
Very
change
small.
very much.
Yeah,
Very small
it
amount.
doesn't. That's why I said like less than 2%. I think the position in orbit would have more of an effect than the rotation of the Earth.
Well, we get 3% closer from one point to another point. I forget what it is. Was it a solstice or something? I don't know. Whatever. There's some point where you get 3% closer. So it
Yeah, I
increased
think
3%.
the farthest point, the sun is farthest away somewhere around July 2nd every year.
What do they call it? The perihelion? There's a name for this. Whatever this is. When we're
Perihelion and
farthest.
aphelion are the two, the close and far.
Which one's which?
I don't remember.
But anyways, carry on. Were you guys right into that?
So, Matthew, you said the true size, right? The true size is that the sun is like, what, 100 times bigger than the Earth?
Maybe
I've never.
the true apparent size.
Yeah, I know what you meant. But in your model, right, which is just a model, it's not reality, they say that the sun is, 100 times bigger, at least. I can't remember exactly how much bigger, but 100 Earths will fit across, the surface of the sun.
108.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
that's
sounds
right.
right.
108 is crazy.
They got to tax you, right? And that's they got to get their ka-ching, ka-ching. It's all about the money. Anyway, it's crazy because I've never experienced that, and I don't think any man, woman, or child on Earth has ever experienced that. It's just a story.
Right. Yeah, you can't directly experience that. This is just something we have come to a conclusion of based on logic, reason, astronomy, and observations.
What observations?
Orbital mechanics, seasons, the distance to the other planets. What do you talk about? Like, where do we get the 93 million?
No, where did you get the 108?
Oh, that comes from the distance, 93 million, and the angular size, which is about half a degree. Compare that to, then figure out how wide the sun is, then compare that to the diameter of the Earth.
There's so many suppositions in that. I don't even know where to fucking start with that, Matthew.
It's a bunch of suppositions. So that's where it comes from.
That was deep.
All right, I gotta go, but nice chatting with you guys.
Good talk,
be good,
man.
Matthew.
Right.
And let me just comment on one more thing. Sorry if I derailed that whole thing, Gio. But one more thing about the inverse square law of light. Something Rob mentioned, and I thought about it real quick. And in their model, there's nothing stopping the photon from the light. You know what I mean? When I double the distance, all the photons are still coming at me. But if it's like Witsit and these other guys say, where you throw a pebble in the pond, that makes sense that it would decrease in intensity because a wave decreases in intensity over time. You know what I'm saying? You throw a pebble in the pond, right where the pebble hit, it's going to be a big wave. By the time it gets to the shore, this is going to be a little teeny tiny wave. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. The square inverse law of light makes sense when you talk about it like that. But when you talk about it in their model, where there's photons coming at you, and what's stopping the photons? There should be nothing stopping the photons, right? Does that make sense to anyone? All right, good talk, guys.
Sorry, bro. My mouth was full of watermelon. I've been thinking about it all day.
Yeah, I ate a whole watermelon. I think it was
Has anyone else
maybe
had
3
Discord
days.
just randomly completely kick you out and shut off?
Rob, you didn't hear? I just made a whole big comment about the inverse square law.
I missed the last 5 minutes. I just got straight booted from Discord and my phone. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm back.
I'll say it one more time just for you, Rob. You said something about the inverse square law of light, and I was thinking about it. Now, in their model, there's photons coming at you, and there's really nothing stopping the photons. You might have a little light attenuation or something, but other than that, the photons leave the thing, and they go to the spot, and there's really nothing stopping them. Now, if it's like Witsit and them guys describe, where you throw a pebble in a pond, and it's a wave that comes out or whatever, then that makes sense to talk about the inverse square law of light, because if you throw the pebble in the pond, right where you throw the pebble in, waves high, from the pebble hitting the water, there would be a little wave, and it would be high rate. But then by the time it hits the shore, it's just a little tiny wave. You know what I'm saying? Wasteland. I mean, they do have attenuation of light, but I don't think that's enough to do. That's not covering the inverse square law. You know what I'm saying? Does this make sense to anyone?
I was on mute. I said, I'm not even sure what light is anymore.
Hey, and that lofty position on the fence, I think you'll learn more than someone who claims that they got light figured out. It's weird when people say that they got light figured out.
Oh, yeah, because people think they already know what light is and they can tell you what it is. But then we see things like the instancing and the double slit experiment.
Yeah, the double slit's nuts, bro.
Then I start thinking I don't know what light is. And how do I know that light is actually traveling at a speed?
For the double
somebody
slit.
told me they did an experiment.
I came up with a theory the other night, but I wanted to give you guys a chance to answer Jeremy if anybody had anything.
My God, what do you got?
Oh, but Jeremy was basically just saying about their model. I don't really have any comments on their model of what light's doing, if it's a photon.
So, I'm sure you guys know what a rogue wave is. Like most waves go unnoticed by a ship. Cargo ship sometimes gets capsized when two waves, imagine an X, come from the bottom of the paper, right? And as the two waves are traveling towards the convergence point, their momentum kind of combines, and it's such a big wave that it causes like catastrophic events, right? These rogue waves sometimes cause tsunamis, boats capsize, a lot of weird shit, but most waves go completely unnoticed. So I came up with this theory about the photoelectric effect. What if, hypothetically, I'm postulating here, this is just a theory, it's not science, it's just philosophy, that when the rogue wave of light converges, most of the light waves go unnoticed and they don't cause the photoelectric effect. But what if these waves, like as they're coming from wherever they're being emitted, what if sometimes they have a rogue wave of light, and that is what we call a photon? So normally when light hits your body, it doesn't hurt you, but when there's these rogue waves of light, you know, what we're calling photons, when they hit you, they beat your ass up and cause cellular damage. So this is my rogue wave of light theory.
Yo.
Yo, who was that? Bacon.
Bacon.
What's up, Bacon?
What's up?
Yo, yo. Are you enjoying? What do you got? Winter down there, huh?
That's right.
How are things coming along? You're still rocking out?
What do you mean?
You're still rocking out, like with a guitar? Like are you doing like Glowbirth solos on a guitar? For
I
example?
never did that. I don't play the guitar.
I'm just kidding around.
You're confusing me with Zenik.
Yeah, Xanax, the guitar player. Dude, there was one time on the stream that Xanax, we just started hearing guitar playing coming from his mic, and we're like, is that Xanax? He was singing. He was all into it, yeah.
Yeah, I remember you told that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a singer-songwriter. Well, I don't know how much he writes, but he does covers, I know.
What doesn't that guy do? You know?
Yeah, I'll bet he says he juggles really well too.
I bet he does, though.
I'll bet he fucking does. Yeah. Shit.
So, Bacon, what's new? You got any new thoughts or new programs or softwares, or have you done any more modeling, or what's the latest?
Good question. I'm always doing something, but like I have a bunch of projects that are I advance them little by little, and I get bored of one, I switch to another one. So I'm not done with anything. Everything is walking slowly.
Nice. We were talking about the sunset a little bit ago with Matthew for quite a while there. Do you think you could make a sunset simulator over a planar surface with refraction and lensing?
Well, I could model. I could try to model something that would give you a sunset on flat Earth. I don't think that would look anything like the sunset we observe. But I can try to. I could try to do it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So if you had like an environment, like a Minecraft type environment, you know, where like a massive planar surface, can you put a sun in the sky and make all the proportions correct, or make them all accurate, and then use like some features in it to have a lensing effect, and then could you have the sun set and be able to replicate that effect, or see what that effect would show?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Again, like I could try to create something like an atmosphere on a planar surface that has a greater refractive index away from the surface compared to close to the surface. So light would bend upwards, and it would sink the sun below the horizon on that planar surface. And I'm pretty sure I have some background noise in my mic. So don't I? Yeah, I could make a sun setting on flat Earth using refraction, but that, like, I wouldn't be able to make it, for example, rise east and set west, for example.
He's getting accused of being a flat earther right now by the people with him.
No, that was just my girlfriend and my brother speaking.
Well, you know about the bacon birthday party, right, Dan?
Oh yeah,
yeah, dude, Bacon's awesome. They must. It sounds like Bacon. Even though they did that birthday party, do they also regularly, or have they in the past joked with you that you are a flat earther, or what? Like, how do they? Because they made you a whole flat Earth party. So, like, do they kind of joke with you and like say that you are, or how does that work?
No, not really. What closest to that happened was that my girlfriend's uncle thought there was a flat Earth because of the party. So he arrived at the party, he saw a flat Earth cake, the flat Earth wallpaper, and he was like, "Oh, are you a flat Earther?" And I was like, "No, that's just because I talk about the subject with in flat Earth community," and that was the closest to it that I ever got.
I told you, Gem Panda can't mention it to people. He has to say it's a science channel. And as soon as he lets the cat out of the bag, he has to spend 15 minutes downplaying that he's not a flat earther.
Yeah, that's my thought of how it would be exactly. Like, I'm just trying to imagine right now. Let's say that I was totally into the globe Earth to the point to where I wanted to come and assert it and be in this community. And let's say that, yeah, like in Jem's case, he's running a server called Debate Flat Earth. So it's right there, the term Flat Earth as well, in terms of that part of it. So, and I'm not trying to say this in any disparaging or critical way or to put anyone else down. I'm just saying, if I was a globe Earther today, and if I thought Flat Earth was, not, pseudoscience, BS, totally incorrect, etc., I would imagine that, yes, that there would be a certain like component of interrelationship with others in the world that you have to somehow communicate to them that you're involved with this thing, quote unquote, flat Earth, but that you really don't think it is or anything. Like, you're totally not. So it's like you have to give them like a little bit of an elevator pitch to even, you know what I mean? To even broach
It'd be like a food critic that doesn't eat meat or something, going to a steak restaurant and saying, "Well, it looks good and it smells good, but I don't eat the shit. But I'm going back tomorrow because it looks so interesting."
I'm gonna fucking go hang around this food. And I'm going to always just look at it and kind of get really close to it, but I'm never going to touch it. I'm never going to eat it, but I'm going to talk a lot about it.
Like, yeah, they're like, don't like sushi. Like, people that don't like sushi, that stuff sucks.
There's like a carnivore meetup where these people are getting together with like raw liver and raw milk, and they're just totally like, and so, like someone, and you talk to someone, they're like, "Oh yeah, I went to this carnivore thing." You're like, "Oh really?" You're like, "Oh, how was the food?" You're like, "Oh no, I'm a vegan. I just went to." I'm a vegan. I just sat there in disgust and thought that their diet's totally wrong for hours.
Well, I mean, if you went there to protest, that'd be one thing, but spending every day with them is kind of weird.
Yep.
But going one day to put up your signs, I get it, you know. But spending every day saying, I'm just going to talk to these people.
You put your signs up one day, you leave. Next day, you show up, see if anybody's looking at the signs, try to get people to look at the signs. That's all you're doing. Like eventually, I don't know, I would give up, but that's the thing. Like when I told this story the other day with my stepsister and her little Fifi doll that she carried till she was almost 14 years old. You know, once she was able to understand that there might be a problem carrying Fifi around the rest of her life, she was able to kind of start growing up. And it's like you don't want to be 14, you don't want to be 15 years old trying to get your driver's permit, and you have to bring dirty ass little Fifi with you that you've had.
No, you switch to Fepe at that point. You go from Fifi to Fepe.
Yeah.
Boom.
You know what I mean? It's like at some point there is at least just consider growing up. Consider what life would be like without filthy ass Fifi having to go with you everywhere.
I carried like a lucky rabbit's foot till I was like 5 or 6. And
Right.
I remember being hassled by it by my sister and her friends and shit.
Yep.
And in hindsight, if you're carrying a security blanket or something like that, it's because you're fucking insecure.
Yeah,
exactly. For them to tease you about it is actually kind of crazy. They're the ones causing the insecurity.
Right.
Right.
You're like,
My mom and my sister used to point at me and laugh if I wanted to bring it somewhere.
Yeah. Like you're gonna okay, you're gonna make me feel worse about having this so that I need it even more. Great.
Later on, I realized that was cruel. I mean, considering it's probably called a security blanket, it makes you feel okay.
Right, it makes you feel secure. So so with the globe, it's the belief system that makes people feel secure. You know, they feel like they know some truth, they know some real stuff because everybody agrees.
Turns out none of my mom's 8 husbands made me feel all that secure.
Well, yeah, 8 of them. Jeez. I mean, like 2 or 3 would be tough to connect with. 8, nah.
And the boyfriends in between.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really having a interesting time with these short videos, under a minute, getting to a different audience with people that with a different attention span. It's like we have so much good stuff, and all we need is 40 seconds, 30 seconds, kind of like commercials. You know how we're used to that mentality of 30 seconds. And make it pop either with editing or music. And it's kind of weird that like it's taken us really that long to realize. I mean, we do spend 4, 5, 6, 12 hours at a time talking. People are not going to absorb that. They're 45 seconds. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, and technically, if you need more than that, you're not making a point that anyone should really try to pay attention to in the first place.
In a way.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess it's more justified with products because nobody needs a brand new, a different kind of toothpaste or what the fuck ever. Nobody needs a brand new car, but it's useful to have the truth about something. I'd rather know like a universal truth and be honest with the rest of my family and life about this piece of truth than just get a brand new car. So advertising to people, I guess, in a way, it might. You see, you can't get rid of the truth, you can't cheapen the truth, but it might be hard to fit what we need to in 45 seconds. But again, we shouldn't need longer than that. I guess that's my point.
Well, to be honest, it takes the entire first session, regarding of length. The first session is always going to be laughter, and then you have to gain their trust because they think you're showing them fake shit.
Right.
So the whole first day is usually wasted explaining to them what they believe.
Right.
Usually. I mean, whether it's 10 minutes, an hour, or an entire night with somebody, they usually are just arguing their misunderstanding of what they were taught. Usually. Man, they never told us the sun was moving. Isn't that weird? Like, the sun was just always stationary in the model. Always. I mean, maybe it would be hard to depict, but not that hard. I mean, considering the fact we were never told that the planets were chasing the sun. We were told they were just gently revolving, going around in a circular motion,
Yeah, I do remember. Well, that's the thing though. Had I paid attention, I probably would know a little bit more of what they were trying to teach me. Honestly, I didn't care. I didn't.
What's the first shit you remember caring about?
In school.
I mean, remember they used to have shop class and stuff. They used to have metal shop and wood shop and, kind of like physical stuff.
Yeah, we had you could help build engines and engine parts and stuff in certain classes in high school where I went to high school. Then of course you got your pottery classes and shit like that.
Advanced bong making. Yeah.
Advanced bong making, indeed. What was I going to say? I guess the first thing I ever remember paying attention to that I gave a shit about was biology, I suppose. I got to dissect a shark in high school, a pregnant shark. That was fucking sweet. But math, didn't care about math, history, none of that other stuff. But then I became a musician. So it was music from the age 14 all the way up.
You could sing about biology and shit.
Dude, I was so into it. And my stepsister wanted to be a marine biologist, so we both and we would vacation to places like Cayman Islands and Jamaica and stuff, and we'd fucking we kind of hang out on that one. That was a lot of fun when we were like 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's cool that some people know what they want to do and actually achieve it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
But she didn't turn into a marine biologist. I'm kind of glad she didn't because it's the dangerous job and she's having kids and doing some other stuff. But she I remember when she went from that to like veterinarian, and I was like, wait a second, but that means we can't go scuba diving together and find stuff out. Oh no. Anyway.
Do you remember the Seinfeld where they hit a golf ball into the ocean and it got into the blowhole of a whale at the same time the George character had lied to some chick and said he was a marine biologist?
No, I don't remember. There's so many episodes.
So there was a sick whale off the coast because Kramer had hit a golf ball or something, and they send George off the beach to go do something because they know he's a marine biologist. They're all, quick, you gotta do something,
Yeah,
so he goes out there like a fucking idiot, reaches into the blowhole like just as if it were a prop, and pulls out a golf ball and saves the whale's life. It was really good. Yeah, that's right, Coach. Yeah, somebody calls out, is anyone here a marine biologist? And the chick is like nudging him, like, dude, you're a marine biologist. So he was forced to go out there to save face.
Yeah.
But let this be a lesson, right?
He performed marine surgery without even being a fucking...
Yeah,
I mean,
so let that be a lesson to you.
Yeah.
If you're in the position, you can do the job. You don't need an expert to do the job. It's often about the tool, and other times it's about being there at the right time. And it's like we give so much credit. It's like, oh, they're the expert. And it's like, kind of. They're just sitting there in the seat while the thing does its thing. It'd be like looking at an MRI machine and going, man, that guy is awesome. Not really. But he extrapolated all this. It's like the machine did a lot of the work,
The machine did 99.9998% of it. You materialists are familiar with that mindset, yeah?
But look how easy it is to get data out of it, and we're weak when it comes, to data. We tend to take short bits of data and extrapolate. Well, they must all be like that, and it's kind of a bummer because we often come up short. We make really, broad claims, and as flat earthers, and we don't need to do that so often. And shit's changed. It's like we can't say the same stuff we did 6 years ago. Not at all. Like the satellites that they say are up there are called GOES, GOES. Like the higher versions are the ones that keep coming up with this Earth with all these different colors. And now they're talking about stacking the moon and giving us these colors, which truly are an enhancement of something, but the colors are a sign. They're not fucking there. So it's a trip because it doesn't match the elements. They're admitting that it's something, but it's nothing. It's like they're back to the same lame rules that they are with astrophysics. And it gives us all this fuel again. It really does. Because, they make up some fucking weird shit. And they don't have problems like refraction, jillions of miles away. But,
Yeah, how are you going to know that anyway? How are you going to prove refraction somewhere you can't go? Come on.
Just give it a name like super refraction. Totally works.
Right.
Yeah, something like that. Or scientific refraction, which of course makes it real. Just like scientific theory makes it a fact. You could just say it's scientific refraction by the same notion.
You got it.
Everyone knows after years of argument that words mean different things in science.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah, Merriam-Webster, she's like, fuck science!
Oh, that's it.
He's like, fuck that shit. I went out with a chick recently that was from a dying religion that we know of as the what are they called? They don't go to doctors and stuff. And they came out of like the early 1900s where they thought science had just gotten out of control. And they thought that we should get back to faith in God, basically pray to get better on stuff instead of like a tonic for everything. So it's interesting. I should have paralleled with her as a flat earther really well, but I didn't think she really had any belief.
Well, maybe the next one will be the one.
I forget the name of the religion. It was they're called Church of Christ, Scientists. And we
Christian
know
scientists?
Yeah, and you know them as the Christian Sciences, Christian Science Monitor.
Great.
And they are anti-science, where flat earthers aren't.
Right.
It's fucked that we get tagged as being anti-science, and we get tagged as being anti-vax. Is like we're not part of that campaign, Even if we parallel it, we're not part of it.
I mean, I'm a critical thinker. You can call that whatever you like.
I got fucked on like a big show, and I had to say something. I said globe denier. I had to say something.
Right.
I'm really pissed at everyone going away from flat Earth right now. It's lame. It's a reactive move. It's not showing strength. It's forgetting how much flat Earth triggers people and how much that's our total advantage is people getting triggered. And the idea of introducing everything else, every other word, kind of just shit cans any momentum we've ever had. Eventually the conversation gets around to, well, aren't you saying flat Earth? But you're not, then they're going to go, but you're not a flat earther. And it's going to be like, this conversation just got dumb.
Well, it's sad because it's easy to pigeonhole people into labels and names, and then diminish almost completely any efficacy that the information that they have would have, just because you're going to say, "Oh, he's a flat earther, she's a flat earther." Well, once you say that about somebody, it's like I remember growing up in high school. You'd call people gay or whatever. Be like, "Oh, he's gay." No, don't be gay. It's like one of those, a little nudge in the ribs kind of deal. Um, but you didn't want to be called gay, right? Your whole group of people, like, oh yeah, should say he's the gay one, huh? Oh man, like it would, but you'd make fun of people that way, and it's worse now calling someone a flat earther than it was back then to say that someone was gay. You know what I mean?
I don't know if we laugh at gay people. They laugh at flat earthers.
Okay, well, I mean, I'd laugh at gay
It's a
people.
little different. In other words, we have some weird triggers on people. Their reaction is to ridicule, where the phobia is more common. In other words, I don't think we have flat phobia like homophobia.
Yeah, I got it. I got you.
Which is interesting to note that you could be against something in a different way. It's funny. It's a very good comparison because they're treated very differently. So I think we need to psychologically take advantage of it, though. We know we're going to be laughed at, so we need to laugh back. And then we know if we ask them anything, they're either not going to know anything or they're going to misspeak when they do, because everything doesn't add up, basically. So as long as we don't say something stupid, we're in a good conversation, and that's what we don't have very much.
Well, right. The second you say the word flat, and then in the same sentence, anywhere near Earth, it's like, well, I'm not going to listen to this guy anymore. I'm just going to laugh at my subconscious is just going to laugh at this person.
Well, there's a couple things you can do. Don't say believe, that helps, because otherwise it turns religious quick. And also, if you color it by saying flat and stationary, it opens up the whole other part of the conversation, which is actually more provable, And it also just colors up the conversation like calligraphy. It's a nice Y on the end. Flat and stationary. It doesn't come out flat. There's just nothing. Flat's like cunt. It's just a dead word. Really just.
It's a bad word. It's a four-letter word for sure.
Yeah, tough. So flat and stationary softens it, Make sure not to say believe, because otherwise you get trapped in a belief system, and we're trying to claim that there's real science and real physics involved.
Yeah, I like to use the word planar, and then they'll be like, well, planar, but then don't make the mistake of saying, flat.
Is that why you guys say it so much? Geo says planar.
Yeah, planar, a plane. Yeah, I like the plane thing.
Well, yeah, I feel with the term flat Earth, there's just so, like I've mentioned before, I think with you, Dan, probably there's so many different connotations to it. And even without that part of it, I just feel like it's a little bit too simplistic of a term, in my viewpoint, to describe cosmology, because flat, it is a description of something. And I certainly obviously understand it, the idea of, flat essentially meaning planar, planar in terms of the geometry of it. I kind of go back and forth too. Like I say planar, more like ER, and then planar. It's kind of interesting, like the way it can be just said that way. But yeah, so I mean, the flat is kind of indicating that planar geometry with the topography, but overall having that horizontal, level, a plane essentially in that sense. But I just think the word flat is like, in a sense, it's a little bit too simplistic in my view. Like it just doesn't have enough nuance to describe. But even just saying planar Earth is also kind of too simplistic as well. However, with the word plane, at least it has that geometrical foundational part to it that I think has a bit more explanatory abilities than just the term flat.
I always get jacked when you say planar. It's always exciting. I guess I don't know what it means when it gets Euclidean and shit. I'm out. But it's a deeper level, I know, of communication. It's a manipulative communication, so it's good. It's a good thing. But running from flat is going to be hard. You know what I mean? Like the press is looking eventually to talk to flat earthers, not true earthers or, you know, dick earthers or concave earthers. Man, the concave story is so interesting. It's like, well, I couldn't prove it was flat, and I knew it wasn't a globe, so it must be concave. That's like a mathematical fallacy. I've never heard any depth or sense out of their argument or out of their position. I've never had anything look, feel, or prove to be concave to me. Have I missed something? So I can't prove it's flat. I know it's not round. Therefore, it must be concave. That's really what he said.
Who said that?
Whatever his real name is, Concave Boy. Concave Earth.
Yeah.
I think there's only one or two of them around these days. What do they do? Like, who do they talk to? It's interesting when
The
they talk.
concavers are interesting because I ask them, you know, when you look up at the stars, is that the Orient? And they never answer.
They never have an answer for anything. So, are we so biased that we don't understand them, just as the Globers don't understand us? That's the only interesting thing there, psychologically.
Right.
If we can tune them out, which we do, that means we could be tuned out, and that's kind of horrible.
But the thing is, though, where is the any actual evidence for it, though?
That's where's the meat? Where's the gravy? Where's any of it?
Yeah, like we see the sky, we see the ground, there's a horizon, all of those components. We're on some kind of surface, etc. But the concave thing means that at some point it needs to curve up, and all that land needs to be curving up all the way up around you. And now I guess, okay, if it's so far away, just like we don't see from New York to Spain, I guess you could say on a concave Earth that it would be too far away. So even though there is land way up there beyond the blue sky, I guess that would fit that. But where is any evidence of actual upward curvature? And then you have the whole sky and the sun and the moon, which gets very complex because, like on a planar Earth, you can have a local sun, and since it's a huge surface, you could have the sun like a local spotlight. But on a concave, if the sun's in the middle, like how could it be positioned in a way that it would only light up part of it? Seems to me like if it was able to light up half of a sphere from the inside, it would be lighting up the other half. Or am I just not considering that that there's some way that could work? Because like I just think about on a planar surface, it's much further away, and you can have like a spotlight. Whereas on a sphere that's only 3959 in radius, if that's what they say it is, I mean, we know the sun stretches thousands of miles on the Earth, in terms of its breadth. So how would it be able to stretch thousands of miles and be on the inside of a 3959 sphere? And only light up half of it for night and day. Like it seems just geometrically impossible. Like the radius would have to be like thousands upon thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles or something to make the light even work like that. The way it is on a planar surface, like between, like all the way from the North Pole and to the other side, like 10,000 miles, for example, in terms of that, maybe a general distance.
Not only that, planet is so like planeta, when they say it's something small in like certain Romance languages, planeta, Planeta. If you take the A off, it's basically the same word. And planeta means small plane.
How cute! Look at the little net. They gotta speak it like it is.
Yeah.
Guys, I've been doing some research, and I'm gonna start pickling stuff. I'm starting out with garlic because it's like got some properties that might be beneficial. Look into that stuff, man. Like
I know.
the
Yeah, I know
video
a
that
guy.
I just posted.
I know an old man that pickles, and he was so proud of not using vinegar or anything and doing a garlic only. He did okra, pickled okra. He gave me real good. I guess okra is not good otherwise too.
Yeah, I mean, unless you got some Cajun recipes, okra's kind of hard to eat if it's not
Yeah,
pickled.
pickle the shit. It was great. It was fucking great. It was good.
I'm thinking like garlic, black pepper, cayenne, turmeric, maybe some vinegar, salt, hint of sugar.
You forget that in days just recently passed, everything went bad. I was seeing something about sea travel and how canned meat became popular because it was so hard to keep anything before canning on board ships. Some of the reason they had scurvy and shit is because everything got moist and fucked up.
So you can like take some stew and like boil it and pour like bacon fat in the jar and then let it come to like room temperature, and that bacon fat creates a barrier between like the stew, and the stew will sit there on your shelf for like months. But when you do that, you cook all the nutrients out of it. But with garlic, he said that you can cook it at 220 degrees for 20 minutes and it still has the nutrients in it.
Life's different when you know how shit works, huh? I think that's a big flat earth point right there. Whatever they want to call it, they're not quite telling us how shit works. What did you think of that UFO announcement?
Oh, politicians that are mostly made up of lawyers. I mean liars. I mean lawyers. Yeah, I'll definitely take that into consideration.
I mean, they definitely opened up a soft spot in all conversations whenever they need it, right?
Well, someone just told me that there was no announcement by the government. There was extraterrestrials, so I've been hearing both. I guess I don't know which one's true till I watch a video.
Well, supposedly they came and spoke to Eisenhower twice. Clearly, during the shuttle program, when they were shooting in the infrared spectrum, you could see the amount of stuff in space that's regularly moving in all directions. Like, regularly. I heard if you have night vision now and go outside, that it's just an absolute show every night of regular stuff. Not an unusual event to see things moving about. You'd really have to be asking for trouble to want to come here if you didn't hide in the ocean. It's definitely got to be one of the rules is don't fuck with started. They'll kill you for no reason. Let's
I don't
describe
know.
Earth.
I don't know what to think about them talking about aliens, but I know the narrative is they come from other planets in deep space and quintillions of miles away. But I think that if there are, extra dimensional beings, it would be more likely. And what I mean by that is beings that operate both in and outside of our audio and visual spectrum.
Uh-huh.
I think that would be more likely that they're already from here rather than from Alpha Centauri or Orion's Belt or some weird shit like that. But I think that they would remain on the sidelines.
Whether it's left or right from here or operating at different frequencies, which we would call dimensions. We would call it a dimension if it operated at a different frequency. And just like a television channel, things are out there that we're not reading because we don't pick it up. So there's, I suppose, what we might joke as parallel universes may exist at once because they're just operating at a different frequency.
And that's ultimately what I think is the case in my viewpoint, that like this earth realm is one physical realm, if we call it physical, if we want to call it that. And then I do think there's like a human spirit world. I call it that because I think that's where our souls go when we're going to incarnate in a human body. That's kind of like the human soul pit stop. But I think there's even the like, okay, so in my viewpoint, our soul transcends this human realm, meaning it exists beyond this realm. And then our soul, I think, or in my viewpoint, I'll say my soul, just speak for myself, that I like came to this earth realm, and that, or in this, and then this earth realm has this combination of the human spirit world and then the physical world. And my memory of it is going back and forth between the human spirit world and this physical world in terms of incarnating here. Sort of like if you want to go to a certain school, you get on that school bus in a sense. You know, you come from somewhere, you come from, I guess that analogy would work. You come from home and then you go to the school. So that would be like the home would be the spirit world in that sense. And then you're coming to school, as it were, kind of coming to earth. But then I think our soul can even leave that human spirit world. And for example, could even go to like the dog spirit world and incarnate as a dog. But it's not really the same human part of ourselves. It's not really going from human to dog. It's like shifting into the dog spirit world and then incarnating as a dog, because you know, and having certain relationships with like other humans through a dog's perspective. But anyway, sorry, it's kind of long winded. But and then I was just going to say that if this human spirit, if this physical human realm and then that spirit world are kind of connected, then there's the question like, is that all there is? And I would say, in my viewpoint, definitely not. Like that there's many others that are, you know, maybe like this one, maybe slightly different, and have all kinds of different components going on. So, like instead of the idea that they're in outer space, like balls out in the sky, it's more the idea that they're like within consciousness space or within like the sort of hyperspace of being.
Or if it's machine, if it's mechanical, it would be a mainframe of some kind. If there's anything mechanical to it would just be wherever the hard drive is. Home is where the hard drive is.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're right. I think reincarnation is a fascinating example of people remembering what's before. I kind of refer to the soul as a thumb drive, and it gets zeroed out when it gets uploaded, and you come back with it zeroed out, but it's still there. It's just sort of blanked out, you know, and parts of it maybe are subdivided that we keep, and upon judgment day, certainly we're the ones recording, you know, there's no one watching. You just would honestly be able to assess it yourself. It's like, oh, you're dead. And you'd be like, yeah. And it's like, well, how'd you do? And it's like, I probably could have done better. And it's like, all right, step over there. We'll be back with you. And you go to processing and you come back in another body eventually. Now, where you go in between, I don't know, what do they call it? Purgatory, or, you know, it's not heaven, it's hell. I have no idea. What would you call it? DMV? Yes, it could be called the DMV. That's right.
Yeah, the DMV. It could also be, check this out. There's schools of thought that say there's heaven and hell, and we're here on purgatory to purge of our spiritual selves things that we need to purge so that we clean it up and leave it all here, purge it here. I don't know.
There's a particular type of UFO that looks like what we call fleet, and they look like white orbs similar to moons, but you see them during the day. Some of them are fake, they're balloons, but others sort of dance about with each other. There's some old footage of them from the 50s and stuff. And I just can't help but intuitively think that those are souls in a vehicle, and that there may be vehicles needed for harsh atmospheres and environments like ourselves. You know, so if you transcend the body because you're a perfect being, you still may need a vehicle for the soul to go to certain places to experience certain. And I just get a feeling on those white orbs that you see during the day that seem intelligent, not the drifting ones. It's just everything reeks of soul vehicle. Now, obviously, that would be a different soul than the invisible one that comes, back into a body, or the non-physical, So I don't know why I'm calling that physical, but I feel a connection to those non-physical beings as being something higher than us. That's all. I think think you can achieve non-physical things like those Tibet dudes. There's a lot of good stories of those guys doing miraculous shit all the time because they maneuvered through the physical world differently. Whether that's bullshit or not, that was part of the 58, 59 thing, Geo, I think Tibet. The whole raid on Tibet and shit was at the same time everything else shut down. They knew too much. They knew too much. I wonder who the Vril Society really was. Another set of people that seem to know too much.
So I know that a lot of Christians don't really believe in reincarnation, but I kind of wonder about, the children that died before the age of reckoning or whatever, before they kind of knew good from evil. Like, I wonder if they get like a reincarnation, like you didn't make it to 8 years old, so you get like another shot. I kind of wonder if maybe.
Yeah, I think about that in terms of karma. If you haven't had enough time to build or play off of forward or backward, what the fuck is that? If you're born messed up or you're taken away early. That's a good question.
Because if your soul is eternal, right, or your spirit exists before the body, then it would seem like a contract between you and the Creator. Like, I want to go Project Earth. Okay, yeah, we'll see if we can get you a meat suit. Oh, we got a mother. Okay, you're good to go. And then what if you get aborted, terminated, and or cancer, right? I would think that you would get another mother and another meat suit. I think it would only be fair. Like, if you're in a contract with the Most High God, how could he break his contract? Just because you were aborted, seems like you would get another meat suit.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think you've only lived one life, or do you think you in terms of a human life? Would you say you've only one, or do you think
I was definitely born with more knowledge than I've gained while I'm here.
Well,
Definitely.
turtles are born with innate knowledge. Is that their first run? That's a good question. I don't know. Is that their first run for the water?
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting what Dan just said there too. That he feels like he came in with even more knowledge than he's accrued. Is that what you're saying, Dan? That's interesting.
Definitely. I feel, a lot of guilt for that because I feel that I've used my common sense was built in, and I just haven't used enough wits really to manipulate my life cleverly. I still respond to others and still harbor bullshit, that we do as our childhood, all the things that keep us, in doubt, and those are purposeless. I know someone that just passed away a little while ago, and she was fearless because she didn't give a fuck, and she was so powerful just because she didn't give a fuck. Imagine that's all these people in government and such at higher places need to do to achieve a more powerful place. Not caring. It helps.
Yeah, when you're not afraid of death, I think that you're operating closer to your full capacity.
And who is lobbying for the earth? When we grew up, there was Greenpeace, there was all these anti-nuclear organizations. You don't hear fuck all about it. So the great news, actually, this hydrogen shit. Well, if we start dealing with it locally as well, running local engines, I heard they're banning gasoline generators. And so if we start using water as a fuel because we can easily kickstart it with a smaller an electric engine. And then so we start with electric, which runs on water, which then repowers our electric. So our hybrid like that does really localize. I mean, not only that, why don't we plug the car into the house? Once it's working properly, plug the car into the house. We don't need to be on a grid anymore. So it'd be really exciting to get rid of nukes and all that, with clean fuels that aren't controlled by military interests and banking interests. Be pretty fucking exciting. So, I mean, maybe we are near a paradigm shift and we, a lot closer than we think, because maybe oil is the paradigm shift. Right? Maybe the end of oil wakes everyone up, that we've all been defending positions across the globe for no reason.
Well, I don't think it ever was about oil because it's a renewable resource. Like I've talked to people that work oil fields and they drain a spot 10 years later, they go back and it's like, oh, there's oil here again.
Blood of the earth, right? Blood of the
Yeah.
earth.
Yeah. So I know that I talk about it all the time, but the Schwinger effect, they pulled, electrons out of thin air, right? Energy for free, right? And, I'm not claiming that I know for sure. I haven't seen it done, but there was also the fusion ignition by Lawrence Livermore Labs. So there's 2 times in the past couple years that they've claimed to have a over Unity machine, right? One is a simple tabletop device using superlattice made of graphene. It's a version of the Casimir effect. The other one, I don't understand. I guess I would have to watch a little more LPP fusion with Dr. Eric Lerner to try to understand that one a little bit better. But if that is true, why do we need oil? Other than the economy is based off of it. Your plastic TVs, your plastic cars, everything you got in your house, your carpet, your clothing, I mean, all of it just about has plastic.
Including oil generated the American Graffiti Happy Days lifestyle. The Leave It to Beaver world was driven by, cars and cheap oil. Yeah. They shut that shit down. So I think we're going to wake up. It's like on the Monopoly board, there wasn't room for another utility, but it's seemingly undeniable. And what's happening, just like AI, Lair, is what do you call it? The hybriding of technology, the hybriding where this can go to this and this can go to that. The machine can now check the internet. The machine can do its own research, and machines connected to machines. And when things are hybrided, like electric and combustion together, but a better combustion, then why not use the most common shit on Earth for a fuel? Originally, it just didn't have anything to kickstart it and to get it separated out of the water. So I think that's a solution to global warming too. I think
Well, I've already solved global warming like 8 years ago. Just nobody listened.
It'll solve them talking about it.
Just turn the AC on.
No, if everybody was mandatory to have at least 25 marijuana plants to make up for the mandatory prohibition, right? Maybe it would bring a little more balance to the force, and it was the government's fault to begin with.
Jack Herrera, right? The Emperor was talked about that.
Well, we were talking about reincarnation before, and just linked with this, I was thinking about it, how if reincarnation was like a something that everybody thought was the case, would we by definition treat the Earth better? Like in the idea that if you're going to incarnate again in the future, wouldn't you want to look after the Earth now for your future lifetimes and not make it toxic or mess it up at all? Because it's like your future life. Like if you imagine, like let's say that you are going to, die in whatever year in this life, and then let's say there's another life that you'll incarnate in, 200 years in the future or 2000 years in the future, whatever it may be. And if the earth, like if you spent a whole lifetime like doing oil spills and polluting the earth, and you're going to be coming back to it and you'll be born as a baby into that world, wouldn't it then, like if reincarnation was like a foundational axiom, wouldn't taking care of the earth be like the top priority for everyone?
If we're physical, yeah.
I don't know how it links exactly to global warming because that's a whole agenda in itself, but I guess I was just thinking more about the environment in general, and kind of that's how they try to pin it on global warming, but it's all kind of linked in with some of that, the climate change, but linked into the kind of state of the world on that level.
Listen to me right now, right? Because it's quiet right now. I can say that. When I met Mark, I said, dude, I realize it's not a globe, but you haven't shown me where the fuck we are. Why? If we can't explore where we are, we're not in physical space. Simply. In other words, if we can't go to Argentina and go both ways around Antarctica and figure it out with 2 boats, we got our head up our ass, and it's 6-7 years later, we still haven't done it. So I asked Witsit to ask Weiss, to look into using some of his surplus funds that he's getting off of this app to let us explore. And I got my ass chewed out. Witsit, like, super hesitant to talk to me. But I think Weiss has an excess of funds to do the simplest of experiments to find out the shape of the earth. And now it's fucked up because are these people now like invested at this point? It's like, no, that's the last thing you want. It's like, oh, well, flat earth is our gig, whether it's flat or not. And I'm that way, whether it's flat or not, I still like being a flat earther. I like the platform it gives me, I like that people get triggered. Perfect for me. I'm used to chaos, like I'm used to it. I'm a Mac guy. I've always been 1 in 10.
Well, the amount of funds that are needed to really do things is immense. So, like, I think doing any of these things, depending on what you're talking about in particular, but I mean, somebody could blow $500,000 in a week doing some things that need to be done, and there's much more that would even be needed beyond that amount. So it's tough. I mean, think about, like, let's say you, or just not you, but anybody, let's say somebody, was very passionate about this truth. And let's say they had $200,000, 300,000, whatever it may be. And I'm not talking about David Weiss. I'm just talking about in general. Let's say somebody.
That's the right number, though. That's the right amount.
Yeah. So, and I'm not even referring to him. I'm just saying in general, just kind of piggybacking off the idea. Or let's say make it 300,000. So make it a little more. So somebody has 300,000 and maybe their savings or their whatever it may be, it's money they have, and they're willing to put it in. Now, the thing is, there's virtually, unless somebody wants to make a business out of it, I'm talking about like deciphering the shape of the earth and doing tests and things, unless somebody wanted to try to make a business where it's going to generate money, I think that there's a whole bunch of challenges to that. But leaving that out of the equation, it would be just essentially a total loss, quote unquote, meaning a loss of money. Well, loss is not the right word. It would be a one-way street, meaning they'd be spending the money and not necessarily getting any money in return. It would just be something they would, perhaps for the love of it or for whatever that purpose may be. So they would have to be willing to essentially sacrifice that money, just kiss it goodbye, essentially. Now, the positives that could come from it, of course, there could be positives from it. But I'm just saying, and then I feel like there's so much money that is needed to do such a wide range of things that I don't think 300,000 could do some things though, for sure, or 200,000, something like that. There's no doubt that you could get that to go a pretty long distance, but it would be a big choice for someone to make, especially, because in this world, I mean, unless somebody has an absorbent amount of money, a $200,000 or $300,000 savings could go a long way to helping someone have security into whatever's happening in the future. So I think that needs to be considered too. In terms of anyone putting money, it's a challenging situation. You really have to have a surplus and be willing to put all the risks that are involved, and really be willing to have a lot of a lot of things on the line. And I don't really mean well, yeah, you know what I mean. There's a lot of factors.
Shelley Lewis did it. Shelley and Wendell spent, but somewhere between $50,000 and $70,000 between 2018, 19, and 20, putting together the Flatlander stuff. So it's not like people aren't capable, but you're right. It had to be sitting there in surplus. So it'd be cool, though, if we could finalize something, get something done, you know? It'd be nice to think that nobody has tried to see which direction you go to meet each other. You know, two boats leaving Argentina and going around. Like, you know, how far is it and where do they meet? It's not that hard. They don't have to even get close to Antarctica. They just have to go opposite directions. And of course, you know, is it an inside loop or an outside loop at that point? And is that Captain Cook shit right or not?
What if we did a flat Earth blue check mark where everybody put in $8? Because, you know, most of you motherfuckers spent $8 on coffee or cigarettes.
That's a good point. But there's no body to give it to. That's the fucked up thing too.
It would be in a trust.
Yeah, but still, who manages that becomes a monster no matter what.
Well, the thing about trust law is that if you are a trustee and you violate the trust, you're going to be held liable.
See, I think setting something up like that, like to me, do you think that could be done without a whole team doing it full time?
Yeah, you would just have a trust account with an EIN number, and you would have full disclosure. And the trustees, if they fucked up and didn't do what the contract says that everybody who donated their $8 was a beneficiary of, there's laws against that. Like, you can't fuck over the beneficiaries.
Right. Had FE Corps had not been international and been able to work out their differences easier, they would have had that shit together, you know?
I don't want to. I'm trying to think how to tactfully say this because I certainly don't want to put any kind of negative vibes out there. I guess I'll just say this with FE Corps. I never felt like I could trust that group as a whole. Now, I'm not talking. There are some individuals in it that I do think, you know, that I appreciate their work and things, but I'm just saying, like, when they first came out, they were kind of pushing it like, oh, this is it. We're going to do all these tests. We're going to be transparent, you know, et cetera. And it just seemed from like the general unfolding of it that it was, I'm trying to put this as tactfully as I can with words, but
I can tell you,
it was like conflict amongst conflict. Like the group, there were so many things that happened.
I can tell you straight up. I mean, Patricia just talked to me about it. She said they walked into her during the for the Flatty Awards with an envelope that wasn't part of the other envelopes and said, "Here, you got to announce this." And she goes, "What's this?" She goes, "It's a new category. It's the best new group." And she's all, "Who's that? Who's this?" Right? And she thought it was bullshit. And Bob just told her, "Go with the flow, man." And so this whole thing that she thought was her thing got invaded by them making FE Corps into something, which is why we heard about it. And then the real sad thing that really sucks ass is that Jaron had to split because there was no integrity there. And he expected us to read into it. And nowadays, you know, he's like, what the fuck? I bailed. What's the problem? And it's like, well, the problem is you didn't tell anyone about it. Why? You know, and you sat next to Bob. And to tell you the truth, you know, Bob and Karen are the ones that sank the People Finder that opened it up for Weiss. So, I mean, they're kind of nefarious. It's kind of fucked up. And FE Corps, like, you had never had any integrity. It was never together. And they openly talk about it within. You know, there's something they didn't like about Mike Kavanaugh, you know, and something he did or said or does or says. Everyone agrees he's the guy that was in too much of a position. And if you ask me, Bob Nodell created a bureaucracy wherever he went, and things slowed down to a crawl upon approval of getting anything done. And so, but if there was a body like that already had their EIN and already had their shit together without bagging on them in particular. But if there was a body, especially put together at that time, that we did feel akin to, it would have been nice. Today, it'd be nice if there was a Flat Earth University and we could put a fund there. Or if there was a building or a center and we could have a fund there. We could send our art to the museum to put on consignment. You know, if there was any building or anything that was ours, it would be beautiful. Anything. And FE Core gave us something that we thought.
I mean, any of those things I would say would require some personal, you know, a group that's motivated to do that. I mean, you know, it's sort of like the idea that, you know, sort of a free world type idea, like, you know, world's your oyster kind of thing, meaning any group that wanted to associate with anything, you know. Are you saying something for
here's what I'm saying.
Like the term flat earth, like the earth not being a globe itself, or because I have my thoughts on that too. I mean, it's interesting. See, it kind of makes me think of like decentralized versus centralized and how that plays out. Because like the globe is a very centralized thing. Like it's centralized control, centralized banking, centralized politics. You know, the list goes on and on. To the versus like, whereas it seems like, if you want to call it flat earth, quote unquote, like this whole, you know, it seems like it's a more decentralized thing. Like there's different groups doing different things. And it's be interesting to see how it plays out in the future, but it doesn't, I know, is that kind of what you're saying? Like there is no kind of central thing that has identified with that concept and then made some kind of like an institute or something like that. Some kind of,
if you were rich and passing away, where would you leave the money to now? Like the FE Core was at least in position to accept monies, you know, and now there's nothing, you know. So it's a bummer that we still don't have it together. Now check this out. Jaren's thing in the movie, we didn't go back and redo. Radar 10 miles ship to ship, we haven't done. There's the thing that I was talking about before, going in two directions with a ship around the world, we haven't done. There's a lot of things we haven't done that would be definitive. I'd hate to find out, and I'm being honest, that we've avoided something definitive because we're afraid of the answer. That would suck ass. I don't want to be like a flat earth pussy. You know what I mean? At all. If we're avoiding something, you know, and at the time I didn't know the movie was a big deal and that Jaren had never redone, you know, that nobody had redone that to prove anything, you know. It sits in question.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I was out there for the one day of the filming. I mean, that could be replicated. Yeah, it just took an afternoon. It wasn't even that much equipment and a better laser. And I saw that Jaren had a conversation with MC Toon. I only watched a few minutes of it. I was skimming through it a little bit, but I did skim through to a part where it looks like they were discussing that. And I was going to maybe keep it on my list and maybe go back and just watch that part. I'm not very interested in MC Toon's content, but Jaren did look like I skimmed through and saw there was a section that he actually showed the email from the behind the curve people, and I think they discussed it. So I might go back and listen because I was involved with that. So I'm curious if there's any further ideas. But yeah, I mean that could be replicated, and it could be filmed very, much. Well, you know the whole thing with that. He didn't get all. You know what's funny, dude? I could have pulled my camera out and filmed the whole thing. I could have pulled my phone out
that's why Jaren's always been so pissed, because they said, don't worry, you can see our stuff. Now, I don't know if he interpreted that. Like, they never told us, you'll be able to see all our stuff,
Well, I remember when Jaren was saying that they had told, like at the end of it, I think we were talking, and Jaren was like, well, yeah, they told me they'll give me all the footage from it, so that was what he was under the consideration that they were going to do that. And yeah, I think he admits that it was a bit of a maybe short sight for him to assume that was going to be the case. We could have filmed it easily. I mean, even just setting a camera up and just letting it sit there, like you wouldn't even have to, just put it on like the hood of the car or whatever. Right. Just that would have gone a long way. Yeah.
One of the fights I had with Bob was when they were going to do an A&E thing, which was really about going out and doing observations, with a full camera crew and spending big money on it for, publication. you know, like they did Nat Geo and PBS. This was going to be the next network thing. And COVID hit, and we weren't traveling or masking, so the whole thing kind of didn't sell. But they interviewed everyone, you know, I mean, interviewed everyone about going out and doing shit, you know. And fuck, I forgot why I mentioned the A&E thing. But we were so on the way to getting, you know, out there and getting something done. And they were going to like look for real funding. I mean, they were going to spend $500,000 to make a show. And that, like, they interviewed everyone. And it's just kind of a bummer because there's no momentum. A lot of shit has been shot that hasn't been brought out. The real story never comes out. The story of Robbie Davidson, what happened to FEIC never comes out. The story of Mad Mike never comes out. And it's just like...
Yeah, I mean... I was just going to say real quick, if I can jump in, I unless I'm interrupting, if you want to finish.
No, go.
Well, I was just going to say, okay, so like I have friends and colleagues, people in my life, you know, in my communities and things that that know that, you know, that I, especially back when I, you know, probably told them years ago the term flat Earth, you know, et cetera, that I don't know. I've never called myself a flat earther, so I don't know that they would say, oh, you know, he's a flat earther, but they know that I've talked about it and et cetera. And if somebody like that, who is like a colleague and a friend of mine, someone I respect in that sense, but they don't really know this community, as it were, flat Earth, if I want to use that term, that, you know, if I want to use that terminology, yeah, if they were to sort of say like, oh, you know, yeah, like, you know, like tell me more about the community and the people, you know, in that sense, I certainly would have a lot to say because I have my thoughts on all of that. But like, if what you're referring to, like, there isn't something that I could necessarily refer someone to and be like, this is it, you know, this is the foundation, or the mission statement or something like that. Obviously there's this platform, Earth Awakenings, which I would obviously share. So that, like, perhaps, you know, but at the same time, it's not quite what you're talking about in terms of, I mean, I'm saying this current structure of this is a live streaming platform, as it were, and it's kind of a social platform, et cetera, rather than like a, you know, at least it's currently not at a state of what you're referring to, which is more, yeah, if you're talking about doing tests and having some of those components. So anyways, sorry if I'm being long-winded. I'm just sort of thinking like, there is no kind of, I know what you mean by that. There isn't like a main group or anything that you could just tell someone to, you know, that would be associated. Kind of like you said.
For instance, imagine if somebody was hired by this group or a larger group as the clip master. And they made sure and went through everything of the day of the week, you know, and found clips and clipped shit out, you know. Look how much more effective and strong we'd be, because whether there's sound bites, whether it's 5 minutes, 1 minute, there's often, you know, poignant things that are, you know, very poignant things that go to waste as we talk about them.
Gee, I'll send you my manifesto tomorrow.
I'm having like a Jay and Silent Bob flashback, Clipmaster. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would love to do this full time, this research, this work, and be compensated for it and have it. That would be so amazing. I think there's so many that would love to do that. I think the reality of it is that, in a sense, like, we are the people, you know, as it were, meaning we, you know, I don't know of anyone that, you know, has currently the resources, you know, sort of Elon Musk type resources to just put into this. You know, there's a lot of philanthropists, but they don't seem to be supporting this research, as it were. So, and I just think it would take it's a tremendous effort to do it. Like, Larry, you were saying, could we get everyone to kind of pitch in $8 kind of thing? Yeah, I mean, those ideas are always there, and anyone could do a GoFundMe. But then Dan had said, yeah, but anyone, you know, how would we trust whoever's running that? And it does seem like there's a thing with, like, if I use the term flat Earth, you know, just in terms of the Earth not being a globe and all of that, it like I think Danny said something like, "Oh my gosh, like whoever would be controlling that, they might be a monster or something." Because would they be of integrity? That's the question too.
Think about this. Like you guys don't know me in real life, right? But would you trust me with $8? I mean, what are you going to lose? It's $8.
Yeah, I will give you $8.
That's what I'm saying.
If that's what you're asking. Yeah. I mean, I know what you mean. Right. Okay. No, that's a good point. But okay. So anyone could just do that. Like they could make a GoFundMe or a LLC or a nonprofit and call it whatever they want. Flat Earth, True Earth, whatever term, anything. Anyone could make that, right? Like there's no patent against that. But wouldn't there also be a factor, though, if there was a group that started to come together and if everybody was going to be giving money, you're right, it's only $8, but wouldn't there be a lot of components around whether those individuals could be trusted and whether they could, how they're going to represent it?
When you create a contract, that's what trust is. It's a contract. When you create a contract, you are legally bound to that contract. And if you don't fulfill the contract, then you just have a class action lawsuit. Everybody who pitched in has the receipt. They can sue the guy. So you create the law when you create the contract.
Yeah, but what happens is it needs to be managed. And to be managed properly, you build that into the construct. And next thing you know it's like anything else. Half of it's eaten up by administration. If it runs clean, if it's good, half of everything's eaten up by administration. That's if it's good. So then you have to have committees and bodies on what to do and what to clip to use or what boat to get. Should we just buy one or should we rent one? And very difficult. Now I'm not saying that shit's impossible. I'm just saying managing people is impossible. Very difficult. And if it was under the auspices of an organization or a school, it'd be a lot easier. Even a club, a center, something that gave it a title that we could contribute to would be awesome. And we tried with the conference. That's why the FEIC story is good. If that continued to be fruitful, we could have gone under that name, and taken monies as a fund on behalf of that. But Robbie wasn't someone everyone wanted to trust, and so.
The factor I was saying before too, I just think with like the amount of time and energy it takes. I mean, like when I was saying before, like we are the people in that sense, meaning that unless you just have like Elon Musk money or there's some other way, because there's also this topic may not get the masses going for it either. Obviously, there's that component, so it's only people that are on that level. But I guess what I was just trying to say is that everybody's working, busy, family, kids, putting food on the table. All of those components that without being able to be compensated for it full time, it seems like for a lot of us, the most we can do is spend a few hours online or doing some research or, in that sense. Now, not to say that nobody has time to go out and do some tests but it's kind of up to each individual to do that and to make the time, time is money kind of thing. So if you take a whole day to do it, then there's that factor. I'm just saying like some of those practicalities. And then you have the censorship that's going on as well. So like you can't necessarily just do a great test and have your video, go to, now that the video is going to be shadow banned and blocked from even getting out there. So there's that challenge too.
That's a big deal. And our movement to the .com and away from, and the realization that of course, Discord is such a small audience. And so here's what I what I see today for the first time. Like, you're always asking what's next and what should we do? Shorter clips, whether they're put to music or edited, better, but when they're placed they can now do easier. We can get our influence into the Telegram and Instagram audience and the mobile app audience, TikTok, that stuff, just by having shorter stuff. So if we have shorter stuff of what we've already done and already do, then upload it. The only secret now is using hashtags. We're not used to that. and we'll enter the new world, the youthful world of stuff, and they'll get us a lot more. We'll get in to their heads, and that's all we're really asking of the young and the old, is to get into their heads and make them think, right? I mean, we don't know, but we know people that aren't thinking on it. That's what we.
Well, there's a whole lot of young people that talk about the patriarchy, right? So if you label it the patriarchy cosmology, right?
Good one.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Patriarchal cosmology.
Yeah, because it was a bunch of old white men, right? That's their cosmology. Because it's not your worldview, it's theirs.
And I can't say enough about that moment in time, that 58, 59, and Eisenhower going into Kennedy's shooting. That's intense. It's right in front of everyone's eyes. I think we need to bring it to light over and over again as to what really happened behind the scenes during that. I grew up thinking like Cuba was always about the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the more I think about it, there was no Vegas yet. So Cuba was really kind of about gambling and who ran that, So it's funny how you hear something that you think you know, and then it's like suddenly there's a whole nother side of Cuba. It has nothing to do with the missiles and other people that had an interest in Kennedy. For Kennedy thinking he's president, right?
You familiar with Operation Northwoods, I'm sure?
Yeah, he didn't think that was a good idea. He didn't like that idea. Pretty much 9/11, isn't it?
Yeah, false flag. I don't like everything Noam Chomsky said, but manufacturing consent was spot on.
Mm-hmm. And we're so in it now that it's hard to see.
Well, I was thinking how with the shape of the Earth thing, like how much of a factor do you think it is that everybody was told this globe at such a young age? Like a lot of other things people formed later in their life, opinions about things, whether it's like politics or, even a lot of different things that, the teenage years, the growing pains, and you have different viewpoints. You're into this, you're into that, you change your viewpoint on things, and people kind of have their styles and things that they're into. But the globe makes me think of something that is so like, it's just taught to us because of, like you were talking about that 1950s and everything that came after that, after World War II, and how they really started ingraining the globe. Because like in that time period, there was the National Defense Education Act that was passed in that late 50s. I believe it was like 58 for that one, if my memory's right on that. It's either 58 or 59, and there were a couple of them. Yeah, there's a few of them. And those were the main acts that basically started after World War II, of course, the end of the 50s, started integrating essentially the military complex with the police complex with like personnel, of all different sorts, security guards and you name it, all these personnel, doing, keeping these buildings functioning and working, and the boards of people on the boards of making the decisions, all those components that like the education system kind of with the militaristic structure and these other the education system, and making it more of that, the structured system of elementary school, middle school, high school, and then college, and really funneling people into colleges more than was happening before. Like funneling right out of high school, you have your GPA and you go. Of course, there was less people going to college in the 60s and 70s versus the 80s, 90s, et cetera. The rates went way up as they got it more honed in. But I'm just saying that whole structure of education made it so that those of us that were born in the 60s, 70s, 80s, et cetera, and upwards, were born right into a system of that militaristic type structure, of that regimented, 7 a.m. every morning and the bells ringing and this whole thing that is so hyper controlled. And then you got to take these tests and learn the thing. And then the globe is like the worldview that's fueling that whole system. So it just makes me think about how many other ideas were ingrained as early as the globe and are as big of a thing as the globe?
Okay,
You know,
I want to comment on this before I forget. Imagine something you don't know. I'm going to call it fear. Something you're afraid of. Why? You don't know it. It's a black guy. It's lightning. Whatever the fuck it is, right? So if you introduce something to me that I don't know, my first reaction is probably fear. So all you have to do is show somebody that they're dumb or they don't know something, and they clam up in fear. The trigger that we get is a natural reaction to our exposing their vulnerability. We need to warm that process up somehow, because when they're vulnerable is when they'll listen. They just think they're going to get hurt when they're vulnerable. But this is just about something being new and different, or different, different. So the culture is going to dictate what we believe, and the schooling and all the shit you described. So each group has different culture, but the fears are still innate in human, and what they're afraid of is what they don't. That's why they make up shit, so they pretend they know shit. The totem pole, it knows all. Go ask the totem pole. Well, truly, you're probably asking yourself. And truly, if there's anything near God, it operates, through you. And in my, God-forsaken ignorance of that part of life, of God, I'm sure he works through me still, Just because I'm ignorant of it doesn't mean it shouldn't work through. So I still think that this is a mission to get through people's fears and for people to grow into what may be a paradigm shift that we've always talked about. Like I said, this hydrogen thing actually gives us a chance, the first chance in a long time of any light at the end of the tunnel, to tell you the truth.
So, all right. I guess my mind is still on somewhat the conversation we're having as well. Like, I guess my thought in terms of, like you were saying, like, in terms of the shape of the earth and everything, I was just still thinking about that, which, I just think it would take a tremendous amount of money to do a lot of the tests that are needed to be done. And then the other component of, like, getting the word out seems to have that component of the larger censorship going on. So without a tremendous amount of money to do the test, and without a tremendous amount of money to get around the censorship, what could we do even in this current state? With those conditions at play?
Like I said, we could affect the media differently without our emotions if we got smart. Through this short attention span stuff, had Shelley's and Wendell's stuff come out and use the term beyond the curve instead of behind the curve, which is what I've been trying to tell you about for a while. What I was trying to work with Mark and Shelley and Wendell is to work everything out and have Mark tell the story, because there's some missing B-roll. Have Mark tell his story and package that shit up with Mark's face on it, and there's suddenly some revenue. Because Behind the Curve has a name, and Beyond the Curve is the sequel. And Behind the Curve was 3 years old, stale when it came out 3 years ago. And this new one will be 3 years old too when it comes out. But it should come out, it should have the name Beyond the Curve, and it would sell. There's no reason it wouldn't. There's a writer's strike right now, and it's all in the can. It just takes editing, put a face in a box. And I tried desperately to save their thing and let our high quality footage out so everyone could see what we've been working on. And it didn't happen. And and to be honest with you, it's quiet enough here. I can say it. I saw Mark since, and I'm also, you can't get them he can't get past their argument to use any of the footage. And I go, well, I talked to Rick Hummer, you don't need their footage. It's your fucking story, Mark. Why don't you just tell it? And I go, Rick's ready to go. And he said, to be honest, which Mark is usually honest to a fault, Rick wants to bash Robbie. And I love that. And Mark doesn't want to see that happen. So the truth never fucking comes out, man. The biggest flat earther on earth is Mad Mike, and he's not a flat earther. I mean, life is fucking weird. You know, it's weird. You know, and where we're headed would be great. If I had my shit
I
together.
just think there's a timing. I mean, I know that you're talking about these individuals, but I just think there's a timing to all truths coming out in different ways and having their like avenues of transfer to people. And I think with this one, with the shape of the earth, I really do think that there needs to be physical on the ground stuff that needs to be done. Like, I think ideas are great. And I do think there could be a lot of people that could have their minds, whether you view it as opened or whether they're questioning more or, have more information about certain things. But even if there was like 100,000 more people that knew about this, or even 200,000 or even a million or multiple million, even if it was like, hundreds of millions or even billions, I guess what I was going to say is like, I question what efficacy it could have without more physical validation.
Good point, but there is a small list of things that'll help that we haven't done, that we know about. That we haven't done. So ship-to-ship radar is cheap, easy. We can try that. If we can't achieve 10 miles ship-to-ship radar in good conditions, we're wrong. We're wrong. Sorry. We need to look forward to being wrong if that's where we're headed. Is it really about 3 sticks? They say it's about 3 sticks. We just won't do it. Is that true?
There are things that could be done there are definitely things in the category that could be done for a smaller amount of money, but it still probably takes a team and people taking a day off, week off.
And that's hard. That is very hard. Very rewarding.
Well,
it's fun. It's fun to do.
I mean, I'm not really up on, some of those individuals you're talking about, what they're up to, but I know Karen does her conferences. There was nothing that came after FE Core, or there isn't another kind of.
No. That's the thing. I mean, they were already working with us. That's how I knew about it. They were, Robert Scott was already working with us. Rick Hummer had backed off, but he sent his camera guy and all that. So we had already been working with the U.S. remnants of it, the people that were willing to go out. So, if we're going to talk about that anymore, just shout out to Ben, Taboo Conspiracy, for all the hard work he's done for never asked a penny for anyone, just doesn't work with anyone, just wants the truth like everyone else. And I think he's done a ton of great. And if there's anyone I would ever give money for past work, it would be him.
Why do you think there hasn't been like any form of kind of organizational structure? Because like I said before, I mean, if you view it that we're all kind of, free humans, as it were, like as much as we are free, meaning, you can create this or that or whatever it may be, in terms of like some larger type organization, then like why do you think that hasn't happened? And do you think it ever will? Or?
I can shorten that conversation, because if IPS wasn't psychotic, he had every.
You're cutting out.
You know what I mean? If he wasn't psychotic, we all were in support of everything he said or did, And he had an organization set up. And when I met him, he desperately wanted to step down and asked me if I'd step into a position on top so he didn't have to be the face. He hated being the face of it. He wished it was just a thing. So anyway, I don't want to give him any more. But he was in a position, and all the internal wars should be over with. There's just nobody, the players are just not there to fight, So I don't know. What do you think of the TikTokers? Are they like young kids that come around saying stuff? Is that good or is that lame? I'm totally mixed about it, is why I mean, it's exciting that there's thousands of people seeing something, but if we end up saying the wrong shit over and over again, and they're just repeating the wrong shit, we've gone nowhere.
Yeah, I switched over to my phone. Hope you can hear me all right. Well, no, that is something to consider. Yeah, well, it does seem like TikTok and those channels, like you were saying, the short videos. Yeah, I do think that there's potential there to put little nuggets of information because it is a pretty popular way of viewing things in today's world. Flipping through those YouTube shorts or the TikTok things, that it seems like that's kind of one of the modalities of our time. Like back when the internet was first, there was sort of AOL, America Online, and people started going online, and then obviously email and everything became more and more prevalent. And in a similar way, it does seem like these short videos are kind of one of the very highly consumed formats because they're easy, they're short. So yeah, I think that does seem to be a channel of communication.
If we have jillions of hours of content, but no secret message. So let's say the secret message is that the end of oil is the paradigm shift that we've been looking for our whole life, you and me. And what if we start pushing that as a narrative? That this is the paradigm shift, the end of oil. It's the end of war. It could be the end of wars as well. So it'd be awesome if you and I in our lifetimes actually saw the things we expected of an intelligent society. But what if we need to push it with a narrative, literally as creators of a narrative, you know what I mean, just by putting it out there. In other words, is the age of oil over, and is that the paradigm we've been looking for? It kind of is, really, So maybe we could take the flat earth message straight to that, and stop talking about the shape of stuff and what it means to deal with things, quote unquote, globally. I hope, we don't need politics. We need sanity. Really. So oil just got too crazy to run the world off of. Stupid. It was owned by people.
Dude, when you think about how, well, yeah, I hear you on that. I mean, that's a whole, I actually think the globe is built upon the energy deception. I think connected to free energy, and then oil and the whole industry of oil and energy, and how that is sort of controlling and locking down the earth plane, as it were, in terms of the financial and the energy control. So yeah, I do think that's connected. I was going to say too, I was just thinking about how, like, let's say in ancient times, very, peoples that had a lot of deep wisdom and knowledge about the earth and had these cosmologies that were so nuanced, and, of course, having a stationary, immovable earth and the heavens above and all that. And how to them, perhaps, the idea of a globe would just be so like an aberration, basically. It would be like, it could be seen as a possible concept, but it would be seen as a very, minimally represented concept. Whereas we're in the total reverse of that right now, where the globe is this maximally represented concept, and then the earth being, in my viewpoint, what it is, stationary, etc., is something that you and I are sitting here like, yeah, well, we have to, the idea of getting the word out or having more research and doing more, more on it as a community, because the money that's involved, the organization, we're all busy kind of in our lives and jobs and doing what we're doing. So I was just thinking how like on kind of just like a way, if you were to zoom in the past and what it was like, and then zoom into now, it's like such a reversal that we're sitting here like, how do we let people know and how do we get more research about just this basic foundational truth and how it's been so covered by the current system and so subverted to the point to where this is even a thing. It's kind of a trip that this even is a thing that has been reversed to this level that we're sitting here like being censored by social media and all of these factors, just trying to, make progress. Yeah.
Imagine this reversal, right? We're worried about AI and robots taking over, right? Well, imagine if this were a robot society that was just inventing humans. Like, just invert it. And they were worried about humans and what they do with their sentient, and it's like just the same. Like you couldn't control humans, just like you can't control machines if they can walk around. So it's interesting. Imagine the machines breeding these little pet human things, So, like Planet of the Apes, instead of being apes and men, could be machines and men in a cycle. I heard that's already been done in a movie.
Wait, are you saying, I'm trying to follow what you're saying. You're saying that like our worldview collectively is sort of like, because I could think about it in terms of like in cycles and the way that, in my viewpoint, like the larger creative intelligence kind of, there's different cycles and different times on the earth that have different factors. We're just in this one, whatever we want to call this one, this current kind of setup. But are you saying the idea like almost like a sci-fi or like a sort of a simulation or like a robot? You were saying robots. Are you talking about that there's some kind of like robotic
Let's say they
structure that's kind of like controlling the cycles or something? Is that what you were saying?
Well, let's say the robots and the AI take over in the next 40 years, 60 years, 100 years, who cares, right? But let's say they take over. But they're aware of the age of humans. And out of sentient empathy, they decide to bring humans back. Because they can do it through technology. And they start breeding humans who begin to outbreed them and outsmart them. And eventually, potentially kill off the machines. So it's funny, this could be a cycle where human could have been created, oh my God, could have been created by machine as a tool, essentially.
I mean, I've always thought that humans have come from the heavens, from the heavenly realms, meaning like if this realm, if you have like the planar foundation of the earth as the kind of the idea like the middle world, then you have the upper world of the heavens and then the lower world, like the underworld. And I think of those in terms of the spiritual correlations to those. And I've always thought of humans as having come from the heavens in a sense, having either descended or some kind of a, coming from the heavens in that sense, from those higher realms. And then there's beings, I think, that come from the underworld that can have a much darker, even demonic kind of influence or that kind of placement in the whole system. And then the earth plane is like the middle ground, like almost like the battle, if you want to call it the battlefield, even though I'm not saying it has to be a battle. I'm just saying kind of like the kind of battlegrounds of life in a sense, to where you've got, the good and the evil, the light and the dark. And then our human psyches perhaps even have those components. We have some light, we have some dark, in different ways. We're like connected to those dynamics. And then I do think that there are, linked with that in my viewpoint on things, I do think there's another type of entity or being or even race, if you want to call it that are not human, that I do think came from the underworld, that are currently doing this kind of control on humanity, and that it's like part of this cycle that those entities are doing this or somehow able to, or the creator has sort of allowed for them to be in this current cycle for its own purpose and its own ultimate sort of karmic unfolding in terms of this dynamic that, and I think in my viewpoint, like we all incarnated in this time for a certain purpose too, to interplay in this way. And I think there's a purpose to this cycle.
If you grew up in war, let's say Vietnam War, as a young 4-year-old or something, you may be aware of war, but certainly not aware of proxy war and that it's being run by two outside nations, or two outside influences. You would never know that. Supposedly, the aliens came here, flew over the White House, met with Eisenhower, and told him that this was a simple Star Trek scenario, that there was lots of action out there and they represented good, and we'd better be careful because there's other aliens that don't mean us well, and they came meaning us well and offering us exchange of information if we would just stop the nuclear program. Now, what that would mean to them, and the disruption of energies, I don't know. But supposedly that's the story, is we turned them down because we were into the power structure that you described earlier. And at the end of his office, Eisenhower said, beware of the military-industrial complex, who, whether the power was given or taken, has now exceeded the government as he knew it, and he was the leader of it. And the next president thought he was president. I don't think that story, I think that's a flat earth story, too. It's part of this whole 58 thing, 59. It's when they were shutting everything down. It started probably earlier with Blue Book. Let's shut this shit down.
Yeah, it's like a
that's
takeover.
crazy if we turn down the motherfucking aliens, bro. Like, oh shit.
But would we be aware of it? In other words, we're fucking our own selves, we're warring our own selves. We wouldn't be aware that there's people manipulating our war.
I just feel like if somebody came down and they clearly had more advanced shit than us, and they're like, yo, quit fucking around. And we're like, no, that's the wrong answer. I don't know.
Well, think about this. Today's warfare is kind of funny because when we go to, let's say, Afghanistan, Iraq, we're not looking to occupy. We're not looking to take it. In the past, there were border wars about, I'm taking over here. Now we take over politically. We don't look to occupy. So if you don't look to occupy or figure out how to get resources out of it, so my theory is that you can't do business on Earth without doing business with the people who already run it. So therefore, you got to give away 2/3, which is 666, and that's why it's known as evil, because it's shitty doing business here. You got to give away 2/3 just to do business here.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Compelling, interesting for sure. I do wonder why. I mean, it would make sense. Like, superintendent has to take care of the place. You got to pay the superintendent, and then, but you got all the stuff that's happening inside the building. Nothing's for free.
But they definitely built.
Yeah, but do they? I mean, do they righteously actually have this authority that we seem to give them? Like, do they actually? Meaning, are they the rightful owners of whatever they own, or was it? Did they hijack it and do a takeover? I think if it's the latter, if there's some entities that have done a takeover, maybe even a series of takeovers, World War I, World War II, just to name two major events in the last century, if it's a takeover, then wouldn't perhaps the natural unfolding be that takeover would lose its grasp, rather than us having to continue to capitulate beyond a certain point to their takeover?
You made an excellent point. we're just out of the Age of Kings. Just out of the Age of Kings, who had ultimate power and mixed it with religion. So we're just exiting that, where the king ruled just because he was there, right?
Yeah.
Like that was
Well,
the
like
case.
if somebody came into your house and said, "That's it, I'm taking over. I'm the king of this household now. You got to work. You got to pay me. Oh, you want to sleep in that bed? You got to pay tax. You want to do this or that, etc." And they just literally took your whole house over and just demanded that they were the owners. Well, if they did that for long enough, like generations of your family, maybe eventually, you'd be like, I'm not saying you, I'm just using a general example, obviously. Maybe eventually you'd be like, well, yeah, we just got to pay the man the taxes, and this is just how it is, and this is the way the world is. And if you didn't have any way to get your house back, like if they had, let's say, control over the military, control over the police, and they had control over social media, on, and you couldn't get your house back, then what could you do other than just make the best you can, pay your taxes, just, because you don't want to end up in jail with their system. If you don't pay their money, they'll, in theory could do that and all that. And just get by, as it were. But if there's a point eventually where, you could somehow be able to regain sovereignty over your house, then that would obviously be the preferred thing because it was taken over in the first place. And what that process would look like in this whole analogy I'm laying out, what that would look like in the larger world, if we were to, in my viewpoint, get our sovereignty back from this current control system, that is a huge question that is so multi-leveled and nuanced. And I suppose that's part of the excitement about being born in this time and alive in this time, to see how this is going to unfold and how the paradigm shift within multiple different fields and what the potential of that could be and how that's going to play out.
Hey, I'm always brown-nosing you and up your ass and say nice things about you, but what if we really were around for a paradigm shift? Wouldn't that be insane? Like, what if we really could see a better world all of a sudden? Like, in other words, it seemed pretty grim. But if we look at the end of oil as a catalyst, things could entirely turn around. I never thought it would be that easy, but it is that big. I mean, energy is everything, huh? Like, everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And we never know what other factors could come into play. I mean, I even think of these entities in control. What if even they crumble from the inside, as it were? Maybe one of their leaders passes away, or they have some strife or some drama. You never know what possibly they're even going through, whatever organizational structures they have.
We're at the end of their cycle. We're at the end of their cycle. The post-World War II people that put everything together, they're all dead. They're all dying off. Their kids, we're at the end of that cycle, the Kissinger age,
That's true too. But yeah, what you're saying there, I mean, that is incredibly exciting, and in a way fuels my passions in a lot of ways, just in terms of, now I know there's a lot of naysayers that would say, oh no, there's never going to be a paradigm shift, it's just the way it's going to be, and this current structure is just going to keep getting stronger, like the Borg, it's just going to keep growing, and there's really nothing you can do, so hey, just enjoy your censorship.
That's the dig on you. That's the dig on you too, is that you're too dreamy, that you think that there could be a better world. And so that's why it's great if we actually see it.
Yeah.
But also, for us to talk about something positive is really exciting. So maybe we should push that narrative somehow, where this, the age of oil is over. It's done, Maybe that's the term. If you can think of a better term. New World Order. Oh, yeah, we need to flip the New World Order to be in our favor. The new old.
Well, that's the thing. Like, how would that? I know you would think that would never happen. Like, one would think, oh my gosh, they've been doing this for decades. They're not just about to hang over the keys to the castle and say, here you go, guys, have it back. It's all good. We'll just go. We'll leave. Whatever it may be. Yeah, it seems almost unfathomable that's going to happen. And then it also seems unfathomable that there would be some kind of massive revolution or some kind of, now I'm not talking about anything violent, but I mean, whatever context one would think about that, or a paradigm shift that would be so major on these levels. However, I do think, well, this is kind of linked to a separate concept about essentially like creating your reality and some of those ideas. What you focus on, grows and becomes more in that sense. But that's sort of a separate part of it, actually. That in terms of like, how we focus our minds and how we, I think, can bring about change just by literally putting it out there in the ether, as it were, and that can manifest through the intentions, especially when multiple together have that. It can be even more potent.
I got it. Okay. So let's say the age of oil starts the paradigm shift, which then, because of free energy, negates the usefulness of war. Now, what we talked about earlier was what freaks people out is being fearful. And let's say that you do have an innate fear because that's part of your protective mechanisms, right? So certain things you don't know, you automatically go, oh, what the fuck is that? Right? So innate fear isn't a bad thing. But let's say that fear as a dominant part of human condition leads to greed. Like, in other words, where could we reduce greed by reducing fear? And the answer may be simple correlation. If you're less afraid of being hungry, you're less likely to hoard stuff and be afraid of you're hoarding stuff out of greed. What causes greed may be a survival technique. And if out of fear you're afraid of not having money, so you're afraid of not having, so you become greedy and take it from others because of your fear of not having. So maybe the energy direction could change everything, where suddenly greed could be addressed from its cause. That maybe it's not innate in humans, maybe it's innate in survival. We see animals.
For sure. Yeah, those concepts are all intertwined, definitely. Yeah, because I could see the connection of greed and fear, like you're describing, in terms of how they're linked. Like you could almost say like the ones in power have potentially the most greed, if we view it like that, like just collecting all this money and having control in those ways. And then it's almost like they're trying to instill the fear in us, as it were, us, the people, as it were, so that we're afraid, and either that we're afraid of whatever it may be, whether it's financial or limited resources. And it's like they're trying to program, or even suppose you could argue that they're even they're even projecting their own fear. Like maybe they're trying to hoard and control humanity because out of their tremendous fears, and whatever that comes from, in terms of either survival or maybe whatever other kind, if they're in some kind of the idea that they're like in like a Luciferian cult of some sort or whatever, maybe they're afraid of some demonic entity that has demands on them. I mean, there's so many different ways that could be playing out. And then they're being greedy from that fear and then projecting that fear into trying to instill that in people through, the news and the media and all these different avenues that are, even with the globe, and an asteroid could hit the globe, and all these different factors that play out to where then you get into the whole theme of them trying to control us through fear and make us controlled, like make us like, oh, I'm just happy to get out and go to my job and get a meal on the table by the end of the day, and not be mauled by a lion kind of mentality, rather than the idea of thriving, and actually having everything we want and abundance on top of that. And it's interesting to think how we could shift that, like you were saying, with our minds. Like if we're able to, either individually and or collectively, to either reduce that fear or to kind of pop that bubble, what effect does that have on whatever entities are pushing that fear? And then the greed factors that are linked to that. Because I think you bringing that up, I think is key in this whole discussion, because it does seem like that, when you think about all the disparities within the financial classes, as it were, from the wealthy to the not wealthy, et cetera, or not as abundant with wealth, et cetera, and that whole disparity seems to be based upon that fear structure. And yeah, so it seems like greed and fear are like intimately linked. And I think for any larger healing to potentially occur within this whole scenario, it does seem like that those factors of fear and greed would have to be addressed and ultimately transformed on some fundamental level for anything new to really be born.
See, I want this to be a flat Earth cause. I don't want to get rid of the name Flat Earth. I want Flat Earth to be able to point out our real history and our real position, you know. Even if it were to turn out to be a globe, I feel flat earthers have a position politically about, you know, a message on sanity, you know. I don't feel we're crazy. And I think that the parts that make us, I don't know if I told you the story. You have a sec? There's this guy.
Yeah, I'm outside walking around out my front area here. I'm looking at the moon. Yeah, I'm just,
okay, good.
I'm kind of just strolling, looking at the not quite full moon, but it's definitely pretty bright up there. It's beautiful.
That's all right. It slipped away from me. It was about this guy, PhD Tony. Have you seen him around?
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with him. Yeah.
I wanted to hate the guy because I knew he was a hothead and I would trigger him and he'd be fun. And it turns out, except for Flat Earth, man, that guy he's a great guy. I see totally eye to eye with him. And he's totally interested in what makes us flat earthers because he's sure it's not a flat earth. So he's
I'm pretty
fascinated.
sure. My bad, Dan.
No, he's sure. So it's funny because it's like, well, what do you care about us for? You know, and these people do care. They want to know how people operate, how people, you know, and I was talking about being a Macintosh person and always being against the grain, how crazy, quote unquote, crazy it is to go against the grain. And it's like, well, how could you go against the grain and function? And it's like, well, it's not exactly a functional act. I could turn around and go with everyone. But in terms of an investigation, going back along your path, going back to where you've been to check the structure of what you've extrapolated, going, you know, being born into it and going backwards. It's not that crazy to go backwards along a path. It's actually sound. And so I ended up saying that what if our going backwards corrected something and that we were actually evolutionarily more sound? Crazy flat earthers were more actually likely to create change.
Oh, real quick, just on that PhD Tony guy. I'm pretty sure there's a clip of him saying about how he doesn't know much about physical reality because he's a mathematician or something.
Yeah, I plan on having a long relationship with that guy and sorting out the mentality of flat earth and the mentality of people who are outcast or against the grain, including things like Victor Schauberger, Tesla, because that's where they operated in energy and counter, like with the vortex, in renewable cycles that exist in nature that we weren't aware of. You know, so I'm hoping, you know, this is probably, Jeremy, you know, I'm glad you're here. This is like really one of the first times that we really could maybe talk about something super positive. You know, and
all right, what do you got?
Well, this hydrogen shit and the hybridization of a small engine to create an electric engine on a battery that could create hydrogen, which you could, you know, by using water, the most abundant shit on earth, and then run your hydrogen combustion engine, recharging your batteries again. And by having the two of them together, we could localize fuel sources. Even your car could power.
Yeah, what's that process called? Electrolysis?
I think so.
I'm not sure.
But it's become efficient. It used to be inefficient. Like if you gave it gas, the car bogged down, so you had to have a storage tank. Now it's so efficient that you keep up with your demand. In the meantime, they're pulling some weird shit where they're trying to outlaw gas ranges, gas stoves. And I don't know what the deal is. I remember about 7, 8, 9 years ago, they said fracking was going to make gas, natural gas, totally abundant because it was a byproduct of it. Now I never hear anything about it. And now they're saying they're going to get rid of it. But I still think they know the age of oil is done and that natural gas is a byproduct, I think, a lot of that process. And so they're going to phase it out. So maybe this is our chance, to...
Yeah, please don't make any more points. Can't handle it. I'll do the first one. With the hydrogen cars, right? Is that what we were on?
Well, as water becomes an efficient fuel because of our electric ability to break it down electrically, so we can then recreate electricity. And the lack of unity, of infinite energy, is fixable by inputting water, and the byproduct is safe.
Well, the thing with electrolysis or whatever that process is called, that still takes more electricity to split the hydrogen from the oxygen than you get out of it. But I don't understand that because they split an atom and blow up like a city or some shit. So like, if you can do that, get that much energy out of it, there's no happy medium.
I think they've figured it out more.
Like, is there no happy medium? Because we could split the hydrogen and get energy from it. I just don't understand why you can't do less than a hydrogen bomb, but more than we're getting now. Like what?
Well, isn't there
Like there's no medium?
Isn't there geothermal energy available everywhere and out of their way to dig?
You know what? The new way to it's a dope ass battery, bro. It's not for car. You can never use it for a car. There's no way to use it for a car, but it's a sick ass battery, bro. It's the size of like a corn silo at a farm or some shit. But
well, we were originally talking about a paradigm shift and all of the factors involved in that, and kind of the controllers and all of these factors. But the energy thing is a factor in all that. Yeah, because I was saying that.
And psychology of people. Like, so in other words, are people really greedy, or is it just a condition of scarcity? False scarcity.
Yeah, like energy independence. But that's another thing, though, that in terms of a paradigm shift or something big shifting in the world, that if something changed in the power system, like if somebody, either has a discovery or a rediscovery in terms of something within the realm of free energy, whether it's either completely free or is based on a resource that is, much more available and renewable.
Like
I mean,
water.
that's been obviously discussion for decades. Yeah. Well, that's obviously been just for decades. It's been in conversations about that in the mainstream and in different facets. But what I'm thinking of more is something on a, like a 100x multiplier in terms of, or like 1,000x, multiplier in terms of potency and adaptability. And I mean, that would definitely start a process of the entities that are in power now that would potentially would cause a crack in their system if there's a huge breakthrough in terms of energy independence from their grid.
Oh yeah, that would be huge. Absolutely. I got solar panels coming. I'm gonna be hooked into the grid though, so batteries are too much, dude. Big oil has stifled battery production. I have no doubt about it. Battery research and development, whatever. Like they've suppressed battery technology. I wouldn't doubt it at all.
Yeah, it's just like most people are on the grid. And the fact that they could control it or shut it off just kind of is a perfect representation of how, I guess, dependent a lot of us are on that system that we can't really access.
Well, we've become so specialized in things that yeah, we're totally dependent, and the homes should just be self-sufficient on a closed system, closed circuit kind of thing with food, water, electricity. Absolutely. That would be ideal. That way you don't want to be moving shit around. Like, yo, let me make my food, get my water, and have my electricity right here. Easy peasy. That way, because the more integrated and specialized people get, the more fragile we become because of shit like that. Like if the electricity just goes out, or you know,
Hey Riggs, were you listening before you popped on?
Nope. I just got here. I just saw you guys in.
So check this out. If we've been looking for a paradigm shift, whatever the fuck that is, right? New agey fuck, right? What if the age of oil being over, which essentially is happening as they're phasing out natural gas and stuff, what if that creates the beginning of what, in our lifetime, of what we thought was a paradigm shift, where there's no longer a need for, let's say, war because there's abundant energy leading to abundant food, let's say. So the question that came up would be, well, how do you fix people, right? People are still fucked in the head, greedy and shit. But we were thinking that maybe scarcity produced an innate fear. Like, people always fear what's different. That's why they don't like it when we talk to them about flat earth or anything else, because they want to go, fear really drives people a lot. So we're thinking that maybe if you fixed fear, you could fix greed. In other words, maybe it's not innate in people. Maybe it's a survival skill. Hoarding, keeping, taking from others. Maybe it's just an old leftover survival.
Well, but in the absence of that one, you'd create like other survival skills. There'd be other things. But if there were like lots of okay, the kids these days, they don't go to war, but they feel the same pain. So the pain is within us. It's part of human drama. If you remove one, the body or the system creates another. So like you have all these leftists running around with, pink hair and, just feminism, like the crazy leftist shit, right? They're marching the streets and stuff. They think that is just as profound as like taking bullets in fucking World War I. You know what I mean? Like they think it's that bad.
We were also talking about how the modern wars that we know are probably just the result of the end of the Age of Kings, where things are just getting sorted out because kings used to be mixed up with churches and people were just kind of sorting out, hey, can I be my own country? What the hell's this? My family used to own that. And it seems like the age of information is just bringing things to light. And then it got sidetracked by electricity and oil. And by controlling those resources, it seems like they gained a little stronghold on us, whilst maybe deliberately dumbing us.
I mean, every vector, they control every vector, dude. So.
Well, we're thinking that I'm glad you checked in, because we're thinking maybe this is hopeful. Maybe that this is the paradigm
What's
shift.
hopeful?
The age of oil ending by itself without us having
It's not
to do
gonna.
it.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hydrogen technology, using water as a fuel, most abundant source, everywhere. And the hybridization of things, like the reason why AI has changed so much is because it's able to hybrid itself with the internet. We're able to integrate circuits, things the same way, where things work together at incredible speeds. So it just seems that the hybrid electrical charge that will make enough hydrogen to run a combustion engine, which will then recharge. I think you're going to be able to run something off of water. In other words,
Dude,
the
they could make a motor that literally runs off of the water in the air. And then to supplement that, they have solar panels at the top to run the machine that pulls the water out of the air. There's a lot of really easy ways to do this. They don't want to make it easy, though. That's why the best cars ever made are probably from like the late 80s, 90s, because that was before they started neutering the technology they were refining.
Uh-huh.
They started making things plastic and shit because it was cheaper, not because it was better.
Planned obsolescence. Yeah.
Correct. Well, yeah, it's also maintaining their fucking business.
Shortage, scarcity, shortage, planned obsolescence. Exactly. Those are the three things I wrote down. Part of this thing. All thriving on the fear factor, which is I might not have, which is the same thing psychologically we do ourselves. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I think as flat earthers, if we could fix the imperfections in people's thinking, bring them back to common thought, it'd be exciting, because we do think.
We'll use you as a test subject.
No, we do.
We got to get you back on point, Dan.
People have silly notions. People have silly notions.
Yes, you do, Dan.
And I am on point. She called. he texted. I am totally. Our friends we were talking about.
Oh, when's the party?
We're not going.
Oh, you guys got kicked out of the party? Ooh, I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it. I thought I was gonna see you there, bro. I'm kidding.
All right. So, what do you think is something positive? You're always miserable. What do you think is something positive, like a paradigm shift that is in our age?
Wait, I'm miserable? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Wait, does anyone else here agree with that?
Wait, you don't see any hope. You don't see any hope.
You see any hope?
No, dude. No, that's not it at all. I see a lot of hope. I have nothing but hope.
You said nothing but. That's just what I'll call you.
Okay.
No,
Well, sorry, Jeremy. What'd you say?
Well, break us off with some of your hope. What do you got?
No, I just got hope, man. I don't want to bring up the Bible shit or anything like that. Like I'm not religious, but I think part of my hope stems from the God system that I've interpreted, and it's not because I want it to be that way, but I see that it is. God is essentially a hope system for me, so I'm all about hope.
Right,
Definitely promoting hope.
It's good to have hope in terms of energy. I used to be in love with an idiot chick, and it gave me, but it wasn't. So life's interesting that way because if you have hope, you do have energy from it. You have drive. You have purpose.
Yep.
Regardless of its validity, by the way.
Correct. So, but the difference for me is that I know it's valid, so I just go with it. I do it against my own. Sometimes I do it against my own interest. Like I keep the hope, even if, because I actually do submit to God. A lot of people don't. They maybe don't understand that, or like I've figured it out for me, but I submit to God, and I've deduced that the God system is a hope system, and I submit to it. So whatever comes my way, I accept it as part of the plan.
Okay, so I'm going to give Sink Cleanser credit for this because I'll probably never give him credit for anything again. So, as a dig to someone, which I'm about to do to you, remember this. He says, so, what do you think about the fact that God put you and me together right here, right now?
I came into this room when I was in a perfectly Well, you know, fine. My other chat room was perfectly fine. I came over here to bother Jeremy and you, and it was choice.
Wasn't that God's doing?
No, no. Maybe God put you guys here for me to want to come bother you. I don't know.
You think the
I was
creator
trying to get
wouldn't-
Jeremy to go over there, but he wouldn't go over there.
Where?
Well, I noticed that you like going around to my servers and like stalking me, so and like getting really mad at me for something that I had no idea about. So I was like, oh, let me tag Jeremy since he joined the server I'm in just to come talk to me, I guess. And then you didn't
Oh
come,
no,
so
I
I just
left
came
that
over here.
server. I left
The
that
ADL?
server. Demon Stride?
No, ADL.
Oh.
Yeah, you literally just joined.
Yeah, I didn't I don't really even look at chat. I have like thousands of
That's actually why I wanted to bother you, Jeremy. Is it just seems like you only go to other servers to settle your grievances, but you just don't go anywhere
I be
else.
chatting with people. I be chatting with people about topics. I was getting into a Veach on Demon Stride the other night in text over on some AI shit.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's too much to type.
Didn't see that.
Too much to type, dude.
Okay.
Better do it all on VC.
I wanna settle whatever. Like I'm settling beefs right now. I've been doing it. I have a good track record for today. So I think Dan is on that list. Maybe. You know what, Dan? I did throw up at the store. So I was very sick. So I apologize about that phone call. But Jeremy, yeah, you ready? You ready for the settle the beef?
There's no beef, bro. Listen, do whatever you want. You said some things in the past, and now you're doing contradictory things to those things. Whatever, bro. Just do whatever you want, dude. I don't care. It's not all about you, though. I go there and talk to people in that chat. Well, I used to.
You're talking about Demon Stride?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, is there problem with me going over there and talking sometimes?
Not just whatever. I don't know. You're there an awful lot for you. Used to complain about these same dudes.
Well,
These
I
are the
talked to a
dudes
guy
you-
named Seafoam that I just met. Talked to Coal Miner Man, which I just met, and Demon Stride is a new friend that I just met. I find them all pretty cool, and he's been cool to me. I don't know. I've had good talks there, so that's all I know about that. He put me as a mod, but I don't even have any mod powers because I haven't verified my Discord account, so they don't give me any mod powers. So kind of doesn't even mean anything.
Demon Stride's nice, but it's very, very biased there.
I guess it's my approach, my personal approach, that they really like. We just vibe and have a good time. Like I literally don't. Yeah, I don't
Yeah, I
have
had
a
a
problem
great
over there at
time.
all.
I had a great time over there.
Did you go in the VC?
No.
Oh,
went
well,
to VC
I don't
once.
do the chat room because the chat room is just for all the chat skanks. I don't even look at the text.
Yeah. I listened a few times on VC or on YouTube.
Well, just so you know, dude, I've had food poisoning for the last week. Like very bad, violent food poisoning. And I've been home a lot. And sometimes I just need to find a chat room or else I go nuts.
We told you to stop going to Taco Bell.
Actually, I had fufu.
You got breakfast at Taco Bell. Whatever,
Dude,
bro.
Taco Bell would have helped me.
There's some new people over there, I guess. Whatever. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if it was just like Biodual and Gem Panda and fucking NASA show all the time, yeah, that's no. But Demon Stride actually, like, as soon as they start barking at me, even a little bit, like Demon Stride will set them in straight, so then we can just have a good talk. So it's actually kind of nice.
I mean, I don't know if that's what this is about or not, but I guess I'm just sort of listening. And but I think in my understanding of it, perhaps like if what, and I mean, I guess I'm on my phone right now, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's cool.
But well, I think that perhaps at times you have voiced frustration that on this server, for example, we quote unquote allow, as it were, the Globers to be able to speak and debate and do all of that. And I think you've expressed, even on this live stream, a good amount of discontent, as it were, with the fact that they're here and talking. And I understand a lot. It's complicated, to say the least. There's different energies, different people. There's some of those interruption type debates that I find that many of us find unproductive and frustrating. So perhaps you were even referring to those. Could be any number of things. But yeah, and then I think perhaps you've said, to us like, oh, why we kind of allow them to speak and all that, almost like we shouldn't do that. But then you also seem to engage in places where they're at, in a focused way. So perhaps maybe that just seems like a inconsistency. Like on one level, you've come in here in the past and almost been like, you guys shouldn't even allow them in here, almost like, let's just move forward, be productive, make differences in the world, which I agree with all those things. And the last few weeks have been like that in the server more than in the past. It's actually been a huge, positive shift for several reasons, but try not to be too long-winded. But anyways, perhaps that's just kind of what I'm seeing from the outside, but I don't know if that's even what exactly you guys are relating to.
No, that's Jeremy's sentiment. It sounds like you agree with that, or you guys are on the same page. I think I know exactly what you're talking about in that sense. But I will say that you and Jeremy have specifically never been on the same page with what I'm trying to tell you. And I don't know if it's because I'm talking past you or there's like a language discrepancy. Because as everyone else knows, I'm a very clear speaker. So I don't know how that could be misconstrued. However, it's not really up to me what you understand. So in the past,
You're moody. You're moody. You're not always sensitive.
okay, in the past, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, I expressed discontent about the behavior of a lot of the Globers and the behavior of how they were in the chat. And at that time, I had people stalking me. I had people collecting information on me and following me around and using lots of alt accounts. And it was harassment. It was just legitimate harassment. Okay. And that was many, many years ago. Okay. But also, it was also a problem on the server, which doesn't seem to be a big problem anymore. A lot of changes have happened. Rakia, a lot of people have changed positions. The vibe of the server has improved a lot. It's way more fucking chill. There's not so much fighting anymore. I think it's fucking great. I think you guys are fucking banging it out, honestly. If there was a little bit more activity, that'd be cool, but I actually think that would maybe ruin the other times that do so well. So just keep doing what you're doing. But the problems I was complaining about before, or a long time ago, long gone problems that aren't even here anymore and have nothing to do with my activity or what's happening other places. So, or even the same people, it's different people too. So I guess what I'm saying is that criticism, while not totally accurate, also doesn't apply even if it was. So, but you guys are doing good. So I have no beef here. I didn't know that there was a boycott or whatever. I kind of found out.
Well, I don't think there was
yesterday.
like a boycott. There's not really a boycott other than Bob the Science Guy apparently just messaging all the Globers and telling them, don't go to Earth Awakenings. Apparently he did that as it is. Other than that, yeah, I think, I think the thing is that there's a couple things I think over the last few weeks in particular that have shifted. Then I was going to say this. So about a month ago, month and a half, let's say, maybe 2 months, there was a period where the Globe Earthers were really, really active here, basically getting into debates.
And I wasn't
day.
here. Notice that.
It was almost like they, like a rotation, just like Zanuck for 2 hours, someone else for 2 hours. It was and And the thing is, because it's generally an open panel, and people always want to be in that debate style, or when it was like that. And there were definitely people that were like, I remember Lou Natick came in, and Lou was like, you guys just let the Globers, go, we got
Well,
to.
he's also really drunk too.
Yeah, you were so
But,
patient with him. You're a saint.
Yo, that just happened for like 6 months straight, like back to back to back to back.
And
like
I
they were
wasn't
lined
here.
up.
I wasn't here, and it's no offense to you
so
guys or
relieving.
anything. It's
It's
just
about you right now, Riggs. It's just about how things.
well,
so
I know I'm
refreshing.
talking about the situation of things. Like, it was so chaotic. That's why I wasn't here. Like, the really heavy, like hateful, like back and forth, like repetitive shit. Those debates. That's like, even last night I said that I don't really like to watch Witt's debate because it's not the information. I agree with all his positions mostly. But it's that he has to constantly like baby feed these fucking Globers the same fucking statements a million times over again. And as somebody who already understands it and is like annoyed, I'm like, I can't listen to that shit anymore. And when it's Zanuck, same shit. When it's fucking all these Globers, Biodual, all like, it's the same fucking disregard. Like, I just can't listen to that nonsense anymore. So yeah, I just wasn't here. It just seemed like a full room of people going at it constantly about shit. It's just like old news to me,
Well, I think there was. I remember you came in the server. I'm thinking it was about that month and a half or two ago. And yeah, I don't think you had been in the VC in a while, maybe. And you came in, and I do remember you expressing kind of a discontent, as it were, with the constant kind of debates in that sense, or the that style. I think you were kind of hinting, like, we actually had I remember we had a interesting discussion, and it was very positive, and we were just kind of building on the ideas of it all, like the debates, how much value is there in the debates, versus
okay.
like,
Yeah, there might have been a one-off
yeah.
where I came in and we had a good talk or something.
Yeah, and I mean, I resonate with many of those sentiments in various ways. I mean, there's a lot of different factors to all of this. And what I will say, though, is that it seemed like just naturally over the last about 3 weeks or so, we just started moderating a bit tighter on all fronts to kind of, especially with the toxicity in the text chat. Like you were saying, it can be out of control, just literally endless.
It was. And that's, that's taken care of, it seems.
Well, then we also did a thing where we started, like I was saying earlier today, like in terms of when it's these, kind of interruption debate things, where like two people start off and they're going all right back and forth, and then one of them interrupts the other one, and then the one who's interrupted, he kind of just lets it go. But then he's a little bit annoyed by that, so then he interrupts the other guy. They, back at some point. You know what I mean? All the things that happen, whether it's the ad homs, the tactics, the little condescending, the different things going on when when those are really heated like that. Anyways, and so we started just basically moderating more in a way where, like, we were offering to just do like a mute and unmute, meaning if it's two people, all right, we'll mute the one guy, unmute the other. He gets his 30 seconds, whatever, and then mute him, unmute the other one. It's pretty labor intensive to do it that way, but it totally changes the whole vibe of it, because you can't just interrupt and then, say, oh, the other, you can't kind of bail out of the actual discussion when it's that debate style with any of the kind of things like an ad hom or interruptions or whatever it is. Like, when it's back and forth like that, you're really like, and if there are any fallacies or whatever, the other person might call it out and they're not going to be interrupted. So if they were to say, well, I think that's a fallacy for this, and that, the other person can't just interrupt them in the middle and cause a whole chaos of things. Anyway, so yeah, we started doing that, and it seemed to totally change the whole energy. And actually, a lot of the kind of regulars, as it were, that have that more hardcore kind of agenda, if you want to call it that, of really wanting to kind of push the globe and assert the globe, it seemed like just naturally they, in a sense, it just changes it all up. It, like, the idea of like infrared cutting down refraction, moderating it like that, like, it cuts down like tactics and interruptions. It just cuts all that stuff out, and really is like, you have to really bring your mind to the table in a way, that it's in a different format. And so, yeah, so in a way, it seemed like some of the kind of regulars that are those more aggressive kind of globe earth asserting people kind of were, like they were, it's like kryptonite or something. They weren't yeah. So, I mean, we still have those types of discussions, but it seems like it has shifted a bit in that way. And then whatever that kind of idea of a boycott or whatever, yeah, because it did seem like there was a group of about 20 or 30 of some of the real kind of hardcore ones And yeah, whether they've gone to other servers or whether they're spending their time elsewhere, because some of them, or at least that core group, are not here. And that core group, it was happening where Witsit every morning, Witsit comes in, and then those guys, 15, 20 of them just piling on with sock accounts, and then by that point, Witsit's frustrated, and there was just a lot of that going on. So
Well,
I mean, I hear
dude,
what
I love
some of those
Witsit, dude.
sentiments. Yeah,
But it's it's always Witsit, and then it got to the point where like, if it's always Witsit, then he's always going to be entitled to be the one who's speaking and then moderating that way. So it's him speaking. It's just, you guys just got a little too much for me. Not to say the Globers don't deserve it. They absolutely, especially that group, fucking deserve most of the treatment. But yeah, I think they've kind of.
There was a time when Witsit was parked here and you had to split. That was a long time ago. That was like 5 months.
Okay. Well, I haven't kept track of everything. Obviously, I've been doing other stuff, but yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, point made. I don't have any beef with the server, and I guess I think you guys are doing good. Don't have any complaints. Actually, I have a suggestion. I think now that you guys have made space, or like the other servers have made space to take the most like toxic people away, or at least something like that, now would be a great time to focus on getting new members in here of just like casual or like newbies. Now's a great time, the calm before the storm kind of thing. Get them in here. And have those really delicate discussions that we love to have. Those are fucking the best.
So these small clips, that goes back to what I was saying about the small clips, and it is easy to promote if we get smart.
Well, I mean, okay, honestly, if I can trust you guys and I can trust the server, I will actually go out and put flyers in physical locations. Okay, that's actually the reason I would give you guys so much feedback a few years ago, is because that was always my intent, is that I want to put actual feet on the ground to bring people somewhere. And I couldn't trust 24/7 because they're so irresponsible. And you guys were the responsible choice, but the behavior in the chat was so toxic, I couldn't just invite strangers with my trust of a personal invite to come be subjected to that. So I was trying to like clean up some of the loose ends with you guys. It has nothing to do with like me participating with Globers or anything. So yeah, but if the behaviors are all good now and everything's clear now, I think now would be a really choice time to maybe go put feet on the ground and get some new heads in here.
All right, well, Gio, I didn't ask you because you were usually busier. And I did ask Demon about bringing Flat Earth Hollywood on for a couple hours when I go out there.
That would be really neat. You should do it here instead of there.
Yeah,
really.
So I didn't talk to Gio about it. And we're always talking about outreach. That's a broader form of outreach, both in the street and the show that it brings to YouTube brings more than 26 people.
Have you showed him the videos?
You're saying do like an event where you would be. Sorry, Riggs, if I interrupt you, I didn't hear what you said. But you're talking about like where you're on the street and it would be a live event, and then you'd be streaming from the street, and then there'd be a panel in here, and then everybody interacting. You mean that type of setup?
Yeah, the way I used to do it on Ponchos or with PPC. The my desperate
show him some of your clips. That's what I was asking if you've done.
My desperate fear when I split is I don't have 1,000 subs, so I can't start something on my phone. And if I am on my phone, I can't communicate or anything. And whatever I do, if I don't get it onto YouTube, it ain't recorded. So my fear is, not having something later on to go save as a clip. All I'm trying to do is get the thing running on YouTube.
So you need a like a digital manager, is what you're saying.
Well, but if I popped on to different servers for a couple hours here and a couple hours there, or if we just did it on a Saturday night for 6 hours, it'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and you could call it an event. It's really just, having a good time out in the street, you know, you're playing there's like, it's like on the boardwalk, right? You got music and people and shops, and they're just walking by, and you've got your coat on, and you're looking all smart and shit. You got your globe hat or whatever the fuck, and you got your gags.
Yeah,
So
getting
he's
engagement.
like Carrot Top. He takes his box with him with all these gags in there, and he makes like flat Earth jokes and innuendos and all kinds of stuff.
They've all seen that shit.
I don't know if he has. He just asked what you did.
No, I've seen. No. Well, that's why I brought it up. I was saying that same format because yeah, I've seen those that Dan's done. Yeah, and we've talked about that, like having a panel.
Well, just do it. Stop talking
you
about
do it
it.
with a
Just do
whole
it. Now's
panel,
the
though?
time.
Did you do it with a whole panel, like 30 people, or did you do it with like a panel of like 4 or 5? I thought it was like a smaller, like 4 or 5 or 6 on like Google Hangouts.
At the time, the problem was with Hangouts is whoever spoke stepped on the camera. You know, like if it wasn't being directed by someone, and then people would mute me because they wanted to talk to each other. Like the panel was vicious. It was a hassle to have, and the panel would fight for space, you know, talking. So it was kind of a bummer because sometimes you're trying to do a show, like you're trying to talk to the person in front of you, and everyone's yelling at you, "Let me talk to them! Let me talk to them!" And you haven't even said hello to them, you know, and set them up for anything, you know. So the panel becomes annoying really fast if it's not under control.
Yeah, it would need to be moderated really strictly to where, like, if someone's on the street like that, if they're asking a question or engaging, you'd almost have to have like one person from the panel that's going to engage, you know, like maybe one moderator, and then, you know, one person at a time gets brought up to the stage or whatever, to maybe even use a stage room for it, because that way you can't have a bunch of random hot mics and audio stuff going on. Yeah.
People want to step on it, but man, it's fun to go down and, you know, hear real people talking about it, you know.
Well, I think you guys need to work out the specifics, and actually, I mean, it's up to you, Dan, obviously, but I mean, Demon Stride's really cool. I mean, but I would obviously support the flat Earth centric servers first, if any are available. So
Right. Well, what I did is I asked Demon to come up with a game. It's something that if he came up with something that he thought was fun, and then New Perspective came up with a good idea. Imagine a question that had 2 answers, a Glober answer and a flat answer. And so somebody would get extra credit if they knew both answers, you know, things like that. And the idea of doing no, the real answer is this, or, you know, that kind of, you know, playing with people and what they know and testing them about what they know. That's how to crack people, find out what they don't know about things. That's when you gain their interest. Suddenly they're learning. People love things when they're learning. They just don't want to be forced. They want to engage in a game. They want it to be fun. And we can do that now. So here's a great panel thing I just chat. This dude worked for the Australian. He's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson for their TV thing. He does all their broadcasting, and this guy was used to broadcasting. He was talking to the panel and talking to me at the same time because he's used to having a producer in his ear.
Mm-hmm.
And he was crazy to talk to. He asked us if we were actors. And he's the actor. It was total life inverted right there. He's the actor, hired to work as a spokesman for space. He's a member of the Planetary Society, and talked on and on. At the end, he gave away a little bit more about his real name and his real position. And he was drunk. It was great. It was great to get this guy off guard.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, having engagement out in the world like that is cool because there's a different demographic. You're kind of surpassing the censorship to some degree, and then talking to people directly. And also for people, that's like an event, maybe. You know, if somebody like a couple is walking by and they come up and start talking, and if there's a panel and stuff, like if they end up hanging out for a while, you know, a half hour, maybe an hour, you know, that's something they might go tell other people like, oh, dude, I was walking on the street and we talked to the, so yeah, it's like it becomes kind of a bit of like an event where they will have that memory of it, and then whatever information is exchanged. Because I kind of think of this, it is like planting seeds in a sense, like things that people have never heard before, just that alone, to be able to consider. And
well, and Dan is like the perfect guy for that first encounter. I really think he's really good at that.
Well, Riggs, how many new people do you talk to these days about, let's just say, the shape of the earth in and of itself, and other related truth topics related to it? Meaning, and I'm asking you this because, like, I'm just thinking, back in the day, as it were, back on 24/7, let's say on the 1.0 server there, there was, it was like there was a good amount of new people, which that server always kind of has. I don't know what it's like now, but it used to have that. And you remember, like, we had so many times we'd be in voice check-in, you get 8 or 10 people and they're all new and they're asking questions. Maybe a couple of them are trolling, a couple of them are actually kind of asking questions, whatever it may be. And I remember I've told you about some times I remember where, I was just sitting back listening and there's like, 15 people and you're just like answering all their questions and stuff. Like, I have fond memories of those days and some of them just with a lot of different people and just having fun times, like with Ron Sheck and others that we'd all be. But I guess I was just asking, like, these days or in the last 6 months or whatever it may be, like, how many new people do you have the conversation with compared to what it was back then?
They're all still out there. Actually, there's more. There's more people now not only are there more people that are willing to talk about it, but they're actually more open to that kind of like uncomfortable discussion because of this jibby jab thing, that the discussion of like the uncomfortable topic, it's their cherry's already been popped. So when you bring up another uncomfortable topic, they tend to be a little more versed in how to proceed, But how many do I get, like, in the real world? Probably once a day, honestly. I try to bring up some kind of. It might not be flat Earth. It might be just a truth topic. But yeah, once a day.
Okay, so
well, I was just thinking. I guess I was just like, the reason I was relating it to 24/7 is just the fact that for many of us, there was kind of like a little bit in my mind, kind of like a golden era, if you will, on that server, let's say, where even though it still had its problems and challenges, nonetheless, where it seemed like it was like before the main censorship was dropped, on all of the big social media platforms. And there was a fairly steady stream of new people.
Too.
Yeah,
on these platforms too. Yeah, it's all controlled now, but back in the early, see, this is what the Jesuits do, is they give you a savior, and that savior tells the truth for a good 2 or 3 years, and then it just starts getting whitewashed. It's not that it wasn't true to begin with, it's that it was the honey that got you to take the medicine, and they're giving us the medicine and we didn't want it. But yeah, that's the problem.
They're literally just like, the sentiment over the past few years, to be kind of harsh about it. It's like, this is kind of harsh to put it this way, but it's like the sentiment of the kind of controllers is almost like, shut the F up and take this medicine.
Milk. It's like milk from the store. It's homogenized and full of hormones and pus. And it's like, bro, this is not milk. Like the milk's gone bad.
There's no nutrition, it's full of toxins.
Well, that's what flat Earth kind of feels like these days. A lot of the discussions I hear, especially from fucking, dumbass Jedi and other people on that server, oh my God, it's just nothing but toxic fucking acid waste coming out of their faces. It's really sad. And this is what I'm saying, that like these people that we're trying to reach, they're still out there. Actually, there's more of them because we haven't reached them. We have a backlog built on top of the new ones that are coming in. And the problem is that the servers that they get, well, if they do come to a server, they get shut down by people like I just discussed. And then suddenly all of our prospects turn into dead leads. So this golden era is still out there. It's just there's a couple bad apples out there fucking it up for everyone else.
I think you were trying to say verbal diarrhea and mental constipation.
No, I said everything I want to say.
Okay, continue.
But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
I
there
think
is that
if we want to
potential.
reset that, if we want to do a reset, you have to reach the people direct. You got to get rid of all these digital walls. You know what Dan does is exactly that. He puts feet on the he puts blood on the brow, bro. He does it. He does it way better than the shit online. He's an in-person kind of person.
I was just thinking of another possible avenue. The way you said that about like it's just an idea that somebody could do. Anyone could do this, and it could even interact with the servers and internet and all these platforms and things as well, which are live streams and all that. Well, it's just kind of another idea. But what about like how people host like a gathering for knitting or whatever. It's like a knitting gathering, and people come together with their knitting things. They talk about knitting, or a vegan food meetup or whatever, a meetup like that. What about the idea of doing a meetup? Now, maybe whatever terminology one would use, but if there's some way to intrigue people with maybe a range of topics, do a meetup. I'm not talking about like a flat Earth meetup. I'm talking about just a meetup that would have some kind of whatever the wording would have to be about what the topics are, and then the question is, could you get enough people with that type of thing, and then have it connected to a live stream the way Dan's talking about. So kind of like instead of what Dan is talking about is awesome too on the street, because you get people walking by. So it's kind of like, you get the traffic, the foot traffic. But I'm just saying another possible avenue would be to have sort of like a meetup or some sort of a gathering of sorts, where maybe there's several things going on. There's kind of several avenues or several different things that are happening that could bring people in, and then have sort of a panel, maybe like a screen with people on a live stream, and then people could ask questions and engage that way. It just made me think of a way that
Yeah. So actually, this is totally easy to do. You can put something on Craigslist or like Facebook and say, "Hey, we're doing a game show. Who wants to be a participant?" Right? And then you select maybe you get 20 emails. You select 10, 5 show up. Okay, and then we can get them on the live stream, and they can talk to us, and then we're streaming it, so we're not lying or anything. It's a fucking game show, and Dan can just do the flat Earth shit with them.
Yeah, and you can even do like I guess if a kind of a game show theme, I guess you could even do like some kind
It's
of
just an idea. Like, there's ways to get people to come. Like, there's always like people looking to get on channels and live streams and just publicity and stuff. Like you could go on any of these platforms right now and say, "Hey, I got a really nice camera. Does anybody want to do some modeling?" That's pretty common. So to say like, "Hey, we're gonna be hosting a live stream, and it's gonna be a fun little game show kind of thing, and we'll ask you some questions, see what you think. We're looking for participants." That would be something very simple to do.
More importantly, if there's already an event like, let's say, Flattoberfest, there's never really a panel around to interact with people. People take little videos sometimes, but running a panel during that and running the event where people can pop on and do interviews, because that's where there's people that aren't normally online there, families and other types of people.
I just remembered something, Dan. That was why I didn't actually recommend this place the first time you asked. It's because you have really strong ties with the Mark Sargent types.
You're so gay. Like, you're so gay I can taste you.
No, it's not me, though. It's like it's actually a preference of the owner. So if you did do something like that, he'd probably not want to associate with those people. So just don't like talk about them or reference them or whatever. You know what I mean?
The owner of, I'm sorry, I forgot the subject now.
I don't think Gio likes Mark Sargent very much, and I think that's pretty a fair assessment.
I wouldn't say I don't like him as a person. I don't even know him. I've never met him. I personally am not a fan of his channel. I don't listen to much of his shows and things, and I do have some of my own thoughts about kind of his position or role in this. I mean, he is obviously the guy that pops up. You know, when you Google things, he'll be, you know, he's the one obviously that's been on a lot of these larger shows, and I mean, I've shared with some of you guys in different contexts my thoughts on it. But I mean, I don't have any, you know, I don't have any personal or, you know, kind of, you know, I don't have any hate or dislike for him in those ways. But yeah, I'm not really looking to do any projects with him.
And there you have it. So if you could just not
Mark's
include
like,
Mark,
looking to do any projects with me.
he's
So
not.
I don't know why you're suggesting.
Oh no, I know that you're always trying to, you know, put your nose somewhere on his butt area or something. But yeah, it sounds like
Well,
it'll
he
work
is
out.
kind of
Then.
like in some ways, he is sort of a controversial figure. It could be said in certain ways. I mean, people have had their different viewpoints on him, and obviously, and
He couldn't get between you and I on anything.
Good. Sounds great.
No,
Well, then let's continue.
It's like, yeah, I mean, like, oh, you know, we better talk about this because Mark might come on. It's like, oh yeah, that could be a problem. It's like Gio's never talked to him. You want to talk to him? Good deal. I mean, that's what I mean. Optimistically, it's on Saturday night. Optimistically, we get a format called Flatterday Night Live, where there's a news segment, a guest host, a musical segment, and a news segment. And then all the interviews and the little shit that we get down there, games or skits or just hassle people. It's the greatest background ever. It's busy, full of knuckleheads that have nothing more to do, come and interact. Really a lot of fun. So,
wait, this is a thing you're doing with Mark Sargent, you're saying?
No, Riggs is saying that.
No, I'm just saying if you do this, you know, I just try not to include those controversial kind of people. That's all I'm saying.
You're the most controversial person.
I'm okay with that.
Well, it could be said in some way, like Mark Sargent is kind of, I mean, would you guys say he's kind of what's the right term? He'd like the face, like, okay, that term flat
He's the Neil
earth.
deGrasse Tyson of fucking flat earth, man.
Yeah, like like that term flat earth. And the way that a lot of the mainstream public, I guess partly because of that Behind the Curve documentary, partly the fact that when you type it in, he's probably going to be coming up on the first page of Google in some BBC interview or whatever it may be. Now, I don't know how far reaching that is, like how many people actually do link his kind of persona with the idea of flat earth, just, you know, that term. But he is sort of, I guess he's the front guy that you'll see in that way. And whatever that does or doesn't mean, it just, I guess it depends on whether one wants to associate with that term and then with that individual in terms of that kind of public status, as it were.
But it's not going to be a
that
problem,
kind
so
of
no
is.
worries. Right?
That being said, Mark's flat Earth clues have changed more people's minds.
Oh no! Here it comes. Here it comes. This is exactly what we were trying not to do.
No, but this is what he has done. And whether it's Skiba, Jaren, or anyone else, there's a lot of people that started there. What he did is he made Flat Earth comprehensible, and in the English language that wasn't scientific. And the biggest downside of Mark is he's always on the fence. He doesn't commit to anything, and a lot doesn't get done. He says he's a recruiter, and there's nothing to recruit to. What he means by that is the attention to the creation of what, you know, to the understanding of where we are, and the possibility of a creator is what he thinks, but he at the same time thinks we're in roughly a simulation. He's not a big proponent of flat Earth, as you might think. And he was on with Apocryphon recently talking about it. I'm not speaking for them. And Gio, he'll come on he'll come on anytime. He just went on with Apocryphon because Apocryphon stopped drinking long to have enough sense to invite people on. He had Weiss on and he had Mark on. So it's nice that someone's successful. I don't know why Riggs is focusing on hate, because I think back when we were talking before was the first time we have, potentially the thought that there really could be a paradigm shift based on energy, and it did affect fear and greed, wasn't a real exciting subject. In terms of bringing flat Earth, and the subjects around this, the people, I have big crowds of people. If you want, if you wanted to make Saturday nights a thing, or if you want to do it another time.
Well, I mean, yeah, no. If you wanted to do an event here or a series of events or a regular event, that would be interesting for sure. If you want, I mean, if that's what you're referring to in terms of being out in public like that, and then having the stream or having a panel that's connected through
To
it.
be super honest, I mean, you're already running and you're already recording, so I'd like to do the whole damn day and just make a day of it, day and night.
Dude, you can't get a whole day, bro.
Well, we could do it in live stream too, or there's a third live stream as well, which it's temporarily hidden because we're not using it. But yeah, I mean, there's live stream 2 and 3
What happens
as well.
if I go out at night on the West Coast? Not only does the East Coast cry that it's too late, but the England freaks out because they don't get to watch it way too late. So
I mean, see, I think it'd be really cool if there was some way. If there was a way to get like foot traffic, as it were, like we talked about the meetup idea, you're talking about the way you're talking about it. If there was some way, like, okay, here's an idea, like a booth.
It's not
like
hard.
If
we just
like
don't do
like those like flea markets, like those huge flea markets. I remember one where I grew up. I used to always go with my dad. It was in this huge like warehouse. And all these little booths, and like some of the booths were temporary, you could rent it and set your thing up. And then other ones were more permanent, like it was a more permanent installation and they had their, antiques or whatever they were selling. That's even another idea. If there was like more of a permanent kind of setup where people, there was like a chairs in a circle or whatever it may be. And then you had it interfacing with the live stream. That would be interesting. Whereas it would be like a sort of a permanent kind of installation. Then if you had people like on, someone's there on Monday, someone's there on Tuesday, someone's there on Wednesday, or whether it's every Sunday or whatever it is, and then have it streaming to a channel, and then people could, whenever the people are there, that'd be pretty cool. Something like that, where you're kind of interfacing with the public, like there's like enough foot traffic, and then all these ideas can be exchanged. That'd be cool.
Originally, we did it with director's chairs. We also did it with the couch. Optimistically, you'd have a rolling studio, essentially a van, set up with a studio, because there's a lot of external sounds that make interviews impossible. In a perfect situation, you'd have a sound booth on top of a flatbed tow truck with a band on it, with all your generator being built by the truck, into the truck. And then you could run your band on top of the flatmobile by renting a flat tow truck. So that'd be the coolest thing. But yeah, there's a lot of things I get away with by having a rolling cart, so I don't get bitched at for setting up anywhere, and I don't have to be in it, like
Right. And then if the cops come, you just roll down the street.
just keep moving. Like there's
Yeah,
no one
exactly.
that can say, hey, you can't be here. You're not somewhere.
Yeah, and you're not the only guy, running your grift. Like there's a lot of people on the street doing their own thing, and you're just one of the other things going on.
Well, I'm welcome there because I'm not selling a product. So
Exactly.
that I'm not taking money from the vendor. So anyway, that's a fun thing to do. But the idea is to interview people to get them on a lineup and be next, whether you're giving away a t-shirt, a sticker. I mean, optimistically, a sticker, or, the worst problem I have, Gio, to be honest, is I can't put the show on a big screen behind me yet because I'm not generating enough electricity. and I haven't found a place to plug in where I can at least run a tablet, a laptop, or a big screen, so people can interact and see who they're talking. It's awkward to talk to somebody with a mic and not be able to see them. You know.
What I wonder what the best platform for that would be. Would it be like a large iPad?
It all works, I'm sure. It just needs.
Ideally, yeah, if you can plug in like a 32-inch, flat screen or something where you could then have.
Back to a van. Building everything into a van would be the perfect way. Really, your sit down, your screen on the outside, and a big hole.
Remember that interview that ODD did? I forget who the other guy that was with. I if I heard his name, I would ring a bell. But remember that ODD? It was like in that truck, and he was being interviewed. Remember that?
Yeah. It was like the clear PVC glass.
Yeah,
or maybe I don't know. It was some kind of cage on a truck.
Was it the
Weird.
one?
Yeah, was that was a moving studio thing, right? Like that.
Yeah, some news agency thought it would be cool to go like interview people like out in public, so that's what they did. Huh.
And Chris Pontius built a truck for Rob Skiba that had a TV screen that popped out in the back, so he could be rolling evangelism.
Take his date on the road, huh?
Oh, but that's all you really need is a pickup truck with a generator and the screen right there and some sound, and show all the old videos, and be
Well, you could have. Well, I don't know. I guess you could have both. Maybe there's a break and there's video playing while you're doing a break and talking to people.
Right. Sure. But some kind of fun would be good. Otherwise, the thing that sells it usually is the Brits love it because it's Hollywood. It's fascinating, and then the people like knowing that they're talking to someone far away, because most of the people walking by are tourists and they're from somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's that meet and greet. Where are you from? Tell me what you think. And if it had a better host than myself, if somebody wants to do it, I always like your voice rigs, setting them up to ask them, may I ask, where you were brought up, what you know about culture, get them set up for something.
Yeah.
Where we can recognize the differences in people and the biases. And
Okay, Dan, it fucking pains me to say this. Pains me to say this, but I will commit to one event no more than 2 to 3 hours. If you need me like as the background guy or manage the tech, or if you want me to like speak to them or something, I can do that. I don't want to be the guy like doing any arguing, but if you need some like, logistical help.
No, what I'd like to do is I'd like to be able to call into a show like that way. I don't have to
A call-in show?
I don't have to do anything technical. The idea that Discord brings the panel, it's on YouTube. Because people go, where are we? And we go, you're on YouTube right here. And you show them, here you are.
Well, have a sign that says wave or say hi, you're live, or something like that.
Or you're on Earth Awakening. You're live on Earth Awakening.
Right, there you go. You could just say, hey,
well,
you're live on
to.
Earth Awakening.
Technically, you have to inform people. Or you're slightly in violation of not asking if you don't clearly show it. You're
oh wait, you're in California. Yeah. See, in Texas, it's a one-party state.
It's just one big party, huh? Hooey. Hooey? Is that proper English down there? Hooey.
You guys remember when Authentic Intent used to do those streams? I remember watching those when he used to do them. Those were fun. Like, what?
I thought he was obnoxious. But he
Who?
hounded people. Didn't he hound people in the park, in the empty park?
It got pretty intense at times. Yeah, it
Who
was
are you
a
talking about?
mixture of different authentic intent.
Oh yeah, that was just sad. Like I just saw him like just
It was a mixed
fumble and
bag, I
fail every
thought.
time.
It was a mixed bag. Sometimes he would have a table set up, and then people would come up and he would talk about, flat Earth and other topics, and then other times he would kind of go around with his camera and just strike up conversations. He was definitely very like assertive, and some of it was funny too. I'm just laughing right now remembering, because there were some times it was just he had kind of a I found some of those to be like they were like naturally comical. Like if you knew kind of where he was coming from and the way that he would interact with people, just so matter of fact, just basically dropping flat Earth right on him. But he also was a bit confrontational.
Yeah, I only saw the bad ones, I guess. I only watched like 1.5.
When that guy threw his phone in the water, that was like the pinnacle.
I missed that. I heard about that, but I missed it.
That was the pinnacle. Okay, I need to tell a story because it's going to come up one.
All right. Well, I've heard you talk about doing street work for over a year now, Dave or Dan. So how about you just do it while you have my commitment, and then I'm sure maybe some of us will help, and then we could just stop talking about it.
Why don't I just take your advice and do it without you?
Sounds great.
Okay. But you can be on the panel.
Okay.
For 3 hours of it. And then you have to leave. After 3 hours, you have to leave.
Well, I think that would be a healthy cutoff point.
For you.
Well, what's the point of it being live? Just think about it. What's the point of it being live? And if it is live for 3 hours...
Okay, here's the reality. I don't have enough storage.
Okay.
All I can do is go on somewhere where they're recording it. Otherwise, I don't get it.
Storage.
I don't get to have it.
Oh, no, dude. You have a... No. What? Okay. I don't know what kind of phone you have or like what you're going to be recording with, but you absolutely have to use like a cellular device.
Okay, I gotta go into the real world. You're suggesting I've never done this. When you're doing things for 8 and 10 hours at a time, every bit of power is precious.
That's too long.
Exactly, but that's the way it is. So there's a reality here. Once you go
Yeah.
out,
You get a couple battery banks, Dan. Couple battery banks.
into this.
Yeah, I was almost thinking maybe if depending on how long you'd have to go, but yeah, maybe like 2 tablets and a couple battery banks, so you could always be filling them and streaming.
But that's also too long. Like you don't want to do 8-10 hours, dude.
I got a battery bank that'll charge my phone like 5
that's the way it
times to
ends
maybe
up
10.
happening.
It's huge. It's
Okay.
a brick.
Well, that sounds okay. That actually sounds unhealthy.
Okay, I can't talk to you anymore. Fucking negative. Like
As he's scarfing down fucking potato chips, this
they're
motherfucker.
so good, dude.
Very good.
Oh, it is chips. I was just guessing, bro. You fucking Cheeto motherfucker.
Well, I was thinking too about there's these expos. Maybe they're called like the New Living Expo or something like that they have like in San Francisco. You guys have probably seen these things. They're just like these huge events where they have all these booths, and I guess some people might want to categorize it new age or something, but they'll have like organic food things and there'll be meditation things and programs and all kinds of different, progressive concepts and ideas and, maybe past life things and like water purification devices and all these like all these different kinds. So like to set up there, and I remember one of them I was at in San Francisco, it was huge, and they had like a big kind of presentation room where there was a bunch of chairs basically and a stage, and then they had people giving talks and stuff. But if it was like that type of thing where you would already have like a lot of foot traffic, of people that are already into all kinds of ideas, new ideas, and paradigm shifting kinds of quantum water purification and all this kind of stuff, to where then if you were to have a setup where you could have like a big enough screen, like a large enough, even a projector screen or something, where you could then have people on a panel, that could be sharing their video as well, ideally. So, let's say it was whoever would be answering a question or talking, that would be super cool. Like that would be a way that you could get potentially quite a bit of engagement. You might be able to get a whole room of 50 or 80 people that are in the audience that are all listening and interested. And then if you made it interesting enough, kind of hosted it and made it terms of questions and answers, and that'd be an interesting kind of outlet for it as well.
Yeah, bro, that's where you get the most bang for your buck, because all the people there are going to be into shit like this.
Right now, I mentioned it earlier today, and I posted a video about it. It was just one of them. There's like a shit ton of them, but I mean, granted, I don't have any faith in politicians or the system, right? Because it is corrupt and they pretty much control. And it may even be that the individuals that do go up there and that they have as witnesses are of course, they're probably handpicked and all that. So I don't even know if they come forward on their own or if they're requested, or I don't even know for sure how that works. However, the fact that they're having it may be a very opportunistic time to possibly, I mean, I don't want to say flat smack Congress, but they're having these hearings on censorship, and the fact that a lot of the senators and congressmen are upset because it's working, the censorship went against them and it started hurting them. That's why I think they're doing it. But they're claiming to do it because they're just aware of it, right? Because they find out now that the recent pandemic has been, a lot of the people who were labeled as misinformation or disinformation, actually they were using the term malinformation, which had a specific definition, but that's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. But they're having these hearings and they're having these witnesses that have put information out about the recent pandemic and all that, doctors and nurses and all these things, and they got censored. And it's hearings on the weaponization of the U.S. government, right? So what if someone or group of individuals who can handle themselves properly and be well spoken enough and have the pertinent information, like correct information, the information that would wake people up, right, to show, and we're to go there and talk about the censorship, witness due to the censorship, and then work in as part of their testimony things about flat earth, the things about the misinformation and disinformation and deception and lies that they're teaching in the public schools. These things that have not been verified, that we have evidence against, that can be proven, right? I mean, what about something like that? What would that, I mean, would that be?
Yeah. I think people have done some of those. You're talking about those like Congress hearings?
Well, I mean, if we, flat earth water or flat water, I mean, I think he went, but he was more on the religious side of it. Like he was, using the Bible and Christianity and what's written in the Bible and things like that, like at town halls or and Board of Education and things like that. But this is, I don't know that anyone's ever went to Congress, but it may just be an opportunistic time for something like that. Because it's regarding the censorship, and this is one of the things. Because someone could present it as, just as you have seen that these things that they called malinformation regarding this topic turned out to be true. Same with this topic. These things are true, and you can test it for yourself and request that it's removed from the education system, that the deception, lies, and pseudoscience. Point out the difference between pseudoscience and actual science and so forth. Like maybe that would be, right now, is a window of a very good opportunistic time, for such a thing while they're having actual hearings on weaponization of the government and censorship.
Yeah.
Get right to the horse's mouth, yeah, so to speak.
For sure. Yeah, I think that's another avenue, like you're saying. I mean, I think anything that's like interacting with people in the physical world, I think is always good. Like something that, you know, has that connection, kind of boots on the street in that sense. I mean, because when you think about it, like the way you just described that, you know, there's a lot of other ideas that people want to get out there, you know, in whatever category it may be. And yeah, they usually, well, a lot of those topics are not shadow banned and censored, so it's a little easier, you know, to do it that way. But I'm just thinking of how many different kind of causes, as it were, that people have done things like what you're describing, you know, kind of gone out there and things like that, you know, trying to kind of bring it up at city council meetings or whatever it may be to kind of bring more awareness.
Well, if it's presented in a way to where the only way that they can shut it down is to prove that it's false, then they would have to, you know, provide evidence and prove and verify the things that they're teaching and that they're claiming, which is pseudoscience. They'd have to establish that it's true in order to, you know, shut it down or say that what you're saying is false. I mean, it gets down. It would get down to the nitty gritty because it's more of a judicial setting. It's like a court of law.
Yeah, are you talking about the ones like IPS did one of those? That other guy did one on Bubbles in Space. Friend of Yahweh, was it, or who's the one that did the one on Bubbles where he went to one of those Bubbles in Space, and then
Well, that's just like giving us a shout out, essentially. It's different than, I mean, she's getting a lot closer to participation. In other words, if we want revolution, all we need is participation. Our Constitution in this country allows it. It allows us to participate. So she's just saying, let's make it known, you know, where we're at. And this thing I just posted, you know, when they use the word authoritative news, I mean, that's pretty intense. That's a totalitarian kind of thing.
Well, I mean, if you try to, because they're teaching it in schools and it's pseudoscience, and if you go to your, yeah, there's first the idea of going to the Board of Education and meetings and, you know, but rather than making videos or complaining about, you know, they're teaching children in the schools pseudoscience, teaching them things that aren't true. I take it to the people that can actually, because the curriculum gets handed down. That's where the curriculum gets handed down from. And the setting is a court of law type setting. So without evidence to validate that it's actual science and not pseudoscience, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Then it'd be on record. I mean, it would, I don't know. It's just a thought. It doesn't need to be. Just wanted to know what everyone's, like, what, you know, people's opinions were about something like that. Because me, myself, I mean, I guess, you know, I'm not well spoken enough to go to a Senate hearing, which, I mean, I really don't care. I would do my best. It's like in here, I'm more relaxed. I just try to, you know, I can be a bit more professional if I have to, and you have to get the stuff together. And yeah, I could do it, but I don't think that. I mean, it would need to be someone who has. I mean, there's plenty of individuals in the community that have credentials or have, I guess you could say, cred or whatever, and is more well spoken than I am and could better present the information. Although, you know, I don't know, I'd be willing to try something, but
In many cases, it's just the bodies present. You know, the fact that there's 3 in the crowd and 1 that spoke, you know, to make a statement.
I mean, as far as flat Earth, then go ahead.
Well, I'd like to avoid being a lone nut. You know, I think that that's an easy way to get shot down. If you don't have support around you, they gang up on you real easily.
Absolutely, 100%. I agree. That's what I've always said with like setting up communities, sustainable communities. I don't think just one by itself, especially if you're making a difference or making a change, it would need to be many. And I think the same thing with this. It's like one lone wolf is, like you said, easy to get shot down. But as far as flat Earth and spreading that to people, it's like I've damn near lost my passion for it. Maybe I'm jaded because of these communities. I don't know. Probably that's pretty much what I believe. But as far as making a change with the education system and knowledge that people receive or that they're taught, it's breaking that cycle. I just think that what they teach in the schools and it beginning at school level, like when they enter school, when they're children, beginning in the crib, I believe for a change for something like that, that actually this is an opportunistic. It can happen at any time, but they're already having hearings about the censorship, and it's just like a window of opportunity to just kind of like get it in there, I guess.
Also, you learn so much about social structure in school. And what we were talking about earlier is during a paradigm shift, if we're lucky, as a cure to greed, maybe we could address fear. And we're just thinking that based on what you're saying, at the time when they're being indoctrinated to ideas, there's a lot of fear, in fitting in, how to fit in. And it's taught to you at this level, this elementary level. So we're thinking that some of the innate fears in humankind may lead to things like greed and things that get in the way of people looking to prosper instead of profit. I hope. Just hoping that maybe there's a cure for greed and that it might be based on the way things are set up on scarcity and shortage. Maybe that's taught to us at a young age as well.
I mean, how would they shut it down? If it's in and it is, it's like a court-like setting. We know that there have already been some court hearings with the bets for providing evidence for curvature, and the judge ruling that there was no evidence for curvature presented. So it was that court hearing. That's how it goes down, like in a court setting. Without evidence, they don't have a leg to stand on. So how would they shut it down? I mean, I don't know. It's like if someone really wanted to make changes in the education system with what people are taught as a child, they go to public schools and what's taught in public schools, because that's one of the issues. That's another one of the issues is and I'm not bringing it up as a topic. I'm briefly mentioning it because it's part of the hearings. It's the transgender affirmation that goes on in the schools. That was another thing that was brought up. So if it were brought up as being taught, that lies are being taught and pseudoscience is being taught as science or whatever, and if it was brought up in that way, because it's a combination of censorship and what's happening in schools and the weaponization of the government. So I don't know what leg. They don't have a leg to stand on. If they had to provide evidence in order to shut you down and say that what you're saying is not accurate or true, then they'll fail, because there is none. Anyway, it's just a suggestion. I just wanted to see what anyone else thought about it.
It's a good message, good thought, good idea. The censorship thing is huge. And in your face.
Well, we were talking earlier about how, like, from a perspective that back in ancient times, people believing in a globe Earth may have been virtually zero, if in certain times and so on, and that everybody would have had a stationary, planar, flat Earth type of cosmology, etc., and that it wouldn't even be a thing necessarily. I mean, I think it would be a thing of just cosmology in general. There's still all the philosophy around it and the making maps and all the conceptions around this realm and all of the spiritual components to it and all of that. But I'm referring to the shape being the globe. So it's like flipped, where we're in this current time period where the globe is not, now the globe is this sort of standard. And so the idea of like all these things we're talking about, getting the word out, it's almost like if you were to go back in those ancient times, they'd be like, what? Like you have to actually tell people this foundational thing that we all, that's so basic, you have to go tell them it's not this other thing, the spinning ball in a vacuum. So it is kind of wild to think about that. But if you viewed it from that perspective, then, you could all like the hugeness of this, like how the ramifications and the implications are so big that depending on what one is, propelled to do, all of these things like we're talking about make sense to have get the conversation going more so and get more people thinking and considering, not necessarily, in my view, not necessarily like forcing them to believe something or anything like that, but just presenting ideas that they have not
I think
even
that's
heard
the
yet.
role of the flat earthers, to get people to think one way or another. I mean, like one way or another. I think that's what we're good at.
For the most part, most people, for the most part, when they consider it, like even if you're talking about your everyday average Joe, or if you're talking about the politicians, congressmen, senators, and so forth, the legislators, it doesn't really matter. I think most of them generally probably haven't even considered it, looked into it, or when they hear about it or catch wind of it, they hand wave it and don't even consider it. Because I think most just assume that it's a given, that it's always been the case. But if they were presented with, like, what did it take for us? It just took us to give it an honest look, to hear some of the information, and to rethink it without, the filtered framework that, that we see it through, that was given to us. And it's more taking it for granted, I think, is taking knowledge or taking understandings for granted, because it's just an everyday, just breeze by and it doesn't really matter. Like if it was presented to them, that would at least get information out there in their faces, where they would have to, I don't know, these are fresh thoughts and fresh ideas that haven't been worked out or anything. It's just came to me new. So a lot of it hasn't even been worked out. When I was watching that one earlier, that's what I thought. I can't believe that some of these things, that they're actually addressing them. They're addressing the FBI being weaponized. They really don't ever mention the NSA, which is crazy. I guess no such agency. I don't know, but still, the fact that they were, which I believe. I don't think it's genuine. I actually think because it's happening, so it may not even do any good. Probably won't, but I don't want to be pessimistic about it. Because I actually think they're trying to get the people to lose confidence in the system, in the judicial system, that court, or to where there's people that rule, where there's a president, and you have members like of the Supreme Court. You want to change things about that, change the numbers, and now they've got a code of ethics that that they want them to go by. They don't even have a code of ethics, but yet it's like it's operated all this time. And I think they did it in Israel, they're doing it in other countries, and it's all simultaneously. So I think that the whole entire purpose of it is to get people to lose faith in it so that they'll applaud, the AI leader, which they'll present as non-corruptible. Regardless of, like, if that's where they're going with it, then it's not going to matter what's taught. Like, they'll have it'll be total tyranny at that point, but to be optimistic and not believe that that's the direction that it's going is what I'd prefer to settle with, because I want to have hope. I want to have something to be optimistic about. But if you're going to be, it's like they're actually examining. They're not hand waving anything right now. They're examining, what people bring to them as being a weaponization of the government. So if someone went to them, in the spirit of the setting, then maybe perhaps it could do some good. I don't know. Anyway, I'll hush and let you carry on with your media ideas and stuff like that. I just wanted to know what everybody thought about it, or I mean, who would do it anyway? Like, how many people would be willing to go? I don't think just one person could. How many people would be willing to go as a group that know how to present it properly, and know the arguments, and know what's been debunked, and know what they don't have evidence for? How many would be willing to just go to a Senate committee hearing? On the weaponization of the government, and be a witness, and present their victimhood, I guess you'd call it. They're being victimized by censorship and so forth.
Well, yeah, that's a good question, and yeah, everybody may have a different stance on that. There's a part of me that thinks it's a little bit of kind of going right into the kind of the system, presenting it there. But there could also be good things about that. Like I'm saying, I guess there could be potential negatives and positives, like whether there'd be more resistance. Didn't Marilyn? Marilyn, she used to do those things with authentic intent, actually, as well. But
Spirit level.
Spirit level, that's it. Yeah, she did one of those, right? Or she did a couple of those, or she went to like a Congress type. Maybe it wasn't Congress, but it was more like a city hall, town hall thing, right?
Uh-huh.
But you're talking about Congress, like is that a thing you could actually get in? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. They're Senate committee hearings. I don't know if there are any other types.
So then what would you get? Like they give the general population like what, a 30-second thing to ask a question or something, or would you be able to actually present something?
I think they'll I think you can get different allotments of time depending on the setting. Whether you just request, if you request a certain allotment of time, I think they'll give you up to 15 minutes. Other settings, I think they've been people that have been given 5 minutes. But when you're being like as a witness, I think they'll give you, I think each congressman or each senator has like a certain allotment of time, and each one will ask questions, right? And then you just answer the questions if you're going up as a witness, as someone who is a witness to the weaponization of the government. I think to be a witness, like they'd have to call you to be a witness. But there are other times that you can bring I've seen where people have brought their case before them because they're supposed to represent the people. So the people can go and plead to them that, hey, we're not being represented and this is what's going on and it's unconstitutional, and so forth. That's the setting to do it at. And it's one thing to just assume that it would be overlooked or hand waved, but it's another thing. I guess, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is it's better to have tried and lost than to have not tried at all. I don't know. Like, who knows what would happen? You know, every one of those people sitting behind the bench up there, every one of them probably like they probably believe that what's being taught is true up until now. Now they know they're taking propaganda into the schools, you know, because parents were having their children taken from them and they were being shamed, and like there were all kinds of things going on over indoctrination and propaganda of the transgender movement or gender affirmation or whatever. Like it even infiltrated into the military. Like there were areas within the Air Force that you couldn't even apply for if you were, I think what they were calling it was cisgender. It's just like a heterosexual individual who likes the opposite sex. You couldn't even apply. It was only for like this whole group. And they were pretty upset about that. Or at least they played a good part and were good actors to pretend like they were. You know, so, and this was in the schools. So they're kind of, they're looking at everything people bring to them has in regards to weaponization of the government and censorship and shunning and shaming and defamation of characters and all sorts of things just to get the propaganda out and censorship. It's like that's what they've been addressing. So it seems like this would fall into that category, you know, and you know they couldn't just hand wave it in order to shut it down. Like they would have to disprove it, disprove what you're saying by the only way that they could do that would be to prove that what they're teaching is true. And we know they can't. So in a court of law setting, they'd lose. And that's exactly what that is. They represent the people and we're the people. Then you also,
Go ahead.
well, and then you also have the people that are watching them, right? That are not there and that are not engaging, but pay very close attention to, especially during these times, what happens in Congress and what happens during these hearings, because they want to know what's coming on the stream, or how it's going to turn out. There's like millions of people watch these things, so even if it doesn't make a change, we'll get the proper, accurate information out there to people at the top and everyone who listens to them, like the people who can actually make a difference. So even if they don't change the education system, there'll be enough people that'll see it and hear it. They'll be like, because you know, the majority of this information will make anybody scratch their head and go, huh? Hold on a minute. You know, it's just like, they can't help it.
Okay, my idea was to make a political party called For Love and Truth, kind of like a Green Peace Party, like a Peace Party or the Green Party. Call it FLAT, which stands for Love and Truth, because flat earthers, if they don't join anything politically, we're never going to have a voice anywhere. So I think by having local, like when they say act locally, think globally. If we have local people running for office anywhere under the flat party, we're going to get all the press that you're talking about and all the exposure, and then eventually an actual voice on a regular basis, because eventually we'll get representatives from that party, because the system is that stupid, you know, and messed up, that we'll probably be able to do it.
I've said for a few years now that the only way I believe to affect change is to run for local office. Sheriff. I don't know if it has the high. It doesn't have the. Actually, sheriff has a pretty good authority. It's like it trumps federal. Like if the sheriff supersedes federal. Federal can't come in and tell the sheriff what to do. And so running for sheriff and local offices, and I believe, I wished I'd known all this, and I envy anyone who's in their 20s early 30s or even a teenager and come to the knowledge of this. Because, you know, if I would have known how important it would have been. Sorry, hang on. I've got a cat. Want my attention. But if I'd have known when I was younger, like I would have definitely handled life a bit differently, you know. Because now my children are grown and in my late 40s, so and any kind of anything you've done in the past, any kind of, you know, they always pull, they could make, if they want to make you look bad, like they can take someone with a good record, with a clean record, and make it seem tarnished. So, you know, if you have anything on your record, something like that's just out of the question. And most of those people, they've been lawyers before or held an office in of some other sorts. But I've also seen, you know, where people who haven't been a lawyer have had, I guess, less important roles in life have ran for office and been elected. So, you know, that's not always. It's for the people, of the people, by the people. That's how it's supposed to be. And they're supposed to represent the people. So if the people go to them with issues, like, they have to hear it out.
Where did you hear about malinformation?
In one of the hearings. It was in one of the Senate committee hearings on weaponization of the government. And they even pointed out, like they point, I tell you what, when you listen to those, it sounds just like conversations go on in here. The obfuscation they do, and they call them out for the obfuscation, and they tell them that, like, the redefining of words, it's something they're weaponizing. So instead of misinformation or disinformation, because you have to prove that it's wrong, just call it either of those. So they call it malinformation and define malinformation has a specific definition which they use, which is information that is detriment to their agenda, not information that is false, because a lot of it has turned out to be true and provably true. And these are the, like, it's not verbatim, but that's pretty much the words that they used.
It's like malware, computer software. It gets in there and does shit. So malinformation gets under people's subconscious level as well.
Well, and they were pointing out, yeah, of how it wasn't either disinformation or misinformation, that it was actually true. You know, they censored it because it was detriment to their agenda. This is what the senators are saying to these people.
That's cool.
Calling out the FBI and other agencies, judicial branches.
Here's what I say about flat earthers, because they always end up in argument. Globers that don't really know what the fuck we're talking about, like, we have no idea what you guys see. You know, they look right at us and we don't know what you see. And one of the things we see is missing information. When you talk about information and disinformation, when you extrapolate the lies from the truths, you end up with what's missing. And we pay attention to that and we give it value even though it's not there. Because we go, look what's missing. And they go, what do you mean? There's nothing there. And we're going, no. Look what's missing. The data set is missing. And they go, so what's the problem? There's nothing to see. And that's the difference between us very often. Is we see value in what's not there.
And then if you could tie in with it, like something that would help the economy or help, you know, the U.S. and the people in the U.S. in terms of energy, you know, that a lot of it, you know, I don't know if that would be something that would be good to bring into that convo or not, but perhaps it could be.
I'm trying to open up a part, in like an Uber version of the 1890s version of the hysteria clinic, where essentially you could call a cab and the guy would come in and diddle you, and then we would get insurance to pay for it. So we're thinking that all these fears, all these hang-ups, if we clean people up, maybe we won't have the... I don't know, I mean, it seems like greed seems to be the biggest thing that comes up as the problem. But everything you're saying about our ability to participate in government is pretty exciting. They don't have that in every country. We were talking about earlier how we're just kind of first coming out of the age of kings, where there was dominant rule, wasn't any process whatsoever, you know? And it like went from kings to country, and eventually maybe, you know, we will get into a human being situation where we recognize our neighbors. In the meantime, we still are afraid of people that are different. I'd hate for the jerks to be right with a new world order and a one world government being a necessary thing. But it probably is inevitable.
Well, if they take orders from the UN and things get passed, and things get passed down from the UN down, then yeah, because Davos and meetings they have at Davos include it, and the UN meetings include it.
Managing people is pretty intense. Imagine giving everyone either money or jobs. Like, imagine if everyone had their shit handed. I don't think everyone would be out sculpting and painting. I mean, I think people are still completely problematic, even if their needs are completely covered in a perfect society.
I mean, some of those get pretty intense. Some of those senators are like pretty upset and laughing because they're like, you have this list and this person's got these credentials, and they'll list off their credentials and who they are. And they'll mention that they're on a terrorist list because of something they posted. They got put on a no-fly list, or got banned from it, or the platform or whatever. Like, they were pointing out a lot of the things that we've had concern for, only in the vein of and in the spirit of recent pandemic. Like the doctors the credible doctors and nurses. And there was a congressman, congressmen were getting censored. So I guess when people cry out and nobody, and no one listens to them, it's like, how's that old saying go? There's actually a saying, I don't know what it is. So but when it happens to you, by the time it happens to you and you start to take a stance, there's no one else left standing to stand with you, because you were quiet and silent while they shut everybody else down. So that's kind of like, I feel like that's where we're at. Maybe some of them, maybe they're all on board, maybe they're not. I don't know. It's like if someone were to come to you and you were to be talking to someone on the street, and this is just like an everyday conversation, and you're talking about the indoctrination and the propaganda and the falsehoods they teach in school and so forth, and how they, regulate and control the flow of information, because and energy resources and things like that. And the person you're talking to is like, Why haven't you done anything? It's like, well, what can I do? It's like, well, have you went to, they name one of the avenues and you've not. Okay, well, I haven't done that yet, but who has? And you think of the entire community. I guess you can call it a community, but if you want to call everyone who knows that the Earth is flat and knows of the propaganda and indoctrination that they push in schools, the pseudoscience. If they ask, what have you done about it? There's avenues to take it to, those who represent you. Have you done that yet? And if no one has, then really, we may not even have a right to complain. It's not getting changed unless someone does it. I mean, because that is the avenue which to do it.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I concur. God, they're saying this video is fake now. The one where the guy listed off all these crimes and they turned out to be Congress. He was comparing what it looked like the NFL to the NBA, but it turns out that all these criminals are part of Congress. They weren't part of the NFL or the NBA. He listed off all their charges. But now they're saying it's not true, so I don't know. That's the whole trick, right? Well, that was debunked. Well, that doesn't mean the debunk was accurate. How's it going, man? Oh, I got debunked today. It sucked. Totally debunked.
And there is definitely something to the awareness of genuine intent governing, and the power of it. Because since I've been focusing on that in life, unless this is just a certain season of a certain type of energy, and then unless this cycle is going to come to an end at another cycle, which is not going to be pleasant or whatever is ahead. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's the case. It's like things just tend to unfold. It's like in every aspect of my life, things have been unfolding, and it seems maybe it's my perspective. I don't know. I believe if a group of people got together and they had proper intent and the proper attitude and they were genuine about it, that perhaps some change could be affected in that way. I don't know. Maybe it's my, wishful thinking. Maybe it's my optimism, newfound optimism I've had as of late.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, we're headed into this Jupiter-Uranus alignment, which I've been mentioning over the last couple months, weeks and months, meaning the luminary Jupiter and the luminary Uranus are forming what's called a conjunction, which means they are in this roughly the same position of the sky. They're conjoining, sort of like on a new moon. The sun and moon are in they conjoin. It's called a conjunction in that sense. So it's basically like the most potent, one of the most potent parts of any of the cycles of any of these, like any two, let's say. The conjunction is very potent. The 180 degree, when they're opposite, that's like the full moon. So that's like the new moon and the full moon. Conjunction and then the 180 degrees are both very potent alignments. And there's others as well, but they're at the top, like near the top of the list energetically, because it's the conjoining and the opposition. So like the duality, one splitting to two, and that foundational. Anyways, but so Jupiter is the principle of like buoyancy and positivity. And And on the negative, it can also be like overindulgence, for example. So it's like inflation on all levels, and it could have positive or negatives. But Jupiter is connected to that, the hopefulness, positivity, etc., all that whole vector. And then Uranus is a principle that tends to liberate, and it releases and liberates new, inventive, breakthrough energies. That's its vector into whatever it's contacting. So in this case, like this alignment is starting right around now, and it's going to be going for about the next 12 months. It's about a 14-month cycle, but we're already a little bit into it. We're just at the beginning. So it's going to be going for like the whole next year. And like I was saying, Jupiter is that principle of like new hope and positivity and buoyancy, new beginnings in those ways. And then Uranus is that principle of liberation. And well, the new beginnings is more of a Uranus thing rather than Jupiter. Jupiter is the expansion and the growth, and it can be connected to that positivity and buoyancy components. Whereas the Uranus is the liberating, releasing type of energy, like a lightning bolt. So yeah, we're going to be going through for the whole next year, which is pretty nice. This is like the major alignment that's happening for the whole next year. So coming out of the whole pandemic thing from 2020, that was a Saturn-Pluto, totally different alignment. We're now headed into this, which I think has tremendous potentials for expansion and growth and positivity and a whole new wave of hope and even like inventions and breakthroughs that could all come in this next cycle of this. So
You're damn right.
Well, so here I thought, well, maybe it's both, like, or maybe that's why I am looking into new ways of managing life instead of focusing on, a deity or a a religious construct, or just being careless and not having any construct at all, which is not the way. Definitely not the way. Instead of doing that, just like looking within myself and focusing on intent, like controlling my own thoughts, my own actions, my own words, and just having faith and trusting that doing that and keeping that proper and good, that things will unfold. That's what I've been focusing on and working on the last little bit. And I remember talking, I don't remember who all, I think Napalm and Lou and someone else, like over before years ago, a few years ago when I was still into, like I mentioned something about this long cycle. There's, it's just this intuitive feeling of this long cycle, and it was combined with a dream that I had, kind of revealed to me that we were going into this long cycle, and this long cycle was going to be very oppressive. And I know that they got tired of hearing me say it, and it's like, this long cycle, it's a frequency, like the wavelength. It's not just like a bunch of little short ones. It's like this one big, long, huge one, and it's going to be very oppressive. And that I feel like that it's come to an end, and I can't read the stars like you do, so it's cool that you brought that out and pointed that out also. Like I don't want to just say that focusing on intent and managing life in that way by keeping that proper and good within myself is not. I don't want to disregard it and say, oh well, it's not happening because I've been doing that, so it doesn't matter what I do, it's happening because these other things. I think it's partially both, or maybe how you read the stars and the signs of the Jupiter and Uranus alignment. Maybe that's the whole reason why this energy has been brought up within me, and I have this awareness of it and focus on it right now. I don't know, but I can definitely tell a difference. I can definitely, and honestly believe that, like if a group of people come together with good intent, and like I don't think anything bad come out of it. I think it would do some good, even if it doesn't, even if we don't get the results that we want to, or the results that we want, because of course we want the utopia, right? But I believe that good will could come of it.
For love and truth, for love and truth, for love and truth, for love and flat party.
yeah, absolutely. No, I feel you on all that, and I think we are on the crest of a wave right now.
Get your boards. Ride the wave. I've never surfed. I do want to. I will one day. I love skateboards, so.
I was gonna say this earlier about the whole like like that movie The Secret. Remember? Did you guys see that? And
Haven't heard it.
Yeah, I read the book. It's interesting. Intention is everything.
yeah, I think in my viewpoint, they kind of maybe overcharacterized it a little bit, and they kind of whipped it up for more of a
It's romantic. It's very romantic. It's fantastic.
of a selling point.
Yeah, they made it like a like you said. I mean, it's its own movie, and the book's not much different from the movie, but the point is driven home. I think, at least it's digestible for a lot of Karens, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly. It's there. It's there for the intake, but
yeah.
Well, I just remember they hyped it up so much, like this is the secret that every human in the past who has ever been successful have known about, and they harness this, and they're the ones who succeed, and everyone else, struggles. Yeah, they really hyped it.
Yeah, it's a good practice, though. I agree with it because since I read that, I was in a dark point in my life too, at that moment, and it was a good time to find that book. And I mean that just reshaping my intention to not what I want. I mean, obviously it's what I want, but just act like it's already happening. Don't say I want to be healthy. Just say the word healthy. And then you can think about other people being healthy, and you can think about yourself or your dog or the guy across the street being healthy, someone you never met. And then at that point, you're creating the thing, at least at the very least in your mind and heart, that you want to not only have happen to you, but why not everybody, right? Healthy, why not? Healing, why not? Happy, why not? These things.
Yeah, well said. And I feel like they did kind of take it a little bit to the extreme in some ways because first I'll say like one of the really noble parts about this whole concept, in my viewpoint, like the idea that what you think about will be created and what you focus on will come in the future. And one of the interesting ways to view it, like even from, to use that word, like a quantum physics perspective, the way they try to describe time and these components, but in a way where if you think about something as a fantasy, perhaps it will remain a fantasy. Whereas if you think about it in a way that it is that thing already, then are you potentially like causing it to be that in some future time? And that's kind of part of the concept they try to share with it. Like, and then I'll finish by what I started on, which is saying where they maybe took it too far. But do you think this is too far or not? How about that? Because remember they had the thing where they're like, well, let's say you want $1 million. You literally write $1 million on like a piece of paper, and you have it in your pocket all the time. Or every morning you wake up and you look at your whiteboard and you say the words, $1 million, something like that, or you tape little $1 million signs all over your house in different areas, so you just keep seeing it.
See, I don't think that works. I think you have to. I think if we mix The Secret with Pay It Forward, and like I said, and it can't be selfish either. Like I say, intent. You have to really genuinely want maybe for someone else to have the thing that you would benefit from too. Like I say, instead of feeling sorry for somebody and out of pity giving them $1 on the street, try to understand in their situation how beneficial that dollar could be, and imagine that person. Look at their face. Imagine that person being happier, having, maybe just that next, imagine them eating a burger later, right? Like that kind of, to me, that's the most important part of it. You have to, who cares if you want it for yourself? If you truly want it to exist, you'll wish it upon someone else. And of course, then you'll get some of it too, I think. I almost cry when I start talking about it though.
Yeah, or having intent, like put forth, like if if I could just, the intent, if I could just do this to change the world, but that thing that you want to do requires a lot of money, but you're not focused on the money, you're focused on that thing.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, and then it makes me think, like, is this how prayer works? Prayer?
100%, I believe that's how it works, because they say, look, this is my passion. This is where I lost a lot of people. They weren't mine to lose, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like ended up. Well, let me just go on with it. So, in the vibrational physics, sympathetic vibrational physics, there's actually a physics to this. Walter Russell followed the framework and understood it, and he was able to discover many elements through it, right? And this is something I believe that was known well and easily by most individuals anyway, which is why I believe there were the book burnings and the control of the knowledge and the constructs of religions and so forth, right? Because they still wanted people to be able to come together and have like some effect, but they still want people to be practicing, the power of the mind or whatever, but they want to use it for themselves, but according to, like, if you think of your brain, because the way they lay it out, your brain is an acoustic resonator, and the passive thoughts sometimes can be more powerful than the focused thought. If individuals come together and there are two or more, and it's amplified, it's like triune streams. So if you have like more than two individuals come together, then that intent and that power is amplified. So absolutely, I believe that's how prayer does work, because that's what happens when they pray, right? They have prayer meetings, they come together and they pray, agree to pray on the same thing, like, oh, well, Johnny's got his leg hurt and his mother can't afford, let's help her with the money and pray for the healing of his leg, or whatever. And they come together and they agree on it. They agree on it and they pray. When prayer is very akin to meditation, same type of deal. Only one is where they're doing it to a deity and the other one is, where they're focused on the thing at hand. But yeah, I believe so. I believe it parallels. It's the same thing. I believe it's the same effect, wrapped up and packaged in a different wrapping. I believe it's done that way to hide where the power comes from, so that we're not aware where the power comes from. That we hold the power in our minds, the power of intent, because they want you to think God answered your prayer. Come from a higher power. You don't have control. You just have to be humble and ask God to do it for you, right? And God answered your prayers. So, and every religion, in every religion, sometimes their prayer gets answered and sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't. I haven't said that in forever. But anyway, spell that for me. Sometimes their prayer gets answered and sometimes it doesn't. So if you look at the times when, and then with the power of intent, sometimes it works for people and sometimes it doesn't. I think, or not the power of intent, but meditation. So I think the only common denominator across the board is intent. Like with the religions, the ones who get prayers answered and the ones who don't, like the only common denominator is intent. So yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, like, are we that potent of creators that we can actually just see something in the future and basically it's like, you don't necessarily have to lie to yourself, by saying it's real, but there's a way to, in a sense, like, hold it as being a thing in the future. And maybe not, we don't maybe always know like the exact details of what it could be, but yeah, like that intention. Like, for example, right now, the idea, like we were talking about earlier, of there being a huge paradigm shift, huge shift in the world, whether that means the kind of powers that be lose their power in some way, or whether people kind of become stronger in some way. And right now, if we were to view that as like definitely happening, is that what we'll experience by just seeing that as happening, being kind of tuned into it as a future timeline? And then I was even thinking earlier, you could even go kind of trippy on it and be like, what if like we're choosing our timeline as we make our intentions? Meaning that what if like in this idea is kind of like a fractal idea of reality where in any state we're in, it's like an adjustable system. Now, there's still what in my mind, of course, would have to be like a much higher form of intelligence or like a source of creation or creative intelligence that would be able to oversee this whole thing. But even within that, is our intentions and our viewpoints on things constantly changing to the point to where it's forming. In this idea, it would almost be that our intentions are actively forming the timeline that we're going to experience.
I believe so, because I mean, if you alter your intentions, I mean, yeah, it would have to. I don't see how that wouldn't be the case.
Now, this is like totally wild to consider it this way because it's almost getting into like some kind of hyperfractal type of multiple reality type of thing. But even to the idea where there are many, many parallel realities, as it were, all simultaneously existing on multiple timescales, to the point to where you've probably heard this idea where there's a reality in which, you know, you go this way in life, another reality in which you go that way in life, another reality in which you die when you're 65, another reality you die when you're 85, that there's like multiple streams or multiple timelines that all exist within creation eternally. And then the idea that we're just in one of them at any one time, or we're experiencing what we're experiencing. And if there's clock time moving and you're a human and you're in this realm, then you're in the one you're in. And then even to the point to where, like I was saying in this idea, I mean, I'm just kind of riffing right now. I'm not trying to lay down anything. I'm just kind of talking, basically, just kind of shooting out these ideas. But in this idea to where kind of like when you tune in a television, you know, you go to channel 5, there's something on there. You go to channel 7, there's something else on there, going through the channels, and they all have different vibes and different energies. Well,
They're all being broadcast at the same time. You're just tuning into one at a time.
Yeah, exactly. So if our intentions and our even that whole idea of creating our own reality in that sense, but if our intentions and our ideas of what is coming actually tunes us into the direct experiencing of that reality, like it's giving you like a direct access or like a pathway to like that's the tuning fork.
Well, all of these laws of physics are built upon some fundamental laws that are never spoken about anymore, one of which is the law of assimilation, and that's exactly what that says. Like they want to take like the laws of physics that we have now and say, no, and leave that behind, even though it was built off of that, and that birthed the understanding that they have that brought them to where they're at now, have the laws of physics that and the understanding of how nature works. But that's the very first one, the most important. It's the basic, most fundamental, the law of assimilation.
You think they were actually changing timelines with the pyramids?
Oh man, what I think they were doing with the pyramids? Why'd you ask that? Oh
no, I said, do you think they could have they were setting them up as like a grid in with the ether that could tune into certain timelines? I was asking, do you think that could have been used for that?
I mean, at this point, in my understanding, anything like it could be possible. I never considered it, so I can't say that I thought that that's what they were doing with it.
Do you think time travel's real?
I think a person can step outside of time. Now, what they can do once they step outside of it, I'm not sure. Not quite but I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. But I do believe that there is a way to step outside of time, what we understand time to be.
What puzzles me, Gio, is with the pyramids, how is it that there is there is no knowledge of what their purpose was. Like, how do we sit here today, given that they're all over the earth, they're all similar, they can all kind of be looked at and thought there was a similar brain or a similar intent behind all of these things, and not only pyramids, but all these other megalithic structures as well. And how is it that today we have no clue as to what they were? How is all the ancestral knowledge, all the tradition, how has that been completely wiped from the earth?
I know.
Unless every person was wiped from the earth, how has not even an ancient tribe? Why do we hear that nobody is speaking about the purpose of these things?
I know. It's unbelievable. Well, this gets me into thinking of like the idea of a reset. Like, was there actually some kind of brainwashing reset thing?
Yeah.
I know. Exactly. Well, because I've said this too, like who I am in my family, I feel like they will transfer who I am through my family line. I wouldn't see any reason why not, because I know my uncle very well, my aunts very well, etc. And my, the generation under me and beyond are going to know who those people are just on that level. And it's like no one has any memory before like 1800, it seems, let's say, or even, does anyone have any actual memory of like any family history or anything direct? I know people claim they have like, they have this like certain like something in the physical world, like something that was claimed to have come from then. But I'm talking about any like actual memories of what, because why would you lose that? Like what?
Well, it would be hard to, it would be kind of easy for them to do, really, because I mean, if they went to a nation, it was easier for them then, especially if they had this knowledge and they had like understanding the people didn't have. They could go into a community, and then it wasn't like populated. Like, I don't know, it could have been populated, maybe it was, but they could go into a nation. It would be really easy for them to wipe them out, like kill all of the soldier like men, the strong men.
Yeah.
Take the weak men and the women and take them back to where they wanted to and breed them, and just never tell them about the technology, and keep it for themselves, use it for themselves on the people, to present themselves as gods, and the people would be believing that they're gods. I mean, I think it would be easy for them to do.
Thing is that these ancient civilizations, or that still exist today, the Australian Aboriginals or the Hopi Indians or whoever, they have got their dreamings or their stories, their ancient ancestral story of the Star People coming, or the Rainbow Serpent, or whatever it was, as to the story of the beginning, shall we say, that they've got that, or the story of the Great Deluge. They've got a bit of that all seems very similar. But then there's just this enormous gap to today where there's nothing else. There's the original story, which does seem to have survived, of the beginning of everything, and then there's this huge vacuum, and then here we are today. How is nothing, like the building of the pyramids or the whatever, how's nothing in the middle been significant enough to have been included in those Dreamtime stories or those historical narratives? That's puzzling as well.
Well,
yeah.
Well, there's this. I don't know how true it is and how credible the story is. I think you can find it on YouTube. That's where I found it at. This guy had built his home pyramid as a pyramid. He built a pyramid home, and when you look into the psychotronics, or they use the pyramid hanging over the head, hanging over the top of the head, whether it's where you sleep or whether it's where you meditate, and use it to amplify intent. And they got some pretty profound results using that. And there's telepathic things that go on. But this guy built his home in a pyramidal shape, and allegedly water just flowed there. It attracted water. Like, he's got, like water just flowed there, and now his house is surrounded by water. And there was this thing about the psychotronics where if you use the pyramidal shape, which is why I changed my icon from a heart to, pyramids. Kind of like my new version of a heart, I guess you could say. But anyway, like you could turn it on and off. Turning it to align it with the energies within the earth. And that was how it worked. So if it can affect the energy of the water, and if it can affect the energy of the intent that we have, look, there's a lot of correlation to this. I didn't even know till I was looking into the pyramids and energy, and that's what I was solely focused on, and I was obsessed with it. I guess you can call it an obsession. It's just an intense, a passion, to learn about it. I wanted to know more because intuitively and within myself, I know that there's something there to latch onto. I know there's something profound there, something very that we need, like knowledge that we need at this point in time. And I didn't even know this, but when I started looking into it, and I was like, okay, I got away from that for a bit, and I started looking into, I just wanted to understand consciousness better. The very first thing I watched about consciousness was revealing to me that they had discovered that, our consciousness manifests within our brains, within a pyramidal shaped neuron. Now, before I ran into that and discovered that, I had already looked into vibratory physics, so the knowledge of sympathetic vibration and resonance with sacred geometries and things like that. Like you can resonate with the shape. Certain sacred geometries carry certain energies. And if something is in carrying the same vibratory frequency or wavelength, you can resonate with it, and distance doesn't matter. So I'm like, okay. And then when I found this out, I'm like, opened up a whole new realm of possibilities as to what the pyramids are for. Because why a pyramid? Why a pyramid? Why does a pyramid harness? Why is it like a conduit, like a female conduit, like an inward conduit, like it pulls energy into it and then it flows out to it amplified. And so it just opened my mind up to a whole new realm of possibilities as to what the pyramid's use was. I don't know what the pyramid use was. They were for, I'm leaning in, I don't know. I'm leaning into it and kind of inclined to believe that it has something to do with our consciousness. I don't know if they could like turn it up, charge it up or whatever, and they were able to just increase knowledge, or I don't even know if it had anything to do with consciousness, but the fact that it parallels with same shape, like the neuron where this is where consciousness manifests, pyramidal neuron, and there are pyramids all over the earth right now. The past 100 years, it's that we know of. We don't know about what happened before that, as far as this goes. But in terms of mind manipulation and psychologically controlling and manipulating the minds of men, that's what they've solely been focused on, and that's been at the top of their agenda. Everything else kind of falls in that category beneath that. It's like a tool to do that thing. That's their ultimate goal. I kind of think it might have, it could very well not even be like to harness energy of the earth, or it could be to harness etheric energy and produce energy that would power an entire city or maybe light it up. I don't know. Or it could very well be, just because of that new information that I came across, it could very well be have something to do with consciousness.
Yeah. line up the pyramidal pineal gland with the pyramid in the ether and blast off into the infinite realms. Yeah, I think they used them for a lot of different, but I do think that's one. Have you heard the idea? You know how they have these huge shafts in the pyramids?
Yeah,
And
that's another
yeah,
thing. Those shafts. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, and they line up with certain stars and certain celestial objects. And at the base of these huge shafts, they have what looks like these like pools, or they look like some kind of like these little stone basins that roughly are about the size that it for a human. Now, there's the idea that that had water in it, and they would use that as in a like almost like a flotation tank, like a mixture
There were
of sensory,
two.
yeah, like a sensory deprivation and a flotation tank, where it's very quiet, very dark. There's no other stimuli, so sensory deprivation in that way. Doesn't really mean that word deprivation is kind of harsh. It just means that yeah, there's no other, as much as possible, no other sounds, no light, no other movement, and then the water is like perfectly at the same temperature as your body temperature, so it's just very comfortable to be in, not cold or hot. Then often they add a little salt to make you buoyant, so that you're not like going under. And then they would, and the idea of this, that they had these like essentially flotation tank type things, these basins at the bottom, and you would lie in it, looking up, and you would be looking through the shaft at the celestial object at a particular time. Now, perhaps they were also mixing DMT or other substances, plants, other things as well to really launch off even more so. And the whole pyramid structure of the whole big pyramid, and then the shaft that goes up through it, by harnessing one's energy on that celestial object, it is said that they were able to use that as a portal for their consciousness to have profound interdimensional type travels, bringing back technologies, or channeling knowledge or technologies from other realms, additional technologies, free energy, and who knows what else, like all kinds of other concepts of what they could have been doing in that. And that the pyramid with that shaft and then pointing to that celestial object all function as the pyramid's like focusing the energy and allowing for the launch pad. The shaft is giving you a direct sight to your pineal gland, your third eye, and your eyes as well. If you have your eyes open, you may not even necessarily have to have your eyes open for this, but you can. But anyways, and then just be able to absolutely like essentially transcend out of this entire realm. Now, whether someone calls that an out-of-body experience, yeah, but I'm talking about even something more unique that the pyramid allows for, and that there's something to the actual shape of that pyramid, in addition to all those other factors, that allows for it to be a very unique type of launch pad that perhaps they were trying to harness and focus in on.
Could very well. What weren't there two chambers? Like, didn't it have two? They just assumed that they were both used for water. Like there was one that went from, because the way they lined it, like when they, I guess some kind of X-ray, but they looked inside of it, and they had this schematic of how it was laid out, and if you follow the Fibonacci sequence, they said that it would that it did follow it, but that puts like things like not on the line of inertia, but a little off-centered from the line of inertia. So about the center way down, and on one side, there'd be a chamber that would flow to the other side, to the bottom, and then on the other side, there would be a little off-center to the right. There'd be a chamber that would flow to the left, and then up at the higher elevations. But there was like a chamber for each one of those shafts, where, and they, maybe they just assumed it was for water. The only reason I say that is because in the pyramidal shaped neuron in the brain, the only way consciousness will manifest is if there are two polar regions. You have to have a polar region and a non-polar region. So they had, and they discovered that the thing that was present, the substance that was present, was an olive oil-like substance, which made it possible. And of course, water and oil doesn't mix, so it creates like having water in one. Just wonder, like, is that what they did? Is that what they were doing? Was it about consciousness? I don't know. There were two chambers, and if they were in fact, like, it's very possible, just because just too many parallels with it. So what if they filled one, and it was tapping into the Earth's energies, filled one with olive oil type substance, and another one with, and then you've got this crystalline structure where there's definitely energy and information in it. So, and then you have water in the other one, then there you go. You have a pyramidal shape. It's full of energy, these crystals and information with two polar regions. I'm not saying all pyramids are like that, inside that they have, two polar regions, but in order for consciousness to manifest, I know that they said that it required a non-polar and a polar region, like the olive oil type substance needed to be there. So I'm just wondering, were they generating power, or did it in fact have something to do with consciousness? It's paralleling too much with consciousness, in my opinion.
Nice. That's awesome. Nice one. Yeah, that's very interesting for sure. So how do two polar regions, what do you mean by that exactly? In a pyramid?
Like, yeah. So one is conductive and one is non-conductive. One would be polar and one would be non-polar. So if they used oil in one and water in another, that would give them two polar regions. So the energy flow would go around the oil. It wouldn't pass through the oil. However, it would travel, it would be induced easier through the water. So you have an extreme polarized section and totally non-polar section. And that's, for whatever reason, how the creator set it up, the laws of nature that he gave it, whatever. I'm not sure. They don't understand. I don't think anyone does, but it's like your strongest quantum computer with, the only thing is I'm not sure. Maybe that's why it had to be the size it was, and that's why it was very specific with the composition of it, what they lined it with, what kind of, because the energy. So the most powerful quantum computer that they have cannot meet the quantum computing required for consciousness. We have like microtubulars within these pyramids that carry the energy, and that, to me, that would be akin to the composition of the pyramid, like the stones, the crystals, the crystalline structure, and being aligned with the earth could essentially tap into the earth's energy, which, I mean, that could be limitless. I mean, it'd be infinite, And anytime you tap into the female energy, which is non-computational, which is from the etheric realm, etheric energy, it is infinite. I kind of went off there explaining what was in my mind, rather than, I'm not sure if I answered your question. What'd you ask again? It's my bad. I may be ADD, I may not. I may be ADHD, I may not. I don't know. Figure it out, you tell me. But just work with me here.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, yeah. Yeah. It's I was listening.
Yeah, the two polar regions, it's like I don't know. I don't know exactly what purpose, like how the functionality of it is, unless Unless it's like, okay, so I also think of like the Schauberger, because he tapped into the female energy, right? The infinite energy. And it just that's within water, with the water system, where instead of having the vortex that flows outward, like an outward spiral, it causes the water to fold in on itself. Right? So maybe, and this is just pure speculation, just based off what little knowledge I have of it, maybe that's all the nonpolar region does, is to help intensify and add in its mannerism, functionality, the energy that's there. Because if it's turning inward, kind of like the water, and it's going, it's like it's tapping into counter space. It's tapping into the etheric realm. Perhaps that's what the non-polar region's purpose is to focus the polar region and the polarity that will allow energy to flow into a specific direction, a specific form, all about form, and maybe intensify and amplify it and direct it into a specific form. Perhaps all I can do is speculate because I really don't know, but maybe that's what its purpose was. I don't know. I haven't figured out. Like maybe there is some indication for what they have discovered in regards to the necessity for the nonpolar, for the two polar regions, as far as consciousness goes in the brain. Maybe they have understood it a little bit. You know, I'm sure they've understood it more than I've understood them. So perhaps it would be in some of that, you know, information.
Have you seen what I just posted there, where it shows the rainbow and how the angles of a double rainbow match with the pyramids? What if, like, if there's a component of our brain wave and or these neurons like you're talking about that are pyramidal, that the kind of dome of the rainbow, if you want to see that as a dome, in a sense, I'm not really saying that rainbows are the dome. I'm just saying that that idea of kind of a dome over a pyramid, that dome would be like our head, like our dome piece, like our actual top of our head, and then the pyramid below. Like the curvature of our head at the top is encasing the pyramidal structure.
Yeah, well, don't we have like a somewhat of a halo, our aura, when you can see it?
Yeah, because it's all part of the toroidal field. Like a pyramid is toroidal. It's like the inner parts of the toroid. It's like the inner what's of
Chakras. Well, I know there was something that can't remember too much about this. I didn't focus on it for too long, but about like if someone suffered trauma of sorts, like health trauma to their body, like whatever trauma they suffered, if like when so they could do the brain. I think New Perspective was the one that brought it up once a while ago, but maybe he brought it up with you guys too. I think I did hear him talk about it in here before, where they did the brain scans and they saw the circular patterns that would be there when there was some past trauma and what area it was in. You could tell what area of the body the trauma had been in just by looking at the brain scan. And then once true healing had taken place, that would go away. But it was circular and had like these propagation waves within it, kind of like a rainbow. To me, that's what I see. It's like propagation, like lines of propagation. That's just, I don't know, of energetic field pressures from the earth that when met with and interact with the dielectric pressures of the ether, there's instances of interactions which manifest as light, which we see along the different wavelength propagations, which manifest as the rainbow. Then there's another thing too, like if you have a structure or a building, depending upon the shape of the structure and the way it's made, like the dielectric pressure, the lines of force or field lines, like when they come down, they don't drop down right. Like pressure doesn't come down to the top of the building and they just drop and follow the building to the ground. It does drape over it like a tent, kind of like that rainbow over the pyramid. So maybe there's something to the geometry of it and the fashion of it, so that you've got the pressure touching only the tip. Where it comes down and touches the ground is at the edge or corners, vertices of the pyramid. Instead of touching the ground, it's actually touching the structure still. So maybe it's, hey, that very well could be. It may very well be a way to allow it to tap into the etheric energy, because it's not grounding. Those lines, field lines that come down and drape like a tent, instead of it coming down and coming out like a tent and touching the ground, it's coming down and at the edges, it's touching the structure instead, due to the shape of the pyramid. I don't know. It's like, it's fascinating to me. I don't know if what I said made sense. I don't know if I explained it. I mean, I think I did explain it.
I just came across this image. It's kind of a cool one. What does this show? It says spiral information trajectory. But yeah, no, I mean, I was following what you were saying. Yeah, I like the idea, like you said, like the ether, like under pressure creates the light. I think that's cool.
The Schumann
actual
rays,
visible light. It's like bringing the. I actually think everything is light. I think everything.
Yeah,
is light.
we're only able to perceive a certain spectrum of it, and well, I see that confuses me a little bit, because when I reflect on, I guess they're measuring what manifests as visible light, but they're also aware of the non-visible light as well. I believe that there's certain properties that it needs to have to be considered light. I know that there's a certain range of vibrational wavelength, of vibrational frequency, like a certain range that has to fall in for it's considered light or produce light. Even at the basic fundamental level, like it's just different states of energy and different states of matter. Different states of energy manifest into different states of matter, but it's all dependent and it's all governed by the vibrational state and relationship of, well, I mean, if you're talking about just the thing by itself, just like the instance by itself. Because if you know what vibrational frequency something resides in, what its vibrational frequency is, and you can disassociate anything. It's like just using one wavelength though really doesn't do much. The only thing you're going to get is like maybe shattering a glass, or something like that. Most of your miraculous things happen when there's a combination of three. It's like a triune stream. It's like the Trinity. That's where they get the Trinity from, in my opinion. But when you have three, it's like you have one as a carrier, and then you have two that work together. It's like an additive or a sum. It's like frequencies that you can't achieve, and you can't obtain the single wavelength. The only way to obtain them is through an additive or a sum of 2 or 3 wavelengths. It's like a standing wave. That's I mean, they've known it. I believe. Look, I believe the answers lie within some of the old academic, like all of this stuff that all of the research that they drew from to establish, quote, science, unquote, that they have now. Like everything that they drew from, like Tesla and Walter Russell and Steinmetz and all these people, they knew. And if you could find anything before them, like this was understood amongst those men then anyway. And where did they get it from? They discover it on their own? I don't think so. They were drawn from something. Whether, I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. But I mean, really, they just discovered this stuff on their own. And we have had,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, they were probably just like they were just carrying it on. Well, I think they were adding things though. I think there was depending on who exactly.
Are you okay? It sounds like someone's trying to waterboard you while you're talking. I don't know. You okay? I'm just playing.
Yeah, I know. I have a little bit of a cough. So
You start to talk, it tickles.
yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got this weird like some kind of a cold or something. Yeah. It's the first time I've traveled in a while. And then yeah, picked up some super bug nano dust.
What's that nano dust? Remember what?
I remember this one time when you said you were like, "Oh yeah, don't let the
Nanobots
nanobots bite." Yeah. That's funny.
That are big bed bugs, yeah. Don't let the nanobots bite. But
Yeah, it seriously seemed like on the plane trip home, there was like literally smart dust in the air. Like I think they may intermittently have certain air filters that release something in the cabin to control people getting sick in different areas that are flying to different cities.
dude, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't doubt it.
Me and my roommate got sick at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been sick in a while, but yeah, like I was traveling, and then yeah, I just had this like sinus clog and cough, which I'm still kind of like intermittently coughing.
If we take the idea that viruses don't exist, what do y'all think causes the diseases that like seem to be transmissible?
Yeah, like I've only had a couple of these things. Like, okay, I never even had the flu or anything my whole life until 2018. I had like maybe little colds or whatever when I was like in high, whatever, younger and stuff, but I never had like anything like the flu. And then, anyways, and then I've had Yeah, I've basically had I would say like 3 major things in terms of these kind of illness things, whatever you want to call them. In 2018, I had like a flu that really did seem like a flu. The symptoms really matched it. And then later that year, even though it wasn't right at the same time, I had a thing that really seemed like pneumonia. It was really severe. I like literally couldn't breathe. It was absolutely the most painful thing. It was like classic pneumonia. And then I didn't have anything else for years, even through the whole pandemic thing, nothing. I was not sick at all. And then just last Christmas, I did get a thing. And then I have this little thing now. So I guess like I would say 3 kind of major ones of these things, whatever they are. But like I said, I never even had one until 2018. Now, I think I'm building immunity to them. See, I think that there's several different categories of them, whatever they are. And every time we get one, we have the opportunity to build immunity. And it's the only way, I think, to have actual like permanent immunity in the future is it's almost like a battle scar, like getting it and then building the immunity. And I think the juice that they're giving people actually does the opposite. It makes you more susceptible to them. So to me, I kind of almost see it as like a badge of honor or something. Like, seemed like I had one that was a flu. It seemed to fit that, whatever that means. I had one that was a pneumonia that really was bad. Like, if I was way older, that might have killed me because like I felt like I was going to die at times. Like that was very, very intense. So I know that these things like do exist and whatever they are, and they do seem like some kind of like a foreign invader of some sort into my body. Like I know there's the terrain theory, the idea that it's all coming from within us, but it's not quite how I experience it. It does seem like it's a thing that's activating something in the body. But
What if someone's terrain is bad and horrible, and they have these little things? Have you heard of or looked into somatids? And they have these little microscopic things that are within them that all life has because they're indestructible, can't destroy them. People die, these things remain. Go like this is the claim anyway of the researchers. But just so, what if someone else's terrain is bad, and they have these things that are programmed to destroy the thing in them that the body is interpreting as bad, harmful to the body, so it's like destroying them. At the same time, it's going to make them feel ill, like as in terrain theory. But they have, what if the thing inside of them that carries this information comes out in their breath or in their saliva or on their skin, and you're near someone who has bad terrain and is ill because of terrain theory, and then you get those little seemingly programmed these little things that carry the information that actually either causes cell division or it causes cell death, but it's the same thing, and they never die. They're called somatids, microzemas or something like that. Like New Perspective is the one he was talking about it. It's things that when I looked into that and I saw that, well, when they destroy tissue that it's in, that they find it in, you can't destroy these things. These things are indestructible.
Well, have you ever had any of those things? Have you ever had like a flu or pneumonia?
Yeah, I've been ill, which since I've been before in my life, I had my tonsils removed when I was a teenager, and I've had other illnesses since then, but I haven't had any real serious issues at all. Like if I start feeling ill, I'll just fix a drink in there and I'll go drink it and I'll be just fine.
Well, I'm saying, have you ever had one that's like one of these major kind of flu type things where you're kind of down and out for like 2 weeks, like you're really under the weather and all of that? Like, have you ever had like any of those kind of big ones, as it were?
Not within the past 10 years. Like before that, I had before, but.
Yeah. Well, it seems like probably like, okay, would it be fair to say that almost everyone alive has probably had one or more of these things on Earth?
I would say. I'm sure there's probably a rare small handful in the entire world maybe that has it, but I'd say for the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Well, I'll just say, like, okay, from my experience, it does seem like whatever it is, it does seem to me like it is in the environment. And because whenever I've had those things, those couple of things I've had, by the way, I think the one I had, yeah, so I'm pretty sure the first one in 2018 was a influenza, whatever that means in their system, but just it does seem like it's a category. And that one really fit that. And that was the first time I ever even had a flu like that my whole life. And I never take the flu shots either. And I never got it until that one time in 2018. And then I've never had one like that since. So I think I built immunity. Like I'm good on that one now. I think I'll never get that again. And then the pneumonia one definitely was a pneumonia. I actually got it from raw milk. That one, believe it or not. Unfortunately, I drink a lot of raw milk and I actually rarely ever get sick on raw milk. Because if it's from clean animals, it's actually all the probiotics are, very good. But I know it's some risk in today's world, especially because, you never quite know unless you're milking it yourself. And even with that, the animal could still potentially have other things. But anyways, that pneumonia thing, I got it from a raw milk. It was, and that thing was brutal. Like it was like the fluid in my lungs. And every time I was breathing, like I was felt like I was suffocating, even though I was breathing, but it was like very slow breathing because of all the fluid in my lungs. It was classic pneumonia, like what they say pneumonia is. And that kills a lot of people, obviously, pneumonia, like in hospitals especially. And it's like very quote unquote contagious in hospitals. Like it goes through the vents and then people, it's like one of the biggest ways people die in hospitals is, pneumonia, basically, whatever that is. So but I've never had that since. Don't think I ever will. So I feel like I built immunity to that. So that would be like in the pneumonia category. So one of them that I had was influenza, the other one pneumonia. And then the one I got last Christmas, like I didn't get anything through any of the pandemic stuff at all. And then last Christmas, just this last New Year around that time, I did have a thing which seemed like it was probably RSV. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah.
It was one that was going around. Like generally RSVs are kind of like, they can be like a mild cold or whatever with a little bit of respiratory, kind of like but it seemed like last year, like around that time, there was like a wicked RSV going around. Cause like my brother got it as well. Like his family got it and they all had a thing for a while too. And one of the real characteristics about it is that at the end of it like went in waves. Like I would feel better and be like, oh yeah, I'm kind of better. And then all of a sudden it would get worse. And I'm like, wait, it's worse? Are you kidding? And then it would get better. Anyways, it was very weird like that in terms of the timing of it. So I feel like that one.
Like a program.
It's like a program. I know. So I feel like I built immunity to that one now, whatever. If it was RSV, okay, fine. That one's done. And then whatever this thing I got this last week or so, it's kind of rare for me to, because I've only had like I guess 3 ever in my life, and then this one hasn't been that bad, but it's not pleasant. So whatever this one is, and then it even brings the idea like whatever they call like the C 19 as it were, like whatever that is that one of these, or is it just not at all? That's the other question too. Like is that just not even a thing? But sorry, I mean it's so long winded, but I mean to me, okay. The other thing I was going to say, though, all right, I'll pass the mic and then I'll let.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, just the last part of I was just going to say that for myself, I'm very, 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 very familiar with toxins within my own body and detoxing them because I've done all kinds of different types of, heavy metal detoxifications, saunas, different meditation and breathwork type practices, and then also things like ayahuasca, iboga, peyote combo, which all of those can have purgative qualities as well, purging toxins. And in that case, you're not purging because you're sick. You're purging the sickness out of you. So it's like a natural. You're not actually purging, because you're sick. You're actually it's using that method of purging out very deep toxins. So, for example, like with Kambo, which is a frog medicine that comes from a tree frog, it can create a very potent purge effect, which goes deep into the gallbladder, the liver. It's like cleansing all those fluids. And it feels afterwards like you took an internal shower. It's like amazing. It's like you took a shower on the inside of your body. anyway, so all of those types of experiences I've had with purging toxins and being connected to that, I feel like I'm very familiar with my body in those ways and kind of how I've, my status, as it were. So whatever these things are, the things they call viruses, as it were, influenzas and all these things, whatever they are, in my experience for myself, it seems like it's a thing that definitely did come in from the outside and just has the ability to like run the body through a program. And it just like, it just plays out, which is kind of the way they describe viruses in a way, right? I mean, they kind of do describe them as these like things that kind of have, that kind of like interacts with your system in that way.
Yeah, no matter what you do, you've just got to treat the symptoms and let it, quote, run its course, unquote.
Yeah, it's just run its course, it seems. It's almost like a trip, actually, in a weird way. To me, it's like it's like you go through like a thing. Like the other day for my sinuses, my head was almost kind of like ringing, and I almost felt like lightheaded in a way. It wasn't like worrisome, but it was just like the sinuses, for whatever this thing I rarely have sinus things like this, but because I have this little bug or whatever it is, my sinuses were like in that, you know what I mean? And it was, it's like going through almost like a journey, but it's not a pleasant one. And I don't think these things are natural either. Like, I don't think these things are in the natural environment. They are, well, I actually have my theories on what they are. I think they're actually interdimensional material.
Well, it kind of seems like these somatids, somadats, I'm not sure what the difference is. Like, I know very little about it. I know enough about it that it intrigues me and fascinates me. Because it seems like the way that they behave as if they're in both at the same time. Like they're in the etheric realm and the physical realm at the same time. Like they exist in because they carry information. They know what to do. Like how does it? It's the same thing. It can enter one cell and cause that cell to divide and reproduce itself, and then it will exit that cell, enter into another cell, and cause that cell to self-destruct. Like it would destroy that cell. It would no longer divide.
There's definitely some kind of program going on with these things because, okay, for example, there's another medicine called Hape. It's a tobacco medicine that is actually a powder it's a very natural, ideally like a jungle tobacco. And then there's other plants that are blended with it, and they grind it down into a powder. And then this powder is loaded into a little tube and is blown into the nose. So it's not snorted, it's actually blown into the nose. And it totally activates the pineal gland, the third eye. It's very energetically cleansing, very potent medicine, a shamanic medicine. And my point in saying with it, it's called Hape.
Okay, well, go on. Then you can tell me how to spell it and all that stuff, because I'd like to try it.
Yeah, and often you can actually, like, one person will. Well, there's different ways to do it. You can do self-administer, or you can have someone else administer it for you. But what I was going to say about it is that it can bring about some purgative effects, because tobacco is very cleansing. The plant tobacco, not necessarily talking about modern day cigarettes, but
manufactured tobacco,
yeah. And I was going to mention the coughing, because when you do Hape, even if it's very clean Hape, like very clean medicine in that way, you can cough, or sometimes spit is more common with that type. A full like vomiting type purge usually won't happen on Hape, although it can, and people definitely have. It definitely can. You have to be ready for it if it goes there. But generally, the type of purging that the Hape brings on is often like, it can be coughing, spitting, kind of making maybe little noises, kind of like air, kind of blowing air out. And it really has that. The component of coughing can be really purgative. It's amazing. Like, it's kind of like I've had these almost like guttural level coughs, like a real full cough, like a full thing. And it doesn't feel like a cough like when you have the flu or something. Like it's not, or a cold. It's not that type of cough. It's like your body's way, and the medicine seems to be activating the coughing, the thing that we do when we cough, as like an energetic release and as a purgative type release. Because I always feel like it's like purging energies. Like there's an actual energy that's being moved through, or that's cleansing through my body. And that cough, or even the spitting, like often you have a little, it's not like tobacco that you have in your lip or anything like that. So you're not spitting out tobacco, you're just spitting saliva. But it's kind of like you're spitting like a dart, almost like a dart, like just out of your mouth. And people find, and it seems like this medicine brings about, where you can be like releasing actual emotions or energies or something that's blocking you in that spit. So you're not just like hawking a loogie on the ground. You might have like a little bucket in front of you or something like that, and you just kind of go, just little kind of little darts kind of. So it's not like big loogies or anything. They're kind of just little darts. And it's very interesting how it works. It seems as though the tobacco in particular and the other medicines, the other plants that are blended with it, and there's different kinds as well. There's different ones, like different blends that have different plants, other plants that are combining, and they all have different effects on like the pineal gland and the third eye and the activation of the body, like the different plants that are used. Anyways, I bring that whole thing up to give an example of how having a cough when you have like a cold or the flu or something, to me, seems different than a cough that is of a natural cleansing form. So that is my long way of saying that I think like these whatever these things are seem to be creating like an aberration form of a cough rather than an authentic one that would be your body just getting rid of a toxin. If that all makes sense.
Yeah, kind of like it carries the information or the memory of a cough, but you don't really need to. It's just telling your body to or something. Maybe.
Like, I guess for me, I feel like I'm able to delineate the difference between like coughing on a hape session, doing hape, and then having a cough that's of a purgative nature versus having like a flu or a cold or something where you have that kind of cough, where it's almost like a respiratory illness, as they call them, that type of thing. Where.
Okay, I agree.
So that to me, like, I guess that's my also kind of way of saying that the idea of terrain theory and that it's coming from within you, to me, if it's all coming from within you, would perhaps, in one perspective, not line up with the idea that it's something natural that your body's getting rid of, versus some kind of foreign invading substance that is causing your body to go through that process. Like a program that's just like putting a disk into the disk drive and that's it. It just loads the program. Because that's the way they seem to me. Like, it doesn't seem like it's coming from within me. It seems like some substance that did come into my body in some way. And like, in a way, I hate to say that because it means, oh man, it means there really are things out there that can do this to us. And it's kind of a bummer. But if it's the truth, then it just is what it is. And I still think it's all about just building immunity, natural immunity. And yeah, we might have to get 4, 5, 6 of these things, or maybe more, some people, in order to build immunity. But I think the opportunity is always there to build the immunity to them.
Well, I guess, see, I'm even questioning the building the immunity to something like that your body doesn't have what's required to fight something off, in the sense that your body doesn't have what's required to fight it off, and then you get exposed to it, and then your body is forced to acquire a means to purge it or get rid of it or to fight it off, and then you've established an immunity to it, versus that it's like information. So your body, I mean, if we think of it in terms of, instead of like an exchange of information, so within your body, the essence these things, like whether it's the somatids, whether it's the microsemas, whether it's just completely energetic and not even physical at all, as far as, you know,
Well,
within your body, but maybe it's just an exchange of information, and your body's reading the information, and your body already knows like what to do. And if your body is cohesive, like you know how when you have something wrong with you, they can see these circular auras around your fingertips. They can look at those circular auras, and if one's broken, they can tell what part of your body, what portion of your body has an ailment or is suffering trauma at the time or something. So there's like an information exchange. I don't know. It's fascinating.
Yeah, and in line with that, what do you think about the idea of the juices, as it were, that we got when we were all babies? You know, that those fundamentally programmed our immune system
100%
to be susceptible to these agents, whatever they are, these bioweapon, nanotech, whatever they are. I actually do have some thoughts of their because the thing that here's the thing in my viewpoint. Like, okay, if they are some kind of material, what level? Okay, let's say they are a material. Now, if they're made by nature, then okay, that's one thing. Like they're like these freak things that nature somehow come from nature. But if they're not made by nature and they are somehow additional, even if you want to say interdimensional or like otherworldly, because the way that they seem to work is so like a program. So how could we even fathom humans in a laboratory creating any type of substance that actually would have this level of like program to it in these nuanced ways that they seem to work? Like, I think it's giving them too much credit in a sense that they could even do that. So it seems to me like it is like of some other level of engineering.
Yeah, well, with the the control of the information, and the ones at the top being the ones in control of information, therefore, what information has been or is available, they have. It very well could be. I don't see. When I was looking into the consciousness, trying to understand what science knew about it, if you want to say it that way, what any of the scientists had discovered, because my concern was more so, which I lost that concern when I realized that, or at least this is what they claim anyway, that in the vibratory physics that mind energy is manifest from a sine wave it has to be above a certain frequency, and like above it, it's like the infinite ninths, okay, in the harmonics of vibration. And I was concerned about, well, why would anybody who knows this put this out there? When we know that we have, corrupt individuals who mean to do us harm, they could just so use this and, artificially manifest some artificial consciousness, but then digitally, the waves that are produced digitally are square waves, and then square waves are not able to achieve such high frequencies that's required for consciousness. Well, that gave me a little bit of comfort, but then when you get when you go in and you look at the molecular level, these images that they have for these different things on the DNA level, on the programmable part of the information within our body, within our blood level, it's like there's different shapes. So essentially, really all they need to know, I don't think it would be giving them as much credit as you think it would be, because it might be more simple than what we understand it to be. We might think it's more difficult than what it is, because each one of those, if just understanding this, like, opened up a whole new realm of possibilities in my mind as to how they could be pulling some of this stuff off. Because when you look at the molecular level, like each one has a different shape. There is a geometry to it, and if it's altered into something else, like it will take on a different shape or different geometry. Therefore, and also, you know, charge, which is just secondary to vibration. So it's the vibrational frequency and the geometry back to the same fundamental, you know, vibration and geometry. So really, if that's all that's required, and if they knew what vibration would be required to cause a certain thing, cause or resonate with certain aspects within our body, certain things that control certain mechanisms, and if they can inject us with something that is going to, you know, I need to be careful about that word, I guess the INJECT word, but whatever. I'm trying here. If they can establish or concoct, you know, something to put in us that will alter it, the vibration, or just onto it. Like it could have one vibration, something in your body can have another, and it could work perfectly fine like it is. And the vibration that this thing that they put in you, in and of itself may not, but they may together in the thing that it bonds to have an additive summation of an entirely new vibration, which could be the thing that they're seeking. They may understand this very well, and it may not be as difficult as we think. So really, it really wouldn't be giving them that much credit. It's, I know I say it like it's simple to understand, and like in a lab setting, putting it to use, putting the knowledge to use is an entirely different thing than wrapping your mind around it and articulating it to someone. So it's a whole new, you know, ballgame at that point. And I understand this. They have the means for that, so I don't know. I mean, it's very. I believe it's doable. I believe it's doable, and I believe that's what they've been doing, without giving them, you know, too much credit.
Well, I was just saying that, yeah, because they seem to have these very specific programs. Like when people get these things, you know, starts out with a little stuffy nose, and then it moves to a cough, and then there's a sinus thing, and then the sinus thing expires after like 5 days, and then the cough lingers for 9 days, or, you know, these things do seem to have like a program in those ways. So it seems to me unfathomable to think of any human in any lab being able to create that nuanced of a program. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it seems, I just have a sense in my understanding of it that there is I know it may sound intense, but like an actual interdimensional link to this, as to where, you know, the V's or whatever, you know, where they come from and like what they actually are. In that
Well,
sense.
I would agree. And even if the things don't like manifest in the physical here from the etheric, even if they don't like the information for it, but I mean, it very well could be. I mean, who knows? I don't know what are they doing at CERN? It's not just CERN. I always go back to CERN. So, it doesn't mean that's. I mean, shoot, I don't know. I don't want to go into pure speculation where there's no substance to what I'm saying. I have like a ton of ideas and a ton of thoughts that I have to, I guess you can say, rein in. I have to harness it, lasso them, keep them under control. And there's no, like, it's just pure imagination at that point. I try to be careful not to go into, you know, that realm.
Which
I
idea
have
is that?
ideas.
Which one is that?
Well, I haven't mentioned them. I'm trying
Let's
to
go
keep
right to
from
those.
it.
Let's go right there. No, that's great though. Well,
Oh, okay. So like where it's just one, right? So remember when they had this square. It's like a coffin. It's like a tomb. They opened and they said that, like, this black sludge was supposed to have oozed out of it. It just crawled right out of it on its own. That it was
Yeah,
alive.
the black goo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's there was that, just that incident. Whether that was true, whether it is what they was doing what they claimed it was doing, like, it made me consider other possibilities. Like when they unearth these things and they have these canisters and containers, and they claim they find script in them, books in them, artifacts in them. I mean, who's to say? And what, like a jar of honey that was supposed to be thousands of years old? Who's to say that in one of these containers they don't have like some ancient being they've captured in something, like some entity? Who knows? I don't know. Like but like I said, it's pure imagination. We don't know what they found. We don't know what they've unearthed. We don't know, what they've had that they've passed down through the bloodlines, because they do very specific to keep the bloodlines protected to where they don't mix or mingle with anyone else. So why don't they want them to mix and mingle with anyone else, so bad that they're willing to sleep with their sister or their cousin and marry them to keep it in the family? It's not just about money. They don't care that much about money. Maybe it's because that they know that our genetics has been screwed with so much.
So you're saying they have a demon in a bottle?
Something like that, maybe, perhaps, possibly.
Instead of a genie in a bottle,
Genie,
a demon in a bottle.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, I think this realm is ultimately metaphysical, so anything can occur. And even like a lot of those stories of like things like that. Dragons, potions.
I think the dragon may actually be symbolic of magnetic field, but
have you heard the idea that there were massive dragons that are what current land masses are? That they like a dragon the size of an entire continent or an entire mass of land like that.
have you? I mean, they kind of resemble that.
Body. Yeah.
Have you seen them? Yeah, they do. It does make you scratch your head, and it's like, well, I'm not going to say that's what it is. This is what goes on in my mind anyway. You just kind of like scratch your head and you go, huh, it looks an awful lot like it. Like, don't even have to try to make it look like it. It straight up resembles it. Like even some of them, even to the fine details, like of the feathers, you know what I mean? Like on a large scale, what we would see now as a fine detail on a large scale would be a huge detail. And it's almost like you can see that. And so I just scratch my head and I look at it and I'm like, well, I'm not going to say that that's what those are, but I'm not going to rule it out.
It's like new perspective, that meme he posts when it says, I'm not saying it was outer ponders, but it was outer ponders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like that, yeah. So I mean, some of them I think are stretched, and it's just, and in some of this stuff, like when it is imagination, there is no other than just a resemblance of it. Now, what was Stellium 7? Stellium's, am I saying it right? Yeah, Stellium 7. Now he was really getting into some tangible stuff there. He was getting these, like taking these rocks and things that he was finding. I think they were just stones, rocks and stones, unearthing these rocks and stones. It looked like hearts and kidneys and other organs, like they would have the shapes of organs. And when you look into them, or he was talking to someone that did this, either he did it or he interviewed the guy that did it, but he had it on his channel, and it's been a while since I've looked at his stuff, and I haven't seen him around in ages. I'd love for him, like, I don't know if he listens to these live streams or tunes in, but I would love for him to come in and discuss this. Like, 'cause that was a couple years ago, about 2 or more years ago. So he was taking these stones and these rocks that was being unearthed and busting them open, and the ones that looked like hearts, inside it looked like ventricular systems and
Yeah,
dude, I can't say that. Yeah.
exactly.
So it wasn't just that
Exactly.
it
It has the
resembled.
chambers. Yeah, it's got the chambers and the ventricles and all of the the valves and stuff. Yeah, it's incredible. And then that's like the idea that some of those are gold, like gold mines, are the actual organs of either giants or giant dragons that are in the ground. So like a massive gold mine may be the actual organ of some large, massive creature. And the idea that the heart actually generates gold, and perhaps their hearts even more so, to the point to where when they died, they became solid gold. Heart of gold.
Well, yeah. I hadn't heard that, or it's new. So the dragons and what, giants, or just
Well, it could be any like massive being that died and then either formed a mountain or formed some landmass with its body. I mean, that you could even go deeper though into like perhaps their bodies are not the same as ours. Like they might not be made of like the same flesh where they just kind of deteriorate. They may be made of something that like turns to stone. Like some of those like in the mythologies of like turning to stone, that whole thing. What if like certain types of beings, like when they die, their body turns to stone, and then in that case, their organs would turn to gold, and then that would be a gold mine in the earth, and that would be the idea.
yeah, that's fascinating because it makes you like it makes me revisit the land of well, not just the land of milk and honey, like within the brain, like the white substance it's produced in the brain, and then you have a yellow substance produced in the brain. So, like, I could see that it would be possible that if there was a massive being that was larger than you and I right now, or even if you had enough of individuals like you and I, and this substance was harvested, like the golden substance in our brain, like maybe that would turn, when it's hardened or turned to stone, would turn to gold. I don't know. Yeah, I could see it possible. Like, I mean, if these organs are turning to stone, and if that's what they are, and like if it's not, it's a miraculous parallel to the shape of them, because to have all of those intricate structures inside of it also that parallel and correlate with the same organ that it looks like, it's just too much to me, for real. To think that it's just a coincidence that it just looks like one and jump into conclusions. So I wouldn't put it past that it could be something like that.
Hey Gio, where did you get the information flux graph from?
Yo, what's up, mailman?
Yeah,
Which
okay. I was
one?
wondering where did you get the information flux on the topology of the torus?
Oh, I was just browsing, just perusing.
Ah, okay.
Do you want me to try to find it though, or get you the whatever that came?
I can. I guess I can just Google the name, and I think it'll show up.
Yeah, I just found it in the image search.
Oh yeah, okay. Looks weird.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I got it. Toroidal geometry. Here's the website. There's a globe on it.
Ken Wheeler.
It's processes of science and art modeled as a holoflux of information using toroidal geometry by Dirk K.F. Meyer. And here's
Okay, so it's not Ken Wheeler.
No, dude. This is kind of globy. Well, it's got like dark energy on there. You see that, and it's got like entanglement and some of these event horizon.
Yeah, because Ken doesn't accept gravity, so couldn't be from him.
Well, I think he does. He just doesn't think it's maybe what others might think it is. But that's that's the link to it right there.
Oh yeah.
That's where it came
Cheers. Thanks. It looks weird. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Looks pretty good to me. It's got the double vortex, the double toroid.
Yeah,
here,
but it's like just for information. Like, where is the information being created? It's it's just this. I don't know how information travels like that. It's weird. Like, why would it travel? I think I need to read more from the site.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading this over wherever this picture came from. I don't know like how solid of a article this is exactly or what it is. I just literally linked you whatever it was because I still had it open here.
Yeah.
But well, processes of science and art modeled as a holoflux of information using toroidal geometry by Dirk K.F. Meyer. Now I'm curious who Dirk K.F. Meyer is. Oh, here's the full article. Oh, okay. Oh no, now I clicked on it and this is the full paper. Okay, here we go. Now I clicked on it. Okay.
I just opened it.
University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Is that where you're from? Netherlands?
No, I'm from Finland. Ed is from Netherlands. Ed Fries.
Finland. Okay, yeah. Okay, I
Structure
think
of science and art discovered.
yeah, this looks like the actual paper. I think that second link might link because I just clicked on it and opened it up. University of Groningen, University of Groningen. This is, I mean, an attempt is made to model the structure of science and art discovery processes in the light of currently defined ideas on the societal flow of knowledge and conservation of information, using the versatile physical concept of toroidal geometry. This should be seen as a heuristic model that is open for further development and evolution. The scientific process has been often described as an iterative and/or recurrent process. Current models explain the generation of new knowledge on the basis of a number of sequential steps, activities, operating in a circular mode. This model intrinsically assumes this process to be congruent for all individual scientific efforts. Yet, such a model is obviously inadequate to fully describe the whole integral process of scientific discovery as an ongoing interactive process performed in a cumulative fashion. This implies that any new cycle starts from a different perspective or, optimistically seen, is initiated from a higher level in a spiral mode that takes into account the ongoing rise of scientific perspectives. Also, any model that attempts to picture the scientific process should include potential interactions of concepts or hypotheses in the sense that concurrently developed concepts may mutually influence each other and even be mixed or superimposed, or alternatively may result in a concept extinction. Wow, that was a long sentence, that last one. Holy moly. Did you catch all that, mailman? You caught all that?
I heard. But
that's worth a good laugh.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh God. I need the dressing with that.
Dude, you gotta get the word salad dressing. Like, oh my gosh.
I think it's sort of like philosophical thing rather than like 100% physical thing. It's like the gravity and dark energy over there aren't like gravity and dark energy. It's like metaphysical or philosophical gravity and dark energy or something like that.
Well, it looks like it's kind of like on theory of science, actually. I mean, it looks actually quite in depth.
It's like philosophy of science and art. It's like constant flux with those.
Well, this is another image from that thing. So it says the scientific method as an ongoing process. Make observations, think of interesting questions, formulate hypotheses, develop testable predictions, gather data and test predictions. And that either goes back to refine, alter, expand, or reject, and then back to test, back to gather data. That could go in circles. But then once you've done that and it's sufficient, then develop general theories, and then back to the beginning. So yeah, it's interesting. And then linking that to a toroidal field. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. yeah, I think that is an ongoing process. Like any theory that you have is open to being questioned or debunked by further observations.
Gio, de Groningen is Groningen.
Yeah.
I love always how Americans pronounce Dutch words.
Oh yeah, I probably didn't even give it a good try. I know.
No,
But what did
yeah.
I say? I said I tried saying
It's
Groningen. Groningen.
It's just funny. It's just funny. It's just
Well, how is it? How is it correct? Groningen? No, what is it? What's the right one?
Groningen. Groningen.
Groningen.
Groningen.
Groningen.
Groningen.
We are the we are the Arabs of the Western world because we have the.
I have been there. I have been to the Netherlands.
We only have the r. We don't have the.
We have the h and the r.
Yeah.
Both. Yeah.
Nice. This is a very heady.
Suffering from capitalism.
What's that?
The meme that Truth Prevails posted about capitalism.
Yeah, I got it
I
off
think-
of that site that you guys are talking about.
Okay. Because it's funny that all the symptoms also apply to communism.
Dude, mailman, if I wrote this, if I read this other paragraph to you, dude. I'm looking through this thing, dude.
Yeah, there's limited time.
Oh wow. I mean, this is.
I'm gonna read it later, but it's.
Do you remember when somebody called it word coleslaw? Instead of word salad?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I don't even think this is word salad, but I'm joking because I would imagine you would think it is. Like that's why. Like here, let me just read this. Okay, progress. Maybe it's not even word salad, but this is what I'm looking at. Progress in science requires a solid analysis of the process itself, implying careful observation from an appropriate intellectual distance. This should include the views that are offered by scientific metaphysics. In relation to this, it should be realized that science is a human faculty and that for a deeper penetration into the fabric of reality, it is essential to understand how we observe and interpret with our individual memory as influenced by personal bias. It is urgent to obtain a better insight in the process of observation, perception, and intuition in relation to the basics of the human consciousness. Progress in consciousness studies may therefore constitute a prerequisite for fundamental progress in science. Actually, that was pretty good right there. I wasn't even.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you're always biased in your observations, and I mean, yep, sure. I mean, that wasn't too bad.
No, that was on point.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there is like when you make observations on either side, there's globers, flat earthers, different people. It's like they look at the same thing, but they make different conclusions. So it is an important thing to make sure you don't have too big of a bias.
Yeah, that was actually really well said. That was poignant. I might end up looking into this more, where we could maybe.
We might even agree.
Well, this is heady with science. I mean, there is some serious breakdown of it. Almost looks like the philosophy of science in a lot of ways, like going through. Oh, here it is. The science process modeled as a toroidal flux of information. Here we go. In the following section, an introduction will be given to toroidal geometry, since the ongoing processes of science and art, according to the author, can be envisioned as an interacting flow of concepts, ideas, and hypotheses that implicitly has a cumulative or progressive character, spiral representation, while the torus flow allows for modeling of such spiral processes of energy flow in a recurrent, self-referential modality. In the toroidal model, the above-mentioned elements of scientific endeavor cannot only interact, but also produce new, sometimes groundbreaking concepts.
I mean, it makes sense. It's always in a flux, and it's going up and down, up and down, up and down, like in the graph you posted about the circle of the method.
Yeah.
It's like when you find out something and then you make a new observation that counteracts what you first observed or made a theory about, then you just change it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it's like transforming like through the center and the pulsation, like the spiral up through the middle. It's like born anew, and then then the testing, gathering data, like circling in and through. Yeah, this is actually, I'm gonna read this whole thing now, dude. It's funny that you asked about this, and then I pulled it up, and I didn't know what it was, and then now I'm just like, because yeah, this is interesting to think about, like this like scientific method and these processes as actually having this flow to it, this kind of universal pattern. And as you know, I'm into Tauruses, so this is cool.
That was just like when you posted this, and I only saw like the inner core, dark energy, negative entropy, and everything. I was like, what is this? But if it isn't about like, there's no Earth in that Taurus there, so then it makes sense that it's just like the theory of information is in a flux, that you always gather new information that sort of goes against the old beliefs.
Well, that one, yeah, exactly. But I also think there's a physics that he's bringing in here. Like that one that I just posted, that one letter E in the middle that says torus network at the Planck scale, ultrastructure of quantum foam. Wow.
Well, then that's physical, but I don't.
Well, that's their.
I don't know.
That's a whole.
I think it's his idea of it. I'm not sure if it's like everyone's.
Well, like this word, but this is cool though. Like this sentence right here: toroidal geometry enables to position the required spiral flow of information in a recurrent mode, mimicking the ongoing interactive science endeavor. That's so cool to actually see it as like a.
It's like a visualization of information or the science.
Yeah.
Or the process. You just visualize it in a torus, and it's sort of accurate. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to post this and just read this real quick. If it's too much reading, I don't have to keep reading, but this is I'll just read this last part because it explains that thing. So I'll just read it because we're right. Yeah, just in terms of this. Okay. It says processing of wave information using the topology of the torus. A spiral flow is depicted in the red trajectory that is initiated in the central core below and finally re-entering the core above. Okay, so that he's talking about that red line, which is going up and through and spiraling. Yeah. Okay, it says the lower half of the torus displays an expanding information entropic activity that may be related to dark energy, whereas the upper half exhibits the converging gravitational and neg entropic aspect that is symbolic of information compression. Okay, so there he's kind of doing a little dark energy thing related to this sort of gravitational with what he calls this expanding by information entropic. So what is that, like entropy of information? And then the other way is the negative
way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of compression of information rather than expansion.
I'm just curious, like it sets off a red flag for me because they're using the term negative entropic when it should be just
that's what I get caught too. It's like
entropy and syntropy. Like why are they not using the term syntropy? It's almost it's inward movement. Entropic is outward movement. So syntropy. Entropy and syntropy. So it's like male versus female. Male movement is outward, female is inward. It's either assimilative or dissimilative, entropic or syntropic.
I never heard of those terms.
The fact that they're using the term negative entropic is like it's hard for me to get past that. Looks like even when it is supposed to be like even where they're saying in tropic, it looks like it's still flowing inward, just in a different fashion. But anyway, I'm just curious why they're using that term.
I've never heard of centropic before.
I hadn't either until you get into some of the older literature or the older academic. Like I've not read any full academic paper of anyone. So, but in vibratory physics with Alpon, Keeley, Ernst, Steinmetz, and
I think this is
all
only
the way
talking
back to
about
Walter Russell.
just the information, the entropy of information, I think.
So I'll just finish reading it real quick. The last part says, the outer topology of the torus can be envisioned as a holographic projection screen for projecting the information content of the torus. Well, that's pretty cool. See, that's what I think the sky is. I think the sky is the torus around us, the toroidal field, and it's like projecting the content. Or, well, I'm not trying to say it's a projector, but it's like showing us the inside of that field, in a sense, like the toroidal field surrounds us. Anyways, okay. Okay, I'll just read it again. Okay, the outer topology of the torus can be envisioned as a holographic projection screen for projecting the information content of the torus. For interactive events within the inner core, see Figure 6. In the central core, processing of information includes aspects of integration, coupling and folding, superposition, entanglement, and photon-phonon reflection of information. In each spiraling cycle from bottom to top, knowledge is gained through concept, interaction, and quality control. It says the toroidal structure is equipped for the potential for wave interference, resonance, condensation, and superposition that can produce standing waves, scalars, and thereby exhibits an integrative and innovative function, being a major feature of science. This says due to
I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, it sounds a bit like something a politician would say when you ask him what time it is.
Yeah. Well, the wave interference, resonance, condensation, superposition, and the standing waves have all coalesced to. Yeah.
Well, I stand corrected because I look back and they use that term too. So I stand corrected. My bad. They use both terms, entropy and I don't even know how you say that. Is it negentropy? Gentropy? Negent? Whatever. But yeah. Okay, so I guess they do use the term.
You see, I think this whole realm is a torus field. So it's pretty cool to be like consider the ways that the actual scientific method or coming to truth actually has a toroidal functioning to it.
Can you explain that, please? I'm
Well,
not challenging you. I'm just curious.
Well, it's this article that we're looking at. If you just jumped in, we just found this. I had posted this thing earlier. The mailman asked where it was from, and I went and double checked it. And it's this article, this whole paper actually, which is pretty interesting. It's called Processes of Science and Art Modeled as a Holoflux of Information Using Toroidal Geometry. But what I was I think he has his own ideas perhaps of how this is all because but I would just say I'm posting one real quick, just a toroidal field thing. I would say one way, just thinking about it in my own way, not necessarily what the paper's saying, but the idea that let's say the process of truth or coming to truth, and could even link with the scientific method. And that's kind of what this paper is talking about. The idea where if you have a toroidal field like that one there, where there's energy circling from the bottom up and through, down and around, up and through, And if that whole thing is also a spiral, which that little image I just posted doesn't really show it also spiraling, but if you also spiral it, then there's like, and this paper was describing this as well, the idea where you would have like the source of a new idea or a new breakthrough at the center, and then that goes up and expands. And he was talking about like data collection and these different like processes of science being connected to that spiraling fashion, and the cycling back and like combing over and continually refining. And whether it's doing like lots of experimentation or like Dayton Miller, when he did those like, basically millions of interferometry testings, that's an example in that way, maybe, where like each one was like retesting as it cycles through within that type of with that like type of spiral expansion contraction within that whole cycling system.
Yeah, in the bottom you condense all the knowledge into a theory, and then it goes up.
Like if you could see karma playing out, that's what it would look like, I guess.
Sort of. Pretty much any cycle, though.
That's cool. Yeah, you're right. I was looking for the context of what you were saying, and I did just jump in. So I appreciate that.
I jumped in with. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
It's just that I jumped also in thinking that it's an actual physical model of the sort of the universe or something. But it's about information.
Well, it reminded me of like the Sunway thing, that GIF or GIF or whatever you guys wanted to call it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a.
I guess you can craft that
it's a
into
wave.
its
Waves
toroid
in a
also.
circle.
Yeah, you take that into a third dimension, and then is that what you're thinking, Gio?
Well, this
You get a
article is
spiral?
showing. Here, this actually shows it. I think I just found this same paper shows this, which it looks like it shows a nested torus on the right, but on the left it shows it says a construction of a torus. It sort of shows like basically taking a flat plane and then rolling it into a cylinder, and then circling the cylinder, basically, make the cylinder into a circle and ending up with a torus, a toroid. Here's how they describe it. It says construction of a torus by connecting the two ends of a cylinder that was made from a simple plane, by which two wave functions can be repeatedly connected through a toroidal information flux. The nested torus structures on the right show multiple tori within a single torus. The one on the bottom right, it says right below, it says nested representation of fiber-filled torus, Hopf fibration, HOPF, Hopf fibration with an F is what it says. Hopf fibration, as also derived from torus geometry. I've never heard that Hopf fibration. I'm gonna have to look that up. Oh, this is a thing. Yep. Mathematical field of differential topology. Well, now I want to learn about this. You guys ever heard of this? I actually have seen this pattern now that I see the Wikipedia page for it.
Is that not a straight line at some point? Wait, there's a I forget what it's called, but I hate to reference the guy, but Bob, the science guy, he brought that into my understanding. It's a dang it, it's a line that looks like a swirl like that on the quote unquote globe, but it's a specific term that's what that reminds me of. But when you unravel it, it's actually a straight line from A to B, but on that sphere, or on that that 3D construction of a circle, those concentric, or not concentric, but that swirly kind of line or swirly curvy is it becomes it's a straight line, but when you put it on that thing, that sphere, it becomes curvy like that, swirly. You know what I mean? God dang it! I'll have to look it up. So are you saying something about that though? Something about the reality of things about that though?
Well, I mean, this paper, I'm just reading over it. There's some real, he's going pretty, trying to, it's like some pretty heady like philosophy of thought and science and physics and how they like linking them.
That's cool.
Like this is what it says here. It says torus dynamics as metaphor for scientific discovery. As mentioned in the introduction, the application of the toroidal geometry on the present work is primarily meant as a metaphoric approach in an attempt to model the complex endeavor of scientific discovery. This process can be viewed upon as an interactive stream of interacting scientific information, resulting in ideas, hypotheses, concepts, and theories. Yet, in order to fundamentally analyze this process, a wide spectrum of creative human activities have to be positioned in their underlying connections in a time-progressive mode. Such a metaphoric approach was earlier proposed to characterize the properties of so-called memes, infective, contagious pieces of information in the human brain, by pointing to the strong resemblance with the various stages of viral infection. Wow, so he's linking like things going viral with memes and toroids and the development of science and time unfolding.
Well, it also sounds like geometry.
Yeah. He goes, I know, that's the thing. It's cool. It's linking to this toroidal. Yeah, exactly. Physics. So he goes a little bit more on the memes. It says, indeed, the meme concept has also been applied to the process of scientific discovery, in which interactors, scientists, play a role by constantly exchanging information in the form of replicators. The latter are conceived as entities or units of information, tentatively called memes due to the superficial resemblance to gene transmission, possessing a positive selection bias. These memes are conceived as transmitters of cultural information and are composed of scientific representations that are composed of scientific representations that form memeplexes, a memeplex, memeplexes as a metaphor for scientific concepts or theories. Memes even have heritable aspects, since they are often related to the whole lineage of preceding theories, and the ongoing adaptation is aimed at greater fitness and survival time in a competitive field. This is interesting. And it goes on to talk about paradigm change. So he's like linking like scientific information as being like memes, meaning if I went and did a bunch of tests or a bunch of studies, and then I put those out in the world, it's like, that's like a meme almost in a sense. It's like a piece of information that is a replicating, that someone else could maybe copy or replicate it. But like that information, and then linking that to how memes have that kind of transmission effect.
So let me get this out before I forget it. So there is no such thing as an independent variable in this idea then, right? Because if you're studying it, then you're affecting it. It's not scientific at that point.
Oh boy, I don't even know how to think about it.
I know, man.
Independent variable with this, because this is like deep kind of theoretical.
Right, but at the same time, there's quoting like scientific blah 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 blah, all the rest of the things you said, and I don't mean blah 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 in a bad sense. Just like I can't say what you just said, but
Yeah, no, he is going off exactly some of those mainstream models. Well, I'll just finish this little paragraph because it's kind of the end of it. It says,
yeah, cool.
It says they can, in seldom cases, even rise to the dominance of paradigm change, but it should be realized that theories, including their successors, are per definition incomplete and vulnerable, and often an absolute change or revolution is not at stake. If somehow associative or emotionally attractive, memes infect either the unconscious or conscious parts of the scientist's brain, they are subsequently replicated and transmitted to other individuals in an unchanged form, or undergo a quantum-like superposition to be spread out in the scientific community as a mutated modality. Bruza and Bruesmeyer, 2012, employ quantum theory and its features for such metaphoric description in sociodynamic context.
There's lots of ors in that.
Did you get all that?
I mean, there's a lot of ors.
That's heady.
It's either this or that, or if it's this, then it's that or.
I know.
It sounds like Glober shit to me.
Or theory.
Dude, I was reading the abstract originally, and there was one sentence that was probably the longest sentence I've almost ever read. And it was just like that. It was like this or that or that or that. And it went on.
Yeah.
What?
Perhaps,
Yeah.
maybe this is what they think. But it's a good thought experiment, though, for sure. I don't doubt that.
This writing could perhaps be categorized as wordy. It's a bit wordy.
Sure. Is that what it says at the end of it? Like, this could be considered wordy.
Well, listen to this sentence. This is another one. This is about art. Just this one sentence I'll read. The whole process can be envisioned as a flow of inner information fed by the dream or vision lying at the basis of the creative activity that always interacts with the outer world of instrumentation and potential reactions of the art spectators projected by the artist.
Right. So
Can you read that again?
Is that or it's not that?
Come again? What?
Right.
I know. You want me to
That's
really read it?
great. That's awesome.
I'll read it myself.
I'll read it one more time.
Say-
The whole process can be envisioned as a flow of inner information fed by the dream or vision lying at the basis of the creative activity.
Whoa. Slow down. Slow down.
That always interacts with the outer world of instrumentation and potential reactions of the art spectators projected by the artist. That's like a riddle.
Wow. Just while you
Molly.
listen, do you know what happened while you were reading that? It's like I was trying to follow it with, mentally follow it, right? And it starts within yourself and it flows outward. It's like there's a toroidal field.
Yeah.
Then understanding it too, because like it starts within you, it flows outward to the outer world, and it comes back in you to the base of the creativity. Then it flows outward back to the world, and then it comes back into you. It's kind of doing that, like that one sentence, just while you read that. Like,
Yeah, and then the last part of it says like back to the spectators, which could be seen as it talks about the inner projection screen of the toroidal field when you're on the inside of it. So like it's like it linked back to that it's like the art spectator is projected by the artist. So it's like the artist is like maybe like you say like the center of the toroidal field is projecting out to the spectators, like on the outer, just like the stars. We're looking at this like audience of stars in a sense. Made me think of that.
Well, does that not go back to what I was saying earlier? Is that there's no such thing as an independent variable, because if you're observing it, you can't not you can't have a constant. So it's not scientific. There's a lot to unpack on that whole thing.
Yeah, I know. That's so seriously unpackable.
Unpackable. I like that. Unpackable.com.
That is good. That is good. Yeah.
I'm gonna see if it's probably taken.
I know it's got to be right.
Unpackability instead of unpackable.
Unpackly.
Unpackability.
Unpackable.com. That's great.
.io.ai.
How about unpackme.io.
Oh wow, you're gonna attract the wrong kind of people with that.
Yeah, that might lead to a different crowd.
For sure.
That's cool though. I like that fucking thought. Pardon my French. The thought experiments that go along with that though.
Now I'm looking it up. Oh, nope, it's not available. Unpackable.com. But you can get unpackable.io or all these other ones.
For how many?
You can get unpackable.me.
For $9.99.
Unpackable.design. Oh, here's this one. Unpackable.gay. I'm not kidding. That's one of them.
.gay is a new extension?
Unpackable.gay. Yep, it's on here.
No way. I'm gonna get geo.gay then if that's available.
No, I think it's a new thing, the .gay thing, because I saw some. I actually got like from the hosting company for my domain names. I actually got one of those, like advertising emails or whatever, whatever that advertising or whatever you call it. And it was announcing that you could buy .gay domain names now.
Yeah.
And it was like special deal, $8.99 or whatever it was. Yeah.
Can you get sugarcookie.gay for me and I'll pay you like 10%? Transfer it to my
I'm gonna buy it now and then I'll sell it to you for like $1 million.
How many domain? I don't want to get off too much off topic, but do you buy domain names just kind of like because they're kind of fun?
Dude, you can get it. Sugarcookie.gay, bro. It's only $1.99 for the first year.
I'm gonna do it right now. God,
dude, it's $1.99.
Shit. Okay, buy it for me, and I'll give you $10. That's like 1,000.
I don't think I can add that to the roster. Not not at this time.
1,000% ROI though.
I think that's for you.
Well, what is it for the second year?
I know, right? I need to know the future years here. Come on, I'm not just gonna.
Yeah.
I know. It probably goes to $19.99 or something.
Yeah, sugarcookie.gay. That's fucking golden.
Can you get earth.gay?
Globe.gay. Or rumpus.
I mean, the .gay emails domain names are a new category. So it's like
I never heard of that until you just said it.
Gold.
That's a whole new category. I thought it was I got sugarcookie.asia and then I didn't renew it.
Oh my god, dude. I just did flatearth.gay. It is available. $1.99 right now. You can get it.
God, I gotta get my GoDaddy app up.
Someone's got to troll the flat earth with that, right?
Oh shit. Well, if somebody got Geo is 3 letters. That's a 3-letter domain name. .whatever.
They might not allow that.
They don't have they're impossible to get. Well, not impossible, but exorbitant.
So how do we get on that? Well, we were saying unpackable. Yeah, that there's a lot to unpack in that paper. Yeah.
Yeah,
that paper is rich with I mean, I think this is linked to the shape of the earth discussion, like
well, propaganda.
It's in a process, like a toroidal pulsation through people's minds in terms of
indicative of an awakening, enlightenment.
Yeah, could it be said that like the old ideas, like the part of the toroid where it's like spiraling, the centripetal and centrifugal forces, which I think are connected to the weather. Like that's what causes the weather patterns in the northern, southern region, etc. But would that process, could that be seen as like the old ideas that are at the bottom that are currently like seen as a foundation, but that they actually are in their own process of transformation to the point of like the rising up, like the spiral going up. Could that be seen as like letting the lower parts of it, like whether it's false or incomplete information, be like replaced by like that spiraling upwards with the new
Isn't
idea and the new understanding as it spirals up?
isn't centrifugal, or however you want to say it, isn't that an outward force though? Centrifugal force. That's how I say it. It's like,
Yeah, it's like the inward and outward spiral flux patterns of a toroidal field. Like the centripetal and centrifugal, it's like the outward and the inward. Like it's like the centrifugal is outward and the centripetal is inward.
How do you get an inward force though? With
That makes
something
me almost think of, this is kind of a different concept, but like, like never mind, that's a little different. I was thinking of like a screw, because a screw is like a spiral, and as you screw it in, it's tightening, but you pull it out and it's like loosening.
Okay.
That's kind of like centripetal and centrifugal, although not quite, but it is sort of, because it does have to do with the directional of the spiral. But you know how like centrifugal force, like if you were to take like, have a bucket, attach a little rope to it, and then put something in the bucket and start swinging it around, it's that centrifugal force that's forcing it onto the bottom of the bucket so it won't fall out.
Right. So hang on. I just want to make it. You say centrifugal. I say centrifugal.
Yeah. Centrifugal. I know. I kind of say them both. I think.
Centrifugal. I've always thought of it as centrifugal force. And then, that begs the question of what force is and all the rest of it.
Centrifugal versus centrifugal. I know centrifugal sounds cooler in a way. Centrifugal. They're both pretty cool though. Aren't they both correct? Maybe, or is there one that's right?
Probably. They could be both correct. I think we both know what it means. I didn't mean to be too pedantic, but it was like, that's how I say it. Like potato, tomato. I'm looking for a laugh. Didn't get one.
Kind of like a 1 to 3 ratio on the wavelength of the word, kind of that it carries, the vibration it carries. One is extenuating the center consonant, and the other one is extenuating the first and third. I see everything as a wavelength. It's like male versus female movement. Male moving outward, female inward.
And I was on mute, but I did laugh, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
Gotcha, bro.
Nice. Well, that's what we need. Just some closed captioning right there for the.
We should take time to affirm one another, right?
Well, sometimes like I'm on push to talk, but like if somebody does say something really funny, sometimes I will push my mic just to laugh, to give them a laugh, because it's fun.
It's close to a conversation as we can really get, right? Like, I don't want a hot mic, but I also need him to know that that was really good. Which y'all are cracking me up, and I did go on GoDaddy as well, and I think I have to buy the globeis.gay.
Oh yes.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of $2.99 the first year. It's like
you get a full website and email addresses for like $2.99 also.
Bro, but the markup on the second year, like they're charging these gay guys heavily, going up to 50 in the second year for the domain. I was like,
shit, dude, that's what I was saying. That's why I asked that.
Like, what are these?
$50?
God,
you better
I see
be
why
fucking monetizing that shit.
I see why the LGBT are like, man, we've got it hard out here. I'm like, you do. I see that now.
I don't know what's involved with making one, but can't you just build or create your own domain?
But you have
You
to
have
buy a
to.
domain name, and then you can build a website off of it.
Yeah, I don't understand how that whole world works, but there's a whole world of domain registrars where you
Yeah.
essentially just like rent or lease a domain from people. Like, even if you went and bought McDonald's.com right now for $1 million, you'd still have to go give a registrar $10 a year for it.
Right.
You have to have
Oddly,
your own servers
Yeah.
to build your own.
Now there was.
but yeah, you
There-
could easily like just rent or lease, buy, however you want to word it. Like you could just go get it. And the globe
think it was
is
like
.gay.
Yeah, they call them like TLD. It's a top level domain. That's the word they use, top level domain, for that part that's like .com, .org, .net, all of that. The dot whatever, that's called the top level domain. And there's
TLD,
only certain ones that you can get. There's like hundreds of them though. There's a lot. Here's a whole list of them. .academy, .accountant, .active, .actor, .ads, .adult,
Agency.
.arrow, .africa.
.AAA.
Yeah, and apparently now there's .gay. But the thing is, you can only get a domain that is one of these. So you can't just do any domain in the world. Like you can't just do like a whatever dot, anything you make up, like, because it has to be in the registrar, or it has to be one that's like I think ICANN, ACANN. They're the ones that like actually confirm.
International thing of associated names and registration and all that. Yes.
Although I don't know if you had your own server, could you host your own?
No.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
think you could.
You can host your own domain name, but you can't necessarily. You have to get your own TLD if you want to. If you want your own TLD, you have to go to the, the ICANN, and then they say, okay, that's cool, you can do it. And I don't know how much it costs or whatever.
Yeah, you have to submit a whole thing. Yeah, I've seen that. You have to like you can like petition to have your thing added, but
right.
I actually read over it once, and it's pretty extensive though. You have to have like a lot of. Yeah, it's not just something I think.
Yeah, nobody just does that.
That would be that's one of those things that reminds me that there's so many industries out there that I know nothing about. Like you could work in software or web development, whatever, your whole life and not really know anything about how those things work. But there's just some big glass building in a city somewhere who's just kind of like touching their fingers together, like, we own all the domain.
Right.
Yeah, but isn't that
there was
because
a whole thing? So sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, isn't that because they own the servers that the domains are hosted on?
No.
That's why you have to go through them. But if you had your own,
it used to be. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I don't.
That's
think
it.
so.
That's where I was going with it. We just set up.
No, it's like, imagine they're essentially a regulatory, or I won't say government, but it feels like that. Like they're almost this governing body who decides what is allowed. Like, of course, it used to be .com and .gov and .edu and all the different countries, maybe. But then it's weird because you couldn't just go out there. I'm not sure who that was talking. I think it was Truth Prevails. So you couldn't just go out there and be like, oh, I want a .truth prevails, and people could have Google .truth prevails or whatever. Like that's not it. They definitely have got their hand around all of that.
No, I can't remember. I can't remember what year it is or was. Of course, I know what year it is, but I don't know what year it was when. I think it was late Obama term where the ICANN registry of all of the TLDs was in the hands of the United States. And then I could be remembering, but from what I remember, it's like it was in the hands of the United States. All of the TLDs were in the hands of the United States, and I don't know, for some reason. And then he gave it away to international something, and so that's why we can't just get anything we want anymore. It's like the monetization of these TLDs, like the dot whatevers, are open to like whatever you want, but you can't just register it like a .gay necessarily, or a dot. There's like a dot tickets, or there's a dot whatever the heck. You can't just
Yeah,
get
it's just
all
crazy
those
to
from
think that they
anyone.
could like the fact that they control these. Like, I just went to their website and their little tagline is "One World, One Internet." It's crazy that like through all these ISPs, all the internet service providers, and the way the whole system's set up, this is a place that they seem to have control. Like, they have the control here. It seems. I mean, in theory, they could just shut every domain
TLD
down. That I mean, it's just crazy to think that like they have the keys to probably do that to the whole internet.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
you feel
see-
like you have a bit of freedom with, oh, I can go to Google and buy it, or I could go to GoDaddy, but you're not buying anything, right? Like, you're
Well,
just getting permission to use it, really.
Right. So GoDaddy is a registrar of TLDs. So if you want to buy a TLD that they offer, then you can buy that TLD from
registrar
that
of domains.
registrar.
Domains
So,
with
but if-
a TLD.
Right. Exactly. And so some like I think there's like I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's other registrars that offer like all kinds of TLDs.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. These are brand top level domains. So these are like .aaa for AAA, .Pfizer. There's one here. .Allstate, .Amazon, .American Express, .Amex, .Apple. Apparently, these are .Audi, like for the Audi cars.
Right,
So
but
they,
you can't.
they figured out how to monetize the fuck out of it, it sounds
Sure,
like.
but you can't buy those from GoDaddy.
No, you
No.
probably can't. These are probably like something like .bmw is probably no one can have that but BMW, I would think.
Well, except for like .bmw and all those brand names probably have registered their own TLD as the registrar with ICANN.
There's a .gmo.
And you can only buy them
GMO
from that
internet.
specific registrar.
I wonder who was allowed to do that. It's like, nah, man, I grow this shit. I swear to God, I injected the fuck out of it. Look, like I'm in the club.
Like for specific domains like that or TLDs like that, you can only get them registered with a specific registrar. And so Audi or BMW and also they have registered themselves as a registrar for that TLD. You know what I mean? So you can't even if you wanted to.
So if you buy one and you start like sharing information that they don't want you to share, and if they don't shut you down then when it's time to divvy up and pay your fees for the next year or the next time your fees are due, they can just jack those fees up to where you couldn't afford to pay. How does that?
A lot
how does
of
work
that
with crypto?
happens. So a lot of that happens at the actual web hosting level, like where you actually store the information that people, whenever they go to your site, it pops up. And a lot of those times is when a web host will be like, oh, okay, we refuse to even host you anymore. Your content is too, what would you say? It's
risque.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, you could imagine. I mean, different people. I'm sure someone like Andrew what's he? Fuck, why can't I remember that? Alex Jones or Andrew Tate or these types of like people that are very controversial. I'm sure they've had to just buy their own web hosting space and rent it and do that kind of shit, so that they had a little bit more control.
Right. So there's two different parts of a website. The first part is the domain name, and the second part is the hosting. The domain name is just basically a name that you can remember, but it's still full of ones and zeros. It's an IP address, basically, where your content.
Well, see, I don't know how the technicalities of how that works. Like, because you know, I mean, I understand like how you link a domain name with like a host or however you're going to host it, and in that case, you can host it from your own servers. Like you could host your own website,
Absolutely.
but you still have to buy the domain name from them, and it's
Yes.
like that gives the highway basically from the internet, from the ISPs. You know, it's like the highway, like your road, that the road that gets you to your domain. It's like, that's kind of how I think about it, is like the domain name is almost like the highway that will connect your hosting with that. But how that actually works is I'm not sure I'm familiar with like all the actual tech beneath that allows all those how that exactly functions, like the DNS listing. And I mean,
Right.
they must host, there is some well, like they don't really host these names, do they? But it's not like hosted on a server, the actual domain names. It's like I guess the ISPs use it through the browsers to connect with that address.
How does
Yeah,
crypto
it's funny.
function within this, like in terms of crypto? I know the white papers are like .io, but when you're exchanging and you're using, you know, web traffic and the internet, like to exchange wallet addresses and exchange money and things like that, like what hosting? Where is the server that hosts all these transactions? Who owns that?
Which ones?
Which
transaction?
transaction?
Crypto.
If you're
Any of
talking
it.
about it,
Okay, see now that's yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, so there's many layers to that. There are different types of blockchains that function differently, but like let's just take Bitcoin for example. Now I'm not like a complete expert on all of this, so I don't know that I'll be able to go through like every technical part of it, but in general, there isn't any like server that Bitcoin is held on ever. Like there isn't just like a server somewhere that Bitcoin is on. The Bitcoin code has been kind of unleashed to the world, as it were, and the way blockchains work is through the hash functions and through the nodes that are doing the mining. And so basically you have like all these thousands of nodes around the world that are receiving the ledger, and then they basically are trying to solve a hash function, which is why they need all those graphics cards to do the hash functions. And that's why that's very energy intensive, because you need all the graphics card it's doing these millions and billions of calculations to solve the hash function and to be the next node that solves it fast enough that that's the next block on the chain. So by that, whichever node solves it of the miners solves it the fastest in terms of the like the ledger and all of the transactional components of the ledger, then essentially that hash function is solved, and then that is the next block on the chain. Essentially, that's the next ledger, and it was competing with all the other nodes to do that as it was doing that, and then for that mining, the Bitcoin blockchain will make a little bit of Bitcoin, which is how they get paid. So it's making new Bitcoin. But Bitcoins will be limited at 21 million once it reaches that. But we're not at 21 million yet. So they're still mining. They're still popping off little new pieces of it. So in that case, there isn't really any central computer that even holds that. It's like a collection of all the nodes that are holding like the like, if you want to call it like digital real estate of the actual, you know, key that links you to that Bitcoin in the nodes, in the, like all the nodes.
Would it be fair to say it's a distributed network of individual computers that are doing the calculation for the ledger or whatever? It's distributed. Yeah. It's not just like a website. It's like not one website. Like Bitcoin.com is not doing the stuff. It's
so when it solves the hash function and it creates another node, that node, does it remain that node? That's just the node where it was solved, but it solved goes into every other, like it's
network
kept as a record into every other node, or just in.
Yeah. Here's how I think
Yeah,
of
like
it.
the next block on the ledger, the one that the last no, the one that okay, the one miner who won WON, the one miner who won the, as it were, who solved it, and they get the little bit of Bitcoin for that. That is now the ledger for Bitcoin. Like that is the ultimate, sort of, that's the current ledger, as it were, the current block. And then yeah, that is sort of distributed as the current ledger for Bitcoin.
It seems to me like your idea about it is I don't know.
Well, I'm just giving a
Kinda-
very kind of just a very
Yeah.
general.
No, I agree. I don't understand it fully myself either, but I think you might be conflating mining with transacting. I don't know, man.
No,
I got
that's
some
what
people in my
the
network,
mining
and
does. The mining is what, like, that's why it takes time for your Bitcoin to transact. It is that, like, the mining is basically
the
directly
Bitcoins.
connected to the transaction of the Bitcoin and the ledger being built upon all those transactions.
I thought that the Bitcoins have already been mined, and then you're using those mined Bitcoins to transact. And then the blockchain for the transaction happens throughout that distributed network of, okay, the ledger part, like, okay, it goes from here to here. Is this accurate? Yes, no. And then it's the ledger part.
Yeah, like, well, if I send you right now, let's say I sent you 2 Bitcoins and I just sent them right to your wallet, there would be a tremendous amount of mining that would have to happen for all those Bitcoins to get to you.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is like, I don't think so because the Bitcoins have already been mined and you already have them. I think that there's the ledger part of it that's different than the mining.
Well, they're connected, yeah. I do think they're slightly different processes, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of them is like sending the keys to one or the other, and then the other one is updating the ledger based
Like
upon all of those.
securing the transaction
Yeah.
of the already mined Bitcoin.
So why 21 million? Why is that the limit? And how do they know ahead of time that that's the limit? Because I mean, if you solve hashtag or the hash code or whatever it's called, and calculations are done or whatever, and you solve it for 21 million, like why not 21 million? Why not 21 million and 10? I mean,
Well,
why
there's
is
currently
Great question.
Well, there's currently 19,442,175 Bitcoins in existence. So about 19.4 and 21 is the max. So we're kind of getting there. And then the number changes roughly every 10 minutes as the new blocks are mined. And each new block adds 6.25 Bitcoins into circulation. So the way this blockchain works is that it's capped out at 21 million, but there's still new Bitcoins being mined, but once it reaches 21, there won't be any more new Bitcoins made.
Right.
So
there's
there's
a
only
cap
like
on the
1.5 million left to go. And my understanding is that it's built into like the code. I don't know all the exact details of how that works in terms of like how they limit it at 21, although I know it has to do with like the keys.
arbitrary.
But it's like programmed into it, though, is my general understanding. Like it has to do with the
Yeah.
production, like the blockchain. These things are kind of like an animal. Sort of like once it's like designed and put out in the world, it's gonna run out. Like
It's almost like there's only so much gold in the world. If you can mine it, then cool. Then the other part of it is like if you want to pay somebody with that piece of currency, the other part about the blockchain isn't necessarily just the Bitcoin or just that cryptocurrency. In my understanding, I'm not an expert with this, but I've followed it a lot. It's like so they say from the beginning you can have X amount, just like you were saying, Gio. There's only X amount until it's split. They split it or whatever, divided, whatever. X amount of Bitcoin. Here they are. Go mine them somehow. I don't know. It's in the cyberspace or whatever the fuck. And then people go out and mine it. And the way they mine it is solving the equations for the transaction.
But one of the things that
So-
always kind of gets me though is in any of these blockchains, how able are any of them to be accessed and hacked and changed and all that? You know, to that degree. That's the one thing that I've is a bit tricky because, like, in theory, now I know Bitcoin's going to be different than other blockchains. There's different ones that are going to have different like components of that. For example, some of these blockchains, I don't doubt that the owners of them can totally just hack into the back end and either change something or do anything. But my understanding though is that Bitcoin's not quite like that though. Or if somebody does have that code to Bitcoin, they have never seemingly done anything. You know, they haven't done anything. They haven't tried to change it or anything.
Here's my thought on that. Is that blockchain is what it is. It is a truth from start to finish. That's what I think is what you're considering the ledger. Like it is started here, whatever it is. This transaction started here and it ended here. And there's checks along the way. So that's the ledger. It's like an extremely accurate accountant that never makes a mistake. And if there's that to me is blockchain. So the currency that goes along with that is different to me in my mind. You know what I mean? So like if that's why I said like a long time ago, I think you and I were talking, like there is a blockchain of truth. Everybody has their own views and opinions and shit like that, or stuff like that. It's like, well, I'm pretty sure there's a blockchain of truth. And I think that's God. I don't want to get off all that,
But yeah, the
It's kinda like
currency is kind of tacked onto it. It's really not necessary technology at all.
kind of like when I say that each door you open, they're all fractals of one another. Each door you open becomes the key to the next door, and that becomes the key to the next door. Like the door is huge. You stick the key in it, and you turn it, and you open it, and you walk forward. When you turn around, that door is small, and it becomes a key. You use that to open the next one. So it's kind of like just a chain of a fractal chain of truth.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. However,
All
I think
connected.
of it more of a straight line. Not to be geometric or anything like that. I just see like the start of the transaction started here, and then there's checks and checks and checks and checks, and then it ends at your wallet, your crypto wallet or whatever. That's a straight line of truth. You know what I mean? That's a straight line. It happened. It happened. It happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, the ledger basically is giving the record of every transaction that, okay, this
Right.
wallet of this number of this address sent X amount of Bitcoin to that address. And then also and then now that address has, 2 Bitcoins or 5 Bitcoin, whatever it is, that's all on the ledger, which is kind of wild to think that what are your Bitcoins other than a number that is on a constantly updating ledger being solved by hash functions? It's pretty wild.
And it's all distributed. And I think that's like the power of it. I have people in my I guess my network, whatever, that know way more about it than I do. Would be, I don't know if they'll be open to talking or whatever, but it'd be cool if I could get one of those people in here.
I used to be super into the crypto thing, but like at the end of the day, it's just another control mechanism, in my opinion. Like it's not. There's no real plausible end game with it.
Yeah, where's Jaren when you need him?
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the system. It's out of the current system, but they don't plan on that system being around longer anyway. They're trying to implement a new, and this is the new system, and it's definitely not out of the system. I mean, you have to have airways, you have to have the internet to access it, and they totally control that. So if they ever get, which is what they're going to do, where you can't really access the internet unless like your login information will probably be biometric, and unless they turn on access to your biometrics, you're not going to be able to access the internet. It's just something that simple for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, in order to exchange anything on Binance or any of the exchanges, you have to show your ID, take a picture of it so they verify it. So you're not getting away with shit. You're
Well, there are
gaining.
ways, but
Well, yeah, but
like
you're gaining. Go ahead.
Well, there's places you can trade where you don't have to do KYC.
yeah, they're dwindling down, fewer and fewer.
Yeah. Even
Uh,
on your taxes now, on your tax forms now, I mean, at least in the U.S., it says how much did you get from Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, which is insane to me. It's treated as a stock option, basically, as far
well, I
as
mean,
taxes.
they want you to report gifts. If someone gives you a gift, like they want to know about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they want to know everything.
It's no different
And
than ISIS taking over the control of, whatever they did.
yeah, it's not like you're going to own a block of Bitcoin or a piece of a block of Bitcoin, and you're going to be able to lock it up in a safe and then, you know, hang on to it and not, like
It
hang on to
wasn't
it
it
for
wasn't
years to trade it whenever you want to. You can't do that. So
didn't Ecuador officially, I think it was one of the South American countries, like Ecuador or something. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. That adopted that as like an official currency or something like that
Bitcoin.
a few years back.
Is it the current Bitcoin or BSV? Because isn't Bitcoin like not actually the real Bitcoin? Isn't it BSV or
Oh,
something
maybe,
like that?
yeah. I think you might be right. Like they adopted, they are, or they made their own like Ecuador coin or whatever. Ah, man, I'm talking on my. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really fuzzy on that, but I thought they adopted something like that. I mean, blockchain to me isn't necessarily about the currency part. To me, it's it's security. It's security and information from point A to point Z.
I don't know. I don't feel too secure when I think about it because all they have to do is just shut the internet off, prevent you from accessing it.
There's some alternative distributed ledger technologies than like the blockchain that I think are more interesting, just because you don't have to like go in a straight path necessarily. For confirming transactions, you can actually just like get a couple other people to confirm the transaction. You don't have to get the entire network to do it, and then it creates a different sort of system. But it's really interesting. It just makes it more efficient.
That sounds like it's somewhat outside of the system while using a tool of the system. I don't know. I to use it as a tool or to try to. Then there is the aspect that all of us using it is building it for them, right? But that's going to happen anyway. It's inevitable. So like, I don't see anything. I don't see any harm in someone using it, try to make $1 or turn a profit. However, I don't see it as anything liberating. Not unless the people control the internet. That's the only way it would ever be liberating, in my opinion. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom on the crypto. I'm just trying to be realistic. The flow of the information, I think that's how we got on that, because I was just curious, like, okay, well, how would that, work with Bitcoin as far as, because we got onto the domain names, and then how they control the domains and how they control, even if you have the servers, they still, control the domain names. And if that's the case for something that you even can have a server and host yourself on your own server, they can still control it. How does that even work for Bitcoin if they have all the domain names in a consolidated, centralized control? And who's got the keys to Bitcoin is what I was wondering. But yeah, I didn't mean to take it off onto this and go so far into it. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom on something that I know a lot of people feel is a liberating thing. Just trying to be realistic. If you're realistic, then you can prepare for the harsh reality of it when it happens, but that's all my intention is.
You definitely could recreate the internet. You can even just do it over the radio, I feel like. You really had to.
Like, how would that work? Like Morse code? Or
Yeah, well, as long as you get ones and zeros across, you can get the message that you need to run a program. That's all you need. It would just be localized.
I think she brings up a good point. As always, though, there's always going to be some intermediary that, depending on how it goes, and I use that term very loosely. I was actually just seeing something where obviously they monetize Twitter or the X app now, and but you have tons of people on there who aren't allowed to, like Stripe has banned them for whatever reason. So it's like even in that way, there's just like always going to be another middleman that can always just like cut you down at your feet. So learn how to
Yep, the
grow
credit card
chickens.
companies will just fuck you.
It's going to be something. I've always been a Kanye West fan, and watching the last year of his life, which I've kind of grown a little more awake in the time of like, okay, they're probably all the celebrities just have to be fake and scripted and staged. But seeing something like that happen where it's like, no, I had a bank account. I had a bunch of bank accounts. And then I didn't have a bunch of bank accounts. I didn't get a check or cashed out. It was just, no, you're not allowed to bank with us anymore. Sorry. All of
wait,
it has
that
pushed me
happened to
to.
you,
No, not to me.
Kanye?
Yeah. He pointed out the wrong coincidence, the wrong people group coincidence. That's not allowed. But now that it's odd, the further I've gone into whether it's flat Earth or just all politics being fake or whatever it is, it's really just made me realize how out of control everything is from my point of view. So I'm just on the other side of like, okay, so raise chickens, got it. Buy a cow, check. Like, just do like a few things that are in my control. Buying Bitcoin to me is not going to solve any of my problems because I'm on, I don't know who, can't remember her name again, Truth or something, but it
Unless
is
you
on the
buy
other.
it and cash out and, make it tangible. Right now,
Sure.
it's the only way, but I don't see it solving any future dilemmas.
Find new land is the answer.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, I cashed out on my Bitcoin. It's just like, there's no way you can predict it. Like, fuck this. I mean, you know what? I would rather have that money in my possession to do whatever I want with rather than wait for nothing to do nothing kind of thing.
I'm really upset at some of these Bitcoin billionaires and whatever crypto billionaires, millionaires. Like none of them have headed south.
Well,
Not a single one. You would have expected one to just be like, "Here we go. Like we're gonna give it a shot."
Well, if there are the Bitcoin billionaires, and whatever, it's all based on pump and dump, in my opinion. Like new stuff like ADA or whatever that didn't ever any go anywhere, but it's all pump and dump. That's how I view it.
With some of it for sure, but there were definitely people 10 years ago or a little more who were like just
Yeah.
scouring the internet, like, "Oh, this is like a weird, crazy thing I could do."
Oh hell yeah!
And I just happened to have a bunch of them, and then I forgot about that
For
computer
sure.
because it fucked up, and then I quickly in 2020 was like, I think I need to get that computer running again.
Right. No, dude. I remember when it was like a couple $100 for a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I could.
I was just really hoping we'd have an eccentric one, like one of them would pop over on Discord, one of these servers, and just, happenstance. But those are probably those crypto millionaires that they keep finding belly up or dismembered in jars and shit. I just saw that another one was found dead.
Really? Is that what's happening to them?
There's a bunch of, well, I would say a bunch. I don't know. There's been like a half a dozen or something. But they're all, just dead.
I mean,
did you find a gold mine when you got your computer running? Were you able to access? Did you get your computer running? The old one that you said you had Bitcoin on.
Oh
Did you get
no,
it?
I was just using that as an example.
Okay.
No, it wasn't like me or anything. I probably wouldn't be talking to you. I'd probably be dismembered in a can somewhere.
Yeah, hope not.
He tried to go south. We gotta cut him out.
A can or a barrel?
Where does can stop and barrel start exactly? Let's get to the real topic.
Yeah, okay. The largeness.
So you can't have a really big can?
Well, you can have a can or you can have a barrel.
You can.
I'm like,
I would say
you got a source?
Okay. So can is like something you can hold in your hand and carry around with you. To me, a barrel is something that's like a little more intrusive.
Okay.
It has more gallons in there.
All right.
US
So
wise.
when does a barrel turn into a drum?
Well, good question. I think a barrel is about roughly 10 gallons tops.
Okay. So you go
A
from
drum is 20.
All right. Can.
That's how I look
I
at
feel
it.
like we skipped bucket. I feel like there's something
A
right there in the
bucket-
middle
a
between a can and a barrel.
I got you. A bucket is 5 gallons.
All right. That's fair.
Yeah.
Then you're going to a barrel. And then
Well,
drum.
yeah, if you got no. Wait, what? So if you got how many buckets is a barrel? Is what you're saying?
I love that this is actually there's like a very genuine imperial measuring system that we're talking about right now. Like, no, there's obviously there's 12 cans in a bucket, and you got 5 buckets in a barrel.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do we live?
However, you can have a can of 16 ounces, and you can have a can of 22 ounces.
No, that's a tall boy.
That's right. You
Yes.
can't have. I don't know if you get taller than a can, you gotta fucking, you gotta, you're getting into a pint. You're getting into a gallon there.
Dude, this makes me wonder, like, is it all just based off of height? So if I had something that was like
No.
6 inches high and 6 feet in diameter, is that still a can?
Wait, what? No, absolutely. What was the dimensions? And no,
6 inches high, 6 feet. Let's do that sounds satanic. Let's do 7 inches high and 7 feet in diameter. Is that a can?
No.
No, that's a little kiddie pool.
Right. That's not a can. A can is something you can hold in your hand, or maybe with maybe 2 hands. Maybe
So
2 hands.
these Bitcoin whales, when they disappeared, was it before when they became whales while the Bitcoin was still out there, or was it after they cashed in?
Oh,
I don't have any idea about that.
who knows? They probably thought like, oh, I should just move to Mexico because that'll be fine and it's really cheap. And then it's like, good luck.
We got a barrel of Bitcoin.
Now, if you just go to Google and type in crypto millionaire found dead, and you'll just see a whole bunch of results. Like
I
it
would
just
suspect, like the only reason to off them or to do something like that would be like if they thought they were going to cash it in, they just had became millionaires or became a Bitcoin whale because they didn't want them to cash it in and crash the system or something.
No, it's not like. I mean, I guess there's a way to like. It's not like Spanish gold coins, like that are physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they cash it in and get like and take whatever and buy stuff with it, like okay, so what if they cashed it in and turned it into or removed their Bitcoin from the exchange?
Yeah, you're
And
totally right. You have to have the
would
internet.
crash.
You have to have the internet to have that currency. You're absolutely right.
You just needed to access it technically. You can actually like memorize the keys and have it on your brain.
Well,
in terms of carrying it with you.
Well,
You know?
you're right. You could have it in cold storage on a USB, but you still have to have a.
I mean, in theory, you could actually memorize your keys, which is pretty unrealistic that someone would memorize a whole long key. Then there's also those seed phrases that you can like convert it into a seed phrase, and then if you just memorize those words, then in theory you could travel to another country and not even have your Bitcoin written down anywhere, not even anywhere, and you could literally the wallet could be in your brain, like a brain wallet.
Yeah,
As long as you remember, yeah, you could access it from any country, from anywhere, but you do need the internet.
You have to have the internet, unless you have it on cold storage on a USB stick. But you still have to have another computer to transfer it.
Well, yeah, accessing it is different than holding it. Yeah, you could hold it without the internet, but yeah, to access it, you will need the old interwebs.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like the chicken or the egg at this point.
Well, they can trace the transaction somehow because they did that. They did that and found some child traffickers or human traffickers. I don't even know if it's child traffickers, but human traffickers.
and you can track any wallet on the ledger, like any address, seat. I don't even know what they call it. Like you can go right now and they just like you can look up any of them and see how much money they have in them, and if they move.
Isn't that
Yeah, there's even a website that shows every secret key for every single Bitcoin. Have you ever seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, so
in theory, but there's just so many of them that it's impossible to find one that has any money in it. But you could. There's literally, it's just public. There's a list of every. And when I say secret key, I mean that's the actual one that you know, that's the one that actually holds it. And if you had like 5 Bitcoins on a wallet, it's just your wallet key technically is just on the internet, publicly available. Problem is not problem, but the thing is there's just so many of them that the statistical ability that you'll ever even find one that has anything on it is so unbelievably tiny that you could spend your whole life clicking through those pages and never even find one that has any money on it. But in theory, if you did, I mean, you'd be stealing their money. So, you know, you might, you know, the morality of that is not good. But in theory, if you found one right on that public website, you technically could log in and send it to a different wallet, and then you could take it, you know, in theory.
You couldn't, but what if you had a program that would do it, like an algorithm that would like sort through them and find them for you? That'd be easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, still stealing.
I mean, I'm just saying, but if it's possible for someone to do that,
I mean, bazillions of things. Of course, anything is possible with technology.
Well, like check this website out. It's called All Private Keys.
Geo, hang on.
This is not like a clandestine, like whatever. This is just a public website. You just Google
Got
it.
some dark web.
It literally has every Bitcoin key on it.
Let me ask you this, Geo.
Hey, maybe this one's better. That one, all private keys. Latest private.
Just numbers within the range of 1 and 2 to the 256th power.
Whatever.
Wow.
Geo, let me know when you're ready for me to ask you my question.
All right, that's it. Yeah, that second one. I don't know. That first one says it says leaked and hacked ones. I didn't think these were leaked and hacked. I thought these are just this one here, the private keys, because this is like publicly available information. It's not even that they were leaked. It's like it's just every single hash possibility. But yeah, go ahead. What you were gonna say something?
Oh yeah, I have a question for you. I mean, Geo, you're a big dog in this arena. You know, I'm just like propping you up. Like you're kind of a big deal. Gee, I'm guessing you know Jaren. And so, can you have like a thing where Jaren comes in and talks about this shit? Because he seems like he might know what he's talking about. I mean, I'm using that term loosely, but like, at least have somebody that like does it, and then like, because we're all just fucking shooting darts in the dark, basically, right? You know, or maybe it's not Jaren or whatever, but it's like somebody that does it. Can you be like, hey man, can you explain the shit to us, the stuff to us? Because we are really shooting in the dark on this stuff.
Yeah, I feel like there's something to it. Like, I mean, even this right here, right? Like that page you just sent to, and I went to it. It's like, here's one with 0.15 Bitcoin, so that's $2,000 or I don't know, $3,000.
Right, dude. I was dealing in .0.000000001.
Actually found one that had that?
Hmm?
You actually found one that had 0.15 on it?
Yeah.
How'd
Like on the very first page I went to, it says total balance on this page. There's 1.178 Bitcoin. So it's like there's gotta be one extra step there to move.
Yeah, there
like,
is.
If you were gonna steal and move that, then that's
there
when
there has to be a transaction. Somebody has to say, okay, you can only give, not get, I think, through that. You know what I mean? Like when somebody has their fucking shit on their YouTube or whatever, it's like, hey, here's my Litecoin, here's my all shit, all of my addresses of all of the stuff. You can't just be like, oh, okay, cool, thanks, give me
it's like
account
that's
numbers.
on
I'm gonna suck it all out of there. It's only a one-way thing.
that's the recipient side of it, right? Like you can send it to this address and I can send it from my address that I have.
I mean, I'm sure there's got to be some nefarious ways to steal some shit, but to me, it's like you can't initiate. I guess you could probably find out that hash from whoever the fucking person is, and then look them up and stalk the shit out of them somehow online and figure that out, whatever, somehow, like IP address or what have you, and then figure it out, and then send them a thing that said, "Hey, can you accept this transaction?" You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean, there's probably all kinds of things like that, but I'm not. In this particular case, basically every key. Because if you look at the keys there, you'll notice how, like, I'm on a random page here, and it's a whole long thing: 53AB, blah blah blah, right? But then the last three digits are 2B7. And then the next one is 2B8. The next one is 2B9. These are the last three of the private key. And then it's 2BA, 2BB, 2BC, 2BD, 2BE, 2BF. So basically, it's just going through every possible private key that could exist in every combination.
yeah, it's a brute force. It's basically a brute force fucking thing.
It's just ripping through every single one. And then it has the actual Bitcoin address that is linked with that key. But like I said, most of them just have 0 in it.
So on that same page, instead of clicking on random, go to the top and click on first.
If it's sortable.
It is.
Okay. Yeah, first.
All right. And then it'll say like total balance on this page. We got 1.178 Bitcoin.
It doesn't matter because it's still going to
Well,
go
that says
through
total. No, it says total balance. It says 0, and then it says total received 1.17. I don't know what that means. And it says
I click on that.
yeah,
I see now.
total balance is 0. And if you
So
keep clicking random, you're just going to get zeros like forever. Jaronism did actually do a video on this sugar cookie. Yeah, you brought up Jaron. This is actually where, because he actually did a whole breakdown of this, which is, I think the first time I had seen it. Actually, I wasn't quite aware before seeing him go through this, and so it's funny you bring him up because he was the one that I heard this from because I wasn't quite aware that like literally the private keys are all public, but it makes sense because it's just going through every single possible key that is available, and then. I guess I don't know. Well, I guess they're able to because each private key is connected to an address, and then they're all on the ledger.
Maybe it pings it or something or like that.
But I mean, in theory, if you click through these pages and you found one that had Bitcoin on it, all you'd have to do is because if you have that private key, you can send it to any wallet you want. So you could send it to your own private wallet. I obviously would never recommend doing that because you're basically just stealing. So that's obviously not karmically advisable on any level. But
or legally.
In theory, though, you could, yeah.
I mean, possession is 9/10 of the law, though, as far as I know.
It's funny that you said, when I was young, I used to think there was some word out there that was 9/10, like NIANTENSE or something.
Wait, what is it?
NIANTENSE. Like I don't think I figured out that it was 9/10 until that was in fucking last 3 to 5 years. I thought
that reminds me. For some reason, there's this Louis C.K. clip where this reminds me where he says, he's like, my daughter came up to me and she said something like, Dad, the news said that there was something like this. I'm not going to even repeat it that right, but he's like, his daughter said to him, like, oh, there was something where they were talking about 9/11 deniers. And she was like, why are there 9 people denying the number 11? Like there's like 9 people that are just like, we're not having this 11 thing. We're 11's no go.
That's exactly how it feels.
Man. That's hilarious. Like people that didn't ever live through it. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's a hilarious joke.
I got caught up with a bunch of that. I can remember first learning algebra and being fighting mad.
Before I forget it. Because 789. Basically. Right? Is that? Did I finish Louis C.K.'s joke right there?
Well, I think 9811.
No, 789. Or maybe and then 789.
Yeah, second
I don't
thought.
think I've.
Who's got the soundboard?
Who does?
It's like what, Gio? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I might have had
I,
my music might have played through my mic. I unpaused my music. That might have been what you heard.
yeah, I didn't hear anything, so I was still trying to figure out what they were talking about.
I didn't hear anything either.
Same. It's just one of those silent moments where it's like, who's got that soundboard to click in there real quick?
Oh, okay. That's
Oh, I see. What
That's
you
all.
mean.
That's all. Yeah, sorry.
Well, actually, yeah. Let's see. How about this one? Let's see which one here. I could play one.
540.
I'll be back.
There
I'll
it
be
is.
back.
Thank you.
540.
540 million of crypto was stolen. I haven't clicked on the video, but just the headline, it's like 500 million and then some.
Yeah, but that's because they've broken an exchange.
Hmm.
I think that deserves an air horn.
I mean, you think like, oh, your karmic debt's fucked, but it's like, I don't know. It's hard to remember that on this yacht in my private island.
Oh, right.
That shit's bound to come back, though. I don't know. It seems like one of those things you live with every day and waking moment almost. You think about it. What was it?
Right.
I was
So,
listening to
right. So
Tim
you're on
Dillon and Segura.
So
Oh,
you're
sorry.
on Discord right now on your sat phone. Then you better be watching out for who's the international people to get you, like the I don't know, what are they?
Interpol?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you better watch out for Interpol.
That's one of those, like, damn, seems good, but you definitely just sold a lot. You just sold your piece for that amount.
Right, but Interpol don't play from what I've seen on the movies.
I didn't even realize there's like a whole there's a whole like text chat going on outside of our chat.
Oh, there is? Should I be watching that?
No, I wouldn't say that. There's like a whole other world out there. Like just like completely different conversation going on through chat.
Oh, is that Blue Marble Science? Pigeon chess? Oh shit! I'll have
Looks
to
like they're
practice it.
discussing
I do a pretty
Jaren.
I do a mean Blue Marble. Blue Marble Science here. I just wanted you to know if you want to get in what I made another stupid video for you. So if you want to put on your Evermist and post your computer screen, go ahead and do it. I lost it, but when I practice it, it's fucking dead nuts on, and Blue Marble knows it. It's funny. Wait a second. People thought, I think, oh shit, they're fucking around with that on Bez server, or the not Bez, or like what I'm saying. And we're like just cracking up because I was reading a reply. I was just reading replies that Blue Marble did, and he spelled some stuff funny or something like that. And I was doing it super silly, and then Bev posted it on his YouTube or something like that, and there people thought it was actually Blue Marble, but it wasn't because it said, and like when Bev posted it, it was like, this is not, not what Blue Marble or whatever. And there was people like responding to it, and then Blue did a whole fucking thing about rebutting it and stuff like that. It was hilarious. I thought it was. Anyway, I could do a mean Blue Marble impression. When I get, I got to gear up for it though. I don't want to misrepresent anybody. That's for sure. But parody is a fun thing.
Agreed.
So why did you make me look at chat again?
I was just saying I didn't realize there was a whole other essentially world up there until I was looking at that password thing.
What password? 1, 2, 3, 4?
No. What was it? The like Bitcoin secret addresses or whatever.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is that you have your private key and your public key. Like the private one is the one that you don't share with anyone because that's how you have your Bitcoin essentially.
Right.
And the public one is the one that you give to people to send you, your address. So it's just wild that there's just public websites that every single private key and public key are listed on there. It's just wild. Yeah, it's like they're all there. All the private ones are in a way not private, but there's so many of them that like the statistical probability that you would even find one that had any money in it is like, I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know that there have been calculations claimed for what that is, and it's like
it proves that it's not necessarily secure. It's not 100% secure. I think that's what it proves, right?
but it almost is because it's like hidden in a statistical impossibility.
Mhm. Right, like your password should be the grass grows on trees in the fall in like Albania, with commas and periods and capital letters. That's more secure than some that you can actually remember. It's more just as I shouldn't say more secure, but it's just as secure as a random password generator.
I remember reading an article about that at some point.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing about
with spaces.
8 characters and a capital and a special character is nothing at all for them.
Yeah, I have a tree in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And my dog's name is Frodo or whatever. It's like that's a perfectly legit secure password with punctuation and capital letters.
Now there was something about that was kind of like my daddy did it this way, and it just ended up like carrying over into us, like the password string thing. The guy who initially came up with it, I can't remember how that was. Trying to find it. No. No, it's super early. I gotta go to bed. I hope y'all have a great day or great night wherever you're at. Talk to you soon.
Cool. I hope you do too.
Thanks, man. See ya.
Man, Gio, how do we get all on the crypto stuff? Was it because of you brought up the new TLDs? Oh, wait. Toroidal stuff. That's where it all started. Toroidal spirals and shit. Tell me I'm wrong, Gio. Toroidal spirals. That's how we got onto crypto. Right? Somehow. Trying to figure out that transition. What was that? You guys were all here the whole time. What was that? Oh, maybe it was it something to do with reality?
Why do y'all think the moon gets so big? Like sometimes, like when it's like on the edge of the horizon, I feel like it's like the biggest.
So, did you have a question? Or
Yeah, today I was looking at the moon and it's like kind of close to like setting almost. Um, it was really big, bigger than when it's like normally in the sky, like right above you. And I'm curious why that is.
you're curious as to what why is. You seem to get some vocal fry there at the very end, and I couldn't understand you. I'm sorry.
The moon looks really big sometimes towards the horizon when it's not very big, not as big when it's like above your head.
Okay, when it's above your head, it's not on the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what size is it when it is on the horizon for you?
No, I'm just saying, like, not always, but today it looked extra big, towards like not quite on the horizon, but like when it was setting.
Honestly, you bring up a good point. I have never seen the moon on, like, literally on the horizon. Well, I mean, as close as to like you can perceive it, but
Yeah,
uh,
I wasn't even trying to say that, but now that you mention it, it's never like actually dipping on the full horizon. It's always like a full, like, good measure above it. I don't even know how to measure it.
well, good. Me neither. I don't think anybody actually does. You can calculate the shit out of it. You can't but fucking measure it. I don't know. So what was it? What was there was a question in there, right?
I'm literally curious if anyone has any ideas. Like, I think it looked bigger today towards the edges than it was at the top when it's
Oh, okay.
motion.
So you're
Which,
talking about a wax. You're talking about either a waxing or a waning. There's cycles to it. It's like documented stuff.
yeah, but I don't understand why it's getting bigger towards the edges.
What's getting? It's not getting bigger.
Uh,
The same
It, it,
size.
seemed- it looked bigger. Physically, that's what was weird.
What do you want? What do you want to know exactly? I'm
I
not. I
was
mean, I'm
literally,
not an all bearer of all knowledge. Don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to
I was just
understand what
curious
your
if anyone had
question is.
any knowledge on whether or not that's a thing that happens, and any theories on why.
What theory?
All right, this is
I mean, your question, your statement ends with why, and I'm not sure what your actual
why
question
is the moon
is. You
bigger when
know.
it's towards the horizon? You would expect it to get it smaller, like as it goes over your head and goes towards the horizon.
So why is it something or whatever you observe? I don't know. But do you have an actual question?
All right, dude. I don't want to talk to you.
Fair enough. I don't know, man. I mean, why is there a tree in my backyard?
What's your point? Why are you being so antagonistic? I don't understand.
I didn't mean to be antagonistic. I apologize if I came off that way. It's just that your question seems like it's not direct. like you're asking me to like what you say, why is it when XYZ or blah 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 or whatever? It's like I don't know what comes after
Why, when
that.
the moon's setting, it doesn't like get smaller at least? Why does it stay relatively the same size as it's getting further away?
Did you just not hear what I was saying to you?
I literally just asked it as directly as possible.
But the thing is, like, why is it XYZ? And then you continue
Dude,
saying,
what color are your
why is
eyes?
it
Like, is
XYZ,
that what
man?
type
I
of
don't
question
know
you
why
want? Like, what is this?
What is what? Our conversation?
Yeah, like just say you don't know and then ignore it. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
I would love to have an actual conversation with you. Well, that's what I said. You got stumped when I said, "Why is there a tree growing in my backyard?" It's the same kind of question. Did you not get the analogy there, or what? Like, why don't?
No,
What?
I
So
don't
ask me a
see the
question.
analogy. I'm trying to speculate on why the moon's behaving a certain way, and then you're just like criticizing my question.
Wait, asking me why you're observing something is not speculating about anything. So if you want to speculate, I'm all ears.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm cool not having a conversation. I don't get why this turned into a debate at all. Like, what the hell was that, man?
I don't think we're debating it, but dude, I'm all ears if you want to speculate. I'm listening to your words, is what I'm doing. Therefore, having a discourse with you and a dialogue and a conversation with you. Hopefully that's cool. I don't know, man. What do you think that happens with the moon?
I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to figure that out. Kind of reminds me of like a shadow for some reason. How a shadow behaves in the way that, like, when you get closer to the light, the shadow gets bigger and whatnot, but you're going in the opposite direction. I don't know.
Can you repeat that? It sounded like your voice is breaking up a bit. I'm sorry, if that's okay.
Sorry, man. I'm trying to be quiet, but can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Um, like it's kind of like when you're like using like playing with the shadow just of a light, and like how you get if you get the object closer to the light, the shadow gets bigger. Um, that's kind of
Object.
what the moon reminds me of in a way, but in the sense that you could use that mechanic to keep it the same shape at all time. I don't know.
So are you saying object gets closer to a light and then the shadow gets bigger?
Yeah, the shadow caused by the object in the light.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
Right.
like, there could be an object that's going in the opposite direction. That's
Okay.
I don't know. I'm still working with the idea.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm happy to help you hash it out. I might not be I might not be right in my assumptions or whatever. But I'm cool with kind of helping you think through it.
Like, I don't know where to start. So I guess this would imply that the moon is not an object, but a reflection of something. I don't really buy the whole black hole or black sun thing. If it's under us or whatever, at
Oh,
least.
you know
Do you
what?
know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I do. But hang on a second. Uh, remember that but you reminded me of something totally different. But don't you have to have in order to have a shadow, you have to have a reflection, right? Like based on what you were saying, and I totally agree with that. If does that kind of that ring does that like resonate with you at all? Because I just made it up. I think that's right.
Maybe. I think so. You want to repeat it again?
Yeah. In order to have a shadow, you have to have a reflection of off of something. I mean, a shadow is a reflection of another thing, right? It has to be, or else the shadow wouldn't exist if it wasn't like reflecting off of something.
Yeah, there's still light there. Is that what you mean?
I guess so. Um, Maybe there's light around the shadow, so there's a something there that that there has to cast it be a shadow cast upon in order to actually see a shadow, right? I'm just thinking this through out loud with you right now. I have no philosophy on this. I mean, it seems like this is
Well, my idea would imply it's like a reverse shadow where it's like an illumination effect, which sounds stupid now that I'm thinking about it, but it could go further away and the light would still stay. There might be a ratio where the light, I guess it's just a light source and I'm just being an idiot, but
no,
okay,
dude. You're not an idiot. Don't say that.
so if the light source is like pulling away from it, the size of the moon could be getting bigger as getting closer to the horizon. I don't know.
The size of the mirror, is that what you're imagining?
No, just the size of like whatever is casting the light. As it gets further away, the beam of light would get bigger a little bit, maybe. I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't like. I'm just confused why the moon stays the same size. I'm trying to think of a reason why.
Yeah, well, just because you can't see all of it doesn't mean it changes sizes. That's how I think of it.
No, I just mean like as it moves over us from one side to the other, it's always been the same rough size. It doesn't get significantly smaller.
The moon has always been a mystery to me. And how does everybody in the entire you know realm um see the same cycle of the moon everywhere? That's always been a mystery to me. I don't know, man. Shit like that, like if Adam and Eve were the first two people on Earth, then why aren't we all retarded? Maybe we are, I guess, but we don't have like crazy guys like, uh, Yorkies or whatever, or Frenchie dog, like there's such a thing as, have you ever seen the Whitakers? that's what I mean. We would all look like if we all descended from Adam and Eve. So I think it's great to question that kind of shit because um, the Earth. How do you the moon? How do you reconcile all of that with mainstream anything? The phases of the moon are what they are. Everybody on the entire Earth sees it the same way. How do you? I don't get it. I don't get it. Always baffled me. And I am not the smartest person in the room. I claim to not be the smartest person in the room. Know what I mean? Look at what other people think about the moon. Some people think it's self-illuminating. Like the stars in the sky. The sun isn't reaching those stars like bazillions of claimed miles away. Self-illuminating stars. Okay, sure. I mean, I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but do some research, see what other people are thinking about that kind of stuff, and I would say always come to your own conclusion about all that, along with having discussions like this. It's great.